Konoha Village, the ninja school. Inside one of the classrooms, a Chunin instructor stood beside a desk, holding a form. Next, Hataki Fue could see the sound of the Chunin's voice. A calm boy with short silver hair walked up to the podium, his fingers dancing gracefully as he formed a simple hand seal in front of him. Boom! With a sudden explosion of white smoke, a clone appeared to Furious' left, mirroring his demeanor and movements almost perfectly. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from several girls in the classroom, not merely due to the successful execution of the shadow clone technique, but also owing to Furious' striking appearance, which ranked among the finest in the class. 95 points, quite commendable. The Chunin nodded slightly at Furu and noted his score. Achieving success on the first try with minimal flaws, this score placed him among the top 10 in the class. However, the instructor's eyes revealed little in the way of approval. The reason was simple. Furu had a younger brother named Hataki Kakashi, who had applied for early graduation at the age of 5 and passed, achieving Chunin status at 6. His extraordinary talent had garnered him a reputation throughout Konoha, with many believing he embodied the spirit of the White Fang of Konoha. In contrast, Hataki Furu appeared rather ordinary. Although Furu ranked among the top students in his class and performed well in all subjects, the absence of comparison rendered his accomplishments somewhat less impressive. Now at the age of 8, he was still diligently attending ninja school, never displaying the astonishing talent that Kakashi possessed. Nonetheless, the Chunin instructor remained non-committal, while whispers of admiration arose among the female students. Furu, you're amazing. 95 points. That must be the highest score. Many girls gazed at him with sparkling eyes from their seats. Having traversed into this world and inherited the bloodline of the White Fang, Furu bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi. However, he eschewed wearing a mask and did not exude the aloofness characteristic of his brother, making him the center of attention among the girls in class. Returning to his seat, he smiled at the girl beside him, Yuhi Kurinai, and said, "It's nothing. The shadow clone technique isn't very difficult with a bit of focus. Anyone can master it." He had arrived in this world 2 years prior, becoming Kakashi's elder brother, though his timing had been slightly off, preventing him from averting the tragic fate of their father, Hataki Sakumo, the White Fang of Konoha. This incident had a profound impact on Kakashi, who applied for early graduation less than a month later. As a bona fide traveler who inherited the bloodline of the White Fang, Furu naturally believed he was no less capable than Kakashi. However, he regarded the notion of early graduation as foolish, looking down upon such actions. Why rush? Isn't it better to cultivate skills gradually at ninja school and steadily improve? What is the necessity for a premature graduation? Moreover, it was the 42nd year of Konoha, if memory served correctly. The Third Great Ninja War was set to commence in the following year, and the current period could be described as a time of turmoil throughout the ninja world. That in times of peace, graduating early to become a genin would be of little consequence, as the tasks typically involve mundane duties. However, during this tumultuous period preceding war, even genin are frequently assigned perilous combat missions. Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and ascended to Chunin at 6, an impressive feat that, to Kid, seemed utterly reckless. The dangers of the missions he undertook post-promotion are one matter, but merely showcasing such remarkable talent inevitably draws the attention of rival villages. Now is a time of unrest. The Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Hidden Stone Village are all taking actions against Konoha, and a prodigy like Kakashi is bound to attract unwelcome scrutiny. If only I possessed the strength of a jonin, graduating early wouldn't be an issue. Kid pondered inwardly. Regrettably, he does not yet possess jonin-level strength. Though he believes he could easily outmatch his brother Kakashi, he currently remains at the level of an elite chunin, and that is only due to a unique ability he possesses. At the age of 8, his body is still developing, and for a ninja, true maturation is not achieved until around 16, when one reaches a stable phase. It is worth noting his special ability, which he unexpectedly discovered upon arriving in this world. It manifests as a colossal, illusory clock image within his mind, visible whenever he closes his eyes. This ethereal clock bears resemblance to the Time Empress from the world of Data Live, yet thus far, he has unlocked only one ability: time acceleration. This is akin to the inherent time manipulation scene in the Fate universe, specifically tailored to himself. Under the state of time acceleration, all his actions become markedly swifter, including taijutsu and hand-sealing movements, which is one of the reasons he could easily outmatch Kakashi. Currently, he can utilize time acceleration at a factor of 2, meaning that in this state, his speed doubles compared to normal conditions. Keed, I brought 2 bento boxes today. Would you like to eat together later? Just as Keed was lost in thought, a girl in the front row turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed as she addressed him. This statement immediately incited the ire of nearby girls, and even Yugao, sitting beside Keed, cast a glance at the girl, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Seeing this, Keed could only smirk in resignation. He began to understand why Kakashi wore a mask. Perhaps it was to avoid situations like this. However, it also reflects the fragility of the other boys in the class. Despite the impressive roster of this class, including future ninja world masterminds like Obito Uchiha and notable characters such as Rin Noara, Yugao, and Asuma Sarutobi, Obito is currently lagging behind. The others, like Asuma, are merely average in both looks and performance. Itachi Uchiha would not enroll for several more years, and Shursui Uchiha has already graduated but is 2 years his junior, leaving a lack of competent peers. Had Kakashi not graduated early, he might have garnered share of the limelight. Sigh. To be excessively popular can indeed be a source of distress. Funya sighed inwardly once. He had envied such scenes, yet having experienced it firsthand, he could only lament in silence. Nevertheless, it must be said that the precocity of the young girls in the world of Hokage exceeded his expectations. Observing those 8- and 9-year-old girls vying for attention, one could comprehend the reality of the situation. In comparison to the girls, the boys exhibited a similar level of early maturity. The atmosphere around Funya had already attracted envious glances from several classmates, with an undercurrent of fury simmering. Some had even clenched their fists in indignation. That bastard. How infuriating. I just want to give him a good beating. But you can't possibly defeat him. Shut up. Among those boys, gritting their teeth and tightening their fists, was Uchiha Obito, as Linyahara was also among the girls gathered around Funya. Funya paid little heed to his classmates, his only concern resting on Guy and Uchiha Obito. However, his interest lay primarily with the Obito who had succumbed to darkness before. His fall, Obito posed little threat, merely a laggard at the back of the pack. Chapter 2. Triple speed. As the disorder within the classroom escalated, tensions flared among the girls, and the boys seemed poised for conflict. The middle-ranked teacher could no longer tolerate the chaos and bellowed, "Silence." Next, Uchiha Obito. The gravity of his authority swiftly restored order, and the classroom fell silent. After casting an indignant glance at Funya, Uchiha Obito advanced towards the podium. He briefly glanced at Noara Rin, inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and steeled himself, vowing to surpass Funya in this test. With a resounding thud, he formed hand seals, and a white mist enveloped the room. A clone appeared beside Uchiha Obito. Albeit somewhat askew, though it could be considered a clone, its authenticity was immediately discernible. 50 points, the middle-ranked teacher remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Obito. The Uchiha clan, often hailed as a breeding ground for geniuses, boasted members who consistently ranked among the top students. Yet, Uchiha Obito was an exception. No. Let me try again. Uchiha Obito, unwilling to accept the score of 50, promptly attempted the technique once more. However, his shattered composure led to a complete failure on his second attempt. The third attempt yielded little improvement, resulting in a final score of only 55. Falling short of the passing mark, Funya observed the unfolding scene, his thoughts consumed by a singular notion. The transformation into darkness was utterly absurd. Witnessing Noara Rin's demise had plunged Uchiha Obito into despair, awakening his Manjiki Sharingan and granting him one of the most formidable abilities, Kamui. Moreover, his combat experience and personality underwent a radical transformation. Before long, he stormed Konoha, unleashed the Ninetales, and indirectly caused the demise of one of the overpowered characters, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was simply preposterous. Had he not been familiar with the original storyline, he would find it unfathomable that Uchiha Obito, who struggled to perform a mere clone technique, could evolve into one of the future titans of the ninja world. Shaking his head, Funya averted his gaze. He harbored no particular thoughts about Obito. After all, Uchiha Madara remained the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. Even in the absence of Uchiha Obito, Madara would inevitably conjure another Uchiha, be it Obito, Kakashi, or someone else. The most crucial factor was to possess sufficient strength. Indeed, with the onset of the Third Shinobi World War looming in a year, there would be no graduation assessments during wartime. At the age of 9, he would be compelled to graduate, meaning if he wished to remain in school, he could only extend his stay for one more year. He pondered whether he could attain Jonin-level strength within that time frame. In the Third Shinobi World War, both Jinin and Nin were often mere cannon fodder. Fortunately, he was in Konoha. Had he been in another village, even Jonin would be expendable, given the existence of a bug like Minato Namikaze, who could annihilate 50 Jonin in an instant. If he were to unlock several more time-based abilities, he could dominate the ninja world solely through the power of time. Alas, thus far, he could only utilize a single point corresponding to time acceleration. He continued to rely on his ninjutsu and taijutsu abilities. While Fengye was deep in thought, a clear, melodious chime suddenly resonated in his mind, akin to the sound of a clock striking a certain hour. Fengye exclaimed softly, a flicker of delight sparkling in his eyes as he promptly closed them. Upon shutting his eyes, a colossal, silvery clock, ethereal in appearance, materialized in the darkness before him, its golden hour and minute hands distinctly visible. The hour hand remained stationary, steadfastly pointing at 1 o'clock. At the center of the clock's face, a mechanical dial resembling a date recorder emerged, but instead of dates, it chronicled the multiplier for time acceleration. Though no new abilities had been unlocked, Fengye pondered for a moment. With a click, as his thoughts stirred, the mechanical dial emitted a sound, rotating from the numeral 0 to 1, then to 2, and finally halting at 3. Indeed, he could now enter a state of triple speed. Observing the numbers on the dial, Fengye exhaled softly. When he first traversed into this world, his capacity for time acceleration was limited to between 1 and 1.5 times. About a year later, he heard that familiar chime again, and the upper limit for time acceleration increased to double speed. Now, it had risen to triple speed. It seemed that this enhancement had also occurred around the same time last year. Perhaps every year, my limit for time acceleration will increase by 1? This thought flickered through Fengye's mind. Although he could not confirm it, it appeared to be a pattern. Whether or not it was accurate would be revealed by this time next year. A tinge of regret lingered as he still had not acquired any other abilities. He wondered when the ability corresponding to the 2 o'clock marker would be unlocked. Nevertheless, even with the current time acceleration alone, he possessed formidable strength. In the state of time acceleration, he perceived the world around him as slowing down several-fold, enhancing both his speed and reaction time without conflict. If an ordinary Nin could increase the flow of time to 5 times, even dealing with a Nin would be manageable. Conversely, if a Nin could elevate the flow of time to 5 times, even the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages might not prevail. This held true for Fengye as well. Provided he maintained a Nin-level strength under normal circumstances, he could contend with Nin. And possessing Nin-level power would make him a rare figure in the entire ninja realm. This premise was based solely on the 5-fold speed. Should the ethereal clock enable an increase to 10-fold speed or beyond, then mere velocity would transform into an exceedingly formidable ability. What would the 8th gate of the 8 gates be like at 10-fold speed? Fengye envisioned a scene, a colossal air cannon, exceeding 10-fold the size of the evening elephant, piercing through the cloud layers and shattering the moon created by the Sage of 6 Paths into countless fragments in the void of space. Contemplating this, Fengye could not help but take a deep breath, taking several seconds to regain his composure. The notion of accelerating tenfold alongside the 8 gates of Duanjia may seem distant. However, the 8 gates indeed presents a compelling consideration, as it stands as one of the most harmonious abilities to augment time. As for other techniques, the ninjutsu unleashed remains unaffected by the time acceleration, maintaining its trajectory unaffectedly, for the realm of time acceleration is confined solely to one's own physique. Nonetheless, the speed of hand seals and the release velocity are also amplified, yielding substantial effects. It is imperative to recognize that the speed at which ninjutsu is executed is crucial. Akin to the formidable flying thunder god technique that sends shivers through the ninja world, its potency deriving from the absence of hand seal and release delays. Currently, he has attained a 3-fold acceleration, Previously, in a twofold state, he could effortlessly overpower Kakashi, who was already a Chunin. Now, in a threefold state, he should be able to easily defeat an average elite Chunin, although there remains a disparity when facing Jonin. Could he be nearing special Jonin status? Finye assessed his current prowess, concluding that he still falls slightly short of being a special Jonin. However, by this time next year, reaching such a level should pose no challenge. In the world of ninjas, only upon attaining special Jonin status can one be considered a stronger. For Chunin and Jinin are essentially fodder in warfare. Beyond special Jonin, there exist classifications of Jonin and elite Jonin, with the pinnacle being the Kage. Nevertheless, this world lacks the title of Kage, hence in terms of ninja rankings, elite Jonin is regarded as the apex. Yet, in Finye's perspective, ninjas like Kakashi of the Sharingan and Danzo, whose strength vastly exceeds that of the average elite Jonin, could be aptly termed Kage level for the sake of distinction. Chapter 3. The unwillingness of Obito. Finye's actions remained under Obito's scrutiny. When he observed Finye closing his eyes, turning away from him, and his eyelids fluttering as if in deliberate provocation, Obito could not help but clench his fists. How infuriating! What is there to be so arrogant about? Being overshadowed by his own younger brother, Obito gritted his teeth in frustration. However, Kakashi was also an insufferable brat. Although he graduated early, less than 6 months into his studies, this duo was equally irksome. It was rumored that Kakashi had recently completed an A-rank mission alongside a Jonin, though begrudgingly acknowledged. That fellow indeed possessed considerable talent. Having been promoted to Chunin the previous year, it wouldn't be long before he ascended to Jonin. Upon hearing Obito's words, someone nearby seized the opportunity to chime in. Finye consistently ranked within the top 10 of his class, occasionally even claiming the first position. It was challenging to find a suitable reason to deride Finye based on his achievements, yet when compared to Kakashi, it allowed for a convenient belittling of Finye. After all, juxtaposing him with Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, instantly overshadowed Finye's brilliance, making it nearly impossible for him to stand on equal footing with Kakashi. The onlookers quickly grasped the intent behind the remarks, casting a glance at Finye before casually stating, "Though hard to admit, that guy is indeed a genius." By comparison, some individuals seem unworthy of being an elder brother. Before Finye could respond, a girl seated in front of him, Yamanaka Ino, stood up, glaring at the speaker, Inazuka Kiba. "Hey, what did you just say?" Kiba, undeterred by the girl's fierce gaze, retorted defiantly, "What's wrong with what I said?" Ino was furious but struggled to find the words to rebut. Finye opened his eyes and looked at Ino, casually remarking, "Kakashi is indeed a genius. It's quite challenging for an ordinary person to compete with him." Ino nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, Finye, you need not bother with him. A ninja like your brother is a rarity that comes along once in many years. So there's no need to compare him with Kakashi." Yui Kurenai also nodded in affirmation. As long as Finye was not compared to a monster like Kakashi, he was already considered an outstanding talent in this class, with no blemishes on his record. Finye's sentence was cut short as he shrugged innocently, choosing not to further argue and merely smiled at Kurenai. Seeing that Finye was unwilling to engage in a debate, and the girls had reached a consensus, Kiba, albeit reluctantly, mumbled a few words before averting his gaze. Kurenai observed Finye, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly, and in a soft voice, she remarked, "Having a brother like Kakashi must be quite pressuring, right?" "No," Finye replied, glancing at Kurenai with a smile. "Why should there be pressure? The stronger my brother is, the better, isn't it? It's not like we are from the Hyuga clan." Kurenai blinked, asking, "What is wrong with the Hyuga clan?" "Oh, you don't know?" Feng Yi briefly recounted some matters concerning the Hyuga clan's main house and branch family, leaving Yui Kurenai quite astonished. She cast a glance toward a person in the corner of the classroom and silently mused, "I never anticipated that the prestigious Hyuga family was like this." The individual seated in the corner was Hyuga Hayashi, the nephew of the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, and a member of the branch family. As part of the esteemed Hyuga lineage, he carried the pride that came with it, and he regarded Feng Yi, who was often surrounded by girls, with disdain. He consistently ranked first or second in class, with only Kakashi as his rival. In fact, he could have graduated early, but the elders of his family advised against it, suggesting that he follow a steady training regimen, which he dutifully adhered to. Upon faintly hearing Feng Yi mention the Hyuga clan, Hayashi turned his gaze toward him, frowning slightly. Though he could not discern what was being said, despite the lack of clarity, he could surmise that Feng Yi had touched upon matters concerning the Hyuga family, causing a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. It seemed somewhat audacious. While he begrudged the attention Feng Yi received from girls, it did not particularly concern him. However, mentioning the Hyuga clan was an entirely different matter. Should he perhaps warn him after class? Hayashi's eyes glimmered with contemplation. After all, Feng Yi was not Kakashi, in his view. Kakashi was the only one among his peers who could surpass him. Just as Hayashi was deep in thought, the last student completed the shadow clone technique test. The Chunin instructor recorded the final results, glanced at the score sheet, and announced, "Today's testing is concluded. Those who did not pass include Uchiha Obito, Namanaka Ino, and you few. Please intensify your practice after class. Tomorrow, there will be a mock test, so be prepared. The formal entrance examination is in 4 days. Those who fail will remain at school during the winter break for remedial lessons until they can pass." As the words of the Chunin instructor resonated, many students in the class exhaled in relief. Those who did not pass, such as Uchiha Obito, were grim expressions. No one wished to endure winter break remediation, not only for the loss of vacation but also for the humiliation it entailed. "That will be all for today. You may leave early," the instructor said, placing the score sheet into a folder. After a brief tidy-up, he addressed the students. Hearing this, the students rose in unison, bowing respectfully to the instructor. Once he nodded and exited the classroom, they dispersed in a flurry, using the excuse of "I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Feng Yi swiftly extricated himself from Kurenai and Yamaka Ino, returning home. Observing the rivalry among these precocious 8- and 9-year-old girls was rather amusing. However, Feng Yi had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, adapting to a state of triple speed. This triple speed represented a further enhancement over double speed. After a light dinner, he made his way to the backyard, entering the triple speed state, and commenced his training by striking the specialized wooden posts set up in the yard. In order to accelerate his physical growth, Feng Yi not only activates a fast-paced state during his training sessions but also engages this mode while sleeping. This enhances cellular division and metabolism, allowing his body to develop at an accelerated rate. Consequently, what constitutes a single day for others equates to nearly 2 for him. Hence, despite being merely 8 years of age, his body has matured to the equivalent of 9 due to the rapid progression during his dreams over the past 2 years. If he were to maintain this accelerated state consistently, his physical development would undoubtedly advance even more swiftly. However, the monotony of this constant fast-paced existence renders it rather tedious. Attending classes feels akin to playing at half speed, with each intonation from the teacher elongated to an unbearable degree, triggering his compulsive tendencies. Moreover, perpetually operating in fast mode necessitates that he deliberately slows down his speech and actions to appear normal, which proves to be quite cumbersome. Thus, in the school environment, Feng Yi typically opts for a standard mode. Chapter 4. Exercising for 72 hours daily. Thud. 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 Feng Yi's fist relentlessly struck the wooden post, producing a dull sound. The resilient, specially crafted post bore distinct indentations from the repeated impacts of his punches. His dedication to physical training was commendable. The ability to accelerate time bestowed upon him 2 significant advantages. 1, an extraordinary base speed during combat, surpassing that of an ordinary individual by several folds, and the other, an enhancement of his training pace, essentially extending his training duration. While in a state of time acceleration, 3 hours of his training equated to merely 1 hour passing in the external world. Interestingly, whether in battle or during training, the benefits of time acceleration appeared to manifest solely as increased speed. However, power was inherently intertwined, for according to Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration. This principle remained applicable even in the world of Naruto. Feng Yi vaguely recalled a character from another realm proclaiming, "Speed is power." Have you ever been struck at the speed of light? If, under the influence of time acceleration, his speed were to truly reach the speed of light, the force of a single strike could very well be cataclysmic. Shadow clone technique. After a brief acclimatization to the tripled speed, Feng Yi halted his motions and swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the shadow clone technique. Boom. Boom. As smoke enveloped the area, two identical fungus appeared. One to the left and one to the right. The shadow clone technique, heralded as one of the most potent training aids among ninjutsu, was not something Fengye could overlook. He had acquired the method of its practice from Kakashi long ago. Utilizing this technique within the confines of the academy would undoubtedly leave onlookers astounded. For it was a B-rank ninjutsu, 3 tiers superior to the E-rank basic clone technique. Even some nin might struggle to master the shadow clone technique proficiently. The mere proficiency in this technique alone would be sufficient to outclass the vast majority of students, allowing for an early graduation from the ninja academy. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon the emergence of the two shadow clones, they dashed towards the sides of the courtyard. One clone seized a short blade resting on the left side of the courtyard. The famed ninja sword, White Fang, bequeathed by his father, Hatake Sakumo. Fengye was diligently training in the renowned Hatake swordsmanship, a skill that harmoniously merged chakra manipulation with the accelerated state of time. Should he master the Hatake sword technique to the caliber of Konoha's White Fang, traversing the ninja world would be a foregone conclusion. In a state of acceleration, he could even contend with those who surpassed the level of Kage. The other shadow clone took position in a different corner of the courtyard, gathering chakra in the palm, shaping it into a spherical form. Indeed, it was the Rasengan. The essence of the Rasengan lay in the transformation of chakra, and as a close combat ninjutsu, it too aligned seamlessly with the capability of time acceleration. Most crucially, practicing the Rasengan enhanced chakra control. At present, Fengye had already surpassed the initial stages of training, having successfully climbed trees and walked on water, among other exercises. To further enhance his chakra control, cultivating the Rasengan undoubtedly serves as an excellent method. However, due to his chakra reserves being far inferior to Naruto's extraordinary levels, his progress in mastering the Rasengan has been rather slow. After several months of effort, he has barely completed half of the technique. In a state of triple speed, he estimates that in about a month, his body could develop to approximately the age of 10, which should allow him to barely meet the standards for training in the 8 Gates technique. As he practices, Fengye contemplates his future path. The 8 Gates technique holds significant importance for him. However, its severe side effects render it unsuitable for someone of his young age. Thus he refrains from attempting to learn it clandestinely from Might Guy. Regardless, acquiring the training methods of the 8 Gates is essential, as despite its considerable drawbacks, its efficacy is indisputable. Fengye is acutely aware that the core of his training lies in the comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. In doing so, under the accelerated time state, he could potentially unleash 3 to 5 times his usual strength. After all, for him, the illusory clock's effect resembles a form of intrinsic temporal manipulation with virtually no side effects, akin to a more advanced version of such capabilities found in the Holy Grail world. With a swift motion, he wields a ninja blade in the form of a shadow clone, continuously maneuvering a chakra short blade in the eastern side of the courtyard. Although shadow clones cannot benefit from the time acceleration, this does not hinder Fengye from utilizing them for training. He merely requires the experience and proficiency in the practice of the Kiki blade technique. Meanwhile, another shadow clone gathers strands of chakra in its palm, causing them to swirl and coalesce into a hazy, spherical halo. After a period of practice, both shadow clones deplete their chakra and dissipate into white smoke. Fengye halts his movements, feeling the experience and memories from the clones surge into his mind, rapidly absorbed and integrated. Taking a deep breath, he forms hand seals once more. Bang! Bang! 2 more shadow clones materialize. As he performs the shadow clone technique for the second time, a bead of sweat appears on his forehead, and he can distinctly feel his chakra reserves waning. The quantity of chakra remains a persistent issue. Fengye sighs internally. Naruto's ability to train with dozens, if not hundreds, of shadow clones is indeed extraordinary, an anomaly amongst anomalies, bordering on ludicrous. After all, he is a member of the Uzumaki clan, a vessel of the 9 tails, endowed with an immense chakra reserve that is nearly impossible to replicate. After practicing for a while longer, the 2 shadow clones once again dissolve into white smoke. Fengye refrains from creating more clones, as his original self has been exhausting physical techniques, depleting chakra reserves. Having already utilized the shadow clone technique twice, Summoning 2 each time is nearly his limit. 1377, 1378. Continuously executing side kicks against the resilient wooden post. Fingye mentally counts until he feels his body nearing its limits, prompting him to cease. Without deactivating the time acceleration state, he maintains it as he approaches the side of the courtyard, slowly picks up a water cup, takes a sip, and consumes 2 pieces of biscuit. In a state of accelerated time, recovery occurs at an equally rapid pace. Should the threefold time acceleration remain perpetually activated for Fengye, each day would equate to 72 hours. During this interval, he would need to consume 9 meals and slumber thrice. Whether one can still practice amidst full-body fractures and a fever reaching 49 degrees remains uncertain. Yet it is indeed feasible to engage in over 25 hours of training each day. Fengye silently scoffed at the thought. Chapter 5, Kakashi's Challenge. Just as Fengye intended to continue his training, he suddenly sensed something and looked up towards the upper part of the outer wall of the courtyard, saying, "It seems you have developed a habit of avoiding the front door." A familiar figure appeared atop the outer wall. With silver hair and a mask, it was none other than Hatake Kakashi. "No, I merely happened to return from that direction," Kakashi replied as he leaped down from the wall and landed in the courtyard, standing in close proximity. The differences between Kakashi and Fengye were evident. Kakashi's hair was slightly longer, he wore a mask, and he was notably shorter and smaller in stature compared to Fengye. Kakashi addressed Fengye. "As you predicted, the friction between the villages has intensified. Recent missions have revolved around mutual ambushes and investigations." "I see," Fengye responded without surprise. After all, since his arrival in this world, aside from making minor changes during his time at the Ninja Academy, he had not influenced the trajectory of the world. Given the prevailing circumstances, it was inevitable that the year ahead would witness the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. "Are you not planning to graduate? Remaining in the academy seems to yield little more knowledge for you," Kakashi remarked, glancing at Fengye. Others may not realize it, but Kakashi understood the true strength of his older brother. Thus far, he had never bested Fengye in their duels. It was noteworthy that he had already advanced to the rank of Chunin last year and had sought out Fengye for a challenge, but had still been unable to defeat him. Fengye's speed was nearly inhuman. Moreover, Fengye's strength extended beyond mere physical prowess. His mental fortitude was equally formidable, although he was only a year older. His judgments regarding various situations were often on par with those of adults. Fengye smiled at Kakashi and said, "Indeed, I have learned all I can from my teacher. But remaining at the academy affords me more time for personal training. By the way, have you had a chance to practice the techniques I mentioned recently?" Since Kakashi had already become a Chunin, the range of ninjutsu available to him far exceeded what Fengye could access. Many of the techniques Fengye learned were from Kakashi, and he had encouraged Kakashi to focus on 2 specific techniques, the Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 Gates. The 8 Gates were essential, a technique that Fengye felt he must acquire at all costs. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, he thought it worth attempting to cultivate. Mastering it would grant him an incredible life-saving skill. However, if he failed, it was of little concern. For the importance of space-time ninjutsu was not paramount for someone who could manipulate time. Those techniques are sealed within the Forbidden Scrolls. Accessing them is not so simple. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Although he was now a Chunin and had access to many ninjutsu, techniques like the Flying Thunder God and the 8 Gates, which fell under the category of forbidden techniques, were still not easily attainable. "There will always be opportunities," Fengye replied nonchalantly. Once Kakashi became a Jonin, accessing those techniques would not be difficult. However, considering that Kakashi became a Jonin at the age of 12, it was possible that Fengye would surpass him in that regard. After all, next year he will inevitably graduate, followed by the Shinobi World War, where there is no possibility of hiding one's true abilities. In the face of countless dangers, one must give their all. Kakashi shook his head, expressing disbelief. "I can't believe you can endure this." The profound impact of his father's suicide, unable to bear the villagers' scorn, led him to reveal his extraordinary talents. Graduating at 5 and becoming a Nin at 6, he indeed succeeded in silencing the judgmental gazes directed at him. In stark contrast, Kazuya was diligently studying at the Ninja Academy, which only amplified the villagers' discussions during that time. Kakashi was acutely aware that Kazuya's strength surpassed his own. Yet, Kazuya remained unfazed, disregarding the criticisms, attending classes with a calm demeanor, never once mentioning the desire to graduate early. With a sigh, Kazuya remarked, "You still don't understand." The renowned Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, who achieved remarkable feats during the Second Shinobi War, was truly driven to take his own life merely due to a single mission's failure? Nonsense. The Kazuya of my past life may have been uncertain. But having come to this world and witnessed these events, I am well aware that the unfolding of such circumstances involved the machinations of Konoha's higher-ups. At the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, never intervened throughout this ordeal. After all, suppressing an incident of mission failure could be resolved with just a few words, especially when it was to save a comrade. While Kazuya couldn't ascertain the specifics, he could infer that Danzo's involvement was likely, as Tsukumo posed a threat to Danzo's position. Given his formidable strength and achievements, barring any unforeseen events, Tsukumo was poised to succeed the position of fourth Hokage, which might very well be the reason for Danzo's actions. Since Tsukumo's demise was inextricably linked to Danzo, both he and Kakashi were under the scrutiny of the higher-ups. Kakashi's display of extraordinary talent was manageable, but if Kazuya also revealed remarkable abilities, the situation would change drastically. Understanding Danzo's character, Kazuya knew he could concoct countless reasons to persuade Hiruzen to allow one of them to join Root. Kazuya would never consider joining Root. After all, Kakashi was his brother, and he could not allow Kakashi to be brainwashed by Danzo. What do you understand? Kakashi inquired, perplexed by Kazuya's contemplative expression. Kazuya shook his head, unwilling to explain these matters to Kakashi, who was still too young and impetuous. It was perhaps better for him to remain unaware of Konoha's darker realities. However, it was nearly time. Kazuya's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The tension preceding the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War was palpable, and under such circumstances, revealing his strength would pose little risk. Danzo was unlikely to have the leisure to focus on expanding Root, as his attention would undoubtedly be directed towards other villages. The Third Great Ninja War represents both a crisis and an opportunity. Kakashi will ascend to the rank of Jonin amidst the chaos. And once both he and his counterpart achieve this esteemed status, they will be liberated from Danzo's shadow. Even after the war's conclusion, Danzo would find it challenging to manipulate the officially recognized Jonin of the village, a reality that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not tolerate. Furthermore, it is not inconceivable to contemplate the possibility of surpassing the Jonin level during the course of the Third Great Ninja War, potentially attaining strength that rivals that of a Kage, especially considering his possession of the elusive time clock, which grants him the power to manipulate time itself. By the way, I wonder how your training has been progressing lately, dear brother. Kakashi glanced at the wooden post set up in the courtyard before abruptly turning to face Keed. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Although he has never triumphed over Keed thus far, he has never relinquished the ambition to defeat him, particularly in recent times. After enduring a series of battles, he senses a significant enhancement in his abilities. Should Keed become complacent in his training, perhaps this time victory could be within his grasp. After all, since becoming a ninja, he has never succumbed to laziness. He has continuously dedicated himself to rigorous training and has endured countless brutal encounters, steadily progressing in strength. Keed raised an eyebrow. He understood Kakashi's intent halfway through his statement. Well, I too am eager to witness how much you have improved recently. Chapter 6, Bloodline Limit, Konoha Village. Back Mountain. Kakashi had already attained the rank of CH Nin, and Finye's prowess exceeded that of a typical CH Nin as well. It was evident that their sparring could not take place within the confines of a small courtyard, as it would severely limit their abilities. Are you prepared? Kakashi, standing in an open area, held a kunai in each hand, gazing intently at Finye, his body slightly leaning forward, signaling his readiness for combat. Finye remained in place, wielding the chakra short sword, White Fang, and calmly regarded Kakashi, saying, "Come at me." Whoosh. The moment Finye's words fell, Kakashi surged forward. The two kunai transformed into fleeting shadows, darting left and right to assault Finye, who remained unhurried, skillfully swinging his chakra blade to intercept and deflect Kakashi's onslaught. Clang. After parrying several strikes, Finye's eyes flickered with determination as he swung his chakra sword downwards, breaking through the defense of Kakashi's kunai and slicing across his chest. Kakashi's figure instantly dissipated into smoke. Shadow clone. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the next moment, a voice emerged from behind Fingya, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. As a massive fireball hurtled towards his back, unfazed, Fingya planted his foot firmly on the ground and soared away, evading the direct impact of the great fireball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the following instant, 7 or 8 shurikens spiraled out from the fireball, engulfed in flames, completely sealing off Fingya's retreat. The combination of ninjutsu and shuriken usage was executed with remarkable finesse. Fingya smiled, and the short sword, white fang, transformed into a blur, exhibiting an eerie velocity. Slicing through the air with delicate precision. In a heartbeat, he successfully thwarted the fiery shurikens. Swoosh! Almost simultaneously, Kakashi's figure emerged from the ground less than a meter behind Fingya, thrusting a kunai towards Fingya's back, halting just at his spine. I have one. A bead of sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, his eyes glimmering with a spark of triumph. This marked the first time he had bested Fingya in their bouts. Yet, at that moment, Fingya turned his head and offered Kakashi a faint smile, stating, "Do you truly believe so?" Bang! As his words echoed, Fingya's body leaned back, deliberately colliding with Kakashi's kunai, and in an instant, he transformed into smoke, vanishing from sight. This scene left Kakashi dumbfounded, standing in disbelief. A clone? How is that possible? Before Kakashi could fully comprehend, a gust of wind rushed from behind. He turned, swinging his arm in defense, yet was still caught by a swift kick to his side. A heavy force bore down upon him, rendering Kakashi unable to resist, forcing him to stagger back 5 or 6 steps before he finally regained his footing. Was that a shadow clone? Kakashi gazed at Fingya in astonishment. Throughout the entire process, he clearly did not witness Feng Yi employing the shadow clone technique, and it was inconceivable that such a technique could be executed without a trace. Completely undetected. No. Feng Yi shook his head and remarked, that was merely a standard clone. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend. Impossible. Clones lack offensive capability. How could they possibly deflect my fire release, Phoenix Fire technique? It was the original that blocked it. Feng Yi smiled faintly and said, merely stating this may not suffice for your understanding. Observe for yourself. As his words fell, Feng Yi grasped the hilt of the white fang, while with astonishing speed. Almost like an afterimage, he performed 2 hand seals in the blink of an eye. Body replacement technique. Shadow clone technique. This. Kakashi was momentarily rendered speechless. He too knew the body replacement and shadow clone techniques. They were the most fundamental jutsu taught in the Ninja Academy, not particularly astonishing. What truly astounded him was Feng Yi's seal speed, single-handedly forming seals, and his speed was swifter than that of dual-handed seals. Although he had long known that Feng Yi possessed remarkable speed, far surpassing his own, this time, the speed at which Feng Yi executed the hand seals was almost absurd, resembling an action that no ordinary human could achieve, nearly imperceptible. What is happening with your fingers? That speed is beyond human capability, Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Feng Yi was not surprised by Kakashi's reaction. After all, he had employed a triple speed technique. Perhaps double speed could still be deemed normal. But triple speed appeared utterly abnormal from a regular person's perspective, bordering on the grotesque. Who knows? Feng Yi shrugged and replied. Perhaps my motor skills are simply extraordinary. Kakashi, gazing at Feng Yi with a look of incredulity, thought it impossible for any motor skills, no matter how exceptional, to be as exaggerated as what he had just witnessed. I recall you were not this fast some time ago. It seems you have been accelerating since about 2 years back. Kakashi pondered, recalling some bizarre scenes he had occasionally witnessed involving Feng Yi. Furrowing his brow in contemplation. This situation is evidently abnormal. It is approaching the realm of bloodline limits. If you can achieve even greater speed. Bloodline limits. This term was well known among ninjas. There were numerous bloodline limits existing in the world, the most common being chakra nature transformation, resulting in kenjutsu like liquid release and scorch release, along with others like the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Shikatsumiyaku. The speed exhibited by Feng Yi was not particularly remarkable even among jonin, yet the peculiarity lay in the fact that his speed seemed entirely unnatural. as if he existed in a state of acceleration, creating a disconnection with the world around him. The only plausible explanation was a bloodline limit. The Hitaki clan, from ancient times to the present, had only inherited the Hitaki sword technique, devoid of any bloodline limits. However, there were indeed instances in the ninja world of ordinary ninjas awakening bloodline limits, and many such cases existed. The peculiar state manifested by Fengye may not yet qualify as a bloodline limit, but if it were to accelerate further, it would undoubtedly embody a unique bloodline limit. Indeed, it appears to be the case. Fengye pondered aloud, contemplating the ethereal clock. A bloodline limit certainly serves as an apt explanation. In the world of Naruto, various abilities are extraordinary and bizarre, even featuring forbidden techniques like Izanagi, so it would not be surprising to incorporate a bloodline limit that enhances speed. Kakashi observed Fengye's contemplation and mused, "If you believe that to be true, then it must indeed hold merit. However, I have no recollection of any records concerning such a bloodline limit, nor do I possess a similar impression." Fengye stroked his chin and remarked, "If there are no records, then I must be the first to awaken it. In that case, let us name it the bloodline of the demon." "Demon release, you say?" Kakashi responded, "That kind of inhuman speed does indeed resemble a specter, quite fitting for the imagery." Inwardly, Fengye silently scoffed. What I was actually thinking was demonic brutality. However, whether it be specter or brutality, these are merely superficial disguises. If we were to regard this ability as a bloodline limit, it should rightfully be called temporal bloodline. Chapter 7. Kakashi and Might Guy. This hardly seems fair. Kakashi gazed at Fengye with a lifeless stare, remarking, "No wonder I can never win against you. Utilizing a bloodline limit feels akin to cheating." Fengye chuckled lightly and replied, "Since when has it been deemed cheating for a ninja to engage in battle with their bloodline limit? However, if you insist, I shall refrain from using that ability in our next match." Kakashi, indeed a prodigy, inherited the lineage of the Konoha White Fang. Although Fengye's aptitude in ninjutsu does not quite match Kakashi's, it does not preclude him from being the stronger of the two, for he has devoted significantly more time to his training. The effects of accelerated time are evident not only in combat but also in practice. Since his arrival in this world, Fengye's training duration exceeds that of Kakashi by at least double. No, perhaps not. Kakashi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The bloodline limit is, after all, an innate ability of the ninja, not a form of cheating. Even if he were to triumph over Fengye without the aid of a bloodline limit, it would not bear much significance. In the world of ninjas, there has never been a precedent for prohibiting others from utilizing their bloodline limits. Yet, even with a bloodline limit, victory is not guaranteed. A moment's lapse could lead to his own defeat. Kakashi regarded Fengye, his expression devoid of despair, for in the ninja realm, bloodline limits are not synonymous with invincibility. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, possessed no bloodline limit, yet his reputation reverberated throughout the ninja world, with many Konoha ninjas regarding him as the strongest among the 5 Kage. "I shall await your surpassing me," Fengye said with a smile, reaching out to pat Kakashi's head, only to have Kakashi frown and evade his touch. Just as Kakashi contemplated admonishing Fengye for such a juvenile gesture, a vibrant voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Ah, Kakashi, there you are. I've been searching for you." Fengye turned to see a youth clad in a tight green jumpsuit bursting forth from the bushes, instantly recognizable. Might Guy. Guy disregarded Fengye entirely, leaping towards Kakashi with vigorous enthusiasm, executing a powerful kick. "Let us settle this. Kakashi, prepare yourself. Konoha Hurricane." Kakashi cast a glance at Might Guy. His expression one of disinterest, and with a resigned wave of his arm, he defended against the impending attack, countering with a swift kick. Guy absorbed Kakashi's retaliation, an inexhaustible vitality seemingly surging within him. "This time, I shall win, Kakashi. Brace yourself." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Might Guy and Kakashi were embroiled in a fierce clash. Much like in the original narrative, Guy had regarded Kakashi as a rival since their enrollment, tirelessly striving to challenge him. Fengye watched the spirited duel unfold between Guy and Kakashi, shrugging nonchalantly before leaping onto a nearby tree, observing the spectacle with detached amusement. Akai, who has mastered the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, undoubtedly possesses exceptional talent in physical techniques. However, At present, he has yet to learn the 8 gates of Duinjia. Although he can overpower Kakashi in pure martial prowess, the moment Kakashi employs ninjutsu and other tactics, the distinction between them becomes glaringly evident. With a crackling sound, Kakashi, having been defeated by Fingya, was in a rather foul mood. After exchanging several blows with Akai, he resorted to using lightning release ninjutsu. A bolt of lightning sent Akai flying backward, eliciting a startled cry from him, his hair standing on end, emanating the scent of singed strands. Yet, infuriatingly, Akai lay a short distance away, aware of his defeat, but he refused to concede. Instead, smoke billowed from his mouth as he declared, "Next time I shall prevail." Kakashi crossed his arms over his chest, shaking his head at Akai. "You would do well to concede sooner. Your chances of defeating me are far less likely than my victory over Fingye." "Thank you for your support." Akai rose from the ground, giving Kakashi a thumbs up. However, he paused momentarily, contemplating Kakashi's previous words. He blinked and asked, "Kakashi, what did you just say?" "Nothing of significance," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Akai furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting toward Fingya, perched on a nearby tree, revealing a hint of suspicion. Kakashi's earlier remark seemed to imply that he could not defeat Fingya, although Fingya is Kakashi's elder brother. Akai had never entertained the notion of comparing their strengths, for there was no basis for such a comparison. Kakashi graduated at the tender age of 5 and became a nin at 6, while Fingya merely ranked among the upper echelons of his class. Surely, he must have misheard. Kakashi likely meant that his aspiration to defeat Kakashi was even less plausible than Fingya's attempt to best him. After reflecting, Akai's furrowed brow eased. Suddenly, Fingya leaped down from the tree, addressing Kakashi and Akai, "Are you planning to continue training, or shall we first indulge in a meal?" Given Akai's frequent challenges to Kakashi in their shared training sessions, Fingya had become somewhat acquainted with him. Despite the peculiar looks that Akai and the eccentric Might Guy attracted wherever they went, Fingya harbored no thoughts of ridicule toward them. One had unleashed the 8 gates of Duinjia, decimating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, instilling psychological terror in the surviving members like Suigetsu and Karui. The other had, with ease, unleashed the 8 gates to ravage Obito, almost causing Kaguya to struggle to emerge from her coffin. Ironically, he had always been intrigued by the 8 gates of Duinjia. To speak of the technique, it is both challenging and not. Its initiation is accessible to nearly any ninja, epitomizing the elementary and brute force aspects of martial arts. Yet, to cultivate it to perfection proves exceedingly arduous, demanding years of near-torturous training. This is precisely why only individuals like Might Guy and Might Dai possess the fortitude to endure the tediousness of mastering such a grueling technique to its utmost potential. Having just suffered a defeat at the hands of Kakashi, I resolved to complete 3,000 squats before indulging in a meal. Upon hearing Fingya's words, Akai immediately began performing squats in the arena, seemingly oblivious to Kakashi's bemused gaze. However, seeing Akai fervently dedicate himself to training, Kakashi shook his head and remarked to Fingya, "I'm not hungry yet. I too must continue my training." His motivation was not merely influenced by Akai, but rather provoked by Fingya, who, endowed with the power of bloodline limits, had swiftly distanced himself from Kakashi. The thought of falling further behind was utterly unacceptable to him. "Very well. I shall take my leave for a meal. You may continue your training," Fingya stated nonchalantly. His routine was entirely incompatible with that of an ordinary individual, as his ability to accelerate time necessitated at least 5 meals a day, resulting in a training duration that likely surpassed the combined efforts of both Akai and Kakashi. Chapter 8. Class Division in the Office of the Hokage. A document detailing recent missions and activities concerning Kakashi lay upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. This marked the 3rd instance of Kakashi clashing with his new teams, leading to a discord that hindered the execution of their tasks. Standing before Hiruzen's desk, Danzo Shimura leaned heavily on his cane and spoke in a grave tone. "It seems you are unable to find a suitable position for that child, Hiruzen. If that is the case, why not entrust him to me?" Hiruzen, pipe clenched between his teeth, cast a sidelong glance at Danzo and replied, "Are you suggesting that you wish to mold Shikaku's son into an emotionless tool?" Danzo, his expression unyielding, asserted, "If entrusted to my guidance, he will not repeat Shikaku's mistakes." but will instead evolve into a ninja who surpasses him. With a dismissive grunt, Hiruzen rose from his seat and stated, "Do not tell me you sought me out solely for this matter, Danzo." Danzo regarded Hiruzen intently before responding, "No, I merely happened to hear about Kakashi's situation. I came to inquire about your forthcoming stance towards the Hidden Mist Village. Are you preparing for war? Or?" Taking a drag from his pipe, Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke as he rose and approached the window, gazing at the distant sky. After a brief pause, he spoke solemnly, "We shall employ some deterrence. Their recent provocations have been rather excessive. I will leave this matter in your hands." "Very well." Danzo nodded and made his way toward the office door, adding, "Hiruzen, do not squander that child's talent." As for the sons of Hatake Shikaku, while Kaido may be deemed mediocre, Kakashi's displayed aptitude had indeed captured Danzo's attention. Otherwise, he would not have casually mentioned it. However, with Hiruzen's disapproval, Danzo lacked the luxury of time to address such matters personally. Hiruzen did not respond until Danzo's departure, at which point he turned to the direction from which Danzo had vanished. He shook his head, the image of Shikaku surfacing in his mind, and sighed. Shikaku's death had significantly impacted Konoha. The major ninja villages were now frequently testing Konoha's resolve, partly due to the absence of the formidable White Fang. Kakashi, too, had been affected by Shikaku's demise. Regardless of the team assigned to him, he would invariably clash with his seniors. Over 2 years since his graduation, he had yet to be placed in a suitable team. Danzo's suggestion had its merits. "Your child is a remarkable ninja, Shikaku. Yet he remains somewhat immature in his dealings with others." Hiruzen pondered. Among Shikaku's 2 children, if Kaido could be considered excellent, then Kakashi undoubtedly stood as a prodigy, seemingly inheriting Shikaku's talents. Perhaps he could one day become the second White Fang of Konoha. The challenge now lay in determining how best to position Kakashi. Thus far, Hiruzen had arranged several teams for him, but each time, Kakashi's tenure was short-lived, leading to further disturbances. Entrusting him to Danzo was not an option. Although the roots were indeed well-suited for Kakashi, such a course of action would be a disservice to the late Tsukumo. During his lifetime, Tsukumo had been at odds with Danzo, and would undoubtedly detest the notion of his son being molded into a mere tool by the roots. After contemplating numerous thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately reached a decision and spoke softly to the empty rooftop, "Go summon Minato." It was challenging for an ordinary jonin to reign in Kakashi, and the few candidates he had initially considered for the role were incompatible with Kakashi. Thus, only the final choice, Namikaze Minato, remained. Following the death of Hatake Tsukumo, the most suitable successor to the title of 4th Hokage was indeed one of the legendary Sannin. Among the 3, Jiraiya and Tsunade had no aspirations to become Hokage, while Jiraiya's recommended disciple, Namikaze Minato, stood out as an excellent option. Should Minato be entrusted with the mantle of 4th Hokage, he would indeed need to cultivate his own direct lineage, making it quite fitting to hand over the talented Kakashi for his guidance. The ANBU on the rooftop acknowledged with a nod and swiftly vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat, took a puff of smoke, and shook his head, murmuring, "I never anticipated I would have to trouble Minato after all." Given the tense situation in the ninja world, many areas required Minato's expertise. And although he had thought of Minato early on, he had hesitated to make a decision. In the end, he found himself back where he started. He felt no concern in entrusting Kakashi to Minato, for he was indeed his favorite successor to the 4th Hokage, and mentoring a gifted youth was a trivial matter. While contemplating, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a document containing detailed information about the current students of the Ninja Academy, arranged according to their relationship with Kakashi. At the top was the personal information of Kiyoru, but Sarutobi Hiruzen merely glanced at it before setting it aside. It would be inappropriate to place siblings on the same team, especially since Minato was a candidate for the 4th Hokage. If Ki possessed talents akin to Kakashi's, it might be acceptable to overlook such concerns for the sake of nurturing the next generation's elite. However, the voices within the village must also be taken into account. Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his choice. First, Uchiha Obito. Assigning this member of the Uchiha clan to Minato would likely mitigate any significant opposition from them regarding Minato's succession as Hokage. Finally, He would select a child from a civilian background. My guy was excluded due to being male, leaving no Rin as the most fitting choice, achieving balance on all fronts. With his decision made, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and chuckled softly. The esteemed Hokage found himself mulling over the placement of a single ninja and even intervened in the class assignments for next year's graduating students of the Ninja Academy. However, Kakashi's prodigious talent indeed warranted such attention, and with Minato personally deciding the candidates, there was little cause for concern. It was unlikely to result in any issues. After resolving the issue of Kakashi's class assignment, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost interest in the other students, placing the information files regarding Konoha Shinobi, including those about Konoha's Night, aside, no longer glancing at them. He hoped that Danzo's actions would bring a semblance of stability to the hidden mist village. Gazing up at the ceiling, he exhaled a plume of smoke. What truly plagued him now was the precarious situation of the ninja world, where friction among the major hidden villages was incessant, predominantly centered around Konoha. The reason was simple. The Land of Fire was the most resource-rich nation, and Konoha had emerged victorious in the Second Great Ninja War, reaping immense benefits, which drew the attention of various villages towards Konoha. However, he could not afford to make concessions regarding interests in the realm of ninjas. Yielding once invites further demands. Only through resolute measures against external covetousness could peace be preserved, a truth that Sarutobi Hiruzen understood all too well. Thus, if the situation could not be restored to stability and a third great ninja war were to inevitably break out, Konoha would have no choice but to engage in battle, letting the clash of arms speak for itself. Contemplating this, a glint of cold determination flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. With the bountiful resources acquired from the Second War, Konoha's core strength remained solid and formidable. Although they had lost the legendary White Fang of the Leaf, his disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, had matured into formidable ninjas, alongside rising talents like Minato Namikaze. If war were to ensue, Konoha would not cower before the other villages. Chapter 9. Obito and Shursui at the Ninja Academy. It was not yet time for the morning class, and the playground was filled with a cacophony of noise. Numerous boys of varying heights gathered there, with a chaotic brawl erupting at the center, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. One boy formed hand seals and exhaled towards a few of his peers, startling them momentarily, yet only a tiny flame emerged from his mouth. After a brief pause, the boys facing him burst into laughter. Is this even ninjutsu? Come on, beat him up. Amidst the fray, about 7 or 8 boys were engaged in a free-for-all. Seemingly all younger students with little knowledge of ninjutsu, resorting instead to simple brawling. Among them, 2 slightly older boys fought with some semblance of skill, demonstrating techniques such as the shadow clone jutsu and other abilities. The spectators were a mix of enthusiastic cheerers and those reveling in the chaos, creating a disorderly scene. As it was still early and no Chunin instructors had arrived to intervene. What are you watching? Fengya appeared a short distance away, glancing at the commotion before taking a few steps closer. He gently tapped the shoulder of a figure on the outskirts of the crowd. Why, hi, Kurenai was startled and turned to see Fengya, immediately relaxing as she greeted him. Good morning, Fengya. Morning, Fengya replied with a smile. Let us head to the classroom. He showed no interest in the children's scuffle. Kurenai glanced at the center of the brawl, hesitating before saying, well. Fengya turned to her. Kurenai, with a hint of reluctance, admitted, Why is over there? It seems he's getting beaten up. Fengya raised an eyebrow. Why? Kurenai pointed to one of the boys in the melee. There, that SYY High, my cousin from my uncle's side. I've never heard of him. Fengya shrugged, showing little interest in a character he couldn't even recall. Boys fighting is quite normal. You girls should just stay out of it. The Chunin instructors are surely watching, so there's no need to worry. But Kurenai felt a bit helpless, torn between inaction and the urge to intervene, unsure of the right course of action. Noticing her inner conflict, Fengya smirked, took a step forward, and formed a simple hand seal, pressing his hand lightly against the ground. Earth style. Ground shaking technique. Wait, what? Kurenai exclaimed in surprise as she felt the ground beneath her shift, managing to keep her balance thanks to her preparedness. However, the crowd gathered on the playground stumbled chaotically, and the boys engaged in the brawl were abruptly separated by the unexpected tremor. Fingye, you. Kurenai steadied herself. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw Fingye place his finger to his lips, signaling for silence, as he chuckled softly. All right, that should stop the fighting. Let us go? The multitude of students swayed and stumbled, momentarily bewildered, believing an earthquake had struck, resulting in a state of disarray, abruptly interrupting the earlier chaos. However, not all students succumbed to confusion. Among the crowd, one student furrowed his brow and gazed intently in the direction of Fingye, clearly realizing that the recent tremor was the result of Fingye's ninjutsu. What a reckless display. The boy shook his head. He appeared slightly younger than Kakashi, donned in attire adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. Though inconspicuous amidst the throng, his name resonated with prominence, Uchiha Shisui. Unlike Uchiha Obito, Shisui was a genius nearly on par with Uchiha Itachi, having already earned significant renown on the battlefield of Mist before awakening his Mangekyou Sharingan, which granted him the formidable Jinjutsu known as Kodoame Tsukumi. Not only Shisui and Yuhi Kurenai noticed Fingye's use of the earth-shaking technique, also present on the playground. And having been attentive to Fingye was no error Rin. Fingye, you're being quite reckless. Rin approached from a distance, murmuring to Fingye, but Fingye, you are truly impressive. The earth-shaking technique seems to be a C-rank Dijutsu. Unaware that Rin was nearby, Fingye gestured for her to keep her voice down and smiled, saying, I learned this little trick from Kakashi. Uchiha Shisui observed the unfolding scene, smirking, and had no intention of intervening. He turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, he halted. Not far off, a boy dressed similarly in Uchiha clan attire and sporting goggles stood before Fingye, raising his fist in challenge. Hey, Fingye, let's settle this. The challenger was Uchiha Obito. Today, he had unusually avoided any mishaps on his way to school, arriving punctually. Upon reaching the playground, the first sight that met his eyes was Fingye and Rin engaged in jovial conversation, which ignited a burst of frustration within him. Given the prevailing atmosphere of conflict, Uchiha Obito clenched his fists and approached with indignation. Bored, Fingye cast a glance at Obito. He had little interest in the pre-darkness version of Obito, who was, in essence, a sunny boy with a kind heart, and Fingye had no desire to bully a child. Damn it. Stop right there. However, upon sensing Fingye's reluctance to engage, Obito could no longer contain himself, leaping forward to confront Fingye directly. With a swish, Obito launched a clumsy attack. Fingye sighed, sidestepping Obito's strike and placing a hand on his shoulder, gently pulling him off balance, causing Obito to flip in the air and tumble awkwardly behind him. Witnessing this, Rin covered her forehead in disbelief. Yuhi Kurenai was momentarily left speechless. Is Obito truly a member of the Uchiha clan? The title of Uchiha seems somewhat unbefitting. My recollections of the clan evoke a sense of reverence, as the Uchiha are regarded as a prestigious lineage, with each member a prodigy, consistently ranking at the top of their classes. Yet, the disparity presented by Obito is rather stark. Just as Kurenai's words settled in the air, a voice emerged from the side. Such remarks cannot simply be overlooked. Uchiha Shisui had approached unbeknownst to anyone, gazing at Kurenai with a calm demeanor. Though he shares the Uchiha name with Obito, the connection is tenuous, and he remains indifferent to it. However, when the Uchiha clan is mentioned, he cannot disregard it. You are. Kurenai stammered slightly. Uchiha Shisui. The name Uchiha Shisui resonates powerfully within the Ninja Academy as he consistently achieves top marks across all subjects. And just recently, he triumphed over a lower-ranking ninja. Such prowess undoubtedly positions him for early graduation, and many perceive Shisui as the sole genius of this generation, whose talent rivals that of Kakashi. Chapter 10. The shock of Shisui noticing the commotion around Hinata, Fingye turned his head and, upon the first glance at Shisui, immediately recognized his identity. Tilting his head, he remarked, Hinata probably does not doubt the prestige of the Uchiha clan. And questioning a prominent family based solely on personal opinion seems rather one-sided. The Uchiha clan is still home to numerous geniuses. Upon hearing Fingye's words, Shisui's expression softened slightly. He had no intention of involving himself in Fingye's matters, deeming it unnecessary to provoke a needless conflict. He only intended to caution Hinata for her somewhat excessive remarks. However, in the next moment, Shirsue's pupils abruptly constricted. A hand had silently settled upon his shoulder, rendering his body momentarily rigid. The owner of that hand was none other than Fingye. How could this be? Shirsue's eyes widened in disbelief. Fingye flashed him an innocuous smile, withdrew his hand without a word, and walked towards the classroom. Meanwhile, the Fingye who had been conversing with Shirsue moments before dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone. The figure left behind was merely a shadow clone. In that fleeting instant, Fingye had created a clone while his true self had swiftly moved to his side. As a genius, Shirsue comprehended the situation immediately. Yet he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Shadow clone technique and body flicker technique. How could he be so fast? Fingye's true self transformed into a clone and appeared beside him with astounding swiftness. This meant that had they been in combat just now, he would have been instantaneously defeated by Fingye, without even grasping the situation. Hinata and Noira Rin were momentarily taken aback as well. They too failed to react in time. Unable to discern how Fingye had left a clone behind while his true self had appeared beside Shirsue in an instant. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Once they regained their composure, the two women cast a final look at the still-stunned Shirsue before promptly pursuing the direction Fingye had taken. Shirsue took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm the turmoil within. He turned to gaze in the direction Fingye had departed, his eyes still tinged with lingering shock. Kakashi's reputation as a genius was well known, while Fingye had always been labeled with terms such as average, ordinary, or lacking talent at this moment. Shirsue could only respond to such judgments with one word: blind. Although uncertain of Kakashi's true strength, based solely on Fingye's recent display, Shirsue was confident that Fingye was unlikely to be inferior to Kakashi, and he might even surpass him. Such strength could not have been acquired overnight. That individual had been concealing his true abilities all along, never intentionally showcasing his extraordinary talent, remaining unfazed even under scrutiny. Shirsue murmured to himself. In that instant, his assessment of Fingye was terrifying. In contrast to the youthful exuberance of Kakashi, his elder brother, Kazuki, possesses not only formidable strength but also a personality that is stable, reserved, and mature. Such a character undoubtedly surpasses Kakashi in power. Shirsue inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of his genius title become considerably heavier. In his younger years, Shirsue of the Uchiha clan should not have been inferior to Itachi. However, it remains uncertain when precisely he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and acquired the ability of Kodo Amatsukami. Upon returning to the classroom, Kazuki pondered while stroking his chin. Being one of the geniuses from the original narrative, Shirsue's somewhat arrogant demeanor towards Yugao prompted Kazuki to employ a slight tactic, curious to see if this future instantaneous Shirsue could react accordingly. The result, however, seemed to fall short. Kazuki, you just... As Kazuki entered the classroom, Yugao and others followed closely behind. Once seated beside him, she couldn't help but address him. Although oblivious to the specifics of the earlier exchange, it appeared that Kazuki had startled Shirsue, as she clearly noticed Shirsue's rigid expression and gaze. Just exchanged greetings with Shirsue. There's no need to dwell on it, Kazuki replied with a smile. After all, given the tense atmosphere preceding the Third Great Ninja War, revealing a modicum of strength was hardly problematic. Yugao, with wide eyes, remarked, but he was clearly frightened by you. Kazuki retrieved his textbook and placed it on the desk, contemplating, well, perhaps, I do have a couple of years more experience in ninjutsu than him. Though Kazuki's words seemed simple, Yugao was acutely aware that the incident was far from trivial. Shirsue was a renowned genius throughout the school. To intimidate someone of his caliber was undoubtedly a commendable feat yet. Kazuki appeared unaffected, maintaining his usual jovial demeanor, which only intensified Yugao's admiration for him. In contrast to those boys who flaunted their accolades at every opportunity, Kazuki's personal charm was undeniably captivating. Noticing Yugao's gaze, Kazuki sighed inwardly. Her eyes seemed to convey intentions of a future together, prompting him to consider whether he should temper his demeanor. However, he felt he had not acted excessively. Youth truly is splendid. Kazuki wished to seamlessly integrate into the life of a ninja school within the world of Naruto, to relish the carefree and sunlit experiences of adolescence. Such had been his intention from the outset. Regrettably, he found himself unable to achieve this. No matter how much he endeavored to forget, thoughts of the Third Great Ninja War, the Nine-Tails invasion, and Pain's destruction of Konoha would occasionally resurface. This was a perilous world, one in which sufficient strength was imperative to savor tranquility. Leaning back in his chair, Kazuki stretched and whispered wistfully while gazing out the window. How wonderful it would be if this were a world of mundane days. Yugo tilted her head and inquired, "Kazuki, did you say something?" "No." Just pondering a few thoughts, Kazuki shook his head, followed by a soft chuckle. Even if one were to truly traverse into the world of Kagayaheim, various pressures would undoubtedly push one forward, unless one were to stand atop the pinnacle from birth. To arrive in this realm endowed with the ability of time manipulation, and to commence one's journey in Konoha before the Third Shinobi World War, a relatively peaceful setting, could be deemed as an ordinary challenge. However, should one find oneself in the blood-soaked village of the Mist, where students are compelled to engage in brutal combat, even to the extent of slaying comrades, and if one were to forfeit the ability of time manipulation, it would undoubtedly escalate to a nightmarish difficulty. With these contemplations swirling in his mind, he'd waited for today's examination while refining the chakra flowing within his body. It occurred to him that the training methodology for the 8 gates might not be exceedingly difficult. He'd pondered, manipulating the chakra within, as he endeavored to locate the precise positions of the 8 gates within his body, guided by his memories. He wished to ascertain whether he could independently discern the training techniques for the 8 gates. The true challenge of this forbidden technique lies in the gradual enhancement of each gate and the accumulation of years of dedication, rather than the initial discovery. Otherwise, Might Guy would never have managed to uncover it. In simpler terms, mastering the 8 gates is akin to repetitively inscribing a single character with perseverance and tenacity. One could master it through countless repetitions. Conversely, techniques such as the Corpse Demon technique or the Flying Thunder God would be comparable to world-class mathematical conjectures, unattainable without innate talent. Chapter 11. The flow of chakra. Although the 8 gates of Duanjia can be easily initiated, even by a low-ranking ninja, it is not something that Fengye can fully comprehend in a mere moment. He successfully identified the 8 corresponding points within his body. Yet the true essence of the 8 gates lies in the ability to loosen them and control their opening and closing. This requires diligent practice and experimentation. Fengye contemplated whether to take a shortcut by seeking guidance from Might Guy. It would be prudent to consult him, as even the most rudimentary techniques are still forbidden arts, and the developmental process may entail certain risks. The morning test focused on the integration of physical techniques, comprising various activities such as tree climbing and weighted running. For the students of the Ninja Academy, these tasks were relatively straightforward. Even Obito managed to pass with ease. After the test concluded, Fengye returned home. Following a brief tidying up and a meal, he set out again to search for Might Guy and Might Dai within the village. Unfortunately, it appeared that Might Dai was on a mission, leaving only Might Guy training alone in his usual spot. Without the opportunity for a serendipitous encounter with Might Dai, Fengye did not feel rushed. He returned to his residence, picked up his chakra blade, White Fang, and made his way to the mountains behind the village. This time, it felt almost right. Upon reaching his training ground, Fengye grasped the chakra blade, took a deep breath, and began his practice without employing shadow clones, focusing solely on his true self. Following his battle with Kakashi yesterday, he sensed that he was on the verge of understanding the flow of chakra. The renowned Konoha White Fang technique encompasses 2 distinct phases. The essence of the first phase lies in the flow of chakra, which allows the chakra within to adhere to the weapon in a flowing manner, enhancing its sharpness and offensive capability. Once this ability is mastered, the power of the Konoha swordsmanship would experience a significant surge. The core of the second phase represents an advanced version of chakra flow, the transformation of chakra's form. This enables the flowing chakra to solidify, taking on a sharp form. When employed in the Konoha swordsmanship technique, its power would amplify even further. Regardless of the practitioner's current skill level, mastering the first phase guarantees the strength of a chunin, while mastery of the second phase ensures the prowess of a jonin. Beyond that, it ultimately depends on individual talent. Do not underestimate the Konoha swordsmanship, believing it to be ordinary until one fully attains jonin strength. In reality, only forbidden techniques, and secret arts surpass it. Techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God, are not something the average person can master. Feng has never relaxed his training in the Kiriha sword technique, as its mastery of chakra manipulation serves as a formidable means of control. Notably, the Kiriha sword technique does not conflict with most taijutsu styles. It can be employed even in the 8 gates release state or sage mode. With a swift motion, Feng continuously swung his sword, and one could faintly perceive a layer of white luminescence enveloping his blade, shimmering and vibrating as it carved through the air, leaving behind a trail of ethereal patterns. This rigorous training persisted for several hours until Feng finally ceased his efforts. After returning to the village for a meal, he resumed his practice at the same location. 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, engaged in a threefold acceleration of time. Feng relentlessly dedicated himself to the fundamental exercises of the Kiriha sword technique, intricately weaving the flow of chakra into his practice. As time advanced, his roughness gradually transformed into smoothness, and his awkwardness evolved into proficiency. At a certain moment, Feng suddenly executed a decisive strike. Sensing that the chakra coursing along the blade had achieved a near-perfect alignment with the direction of his cut, prompting him to halt. Indeed, a glimmer sparked in Feng's eyes as he introspectively absorbed the essence of that moment, promptly following up with another strike that again achieved perfect execution. After numerous repetitions, confirming that his skill had reached an acceptable level, Feng let out a long breath, allowing his body to relax slightly. The first stage of the Kiriha sword technique had been completed. Curious about its power, Feng composed himself and approached a wooden post. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he stepped forward and swung his chakra-infused short sword, a radiant white light slicing through the void. Swoosh! The wooden post, roughly the thickness of an embrace, fell as easily as tofu beneath Feng's strike, a segment of wood silently sliding down from the right side. Truly impressive. With the chakra blade, White Fang, in hand, Feng mused that against an opponent lacking mastery of chakra flow, he could indeed sever their kunai with ease. Observing the might of his strike, he murmured an assessment. The prowess of White Fang was without question, with the completion of the first stage of the Kiriha sword technique. He had undoubtedly attained the strength of a CH Nin, and he might even hold an advantage against typical CH Nin foes. Feng's abilities had long elevated him to the CH Nin level through ninjutsu and taijutsu. Now, with the mastery of the first stage of the Kiriha sword technique, he could be regarded as an elite CH Nin, even in his normal state. Next came the accelerated state. After inhaling deeply, a spark ignited in Feng's eyes. The earlier strike that severed the corner of the wooden post had been executed in a normal state, undoubtedly in the accelerated condition. The Kiriha sword technique would unleash even greater power. Silently, Feng transitioned into a threefold speed state. To an observer from a distance, it would appear as though Feng had entered a peculiar fast-forward mode, with every action and even his breathing rate appearing aberrant. In this state, Feng gripped the chakra blade, White Fang, and, after unleashing the flow of chakra, suddenly struck at the wooden post before him. Swoosh! In a state of triple speed. The slash was so swift that it left behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, one could discern a white arc, akin to the gleam of a sword, flashing by and piercing through the thick wooden post with ease. A flicker of astonishment swept through Feng's eyes. In this accelerated temporal state, the range of his attack had astonishingly extended beyond the blade's edge, delivering a cut nearly a foot long. Such a feat was typically achievable only at the second stage of the flag tree sword technique. Suppressing the shock within, Feng circled around to the back of the post and clearly observed a line bisecting the wooden structure, leaving a trace upon the ground. While the power may not rival that of a true second-stage flag tree sword technique, the interplay of chakra flow in the technique in this accelerated time did indeed allow for an extended strike range. After a deep breath, Feng reassessed his level of strength. He was a special jonin, proficient in speed. Though facing those adept in illusion techniques or possessing forbidden arts might pose a challenge against average chunin or even elite chunin, his remarkable speed would suffice to eliminate foes in an instant. The true advantage of speed lies in its capacity to defy the odds of engaging multiple opponents. While a typical special Jonin skilled in illusions or certain forbidden techniques may falter against a group of 3 or 4 elite Chunin, Fengye, even if unable to swiftly vanquish his adversaries, could maneuver effortlessly in and out, evading and striking with agility. Chapter 12. Setting a small goal. The enhancement of one's capabilities undoubtedly brings about a sense of joy. However, this elation was ephemeral for Fengye. As he gradually calmed himself, recognizing that although special Jonin bear the title of Jonin, they find themselves in a rather precarious situation. Due to a lack of balanced abilities, they fall short of genuinely attaining the Jonin level, resulting in significantly diminished self-preservation skills in battle compared to true Jonin. A lingering deficiency in endurance. Fengye pondered. Lacking the physique of the Uzumaki clan and devoid of a sealed-tailed beast within, his chakra levels, in strict terms, barely reached that of an elite Chunin, leaving a considerable gap to the Jonin tier. Physical stamina was equally unimpressive. What could a 10-year-old body possibly muster? In a state of accelerated time, physical energy was consumed at an even swifter rate. Should he learn the 8 gates technique, he would truly become a 5-second man. With a hint of resignation, Fengye reflected on this reality. Until he attained the sage body, stamina and chakra would likely remain his Achilles heel. And the sage body was not a consideration for his current self. Yet, upon deeper reflection, if the power unleashed in a fleeting moment proved formidable enough, the lack of endurance could be inconsequential. Much like the legendary Minato Namikaze, who, in an instant, decimated 50 Jonin, even with a chakra deficit. His golden flash earned him renown throughout the ninja world. It appears my future combat style will revolve around swiftly resolving conflicts. Fengye silently mused. Regardless of whether endurance was a shortcoming, mastering the 8 gates was imperative. With the combination of the 8 gates and accelerated time, he would possess the true potential to resolve battles at the speed of light. If his velocity reached its zenith, what would it matter if his endurance fell short? The duration of combat would be minimal. In his current state, he should not be inferior to elite Chunins. With a 3-fold speed boost, he could be considered a special Jonin. To advance further, 3 pathways lay before him. Fengye contemplated. The first avenue of enhancement was the most conventional, methodically training in physical arts, cultivating chakra, and leveraging the time acceleration to facilitate rapid bodily development. By the time his body matured to around 12 or 13 years of age, he would likely possess chakra and physical prowess commensurate with that of a Jonin. Additionally, if he were to acquire a Jonin-level standard ninjutsu, he would embody the quintessential Jonin in his normal state. The second pathway involved further honing the Konoha sword technique. Should he successfully complete the second stage of this technique, he would still wield Jonin-level strength through the prowess of White Fang, despite any shortcomings in chakra and physical arts. Lastly, the third enhancement direction revolved around the 8 gates. Fengye concluded that it would be best to pursue all 3 pathways concurrently. For an ordinary individual, focusing on a singular path would be the judicious approach, as they lack the time to pursue multiple avenues simultaneously, risking the pitfall of spreading oneself too thin and ultimately achieving mediocrity in all pursuits. However, he was not bound by such limitations. With his ability to accelerate time, he possessed ample opportunity for rigorous training. In the future, as the capabilities of the illusory clock continue to enhance, it may reach speeds of 4 or even 5 times. At that point, he would undoubtedly possess the qualifications to traverse 3 distinct paths. Let us set a modest goal, to become a Jonin within 6 months. Kidura clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Jonin. Here, the term Jonin refers to possessing Jonin-level strength under normal circumstances. With such prowess in a regular state, he might be able to emulate the likes of Minato Namikaze in accelerated conditions, dispatching Jonin as effortlessly as one slices vegetables. Only by attaining such a level could he possess a measure of self-preservation during the impending Third Great Ninja War, ensuring he would not succumb to unexpected calamities with ease. Having departed from his training grounds, Kidura returned to the village. The vigilance had intensified somewhat, compared to the previous days. There were noticeably more patrolling ninjas on the streets today, and the frequency of their rounds had also increased, at least overtly. Meanwhile, the Konoha Ambu, the covert inspection unit directly under Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was likely keeping a close watch on every corner of the village. searching for potential spies from enemy villages infiltrating their territory. Yoru sensed a gaze upon him, as if he was being scrutinized. Once it was confirmed that he posed no issues, that feeling of being monitored gradually dissipated. Such clandestine surveillance is naturally quite uncomfortable. However, the tension preceding the Ninja World War makes it inevitable, as various villages dispatch spies to gather intelligence by any means necessary. Due to the accelerated training, the supplies in his refrigerator were depleting rapidly, necessitating replenishment every couple of days. Yoru made his way toward the marketplace for provisions, intending to restock once more. After only a few steps, a somewhat familiar voice emerged from the adjacent butcher shop. Turning his gaze, he spotted a familiar figure standing before the shopkeeper with a bag in hand, glaring with wide eyes. What? The price of beef has risen to 450 ryo. This is outrageous, Might Dai exclaimed in disbelief. The shopkeeper shrugged helplessly, responding, the procurement cost has surged. I'm not trying to extort anyone. The tense situation in the ninja world had undeniably led to a rise in prices. Although Konoha remained relatively stable, all channels for procuring supplies had become strained. Fearing attacks from enemy ninjas, large quantities of goods required the protection of ninjas, further exacerbating the consumption of manpower and resources. Too expensive. Might Dai raked his fingers through his hair, feeling a pang of frustration. As a mere chunin, and with the difficulty in forming a team, his opportunities for undertaking missions were limited. The rising prices struck him as a harsh reality, yet his son, Might Dai, was in a critical growth stage, necessitating a meat diet almost daily. After a moment of contemplation, Might Dai eventually purchased a piece of beef, albeit in reduced quantity, reasoning that cutting back on his own consumption would not pose a significant issue. What a challenging situation, Yoru murmured, observing Might Dai's struggle with the meat purchase. He is relatively well off. Although SHM has passed away, he left behind a considerable inheritance, sufficient to sustain both him and Kakashi for several years. Moreover, Kakashi, having long since attained the rank of nin, is capable of self-sufficiency and is currently untroubled by the rising cost of living. That said, considering that Might Dai, upon opening the 8 gates, could overpower the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, one would assume that opening the 7th gate would bestow him with strength comparable to that of a nin. While it may not qualify him for promotion to nin, a special advancement to nin should certainly be within reach. However, the missions that Might Dai undertakes are rarely combative. They primarily involve mundane tasks such as cleaning up litter or searching for lost cats, leaving little room for his true abilities to shine. Thus, the Hidden Leaf Village remains largely unaware of Might Dai's true prowess. After a brief contemplation, Funya promptly procured several ingredients, returned home, prepared a simple meal, and then set out once more in search of Might Dai. Chapter 13. The 8 Gates Before Long. Funya had located Might Dai. As he had anticipated, the returning Might Dai, after sharing a meal with Akai, had commenced their training regimen. The duo circling around Konoha in a rhythmic jog. After contemplating for a moment, Funya veered in another direction, also beginning to run laps around Konoha. Moments later, he naturally converged with the father-son duo of Might Dai and Might Kai. Your training is well, Kai. Funya greeted Akai with a nod. Akai, spotting Funya, gave him a thumbs up while continuing his run, exclaiming, of course, after dinner, we must complete 50 laps to adjust our state. This is the essence of youth. Might Dai mirrored Akai's gesture, offering a thumbs up in perfect unison, displaying his agreement with Akai's assertion, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth. This peculiar scene elicited strange expressions from the crowd lining the streets. Funya felt a twinge of exasperation. Must we be so eccentric? He mused, realizing that even he was attracting curious glances, faintly hearing whispers about how someone is actually mingling with that father-son pair, which prompted a wave of powerless sarcasm within him. As they continued their run, Akai inquired, Huff, by the way, where's Kakashi? Aren't you training together? Akai's concern for Kakashi clearly overshadowed his regard for Funya. He is probably off training alone, Funya replied, aware that Kakashi had not been taking on missions lately, and if he wasn't at home, he was likely seeking solitude for his practice, as they seldom trained together. Akai flashed another thumbs up at Funya, grinning. I see. I didn't expect you to engage in such fundamental training. Foundations are indeed crucial. Fenya chuckled softly before contemplatively stating, lately, as I've been honing my physical techniques, I feel as though there are some boundaries within me that I can break through. Have you sensed anything similar? Akai looked at Fenya, puzzled. Boundaries? Are you referring to the limits of physical exhaustion? No. Fenya nonchalantly glanced at Might Dai beside him and continued towards Akai. Not that kind of limit, but rather a sort of shackle that seems to constrain my body's power. Upon hearing Fenya's words, Akai grew increasingly perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Might Dai could not restrain himself from interjecting, gazing at Fenya with a hint of admiration. No wonder you're Kakashi's brother. Even at your age, you can perceive the existence of the 8 gates. That's not something merely achieved through hard work. 8 gates? Fenya feigned confusion as he turned his attention to Might Dai. Might Dai, with his straightforward demeanor, offered no concealment of his thoughts and cheerfully explained. After physical training reaches a certain level, one can indeed sense the presence of these shackles within. I refer to them as the 8 gates. Once these shackles are broken, one can unleash extraordinary strength. Upon hearing Might Dai's words, Akai looked at him with surprise, having never encountered such concepts before. Even the ninja instructors at school had not imparted this knowledge. Does Dad still employ such physical techniques? Of course. Might Dai raised his thumb and declared, This is the sole technique I've honed over 2 decades of diligent practice. I intend to teach it to you once you have matured a bit more. Fenya turned to Might Dai and inquired, although I can sense the shackles, forcibly breaking them may lead to some injuries, correct? Indeed, Might Dai nodded, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Fenya. To be candid, I do not recommend attempting to unlock the 8 gates at your age. However, the fact that you can perceive their existence indicates that you have reached the threshold for training in the 8 gates of Duinjia. Might Dai had never considered keeping this a secret. Rather, he had always wished to pass on the knowledge of the 8 gates. As a mere genin, he found no one willing to listen, aside from his son, Might Dai. Upon hearing Fenya's inquiry, Might Dai eagerly divulged several key points regarding the training of the 8 gates of Duinjia, enlightening Fenya profoundly. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Fenya halted, displaying a hint of gratitude and a smile as he bowed sincerely to Might Dai. Seeing Fenya's demeanor, Might Dai chuckled heartily, saying, There's no need for such formality. It brings me joy to share my experiences, especially since you're a classmate of Kai. I never imagined someone would be interested in my insights as a genin. Ah, my youth. The first half of his statement remained reasonable, but the latter half veered into absurdity, causing Fenya to sigh internally. Might Dai, half puzzled and half bewildered, looked at Might Dai and asked, Dad, what is the 8 gates of Duinjia? Can I learn it? Kai. Might Dai snapped back to reality from his emotional reverie, giving Kai's shoulder a hearty pat. Your training is still lacking. Now run 50 laps, and then I shall tell you about the 8 gates of Duinjia. As he spoke, Might Dai resumed running with Kai, the two of them swiftly disappearing into the distance amidst curious glances from onlookers. Fenya, initially intending to run alongside them for a while, shook his head in resignation. Forget it. I have finally acquired the method to train in the 8 gates of Duinjia, and indeed, it is as straightforward as I anticipated, though I feel somewhat guilty. I shall seek an opportunity to repay this kindness. After a moment of contemplation, Fenya returned home and, based on the highlights mentioned by Might Dai and his own explorations of physical techniques, meticulously organized the method for practicing the 8 gates of Duinjia. The crux of training in the 8 gates lies in breaking the shackles of the 8 gates within one's body. Forcibly doing so would inevitably cause damage to the body's meridians, thus necessitating preliminary training and exercises to facilitate adaptation, which is achieved through load-bearing exercises. The initial training can be aided by various tools, such as weights, to keep the body in a state of constant pressure. Consequently, once the pressure is alleviated, the body's adaptability to breaking the shackles of the 8 gates will be significantly enhanced. The practice of the 8 gates of Duinjia involves repeating this process. Thus, it became necessary to procure some weights. Maple Knight rummaged through the assortment of ninja tools at home and unearthed several weights. However, their mass was rather modest, suitable for ordinary training but inadequate for initiating the 8 gates of Duinjia. The absence of weights posed little concern, as the ninja village was abundant in such tools. With the funds left by Shua Mo, acquiring a set of weighted equipment was entirely feasible. In due course, having expended a fair sum, Maple Knight secured a comprehensive set of weights. Unlike the weights utilized by Shaoli in the original tale, the ones he acquired were distinct, comprising an ensemble that spanned from the vest to wrist guards and down to the legs. The material from which these weights were fashioned was perplexing. Their heft defied logic. Upon examining the weights, Maple Knight concluded that they belonged to the realm of the unscientific, akin to the blood-sucking, growth-inducing beheading sword or the infinitely extendable Kusanagi sword. Crafted through some arcane methods, they were remarkably heavy. Once donned, he could distinctly perceive the considerable burden weighing down his entire body, rendering his stride somewhat unsteady at first, though he gradually acclimated over time. Chapter 14. Slaying the Ch-Nin. Having acquired ninja tools and obtained training methods, Fengye prepared himself thoroughly before taking a brief slumber. After approximately 2.5 hours in a state of accelerated time, he awoke, had a meal, and proceeded to his usual training location. This favored spot for his practice lay on the back mountains of Konoha, a place frequented by many, though now, under the cloak of night, it was eerily deserted. Beneath the moonlight, Fengye commenced his arduous training. The 8 gates technique demanded relentless effort to yield results. Shortcuts were non-existent, and fanciful notions of permanently opening the gates or reverse training were mere fabrications, utterly impractical. As 4 hours elapsed, Fengye found himself resting against a rock, having shed his weighted attire. His garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, resembling someone pulled from a river. The training for the 8 gates was far more grueling than the usual ninjutsu or taijutsu exercises. Despite possessing the ability to accelerate time, this merely pertained to his perception of time relative to the outside world. The training process offered no shortcuts whatsoever. This marked his 7th break. Although his body had nearly recuperated, Fengye remained reluctant to rise. For hours, a triple time acceleration equated to roughly 12 hours of effort. It was nearly time to return, rest, and continue later. Sensing a degree of mental fatigue, he resolved to abandon further training, stood, and tidied his discarded weights, intending to head back for rest. At that moment, however, he froze, halting his actions and placing the weights aside, straining his ears. Crackle, crackle. Faint sounds echoed through the woods, indicating movement nearby. Encountering another person in the forest at this hour could spell trouble, prompting Fengye to furrow his brow and sharpen his vigilance. Although uncertain of who it was, he wished to avoid any confrontation. The noises suggested the individual was approaching, likely passing right by him. Fengye assessed the intruder's position, maneuvering around the rock to conceal himself from view. From his vantage point, he awaited the footsteps that swiftly brushed by, gradually fading into the distance, seemingly oblivious to his presence. However, almost instantaneously, as the sounds dissipated, several silver flashes illuminated the night sky, accompanied by the whoosh of projectiles slicing through the air. 8 or so shurikens descended with deadly precision towards Fengye's hiding place, sealing off all potential avenues for escape. Damn! Fengye cursed under his breath. Already clutching a chakra blade in his right hand, he swiftly parried the incoming shurikens, sending them careening away. Then leaped atop the rock to survey the direction from which the shurikens had come. In that direction, a shadowy figure became discernible, illuminated by the moonlight, which highlighted the forehead protector of the individual. Though the emblem was not that of the hidden leaf, Fengye still recognized it with familiarity. It was from the hidden mist, a ninja from the village hidden in the mist. To his surprise, it was merely a young boy. Lin Qinyu cast a glance at Fengye, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, he charged toward Fengye, drawing a short sword and slashing at him. As a scout from the hidden mist village, he was an elite Ch-Nin skilled in sensory techniques. He had exerted considerable effort to infiltrate the land of fire, intending to breach the hidden leaf, only to detect Fengye's presence. Initially startled, he feared he had walked into an ambush, but upon careful detection, he realized there was only Fengye, whose chakra fluctuations were not particularly strong. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively created a shadow clone to generate footstep sounds, diverting attention, and launched a surprise attack on Fengye. Fengye managed to parry the assault, catching Lin Qinyu slightly off guard. However, upon realizing that Fengye appeared to be merely a 10-year-old boy, He relaxed somewhat and resolved to act swiftly. Time was of the essence. They were perilously close to the hidden leaf. Any prolonged or loud conflict could prove exceedingly dangerous. He needed to eliminate Feng Yi quickly and attempt to infiltrate. The vicinity of the village was no longer safe. It seemed he would have to refrain from practicing here at night in the future. Observing Lin Qinyu, who showed no inclination for dialogue and instead radiated an intent to kill, Feng Ye's mind raced as he swung his ninja blade, White Fang, to block the incoming strike. The clash of metal echoed in the night as Feng Ye's White Fang met Lin Qinyu's short blade, sparks flying amidst their fierce exchange. In the blink of an eye, they engaged in a flurry of over a dozen strikes. Lin Qinyu, initially brimming with murderous intent, soon found himself astonished. For the young boy before him was not as easily dispatched as he had anticipated. The silver-haired boy wielding a chakra-infused short sword. Could he possibly be the son of White Fang, as mentioned in the intelligence reports? A flicker of brilliance flashed in Lin Qinyu's eyes. It could not be mistaken. The genius name of Hatake Kakashi resonated throughout the Hidden Leaf, undoubtedly placing him on the assassination list in their hidden mist village. For none desired to see another White Fang emerge from the leaf. Eliminating this boy would be a significant achievement, even if no vital information was gleaned. He could return to the village with a sense of accomplishment. The option of dispatching a mere child was far more appealing than risking everything to infiltrate the hidden leaf, especially since he had already been detected by Feng Yi. If he did not eliminate Feng Yi, infiltration would be impossible. With this thought, Lin Qinyu's murderous intent surged. Without hesitation, after a clash, he leaped back, biting down on the short sword, and swiftly formed hand seals. Ninja art. Technique of the hidden mist. Wind release. Gale technique. Before the white mist could fully envelop the area, Feng Yi, as if anticipating the move, almost simultaneously unleashed his own wind technique. A fierce gust of wind swiftly dispersed the encroaching mist. Although it still obscured some visibility, the impact was significantly mitigated. Lin Qinyu furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he pressed forward through the haze towards Feng Yi. For Feng Yi, this marked the first instance of genuine combat, a life-threatening encounter. While an ordinary individual might falter under such pressure, failing to unleash even half of their potential, Feng Yi remained extraordinarily composed in this moment. The reasons were simple. He had ascertained his opponent's capabilities, and in a state of triple speed, everything before him appeared to unfold at a third of its normal pace, including Lin Qinyu's movements. The ninja blade in Feng Ye's hand, known as White Fang, shimmered with a glint. White Fang void. As he observed Lin Qinyu advancing through the faint mist, a cold glint flashed in Feng Ye's eyes as he instantaneously maximized the speed he had previously held back. To Lin Qinyu, it seemed as though Feng Yi moved with an almost surreal velocity, his chakra short sword trailing after him like an echo, striking towards him. Lin Qinyu's expression changed. How could it be so fast? This thought flashed through his mind, but there was no time for further contemplation. Confronted with Feng Ye's terrifying speed, he could only muster all his strength to wield his short sword in defense. Clang! Lin Qinyu's short sword barely managed to intercept the descending blade of White Fang before it struck, producing a resonant sound. He succeeded in blocking it. This thought flickered in Lin Qinyu's mind, but it existed only for a fleeting moment before he found himself utterly frozen in place, disbelief reflected in his eyes. A clear line of blood appeared, tracing from the center of his forehead to the back of his head. His short sword had blocked the tangible edge of the blade. Yet he had failed to anticipate that Feng Ye's attack extended beyond the blade itself, with an additional foot of cutting range. This was the renowned Konoha sword technique. Countless ninjas had perished under this maneuver during the Second Great Ninja War. Even with knowledge of its effects, it remained nearly impossible to withstand. In the final moment before consciousness faded, Lin Qinyu recalled the terror that had gripped countless ninjas at the hands of that chakra short sword, White Fang. He had never imagined that such a young boy as Feng Yi could have mastered the legendary technique that once shook the very foundations of the ninja world. Silently, Lin Qinyu staggered slightly before his body fell limp, descending into the depths below. Chapter 15. Kakashi's Dilemma. Desiring nothing more than to quietly cultivate his skills to the level of a jonin, Kazuya found himself reluctantly drawn into the morbid act of taking a life, disrupting the rhythm of his training, leaving him momentarily speechless. Was it too late to erase the evidence? Whoosh! Without pausing to examine the body of Lin Qinyu, Kazuya leapt into action, swiftly retrieving his belongings and fleeing into the distance. He surmised that the AMBU of Konoha were likely rushing to the scene, and he had no desire to cross paths with them. Barely moments after Kazuya's departure, whoosh, whoosh, several figures appeared at the site of the previous conflict, all adorned with various animal masks, unmistakably AMBU operatives directly under the command of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. There, one of the sensory ninjas, his gaze sharp, caught sight of Lin Qinyu's lifeless form. He did not approach directly. Instead, he swiftly threw a shuriken, pinning it to the body to confirm the death. Two other AMBU members approached from either side. Dead. One of them crouched down, flipping Lin Qinyu's body over to reveal the forehead protector of the Mist Village. The three AMBU exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. They had initially assumed that a Konoha ninja had been attacked and killed, only to discover that it was a rogue from a rival village. He appeared to be a scout, though they were uncertain who had dispatched him. This individual must be an elite chunin from the mist. The crouching ninja quickly examined the body, a look of intrigue crossing his features. He turned to his companions, stating, "It has been less than a minute since the battle was detected, has it not?" Indeed. The sensory ninja frowned. To eliminate an elite scout from the mist in such a brief span suggests it was executed by one of our own jonin. However, I have no recollection of such a presence, and it seems the assailant departed without engaging us. The examining ninja, lost in contemplation, suddenly froze, scrutinizing the wound on Lin Qinyu's head. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. This wound, what is it? Both companions turned to him, intrigued. The inspecting ANBU hesitated for several seconds before cautiously asserting, "I have seen this type of wound before. It must be a scar left by Lord Tsukumo's blade." "Impossible. Lord Tsukumo has been gone for 2 years. The two nearby ANB reacted in unison, disbelief etched on their faces. The inspecting ninja, equally incredulous, double-checked the wound, finally affirming, this injury could only have been inflicted by Lord Tsukumo's technique, though it cannot be his handiwork. Otherwise, this forehead protector would have been severed as well. Upon hearing this assessment, the ANBU ninjas exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with uncertainty. The Konoha sword technique is a closely guarded secret of the Hitaki clan, akin to the shadow techniques of the Nara clan and the spiritual techniques of the Yamanaka clan. Since the passing of Hitaki Tsukumo, those skilled in this art have dwindled to a mere handful. After a thorough assessment, several Umbu ninjas swiftly returned to the village. The demise of an enemy village scout, in the midst of such a tense situation, was not deemed significant enough to rouse Sarutobi Hiruzen at the dead of night. Consequently, it was only the following morning that Sarutobi learned of the events that transpired overnight. An elite scout from the Mist Village had perished at the hands of the Konoha sword technique, and the entire encounter had lasted no more than a minute. Hearing the Umbu's report, Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback. An elite scout capable of infiltrating near Konoha would at least have to be a seasoned chunin, and to dispatch one within a minute would require the prowess of a jonin. Yet, as far as he was aware, Konoha currently had no jonin proficient in the Konoha sword technique. Could it be him? The image of Kakashi flashed through Sarutobi's mind, stirring a wave of emotion within him. To slay a mist scout in merely a minute. How had Kakashi matured to such an extent? Surely he could not be older than 8, although incredulous. Upon further contemplation, he found no other candidates who fit the criteria. This revelation compelled Sarutobi to inhale deeply and inquire, "Where is Kakashi? Bring him to me. I have matters to discuss." "Understood," responded the nearby Umbu, vanishing swiftly. Moments later, Kakashi appeared outside the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he addressed Sarutobi, "Hokage-sama, you called for me?" Sarutobi rose and approached Kakashi with a warm smile, his eyes reflecting admiration. "It seems your training has advanced significantly as of late. I never anticipated you could master Tsukumo's swordsmanship to such a degree at your age." Kakashi was taken aback. Sarutobi placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and continued, "Seeing you is akin to witnessing a younger Tsukumo. Do you have anything to report to me?" Kakashi, puzzled, gazed at Sarutobi and hesitated before replying, "Hokage-sama." "What do you mean?" Sarutobi, slightly surprised, chuckled softly. It appeared that the once impetuous Kakashi had learned to conceal his thoughts, indicating he had indeed matured. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Kakashi could truly shoulder the responsibilities of a jonin. Had he known this would happen, he would not have needed to have Minato instruct Kakashi. With a swift motion, Sarutobi tossed a headband towards Kakashi. Kakashi caught it and discovered it was a headband from the Mist Village, stained with remnants of blood and marked by a clean cut down the center, as if it had been cleaved by a sharp blade. The unexpected gesture left Kakashi even more bewildered, plunging him into a state of confusion as he looked back at Sarutobi. Still not piecing it together? Sarutobi mused, lifting a teacup to sip his tea. Understanding the art of concealment is indeed a virtue. However, now that he is aware, the appropriate course of action is to report the specific circumstances to him, the Hokage. Upon hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi's mind raced with fleeting thoughts, yet he found himself unable to recall any details pertaining to this forehead protector. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he could no longer restrain himself and spoke. Hokage-sama, what exactly is the nature of this forehead protector? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, taken aback by Kakashi's continued reticence, and replied coolly, "You ought to clarify the details surrounding last night's battle." Last night, Kakashi was momentarily stunned, and then, with a serious demeanor, he stated, "Hokage-sama, I remained at home throughout the night and did not engage in any combat." Chapter 16. The astonishment of Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment. Kakashi was struck by the thought that perhaps someone had disguised themselves as him and infiltrated the village to carry out some nefarious deeds. Such a scenario was undoubtedly grave. However, he remained unperturbed, for he had indeed been at home the entire time. Even if something had transpired, it would withstand scrutiny. At home. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused with his teacup in hand, gazing at Kakashi with surprise. It seemed that Kakashi was not feigning ignorance. After a moment of astonishment, Hiruzen gestured, and an Umbu ninja swiftly appeared in the office. Turning to the Umbu, he spoke in a low voice, summoned the patrol team to report on last night's patrol status. Understood. The Umbu ninja vanished in an instant. After a brief interval, several masked Umbu members materialized in the office to deliver their reports. Kakashi engaged in occasional dialogue with the reporting Umbu, and after some cross-examination, it was confirmed that he had not left his home the previous night. Once it was established that the Mist Ninja's scout had not been slain by Kakashi, a look of perplexity crossed Hiruzen's face. He pondered carefully, as he did not recall Hatake Tsukumo imparting his sword techniques to anyone else. Kakashi, did Tsukumo ever take on any disciples or teach his techniques to anyone? I am not certain, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Tsukumo was the captain of the Konoha Umbu and the frontline commander during the Second Shinobi World War. He rarely discussed such matters with me. Kakashi inquired, Lord Hokage, what exactly has transpired? Hiruzen contemplated for a moment before succinctly recounting the events that had occurred. Upon hearing Hiruzen's description, Kakashi hesitated, his eyes widening slightly as a realization dawned upon him. Noticing Kakashi's expression, Hiruzen asked, "What have you deduced?" Kakashi faltered, suspecting that it was likely the work of Kamiyami. He hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his thoughts. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Hiruzen furrowed his brow and insisted, "Please report to me everything you know in detail." Kakashi recalled that Kamiyami had not mentioned this matter to him yesterday, perhaps not intending for him to assist in concealing it. He finally said, "If that is the case, I might know who is responsible." "Who?" Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Kakashi. "My elder brother, Kamiyami," Kakashi replied softly, inwardly insisting that it was not his concern. Upon hearing Kakashi's response, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Who did you say?" Kakashi silently reiterated his statement. The room fell into stunned silence, not only for Hiruzen, but also for an Umbu squad leader standing nearby, as well as a J-nin awaiting a report, all wearing expressions of astonishment. "Kamiyami?" Hiruzen stared at Kakashi in disbelief, questioning, "Are you certain?" "Kakashi, that was an elite scout from the Mist, and the battle ended in less than a minute." Having sold off Maple Knight, Kakashi straightforwardly remarked, "Although I am not privy to the specific details of the battle, it is indeed plausible for him to achieve such feats. My brother has always surpassed me in strength." Ahem. Saratobi Hiruzen could not suppress a cough as he took a seat. Under these circumstances, it was improbable that Kakashi was lying, for such deception would serve no purpose. Summoning Maple Knight for a simple verification would suffice, yet he required a moment to digest this information. Maple Knight, stronger than Kakashi? It is commonplace for an elder brother to outshine his younger sibling, but in the case of Maple Knight and Kakashi, it was a striking anomaly. One must recognize that Kakashi is a rare talent, akin to the legendary Konoha White Fang, Konoha Shodaime. If all of this holds true, it implies that the 8-year-old Maple Knight vanquished a seasoned nin from the Mist Village in the span of a minute, potentially exhibiting talent that eclipses even Kakashi's. Saratobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, inhaled deeply, and after exhaling a cloud of smoke, instructed, "Summon Maple Knight." "Yes," an Umbu replied and vanished in an instant. Ninja Academy. Today marks the final day before the end-of-term examinations. In the playground where Maple Knight's class convenes, students are lined up in formation, while two pupils engage in an intense duel in a cleared area before the crowd. Clang, clang. The sound of kunai clashing resonates, accompanied by sparks flying. Ah! Uchiha Obito shouted with all his might, forcefully bringing down his kunai, compelling his opponent to retreat, and then hurled his kunai, pushing his adversary back once more. He swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. This time, the ninjutsu was successfully unleashed, with a massive fireball hurtling forward, eliciting a look of terror from the opposing student, who realized escape was imminent. Whoosh! The nin instructor, witnessing this, flickered into action, rapidly forming hand seals. Water release. Water barrier. The torrent of water surged forth, colliding with the great fireball, producing a sizzling sound that extinguished Uchiha Obito's fiery attack. After dousing the fireball, the nin instructor exhaled, straightened himself, and declared, "Uchiha Obito is the victor." "Oh!" Uchiha Obito exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. At last, he had not embarrassed himself. Looking back, he spotted Noara Rin and other students applauding him, filling him with satisfaction as he returned to the crowd, nodding towards Maple Knight with a smirk. In response to Obito's provocation, Maple Knight remained unperturbed, calmly standing there, applauding, his eyes deep and inscrutable, betraying no hint of his thoughts. "Maple Knight, are you feeling unwell?" Yuhi Kurenai had noticed Maple Knight's unusual demeanor early on and, after the applause subsided, could not help but quietly inquire. "No." Fengyi shook his head and said, "I was merely lost in thought." Just as he gazed into the distance, his attention drifting, the instructor among the Chunin presented the list, announcing the names of the next pair of combatants. The upcoming match was to feature Hatake Fengyi against Hinata Hamura. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the nearby students immediately turned towards Fengyi and Hinata Hamura. Hinata Hamura stepped forth from the crowd and remarked nonchalantly, "This matchup is quite favorable. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Fengyi." Although he held a slight grievance against Fengyi from prior events, it was not to the extent of confronting him childishly. Now, the opportunity to face each other in this simulated battle was undoubtedly the most auspicious outcome. Chapter 17. The Hokage summons Fengyi cast a glance at Hyuga Hayashi, feeling utterly disinterested, lacking even the desire to respond. Nevertheless, he stepped forth from the crowd and approached the clearing in front of the Chunin instructor. Noticing Fengyi's silence, Hyuga Hayashi's brow furrowed slightly as he scoffed, remarking, "Have you become a tad too arrogant, Hatake Fengyi? Do you truly believe you possess the same prowess as your brother? How could that be?" Fengyi shrugged nonchalantly. If Kakashi were to harness time acceleration, he might as well ascend to the heavens. The Chunin instructor, observing the animosity between Hyuga Hayashi and Fengyi, refrained from interjecting. After all, this was a ninja academy, where student conflicts were not only common but often encouraged to foster a competitive spirit among peers. "Go, Fengyi. You can do it. Fight hard, Fengyi." In that moment, a chorus of enthusiastic cries erupted from the audience, with Hinata Hanabi and Nara Shikamaru among them. Although Fengyi was not the top student in the class, his popularity was undeniably unparalleled, a fact that was vividly evident. Such a spectacle incited palpable frustration among the boys, who began to shout at Hyuga Hayashi in the arena. "Damn it, Hayashi, show him your strength. Give him a good beating." The voices behind him sharpened Hayashi's demeanor further. After a brief pause, the Chunin instructor waved his hand. Begin. Almost as soon as the command was issued, Hyuga Hayashi lunged at Feng Yi, activating his Byakugan and immediately employing the family's signature gentle fist technique. Feng Yi remained expressionless, gripping a kunai, skillfully deflecting each of Hayashi's strikes, forcing him to interrupt his assault. This fellow. After a brief exchange, Hyuga Hayashi grew serious. Though he did not understand how Feng Yi could anticipate his movements, it was clear he had. Yet, he felt no trepidation, possessing the Byakugan. He too could discern Feng Yi's actions, and he had no fear of engaging in close combat, even against Feng Yi's ninjutsu. As the battle continued, Feng Yi needed only to reveal a single flaw to be struck by the gentle fist, which could deliver a devastating blow due to its unique properties. Truly, he was worthy of being a descendant of that lineage, capable of withstanding the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. The Chunin instructor couldn't help but express admiration from the sidelines. While Feng Yi may not compare to Kakashi, he was undoubtedly an exceptional student in the class, capable of resisting the physical techniques of the Hyuga clan in close-quarters combat. However, should the bout persist in this manner, the situation would inevitably tilt increasingly unfavorably against Feng Yi. After all, the observational prowess of the Byakugan surpassed that of ordinary eyes, and the damage wrought by the gentle fist could swiftly incapacitate an opponent. The encouraging chants gradually faded into silence. Whether it is the radiant sunset or the enigmatic Uchiha Obito, all eyes are fixated on the fierce duel between Feng Yi and Hinata Hayashi unfolding on the stage. Is this the famed gentle fist of the Hyuga clan? As Feng Yi deftly defends against Hayashi's relentless assaults, he meticulously observes his opponent's every move. To him, the gentle fist does possess certain merits. Although in the original narrative, the 8 gates technique, a form of brute force, seemingly obliterates the gentle fist in reality. When cultivated to its zenith, the gentle fist can unleash terrifying techniques that rival the 8 gates, such as Kagai's 80 Gods vacuum attack. Even a complete Susanoo would fall before it. The distinction between the two martial arts lies in their essence. Brute force harnesses chakra to erupt within the body, enhancing physical speed and relying purely on physical prowess, while the gentle fist employs chakra as bullets, showcasing a profound mastery over chakra. Without the Byakugan, it is indeed impossible to fathom the intricacies of the gentle fist. Feng Yi mused silently, realizing that mere surface observation would not suffice to penetrate the mysteries of the gentle fist. Moreover, chakra manipulation was not his forte. Were he to possess the physique of Naruto Uzumaki or be a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, employing the gentle fist would undoubtedly be more suitable. However, given the current circumstances, the brute force technique remains more appropriate. Hinata Hayashi's relentless offensive, captured expertly by the Byakugan, forced Feng Yi into a corner, presenting a clear image of dominance. It appeared that defeat was imminent for Feng Yi, as his opponent was undoubtedly a genius of the Hyuga clan. Observing this scene, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Suddenly, a figure emerged unexpectedly from the periphery, causing many to pause and direct their gaze toward him. Adorned with a cat-faced mask and draped in a cloak, his identity was unmistakable, a member of Konoha's Umbu. The Umbu ninja cast a glance at the ongoing battle between Feng Yi and Hayashi, disregarding the other students and Chunin instructors, and directly addressed Feng Yi in a low voice. "Kikuki Feng Yi, the Hokage requests your presence." With a flick of his kunai, Feng Yi stepped back 2 paces, regarding the Umbu ninja with a resigned sigh, revealing no trace of surprise. At last it has come. Once the events of last night are investigated, it would be nearly impossible to evade responsibility, especially since he had utilized the Kiki sword technique. He had contemplated whether to let Kakashi take the fall, but upon reflection, such a course of action would be futile. It would be easily uncovered and could potentially endanger Kakashi. The appearance of the Umbu left the Chunin instructors and fellow students momentarily stunned. The Hokage is summoning Feng Yi? What could have transpired? Many gazed at Feng Yi with expressions of uncertainty. Hinata Hayashi, too, was taken aback. Just as he was on the verge of triumph, such an unforeseen interruption arose, causing him to furrow his brow slightly and utter, "The battle is not yet concluded." His words trailed off, unspoken. The summons from the Hokage to Feng Yi undoubtedly holds far greater significance than any combat assessment. With no choice but to interrupt, Hinata Hamura felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, defeating Funya was merely a matter of time, and now the outcome had become uncertain. The Chunin instructor, aware of the situation's hierarchy, nodded at Funya and said, "You should go meet the Hokage. If there is time upon your return, we can resume the battle." However, upon hearing this, Funya shook his head and replied, "No need. Since last night's incident has already been investigated, there is little point in pretending to be on equal footing with Hinata Hamura." As soon as he finished speaking, Funya's figure abruptly vanished from sight, silently reappearing at Hinata Hamura's right side. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he threw a punch. Bang! The blow interrupted Funya's movement, striking him squarely in the chest, yet it bore no tangible impact. The hit Funya transformed into a cloud of white smoke, revealing it to be a mere clone. Oh no! Hinata Hamura silently cursed, realizing that his Byakugan could indeed perceive clones. However, the situation had unfolded too suddenly, and his instinctual reaction to throw a punch left him unprepared for the possibility of Funya employing the shadow clone technique at such speed. By the time he processed the situation, it was far too late to retract his strike. Without a sound, Funya's true form materialized behind Hinata Hamura. Bang! A simple knife hand strike landed on Hamura's back, incapacitating him and causing him to fall face first to the ground with a thud. "Let us go," Funya said, retracting his fist and glancing at the Umbu ninja. After a deep, contemplative look at Funya, the Umbu leaped toward the Hokage's building, with Funya following closely behind. Meanwhile, the Chunin instructor and the multitude of students remained in a state of shock, engulfed in silence. What just happened? Chapter 18. The astonishment of Sarutobi Hiruzen within the confines of the Hokage's office. The Umbu who escorted Kidyoru did not enter, but vanished at the doorway in a fleeting motion. Kidyoru, unfazed, stepped inside. Upon entering the office, he observed A.J. Nin meticulously organizing documents beside the desk, while Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind it, with Kakashi standing before him. Aware of Kidyoru's arrival, Kakashi did not lift his gaze, instead focusing intently on his toes, embodying an air of indifference. Kidyoru cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi before approaching the desk and addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite having attained the prowess of a special J-Nin, surpassing many in speed, he still felt the weight of pressure in the presence of Hiruzen, who was at the pinnacle of his power as Hokage. Hiruzen's chakra, physical prowess, ninjutsu, and vast experience placed him at the apex of the shinobi world, even against a formidable opponent like the Third Raikage, who could contend with thousands. Hiruzen possessed an array of forbidden techniques, such as the Shiki F gene, to counter such threats. "Do not be anxious. I summoned you merely to inquire about a matter," Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly to Kidyoru. "Was it you who eliminated the Mist Village scout last night?" "Indeed," Kidyoru replied, since the truth had already been uncovered. He saw no reason to feign ignorance. His strength was sufficient to warrant Hiruzen's attention. With such recognition, he would attain the necessary security for within Konoha. Only Danzo posed a genuine threat. As long as Hiruzen regarded him with importance, Danzo would dare not act openly against him. Upon hearing Kidyoru's affirmation, Hiruzen's demeanor revealed a hint of astonishment, for the fallen scout was an elite from the Mist Village. The fact that someone of Kidyoru's age possessed the capability to take down such a formidable opponent suggested a talent that might even eclipse Kakashi's. "Tell me about the details of the encounter," Hiruzen urged, regaining his composure. Kidyoru recounted the specifics of the incident, omitting mention of his time-altering ability, yet elaborating on his training and the battle itself. "You managed to outpace a Mist Scout?" Hiruzen exclaimed, astonished. Scouts are typically either swift or highly perceptive. Even the perceptive ones possess commendable speed. Yet, Kidyoru had managed to surpass his opponent in speed, dispatching him in a remarkably brief moment. Which was nothing short of remarkable, especially considering Kidyoru was only 9 years old. "Indeed," Kidyoru affirmed, nodding. "While my talent in ninjutsu and chakra is rather average, my physical abilities seem to be exceptional, allowing me to excel in the swordsmanship my father taught me." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted back and forth between Funya and Kakashi, and it became evident that Funya bore a closer resemblance to the youthful Tobarama Senju than Kakashi did. After a moment of astonishment, Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and inquired of Funya, "Since your strength has consistently surpassed Kakashi's, why do you remain at the Ninja Academy? Surely, there is little left to learn that would benefit you." He added, "I believe being overly conspicuous is not a virtue." In response, Funya cast a glance at Kakashi and replied, "Engaging in overly competitive behavior is rather juvenile. A ninja is perpetually surrounded by peril. Concealing oneself is the prudent course of action." This response primarily reflected Funya's own sentiments, devoid of any falsehood, merely omitting his apprehensions regarding Hiruzen and Danzo, the higher-ups of Konoha. Indeed, upon hearing Funya's reply, a glimmer of approval appeared in Hiruzen's eyes as he remarked, "Though you are merely a year older than Kakashi, you exhibit far greater composure. At your age, to have transcended the mindset of competitive rivalry and possess a mature, steady disposition, regardless of your abilities, indicates that you are mentally more adept than Kakashi." Hiruzen couldn't help but think of Minato Namikaze, sighing inwardly. He had not anticipated that both of Minato's sons would possess such remarkable talent, each surpassing the other. Surely, Minato would take solace in this. "Given your circumstances, you could easily graduate from the academy," Hiruzen remarked, returning his focus to Funya. Funya pondered, "I am merely half a year away from regular graduation, and there would be class reassignments post-graduation. Transferring now would be quite cumbersome." Indeed, Hiruzen nodded slightly. If Funya were to graduate now, integrating him into the previous class would pose challenges, as the students had already been allocated. This current cohort still had 6 months before graduation. However, upon recognizing Funya's aptitude and prowess, Hiruzen aspired to enable him to graduate early and partake in the training of formal ninjas. After a brief hesitation, Hiruzen made his decision. "Since you prefer not to graduate early, I shall respect your wishes and allow you to graduate with your class." Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Funya bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Minato certainly raised 2 fine sons. Hiruzen sighed again, offering Funya a warm smile. "In that case, you may return now." After nodding in acknowledgement, Funya departed from the Hokage's office, vanishing from sight. Kakashi remained behind. Once Funya had left, Hiruzen raised his teacup, taking a sip, and turned to Kakashi, saying, "It is surprising that your elder brother, merely a year your senior, can already contemplate matters like an adult. Kakashi, you ought to learn from him." If Kakashi possessed Funya's steadiness, Hiruzen would not have to struggle with Kakashi's class assignment issues, having entrusted that task to Minato. "At times, your brother's prudence is excessive." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi could not help but retort, remarking on how he could dismiss the multitude of derisive voices directed at him. This exemplified the distinction between him and the other. Sarutobi shook his head, increasingly admiring Kiid's Knight, stating that although he had yet to graduate, he already possessed the attributes of an exceptional ninja. Listening to Sarutobi's instruction, Kakashi's lips twitched slightly, his gaze reflecting a desire to retort. He had never heard anyone praise Kiid's composure before, thus, he concluded that strength was the true focal point. Regarding matters pertaining to Kiid, Sarutobi ultimately decreed that such information should not be disseminated carelessly, opting to seal and conceal the news of Kiid's elimination of a Mist Village elite scout. Kakashi's revealed prodigious talent had already placed him on the assassination list of enemy villages. Should Kiid's identity also be exposed, it would similarly augment the peril. For prodigious ninjas like Kiid and Kakashi, who were deemed pure and upright, Sarutobi naturally adopted a protective stance. The time to showcase the brilliance of Konoha's talented ninjas would be upon Kiid's graduation and formal recognition as a ninja. Chapter 19. 2 months of training in a humble and situated in a border town of the Land of Fire, Danzo sat cross-legged upon a cushion, his gaze fixed upon an unfolded map of the Land of Fire laid out before him. Recently, he had engaged in several encounters with the ninja from the Hidden Mist, delivering ruthless counterattacks against those who dared to test Konoha, leaving no mercy and slaying them without hesitation. Given the current circumstances, war was inevitable, Sarutobi. Your stance remains excessively timid. In times like these, taking the initiative is the most prudent course of action, he murmured softly while studying the map. To Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions appeared overly conservative, merely retaliating against the probing tactics of other villages. However, In light of the present situation, it would be far more advantageous to provoke war and decisively eliminate a single ninja village. With Konoha's current strength, it would be a trivial matter to concentrate their forces and dismantle one village. Conversely, should they be attacked by a coalition of ninja villages, they would find themselves embroiled in a protracted conflict, a decidedly troublesome scenario. In Danzo's view, Sarutobi merely feared the backlash of instigating war. Yet this path was essential for unifying the ninja world, necessitating sacrifices. As Danzo meticulously scrutinized the map, contemplating strategies against the mist ninjas, a root ninja materialized silently within the room. Without diverting his attention from the map, Danzo addressed the newcomer in a calm tone. What is the situation in the village? Though positioned at the border of the Land of Fire, he had retained a contingent of root ninjas within Konoha to monitor developments and report back periodically. The emotionless voice of the root ninja responded, "The Hokage's attitude remains unchanged. He still insists that you maintain the current approach. Orochimaru has returned to Konoha, bringing intelligence regarding the Sand Village, though the specifics remain unclear." The root ninja recounted recent intelligence, from the most critical to the least significant. Danzo listened with an impassive demeanor. After nearly half an hour of reports, the root ninja continued, "Kakashi's elder brother, Hatake Kaguya, has slain an elite scout from the mist, reportedly possessing talent and strength surpassing that of Kakashi." Danzo paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This piece of information, while not of utmost importance compared to what had preceded it, was unexpected. All previous reports had aligned with his expectations, save for this revelation, which had never crossed his mind. Is this information credible? Indeed, the root ninja replied solemnly. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. The son of White Fang possesses such remarkable talent, and has managed to conceal it all this time. The death of Kaguya's father, Hatake Tsukumo, was indeed directly linked to this, though Danzo's intention had never been to orchestrate Tsukumo's demise. In a moment of unforeseen circumstances, Kakashi Hatake sacrificed his mission for the sake of his comrades. However, the villagers' attitudes were undoubtedly influenced by his machinations, including that of the companion he saved, who, after being subtly guided, managed to cast aside his guilt and unjustly cast blame upon Kakashi. The motive behind this manipulation was to undermine Kakashi's esteem, as he was on the verge of being named the successor to the fourth Hokage by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was inconceivable for him to allow Kakashi to ascend to such a prestigious position. Unexpectedly, this incident plunged Kakashi into a spiral of self-doubt, ultimately leading to his tragic demise by suicide. This was not his intention, for despite their discord, Kakashi was an invaluable asset to the Hidden Leaf Village. Had he taken up the mantle of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi would have proven to be an indispensable tool. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo turned to the root ninja and instructed, "Continue your report." Although the incident involving Kaze no Kaguya had prompted some reflections, he was presently at the border of the Land of Fire, preoccupied with the affairs concerning the Hidden Mist Village, leaving no room for such distractions until his return to the village. Meanwhile, in the hills behind the Hidden Leaf Village, 2 months had elapsed since the elimination of the elite scout from the Hidden Mist. Throughout this period, Kaze no Kaguya maintained a regular attendance at school. Yet, following his decisive defeat of Hyuga Hayashi, the students regarded him with an increased sense of reverence, while the young women, including Yuhi Kurenai, found themselves enamored with him to an almost overwhelming degree. The ease with which he vanquished Hyuga Hayashi suggested that Kaze no Kaguya had attained a level of strength comparable to that of a Chunin. Even if he were not on par with Kakashi, he was certainly not far behind, dispelling the rumors that surrounded him. This admiration led to some rather excessive behaviors from these precocious young ladies, leaving Kaze no Kage in a state of bemusement, often finding their youth both endearing and exasperating. Over the span of 2 months, his training yielded remarkable results. With the ability to accelerate time, his actual age had just surpassed 9 years. Yet his physical maturity was approaching 11. His prowess in both taijutsu and chakra had steadily improved, elevating him from merely meeting the elite Chunin standards to a level that distinguished him among them. Furthermore, while he had yet to master the second stage of the Konoha sword technique, he had successfully unlocked the first 2 gates of the 8 gates, which, though lacking explosive power, still represented a tangible enhancement to his abilities. In a clearing within the forest, Kaze no Kage vigorously trained, exclaiming, "The third gate is still slightly out of reach." After several intense breaths, he paused, sensing that the shackles of the third gate within him remained unyielding. Murmuring softly, the third gate, within the context of the 8 gates, signified a transformative leap. The first gate serves to unleash the full potential of one's physical strength, offering a commendable enhancement, albeit not sufficiently substantial. The effects of the second gate pertain more to recovery, extracting bodily energy to swiftly combat physical fatigue. It is only upon reaching the third gate that one truly experiences an explosive transformation. Should I manage to unlock the third gate in that state? Combined with the techniques of the Hataki swordsmanship and the blade of the White Fang, I should possess the capabilities of a special Jonin. Even without the aid of time acceleration, Finya murmured to himself. After training in the 8 gates of Duanjia, his prowess becomes increasingly challenging to quantify by mere levels. For beneath his swiftness, any adversary unable to react would struggle to withstand even a few strikes before him. Only the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, and the Hyuga clan, possessing the Byakugan, can barely qualify to withstand his assaults, yet even this qualification does not guarantee they can keep pace with him. Chapter 20. A second summons. Aside from the training in the 8 gates Duanjia and the Kiki blade technique, Finya also made significant advancements in ninjutsu. After a brief respite, he envisioned the trees in the forest as adversaries. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he appeared at the eastern side of a tree. With a swift motion, the chakra blade, White Fang, sliced through the air, leaving behind a white arc. The trunk, thick enough to be embraced, was severed with a single strike, crashing down with a resounding thud. In a flash, Finya vanished once more, reappearing behind another tree, his right hand poised in the air, pulsating with a strong chakra surge. Spiral Sphere. After extensive training, he had finally mastered this ninjutsu, and in a state of accelerated time, he could condense it into form at an astonishing speed. Boom! The spiral sphere struck the midsection of the trunk, erupting with a thunderous roar. The center of the trunk caved in instantly, shattering under the relentless assault of chakra, causing a vast area to vanish. After demolishing the tree, Finya flickered again, returning to the first tree's rear. With a single hand, he formed seals while gripping the chakra blade, White Fang. In an instant, arcs of lightning enveloped the blade, crackling and intertwining. Lightning release. Lightning slash. This was a ninjutsu of his own creation. By infusing a layer of lightning into the flowing chakra, he enhanced the sharpness and speed of his attacks, making it his strongest offensive technique at present. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a slash, revealing an arc of light resembling a tangible strike, extending nearly 3 feet before fading into the distance. In one fell swoop, he cleaved the entire stump in half, creating a deep chasm in the ground. After executing this series of attacks, Finya paused, taking a moment to catch his breath. The consumption of chakra from the spiral sphere is self-evident, and the lightning slash, in conjunction with the Kiki blade technique, demanded an enormous amount of chakra. At present, he could only utilize the lightning slash once when combining it with the Kiki blade technique and chakra flow. He named this lightning ninjutsu lightning slash, which can be considered a semi-finished version of the Chidori. Finya was inherently developing it towards the Chidori. While Chidori is classified as an A-rank ninjutsu, lightning slash is, at best, a B-rank technique. With time acceleration, the speed of lightning slash, combined with the 8 gates Duanjia and Kiki blade technique, could potentially overwhelm even a Jonin, leading to instant annihilation if one were not careful. Finya gazed at the destruction wrought by his strike, murmuring to himself, although the attack's range was limited, not even qualifying as mid-range, its velocity at close quarters was exceedingly difficult to counter or evade. Should he develop a higher-level Chidori, its speed and power would be exponentially greater. Beyond ninjutsu and taijutsu, a change also occurred within the illusory clock residing in Finya's mind. The recent transformation has not altered the acceleration of time. Rather, it has bestowed upon the ethereal clock an entirely new visage. Closing his eyes, he perceives that the hue of the clock has shifted from the intangible to a sensation of substance, now radiating a delicate golden glow. Moreover, the clock's hands have shifted position, unmistakably moving from 1 o'clock to a position near 2 o'clock, faintly at the 2 o'clock numeral. A veil of spectral mist seems to envelop it, promising clarity once the clock points directly at it. Feng Yi comprehends the implications of this shift. The 1 o'clock mark signifies the activation of the ability to accelerate time, a power he has successfully harnessed. For nearly 2 years, the hands of the clock remained still. Yet upon achieving triple speed, they have finally commenced their movement once more. If all proceeds as expected, when the hands align with 2 o'clock, the mist shall dissipate, granting him a second temporal ability. One can only wonder what this power may be: a deceleration of time, a reversal, or perhaps time itself rendered still. Feng Ye's heart swells with anticipation. Each ability within the realm of time is immensely potent, particularly the power of stasis, in a world like that of Naruto, where the majority possess feeble defenses. The capability to halt time would allow one to traverse the ninja realm with impunity, unless faced with the likes of the third Reikage, a monster of formidable resilience, or the immortal beings of the six paths. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could be dispatched with a mere kunai. Observing the hand's velocity, it is evident that acquiring this new ability will require some time. Thus, he must persist in his other training endeavors without faltering. The forthcoming training focus remains anchored in the development of Chidori, the 8 gates, and the techniques of the Hitaki swordsmanship, each avenue ripe for further enhancement. After assessing the fruits of his recent training, Feng Yi has solidified his subsequent path, maintaining the course he has previously charted. The 8 gates need no further mention. While the Hitaki swordsmanship is equally essential, capable of wielding immense power in combat until he surpasses the level of a Kage, aligning perfectly with his abilities. The significance of Chidori cannot be overstated, as its mastery brings not only an increase in offensive might but also an enhancement in speed. In the original tale, Sasuke, having trained Chidori for merely a month, approached the swiftness of a weightless Lee. Thus, lightning release has always been Feng Ye's primary offensive focus. In truth, more than Chidori, he yearns for the lightning release techniques of the fourth Reikage, a sacred art handed down through generations of the Reikage and Kumogakure, likely unrecorded even in the sealing scrolls of Konoha. For now, it remains a mere aspiration, unattainable. In essence, Feng Yi is in pursuit of ultimate speed, swift, swifter, swiftest. When speed reaches its zenith, there exists no foe that cannot be vanquished in an instant. If one does, it simply indicates that retreat is the wiser choice. It is time to return. Feng Yi tidies his pockets. The provisions he had brought along were entirely consumed. Now, as he ventured out for his training, he typically carried 2 meals of provisions and a bento. Each training session lasted approximately 12 hours, yet due to the accelerated passage of time, only about 4 hours had elapsed in the outside world. Currently, he practiced only during the day on the back mountain, while at night he engaged in basic exercises like weighted push-ups and squats within the confines of his own courtyard. As Feng Ye neared the entrance to his home upon returning to the village, a figure suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. "The Hokage summons you," declared a masked Dumbu ninja, who swiftly vanished into thin air after speaking. "Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to see me?" Feng Ye was momentarily taken aback. He could not recall any recent actions that might have warranted such a summons. However, it was clear that declining the Hokage's invitation was not an option. After taking a detour, he proceeded toward the Hokage building, quickly arriving at the office door. Upon entering the office, he immediately sensed a stark contrast in the atmosphere from his previous visit, which now felt somewhat tense and oppressive. Seated at one side of the desk was a man leaning on a cane, whose mere presence exuded a foreboding aura. Danzo. Feng Ye was uncertain of Danzo's recent activities, but he had not encountered any disturbances from him in the past 2 months. To unexpectedly meet him in the Hokage's office caused a slight tightening in his chest. Surely, he could not be assigned to Danzo for training by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In an instant, Feng Ye's mind raced with various scenarios, contemplating how he might respond if indeed he were to be integrated into Danzo's route. As his thoughts raced, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. "Feng Ye, you have arrived." "Hokage-sama," Feng Ye greeted with a bow. "What matters require my attention?" Holding a pipe without smoking, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Feng Ye earnestly and inquired, "How has your training been of late?" Upon hearing the Hokage's question, Finye's brow slightly furrowed. He discreetly cast a glance at Danzo, who was seated nearby. Could it truly be that he was being considered for Danzo's route? Such a prospect was difficult to accept. With this thought, Finye adopted the demeanor of a confident prodigy and replied, "I've made some progress in my training. I have developed a B-rank lightning release technique." "Oh?" Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed surprise. A B-rank technique is considered the pinnacle among ordinary jutsu. A-rank techniques fall into the category of forbidden arts, while S-rank techniques are revered as ultimate secrets. Even among J-nin, few possess B-rank techniques, making Finye's accomplishment at such a young age nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 21. The mission at such a tender age. To have developed a B-rank ninjutsu, truly, he is the son of the White Fang, having splendidly inherited his father's talent. Danzo, seated not far away, addressed Finye. His words laced with praise, yet delivered in an utterly calm and unembellished tone. Neither he nor Hiruzen Sarutobi doubted the veracity of Finye's achievement. To create a B-rank ninjutsu was no trivial fabrication, easily discernible as a falsehood. Finye turned his gaze toward Danzo and responded, "You flatter me, Lord Danzo. It appears you are even more remarkable than I had anticipated." Hiruzen Sarutobi, observing Finye, couldn't help but express his admiration before slowly stating, "Though it may come as a surprise to you, who has yet to graduate, I have a task to assign." A task? Finye felt a flicker of surprise within. If this were an invitation to join Danzo's route, one would expect a different phrasing. Before he could ponder further, Hiruzen continued in a serious tone. "The task I entrust to you is to apply for early graduation and participate in the Chunin exam in 5 days." The Chunin exam? A hint of astonishment crossed Finye's face. Early graduation was one matter. However, given that a task was assigned, it undoubtedly required him to act as a formal ninja. But to graduate early and then take the Chunin exam, what sort of mission was this? "Allow me to clarify the situation, as you should be able to comprehend," Hiruzen said, rising from behind his desk and stepping forward. "Ninjas from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist will arrive in Konoha the day after tomorrow. They will participate in the Chunin exam 5 days from now. Therefore, this exam is not merely about selecting exceptional Chunin. It is a prelude to a conflict with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist." The implications of Hiruzen's words left Finye somewhat taken aback. The current state of the ninja world was becoming increasingly tense, with the Third Great Ninja War looming on the horizon. In such a climate, it was indeed surprising that the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud would send representatives to Konoha for the Chunin exam, likely with intentions of demonstration and negotiation. With this realization, it became clear why Hiruzen would assign him such a task. Since this Chunin exam served as a platform for demonstration and negotiation, it demanded the utmost seriousness in response. It would be inconceivable to select mere genin for participation. Having understood the gravity of the situation, Finye addressed Hiruzen, "I understand, Lord Hokage. Very well, prepare yourself thoroughly." Hiruzen nodded, signaling that Finye could take his leave. After bowing respectfully, Finye exited the office. Once Finye departed, Danzo turned to Hiruzen and remarked slowly, "He is even more exceptional than I imagined. After the Chunin exam, I shall take responsibility for his training, Hiruzen." Hiruzen shook his head. "Let us not discuss this matter further, Danzo." Tuanzong furrowed his brow, but had no intention of yielding. Instead, he stood up and fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Speaking in a low, resolute tone, "I do not oppose Kakashi being nurtured by Minato, but it is essential to have a ninja traversing the shadows, shouldering the burdens of darkness. Thus, entrusting Finye to me is the most fitting choice. I trust you comprehend this." The notion of allowing Finye to bear the darkness caused Sarutobi to furrow his brow slightly as he murmured to himself. Undeniably, Tuanzang's argument held some merit. It was precisely due to the presence of Hiruzen, the shining Hokage, alongside Tuanzong, who managed the shadows, that Konoha had flourished to its current prosperity. This was also the reason Hiruzen often turned a blind eye to many of Tuanzang's actions. As the Hokage standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, Sarutobi understood well that where there is light, there must also be shadow. Darkness cannot simply vanish. Should Minato take up the mantle of Hokage, a ninja who walks in the shadows would indeed be requisite for support. After deep contemplation, Sarutobi returned to his seat, stating, "I need to consider this further." Tuanzong regained his composure. Hiruzen's response was entirely within his expectations, as long as it was not an outright refusal but rather a request for further contemplation. It indicated that Hiruzen was already quite swayed. Henceforth, there was no need for excessive pressure. Subtle maneuvering would suffice to achieve his aims. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Fingye let out a resigned sigh. Ultimately, he could not graduate in a conventional manner. However, graduating early to participate in the Chunin exams was certainly a far more favorable development than being cast into the roots and handed over to Tuanzong for training. In comparison, he found it quite acceptable. After all, whether he graduated early was of little consequence to him. Yet, with such a task assigned, maintaining a low profile would be somewhat challenging. It was clear that Sarutobi intended for him to exert his utmost in the Chunin exams, ideally eliminating all the ninjas from Mist and Cloud before they could even compete. That said, the brief exchange in the Hokage's office might go unnoticed by most in this world. However, Fingye, understanding Tuanzong's character perhaps better than Tuanzong himself, was nearly certain that Tuanzong had set his sights on him. Truly, he was the ultimate instigator in the world of Hokage. Fingye couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Since the Second Shinobi World War, Tuanzong's shadow had loomed over the myriad conspiracies within the ninja realm. He had first orchestrated Yahiko's demise, hastening the formation of the Akatsuki, followed by manipulation of the White Fang's suicide incident and collaborations with Orochimaru. The list of incidents was endless. Now, having revealed his talent and strength, Fingye was inevitably entangled with Tuanzong. In any case, if this man were to perish prematurely, while conflict might still erupt in the ninja world, the duration of peace could potentially be prolonged significantly. The following day, Fingye submitted his application for early graduation to the Ninja Academy. The ninja school, under the auspices of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, expeditiously approved Fingye's application for early graduation and scheduled the assessment for that very afternoon. In addition to the standard examinations of fundamental ninjutsu and written tests, the early graduation assessment included an additional practical examination, requiring the candidate to withstand attacks from a Chunin instructor for 3 minutes. For Fingye, who possessed the capability to defeat elite Chunin with ease, this posed no challenge. Even without entering a heightened state, he effortlessly passed the test. Ultimately, Fingye achieved a perfect score across all subjects, successfully completing the early graduation assessment from the ninja school. Chapter 22. Outrage on the 14th day of the first month in the 43rd year of Konoha. Hatake Kid graduated from the Ninja Academy with a flawless score in his assessments, earning the title of Genin and the Ninja Identification Number 010034. This remarkable news spread throughout the academy, eliciting a wave of astonishment. Although he could not be compared to Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin by 6. Achieving a perfect score is no small feat. Kid's accomplishment is sufficient to label him a genius. Within the classroom, many students buzzed with discussion upon hearing the news. A perfect score. Kid is truly exceptional. Given his caliber, he should have graduated long ago. Perhaps he could even reach Kakashi's level. But he simply chose not to. The girls, including Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Rin, wore expressions of admiration. A genius. Undeniably handsome. With a sunny disposition and a mature, composed demeanor, Kid embodies a plethora of virtues. It can be said that few in the class could ignore his brilliance, most feeling inadequate and lacking the courage to pursue him. What is there to boast about? Uchiha Obito, overhearing the chatter and witnessing Rin's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration and could not help but voice his discontent. A nearby boy chimed in angrily, "Hey, don't exaggerate too much. If he could graduate early, why is he still here wasting time? Isn't that a waste of time?" Indeed. Others echoed in agreement. A girl who overheard their remarks scoffed and looked over disdainfully, saying, "If you're unconvinced, why not apply for early graduation and challenge Kid yourself?" Ever since Kid had decisively defeated Hyuga Hayashi, his prowess had become a powerful asset that silenced dissent. Yamanaka Ino's words left many boys, including Uchiha Obito, momentarily speechless, holding their breath yet struggling to respond. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba burst into the classroom, shattering the atmosphere and exclaiming in an almost wild manner, I just heard the teacher discussing in the office that Kiba has actually applied for the Chunin exam in 3 days. What? Kiba's announcement momentarily silenced the classroom before erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. Numerous eyes turned towards him. Applied for the Chunin exam? Surely you must have misheard. Aburame Shino frowned at Kiba, displaying skepticism. What even is the Chunin exam? Kiba's just graduated early. Has he lost his mind? Or is he blindly overconfident in his abilities? Kiba glared at Shino, asserting, how could I possibly mishear? You can doubt my grades, but you cannot question my hearing. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, this statement held considerable weight. Since Inuzuka Kiba's eavesdropped information cannot possibly be erroneous. It implies that Kiba has indeed applied for the Chunin exam immediately after passing the graduation assessment. Is he attempting to surpass Kakashi? Yet, to apply for the Chunin exam right after completing the graduation test seems rather absurd. Moreover, I have heard from my family that this Chunin exam involves ninjas from other villages, rendering it far from a simple examination and fraught with considerable dangers. Many present displayed expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend Kiba's audacity in applying for the Chunin exam. Uchiha Obito could not help but inquire of Inuzuka Kiba. Under these circumstances, the application should be rejected, right? No, Kiba shook his head and replied, for some reason. It was not rejected. I even went to confirm it. Kiba's name is indeed on the latest list of participants for the Chunin exam. Upon hearing Kiba's confirmation, someone gasped, exclaiming, that guy is incredibly bold. Does he even understand what the Chunin exam entails? Even if he graduated with full marks, it does not grant him the liberty to participate in the Chunin exam at will. He must be overly confident in his abilities. The news reverberated throughout the group, including Obito, who were all taken aback and couldn't help but engage in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, those like Yuhi Kurenai, who had previously admired Kiba for achieving full marks in his graduation assessment, now wore expressions of concern. Listening to the conversations around her, Kurenai's complexion shifted, and she inhaled sharply, saying, how could Kiba have signed up for this Chunin exam? Typically, the internal Chunin exams of Konoha pose little danger, serving merely to evaluate the ninja's overall qualities. However, the joint Chunin exam with other villages is an entirely different matter. The ninjas from different villages will not show mercy, and casualties are inevitable. This particular Chunin exam is especially perilous due to the tense atmosphere in the ninja world, rendering its danger comparable to that of war. Yari Rin hesitated, pondering aloud. Kiba surely cannot be oblivious to these factors. Perhaps this was a well-considered decision? Kurenai's expression grew grave as she responded, no. He might not be aware that other village ninjas are participating in this Chunin exam. I must find him and urge him to withdraw from this examination. At this point, Kurenai could not restrain herself and dashed out of the classroom. She was privy to this information because her father, Yuhi Akane, serves as the chief examiner for the Chunin exam, and he mentioned details about it during dinner the previous evening. Red, seeing Kurenai rush out of the classroom, Yari Rin called after her. When Red ignored her, Rin hesitated briefly before following suit. At Kiba's doorstep, after listening to Kurenai's frantic and urgent string of reminders and warnings, Kiba could not help but chuckle, saying, you all came all this way just to remind me of this? What I said is entirely true. As the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson, Yuhi Kurenai observed Funya, who remained remarkably at ease, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Unable to contain her urgency, she exclaimed, this information comes from my father, the chief examiner of the Chunin exam. It cannot be erroneous. Noera Rin, with a serious expression, turned to Funya and cautioned, I understand that your abilities should match those of a Chunin, but this upcoming exam is exceedingly perilous. There is no need for you to take such risks. Perhaps it would be wiser to participate in the Chunin exam scheduled 6 months from now. All right, I understand. Let us discuss this inside, Funya replied, shrugging in resignation at the insistence of the two. However, Kurenai, unable to suppress her impatience, stamped her foot and urged, sigh. Funya, did you even comprehend what I said? Funya did not respond. Instead, he glanced at the empty street flanking them. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he grasped both Kurenai and Rin, pulling them into the entranceway before decisively shutting the door with a resounding thud. Chapter 23. Finally, no longer human, suddenly pulled into the room by Fingye. Both Sunset Red and Naira Rin froze for a moment. The thoughts of the precocious young girl whirled like a train, racing swiftly into the distance. What does Fingye intend to do? The abrupt gesture of pulling her inside, could it be? But Naira Rin is right there as well. Does he mean to include both of them? That would be utterly reprehensible. No, that is absolutely unacceptable. Yet, this also presents an opportunity. On the other side, Naira Rin was similarly taken aback. Her thoughts soaring to the heavens, her demeanor and movements appearing somewhat rigid. This is not a classified mission, so sharing it with you poses no issue, however. It is best to keep it from others. Well, participating in the Chunin exam is a task assigned to me by Lord Hokage. In this peculiar atmosphere, which rendered both girls speechless, Fingye walked toward the living room while speaking. His words caused Sunset Red to momentarily pause. She exchanged a glance with Rin, their eyes reflecting a shared moment of awkwardness before they both turned their heads away, the previous flicker of hostility dissipating. Seeing their reactions brought a smirk to Fingye's face. If they were adults, one might sense the tension in the air, yet with two girls not yet 9 years of age, the scene could only be described as adorable. But what on earth were the two of you, little Lolas, just thinking about? Fingye entered the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and gestured toward the refrigerator, saying, "There's milk and soda in the fridge. Help yourselves to whatever you like." As Fingye's words registered, Sunset Red and Rin gradually came back to their senses. Red looked at Fingye, surprise flickering in her eyes, and asked, "Did you just say a task from Lord Hokage?" "Indeed," Fingye nodded, continuing, "It's similar to what you know. This upcoming Chunin exam is akin to a battlefield. The outcome could potentially influence the negotiations between Konoha and the Mist Village. Even a slight impact is of paramount importance, so Konoha will respond with full force. I am among those specially designated to participate in the exam." Upon hearing this, Rin was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "So, the matter of graduating early was also Lord Hokage's directive?" "Yes," Fingye affirmed, raising his hands in resignation. "If it weren't for this task, I would have preferred to remain in school and enjoy a few more months of classes with you." Sunset Red, astonished, contemplated this revelation, her gaze fixed on Fingye with a look of shock. "How could Lord Hokage designate you to participate in the Chunin exam? Does this mean your strength has garnered his recognition?" Rin gazed at Fingye in disbelief as well. Such a notion seemed almost too fantastical to accept. Had anyone other than Fingye made such a claim, they would likely dismiss it as a deliberate deception. "Well," Fingye chuckled softly, "if I were to say that Kakashi has never been able to defeat me, would you believe it?" Regarding this matter, both Yuhi Kurenai and Rin share nearly identical sentiments. They instinctively believe that this is something that Fingye is capable of achieving, even though Fingye has not displayed particularly remarkable feats during this period. They still harbor a flicker of faith. After witnessing Fingye effortlessly defeat Hinata Hayashi, they scarcely entertain doubts about her abilities. Kurenai, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "So those rumors were all false." "Fingye, you never denied any of that. Is it necessary to compete with my brother Kakashi?" Fingye chuckled and replied, "Moreover, if I had graduated early, I wouldn't have had the chance to befriend you, which would indeed be quite regrettable." Kurenai and Rin nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with this perspective, a subtle blush gracing their cheeks unbeknownst to them. Upon reflection, surrounded daily by such remarks, Fingye remains remarkably composed in class, engaging in laughter and conversation, seemingly unaffected. The impulsive and immature boys in their class pale in comparison to her. They find nearly no flaws in her character. This must be what it feels like to be captivated. The gaze of the two upon Fingye gradually becomes overwhelming, prompting her to clear her throat, breaking the unusual atmosphere. At the age of 15 or 16, perhaps it would be excusable, but in the ninja world, where the average lifespan is brief, this age is considered adulthood. Such scrutiny is not without its perils, potentially as daunting as the presence of Kagaya Otsutsuki. I didn't expect to visit your home under these circumstances. My apologies." Kurenai quickly averted her gaze, attempting to shift the topic. Rin, regaining her composure, looked at Fingye with admiration, saying, "No wonder you were designated by Lord Hokage to participate in the Chunin exams. But do be cautious. There may be formidable ninjas from other villages." "I will be careful," Fengye responded with a smile, then turned to Kurenai, saying, "It feels somewhat impolite to hastily bring you both in, but I prefer not to discuss mission details at the entrance." As she spoke, Fengye discreetly cast a glance towards the door, yet continued her conversation with a smile. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Kakashi, who was about to push the door open, paused upon hearing the commotion inside, retracting his hand silently. 1. 2. So you finally abandoned any pretense of normalcy. Although he was aware of Fengye's popularity at school, bringing 2 girls home was a first for him. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against entering. Kakashi muttered to himself, struggling to comprehend Fengye's actions. To him, girls were exceedingly troublesome beings, especially during their previous missions, where they often hindered progress. Yet, there were those in their team who would irrationally abandon their duties to protect the troublesome girls, nearly leading to mission failures. Not long ago, such an incident occurred, resulting in a fierce argument between him and the other party after the mission, nearly escalating into a physical altercation before being stopped by the leading jonin. If one girl already brought so much trouble, the complications from 2 would undoubtedly multiply exponentially. In a certain sense, this was rather admirable. At least, Kakashi felt he could never manage such a feat. What worried him most was the trajectory of this situation. Would he end up with multiple sisters-in-law in the future? If so, dealing with them would likely prove an excruciatingly troublesome affair. Chapter 24. The Ch-Nin exam. Fengye was oblivious to Kakashi's thoughts. All he knew was that Kakashi had returned, paused briefly at the door, and upon hearing the commotion inside, seemed disinclined to engage with Yuhi Kurenai and the others, slipping away instead. Even if he were aware of Kakashi's mindset, Fengye would have deemed it utterly absurd. After all, he was merely 9 years old. Were they not thinking too far ahead? After bidding farewell to Yuhi Kurenai and Noira-rin, Fengye immersed himself once more in training. With only 3 days remaining until the Ch-Nin exam, it was impossible to elevate his Konoha blade technique to the 2nd stage in such a short time, nor was it feasible to develop the A-rank ninjutsu Chidori. The only aspect with a glimmer of hope for enhancement was the opening of the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Should he manage to unlock the 3rd gate, even without employing time acceleration, he would likely crush the Ch-Nin exam with ease, Fengye mused. Time flew by. In the fading light of the sunset, Fengye spent the last day before the Ch-Nin exam in contemplation. With a sigh, he gazed at the setting sun, stretching his body as he concluded his training. It was nearly time. Tomorrow marked the Ch-Nin exam, his first mission since becoming a ninja. What was that phrase again? Ah, yes, ready perfectly. Fengye clenched his fist, a smile gracing his lips. After tidying up, he made his way home, opting not to activate time acceleration again. Following a simple dinner, he fell into a deep slumber until the dawn of the next day. Kakashi was not at home. It seemed he had left early. Fengye paid it no mind, and after breakfast, he headed straight to the exam venue. At this moment, the classroom for the Ch-Nin exam was already bustling with numerous individuals. A rough estimate indicated about 60 people, the vast majority being ninjas from Konoha, with only a handful hailing from other hidden villages. Fengye cast a cursory glance at the Konoha ninjas before directing his scrutiny towards those from Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Upon noticing the ninjas from the Mist, Fengye was slightly taken aback, for among the trio of ninjas from the Mist team, one figure appeared somewhat familiar. If he was not mistaken, it should be Kisame Hashigaki, one of the future 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, a member of the Akatsuki organization and Itachi's partner. However, at this moment, Kisame was likely only around 10 years old. As if sensing Fengye's gaze, Kisame turned slightly, locking eyes with him for a brief moment. His shark-like pupils exuded a chilling aura. The youthful Kisame Hashigaki, what might his strength be? Fengye held his stare for a second before diverting his attention, murmuring to himself as he continued to observe the ninjas from Kumogakure and other villages. He did not recognize the lower-ranked ninjas from Kumogakure, nor did he have any recollection of those from Kusagakure and Amigakure, including the other 2 lower-ranked ninjas from Kirigakure. They were all merely faceless entities to him. As Fengye observed the other ninjas during the night of maple leaves, he too felt the weight of gazes upon him. Who is that fellow? Silver hair. Could it be Hitaki Kakashi? Some ninjas from Konoha whispered among themselves, captivated by Fengye's striking resemblance to Kakashi. who graduated at 5 and became a nin at 6, almost a household name in the village. No, someone who recognized Finye shook their head and remarked, "That is not Kakashi. He is Finye, Kakashi's elder brother, and certainly not as competent." Nearby, Inuzuka Kiba rubbed his chin and mused, "When did that guy become a genin? I have no recollection. Is he attending the nin exam alone?" "It appears so," someone interjected. "His talent may be lacking, but it takes considerable courage to enter the nin exam solo." This marked his third attempt at the exam, and he vividly recalled the moment during his first attempt when he nearly met his demise. The nin exam is an entirely different realm compared to the genin graduation tests at the Ninja Academy. Hatake Finye, not from the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, likely just a minor player. Two genin from the Mist Village, hearing the nearby discussions, cast a glance in Finye's direction. Their leading jonin had advised them to remain vigilant primarily towards the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, as both the Sharingan and Byakugan possess formidable abilities worth fearing. Beyond those two clans, the rest were hardly of concern. "Not necessarily a minor player," remarked Kisame Hashigaki, flashing a toothy grin reminiscent of a shark, his gaze scrutinizing Finye. "That guy noticed me the moment he entered. He must possess some skill." "Is that so?" A mist ninja responded, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Some skill would be just right. It would prevent this exam from being too dull." As discussion swirled around the room, a ninja entered. The leader among them was a jonin from Konoha. "Silence!" Yamashiro Aoi commanded, the weight of his jonin authority instantly enveloping the room, prompting many ninjas to fall silent simultaneously. "I am Yamashiro Aoi, the chief examiner for the first round. Please submit the personal information forms you received earlier in order. And then collect your number tags and take your corresponding seats. The exam papers will be distributed shortly." Leaning against the wall by the door, Finye glanced toward Yamashiro Aoi. If memory served him correctly, this man was Ino's father, one of the original Ino Shikicho trio. Clearly, Konoha regarded this nin exam with great seriousness, appointing jonin as the examiners rather than special jonin. Soon, Finye received his number tag and took his designated seat. Since his mission was to target the Mist and Cloud ninjas and eliminate them as effectively as possible during this exam, he had already familiarized himself with the exam content the previous day. The examination participated in by the Konoha 12 closely mirrored the previous one, commencing with a written test designed to assess information-gathering capabilities, albeit devoid of the notorious 10th question. The second phase involved a fierce contest within the Forest of Death for the coveted Heaven and Earth Scrolls, culminating in a series of one-on-one battles. The examination papers were swiftly distributed. With a flurry of movement, Finye seized his paper and began to write fervently. Having foreknowledge of the examination content, he faced little to no difficulty. Prior to entering the classroom, he had dispatched a shadow clone to employ the transformation technique, disguising itself as one of the proctoring nin, confidently striding in alongside the actual proctors. Furthermore, he was capable of answering the majority of the questions unaided, rendering any need for deceit utterly unnecessary. In mere moments, he completed the entire paper, submitting his answers ahead of time. As Finye approached with his completed exam, Yamashiro Kai's gaze flickered momentarily, locking eyes with Finye. After briefly reviewing the answers and confirming their accuracy, he nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Well done, you have passed." Chapter 25, The Cavern of Death. Kid's early submission of the exam paper left many of the participating genin stunned, their gazes lifting in disbelief. He passed? How? Those questions were impossibly difficult. Some who had yet to grasp that the true objective of this exam was cheating stared in bewilderment. They hadn't managed a single answer, yet Kid had finished the entire test in mere moments. Even the most brilliant minds couldn't be that fast, could they? A few narrowed their eyes at his retreating figure. Something else off. They had already disowned the exam's true nature. Information gathering was key. Yet even the undercover chunin, strategically placed among the examinees to provide answers, hadn't completed their work. Kid's swift conclusion was unnatural. Did he have prior access to the questions and answers? The thought provoked a silent curse, their expressions darkening as they glared at his back. Unfazed by the hostile stares, Kid strode out of the examination hall, only to pause. Kakashi stood idly against the wall outside, his usual detached gaze lazily scanning the surroundings. He tilted his chin slightly. "What are you doing here?" "Proctoring." Kakashi folded his arms, escorting those caught cheating 5 times. Though this batch seems decent, before he could finish, a voice echoed from inside. Candidate 51, disqualified. He'd shrugged. Kakashi sighed, stepping past him to retrieve the failed examinees before leading them away. Once Kakashi had vanished, He'd exhaled, stretching before heading toward the second phase's location. Unlike the infamous Forest of Death, Training Ground 44, this stage was set in Training Ground 31, the Cavern of Death. The terrain beyond the wire fences was barren, devoid of vegetation, yet sculpted into jagged, labyrinthine formations reminiscent of Rain Country's erosion-carved landscapes. Mounds and winding tunnels dotted the expanse, their shadowed mouths hinting at unseen depths. This is a restricted examination area. No unauthorized entry, a station ninja warned as Keed approached. Keed withdrew his gaze, presenting his exam slip. I've completed the first phase. Just waiting for the next. The guard scrutinized the document before nodding. Then wait here. No early access permitted. Understood. Keed stepped aside, settling in to wait. After a brief wait, the first examination concluded, resulting in the elimination of nearly half of the 60-odd genin, leaving only about 30 remaining. The 3 genin from the village hidden in mist, along with 3 from the village hidden in clouds, successfully passed the test. As they were indeed elite dispatched from their respective villages, finding this rudimentary examination hardly challenging. Is this the venue for the second examination? The mist genin surveyed the deathly cave ensconced by barbed wire, a chilling smile gracing his face as he licked his lips and remarked, "How fitting this is for us." The cave's rugged terrain was exceptionally advantageous for them. Masters of water release, a single water technique could render evasion nearly impossible. Kisame Hashigaki also bore a smirk, commenting, "It is indeed quite suitable as your burial ground." An incongruous voice interjected, causing Kisame's smile to falter, while the 2 mist ninjas cast their sharp gazes towards the source. Standing there was a muscular man clad in coarse linen, his dark skin contrasting with the forehead protector bearing the insignia of the village hidden in clouds, whose burial ground that may be is yet to be determined. Tread carefully. Cloud Ninja. The 2 mist genin glared coldly at their cloud counterparts. This terrain favored both parties, but it particularly suited the Cloud Ninja's lightning release, which held an advantage over water release, often placing mist ninjas at a disadvantage in confrontations. The 3 Cloud genin were evidently aware of this, displaying an indifferent demeanor towards the threats posed by the mist ninjas, exuding a brutish attitude of "if you have the capability, then let us fight." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Silence, everyone." The host of the second Chunin examination, Akane Yuhi, approached with a solemn tone, stating, "Before we commence the second examination, you must first sign this consent form, as this test may result in casualties. Those unwilling to sign may leave now." The assembled ninjas exchanged glances. Those who had made it this far were resolute in their determination, and soon they all signed the consent form. "Very well, now for the examination rules." Akane addressed the group of signed ninjas, continuing, "There are 34 participants in the second Chunin examination. Including those acting solo, there are a total of 12 teams. You will each receive 2 types of scrolls. The objective of this examination is to acquire both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and successfully reach the central structure of the Death Cave, the Observation Tower, within 3 days. Now, come forth to collect your scrolls." Following her directive, the candidates approached to receive their scrolls. With only 12 teams remaining, the distribution was straightforward. The 6 teams receiving the Heaven Scrolls and those with Earth Scrolls stood on opposite sides, casting hostile glances at one another. The ninjas from the Cloud and Mist villages had both obtained the Earth Scrolls. "Obtain scrolls that are useless to us. Eliminating you would yield no benefit." Chuckle the shinobi from Kumogakure and Kirigakure exchanged frigid glances before disregarding each other, their attention shifting toward the squads that had acquired the Heaven Scrolls. Among them, the most conspicuous figure, drawing the gaze of nearly 6 teams holding Earth Scrolls, was Keed, standing alone with a Heaven Scroll in his possession. That guy really is by himself. Humph. Daring to participate solo must mean he has some confidence. Probably not an easy target. Though coordinated teamwork among 3 is an entirely different concept from a lone fighter's strength. Numerous shinobi cast sinister looks toward Keed. Chapter 26. Erroneous choices. The ninjas who had secured the Celestial Scroll cast indifferent glances towards Fingya, showing little interest in him, as their true objective lay with the ninjas who had acquired the terrestrial scroll. All right, the scrolls have been distributed. Now, follow the proctors to the various entrances. 30 minutes later, we shall all enter the cavern. The setting sun cast a crimson hue as the proctor, standing with hands clasped behind his back, addressed the multitude of examinees. Whoosh, whoosh. The proctoring jonin appeared before each squad, signaling them before leading different teams in various directions. The jonin guiding Fingye was none other than Kakashi. Upon reaching entrance 5, Kakashi opened the door and cautioned Fingye. The ninjas from the mist and the cloud have set their sights on you. Be wary of their coordination. Moreover, the cavern is under constant surveillance. Jonin from the mist and the cloud, along with our Konoha examiners, are stationed in the central watchtower. The Hokage will likely be present as well. Understanding Fingye's capabilities, Kakashi felt no concern for his safety. In a one-on-one scenario, no adversary could best him. However, in a coordinated group effort, caution was warranted, especially since Fingye lacked experience in facing multiple opponents. Rest assured, Fingye replied with a faint smile. If you are untroubled, why should I be? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. The statement irked him, yet it was undeniably rational, leaving him without a retort. Before long, the second phase of the Chunin exam was announced to commence. Kakashi nodded at Fingye, who then stepped into the examination arena. Simultaneously, two ninja squads from the nearest entrances, upon entering, converged towards Fingye's location. Surely, he must have gone to entrance 5? If not, it has to be entrance 4. In any case, this direction is correct, muttered Inazuka, his eyes glinting as he raced ahead, accompanied closely by a ninja dog. While Fingye's audacity to participate in the Chunin exam alone might have lent him some confidence, he was, in truth, the most vulnerable target compared to the other three-man squads. Oil Girl Shimi, trailing behind, voiced her concerns. I believe it's unnecessary to pursue him. After all, he is Kakashi's brother and may possess some other mates. Furthermore, he is one of our Konoha ninjas. It might be more prudent to target someone from the grass village. What are you talking about? Inazuka shot her a glance, retorting, without the requisite strength. One does not deserve to advance to Chunin. If he dares to participate alone, wouldn't it be best for the weak to be eliminated early? Securing his scroll is far better than allowing it to fall into the hands of the cloud or mist ninjas. Shimi shook her head, insisting, my instincts suggest it is best not to choose him. Your instincts regarding insects? Inazuka scoffed. Black Maru, tell him what your instincts say. Black Maru. Oh well. A smile crept onto Inazuka's face as he commented, what Black Maru means is battle. I trust its instincts far more than yours concerning insects. The oil woman Shimi furrowed her brows slightly and ceased further debate. Although she sensed that Fingye might be difficult to provoke, it was merely an instinct. Since Inazuka and Hibara had reached such a conclusion, it was imperative not to create discord. Before long, they arrived at the path Fingye had taken. Hibara sniffed the air a few times and immediately discerned the direction Fingye was headed, barking a few times before swiftly dashing towards a specific point. They found him. Inazuka and the oil woman Shimi quickly followed suit, as the trio raced through the rocky terrain, pursuing Hibara and tracking Fingye. After covering considerable ground, Hibara suddenly halted, lowering his voice to emit a soft growl, conveying a message to Inazuka. It is just ahead. Some immediately grasped the implication and gestured to Shimi and the others. They swiftly dispersed, ascending the nearby hills to encircle their target from both sides, soon spotting figures appearing below the hills. With a swift motion, Inazuka and his companions landed almost simultaneously, surrounding Fingye in the center. However, upon landing, the trio did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they displayed expressions of astonishment. For there was not merely Fingye present. To his left and right lay several figures, identifiable as members of another small ninja squad. At that moment, Fingye, with an indifferent demeanor, was searching the fallen individuals, retrieving a scroll from one of them. You defeated all three of them. Inazuka gazed at Fingye in disbelief. Although he was uncertain of the fallen trio's abilities, they were indeed a small team of 3, and Fingye had single-handedly taken them down. Was it truly as Shimi's intuition suggested, that he was a formidable adversary? Indeed, I had no intention of dealing with them. However, the pursuit was relentless. Fingya stowed the scroll away and cast a glance at Inazuka-tsum and his companions, inquiring, "Are you planning to seize the scroll from me?" Inazuka-tsum did not respond immediately, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. At that moment, however, the oil woman Shimi spoke with urgency. "Attack. He has just fought. We must not allow him time to recover." Initially opposed to targeting Fingya, Shimi now perceived this as an opportunity and acted decisively. Waving her hand forward as a cloud of black insects surged towards Fingya. Inazuka-tsum quickly regained his focus, almost falling prey to this young man's demeanor. "Beast mimicry, fong for fong," he called out, as he and his dog intertwined in the air, spinning like a drill, converging towards Fingya's position with lethal intent. Fingya, expressionless, cast a glance at the trio. In the next instant, he abruptly vanished, his speed far surpassing that of Inazuka-tsum's fong for fong. Resembling a fleeting shadow as he darted towards Shimi, the expression on Yun Jiwei's face suddenly changed, and he quickly spread his arms wide as a black cloud of insects surged forth, attempting to thwart Fingya's assault. However, Fingya's speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to deftly maneuver around the insect swarm and appear right behind Jiwei. How could such speed be possible? The pupils beneath his sunglasses constricted sharply, leaving him with no time to react. With a swift swing of the white-toothed ninja blade in his hand, Fingya struck. Despite the insects managing to intercept some of the blade's edge, the cut still sliced through Jiwei's back, inflicting excruciating pain and causing him to collapse amidst a spray of blood. Jiwei. Upon witnessing this scene, Inazuka was struck with shock. She began to comprehend the reason behind Fingya's ability to eliminate an entire three-person squad. Such speed was simply beyond the capabilities of a lower-ranked ninja. It was nearly inconceivable. In the next instant, Fingya transformed once more into a fleeting shadow, charging toward Inazuka. In yet another brief encounter, she too succumbed to severe injury, falling to the ground. The last remaining member of their group attempted to flee, but Fingya had no intention of letting him escape. With another flash of his ninja blade, he dealt a devastating blow. Making a poor choice incurs a cost. Fingya cast a glance at the 6 fallen figures. All were ninjas from Konoha. He had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely incapacitating them. After all, one could not simply overlook the consequences of a wrong decision. Enemies on the battlefield show no mercy, so perhaps aspiring to become a chunin would have to wait for another time. Having taken a moment to delay, he deemed the impact to be minimal. With the scroll stowed away, Fingya gazed toward the center of the death cavern, murmuring softly before his figure swiftly vanished. Chapter 27. An incident occurs at the death cavern. In the heart of this peculiar and indescribable terrain lies a towering hill. At its apex, the interior is hollow, adorned with skylights on all sides, revealing a spacious expanse containing several chambers. Within one such chamber, numerous proctors, predominantly elite jonin, carefully monitor the extensive surveillance enveloping the entirety of the death cavern. As the second stage of the chunin exam extends over 3 days, the proctors take turns overseeing the proceedings. However, within this chamber, there are also ninjas from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud, serving as leading jonin. The swift defeat of 2 squads raises questions. Is this young man's prowess genuinely formidable, or are the abilities of your leaf ninjas somewhat lacking? Among the proctors is Suigetsu, a member of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who gazes at the screen displaying the unfolding events and begins to speak. The leaf ninjas are taken aback by Fingya's performance. Many are unaware that his participation in the chunin exam was sanctioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. They merely assume Fingya, being Kakashi's brother, must possess some skill, yet they are astonished that he could dispatch Inazuka Kiba and his comrades so swiftly. "My disciple is no weakling," remarks Kiba's supervising jonin, his expression grave as he too observes the screen, clearly taken aback by Fingya's displayed combat capabilities. Suigetsu casts a sidelong glance, a grin revealing his sharp teeth, and asserts, in that case, this chunin exam should prove far from tedious for Kisame." Upon hearing Suigetsu's remarks, the leaf ninjas in the room cast him glances filled with disdain. Such arrogance seemed a blatant insult to their lower-ranked ninjas. "Just wait and see," muttered a nearby leaf jonin, disdain evident in his tone. The onlookers resumed their focus on the screen, yet as time passed, their expressions began to shift. Within a mere 3 hours, Kisame's squad had obliterated 2 leaf squads, the entire encounter resembling a clean and decisive rout. Kisame's displayed strength was anything but that of a mere genin. His B-rank techniques were unleashed with ease, and his chakra levels rivaled those of seasoned jonin, presenting him as an anomaly. "What in the world? Such chakra? Is that boy Jinchuriki?" exclaimed a leaf ninja, his eyes glued to the screen. Suigetsu chuckled, retorting, "Fool, how could we ever send a Jinchuriki to participate in your Chunin exam? Kisame is no Jinchuriki. He possesses an extraordinary and unique constitution." Suigetsu's words cast a shadow over the faces of the leaf ninjas. Although they had the highest number of squads entering the second round of the Chunin exam, totaling 8 teams, it was disheartening to note that, within just half a day, 4 squads had already lost their eligibility. The most disheartening aspect was that the formidable Kisame Hashigaki and his companions, having eliminated 2 squads from the Hidden Leaf, had acquired a sufficient number of scrolls, yet showed no intention of heading to the finish line. Instead, they continued to pursue other teams within the depths of the Death Cave, seemingly intent on eliminating all competitors in this second round. Do not look at me with such disdain. Our evaluation system in the mist is far more ruthless. Noticing the grim expressions of the leaf ninjas in the room, the Sharkman Hashigaki let out a chuckle and remarked solemnly, "Those lacking strength are unworthy of becoming ninjas." In his eyes, the leaf's examination system appeared exceedingly lenient. "Upon graduating from our academy, we are required to eliminate our comrades. Only 1 out of 2 may survive. Furthermore, the CH9 exams are brutal from start to finish, ensuring that every survivor is an elite." The notorious style of the Blood Mist Village. The leader of the Yunin team, who had remained silent until now, cast a fleeting glance towards Hashigaki, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes before he averted his gaze and crossed his arms in front of him, stating, "This display does not intimidate the ninjas of Yunin Village. Let us observe how this unfolds." Hashigaki regarded the Yunin Jonin with indifference. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. On the morning following the commencement of the second round of the CH9 exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen awoke to find a ninja awaiting outside his chamber, ready to deliver urgent news. "Lord Hokage, there has been an incident." The weariness vanished instantaneously from Sarutobi's eyes, replaced by a glimmer of alertness. He promptly rose, donned the cloak of the third Hokage, and stepped outside, inquiring what has occurred. "It pertains to the CH9 exams." An Umbu ninja accompanied Sarutobi, swiftly relaying the situation, and the information caused a noticeable shift in Sarutobi's expression. In just 1 day and night, 6 squads from the Leaf had been eliminated, leaving only 2 remaining. Almost all the ninjas from the other small villages had also fallen. And now only 4 squads remained in the exam arena, those from Yunin, Kirigakure, the squad led by Uchiha Kyuta from the Leaf, and the solitary squad of Kigyuro. How could so many teams have been eliminated? Sarutobi's gaze shifted, and a vague suspicion began to form in his mind as he hurried towards the exam arena. Turning to the nearby Umbu with a serious inquiry, the Umbu's response confirmed his suspicions. The ninjas from Kirigakure and Yunin had no intention of simply passing the second round of the CH9 exams after acquiring enough scrolls. They continued to hunt down other teams. With urgency, Sarutobi made his way to the exam arena, quickly arriving at the central watchtower and entering the monitoring room. "Lord Hokage." Upon his entrance, the numerous leaf ninjas in the monitoring room immediately bowed in respect to Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept across the room, settling on one individual. "When did you arrive, Orochimaru?" In the center of the monitoring room stood the unmistakable figure of Orochimaru. Nearby, the ninjas of Konoha, whether CH9 or J9, regarded Orochimaru with palpable reverence, while the Suiyagakure's Fukuzaki and the J9 from Kumogakure no longer displayed the arrogance they had exhibited the previous day, their eyes betraying a deep-seated wariness towards Orochimaru. "I arrived just a tad earlier than you, Sensei," Orochimaru replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. His voice slightly hoarse. "I heard that this CH9 exam has revealed some particularly remarkable genin, so I came to take a look." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stepped into the monitoring room, directing his attention to the images displayed on the screens. At a time like this, do not entertain any sinister thoughts, Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's former mentor, Hiruzen understood him all too well. An interest in remarkable genin could imply the possibility of underhanded tactics. And now was not the time to engage in hostilities with the Mist or Cloud ninjas. Such actions would be tantamount to declaring war. Understood, Sensei. Orochimaru replied with a smile, yet the Jonin from Suiyagakure and Kumogakure felt an undercurrent of pressure, for Orochimaru's demeanor left them uncertain of his intentions. They could only assume that, in the absence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, Orochimaru would refrain from any drastic actions. After all, he was one of the most perilous figures among all the ninjas of Konoha. Chapter 28. A Sudden Kill. As the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly oppressive, a sudden image that appeared on one of the screens captured the attention of all present, including Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The screen displayed none other than the last remaining trio from Konoha, encountering Kisame Hoshigaki and his comrades as they approached the central tower. You must have gathered enough scrolls by now. Uchiha Kyuda, the focal point of this Genin team, stood at the forefront. His expression stern as he regarded the Mist ninjas, including Kisame. He coldly declared his intent, having already acquired the Earth and Sky Scrolls. Unwilling to engage in combat with the ninjas from the Mist, Kisame smirked slightly, raising his hands in a gesture of dismissal. I've more than enough scrolls already. So, step aside. Uchiha Kyuda replied in a low voice, please make way. Kisame chuckled, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. It seems you've misunderstood something. While I have no shortage of scrolls, I have no intention of letting you pass. After all, a confrontation in the third round is inevitable. It would be better to let you all fall here. By the way, just to remind you, I have already acquired 6 scrolls. Kisame's words caused a noticeable change in Uchiha Kyuda's expression. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan. The tomo in his eyes beginning to spin as he gripped the kunai tightly, eyeing Kisame warily. Make your move, Kisame said decisively, initiating the clash between the 3 ninjas from the Mist and the 3 from Konoha. Relying on the power of his Sharingan, Uchiha Kyuda managed to stabilize the situation momentarily. But as time progressed, his chakra reserves began to dwindle, whereas Kisame appeared to suffer no such depletion. It seems your chakra is running low. Maintaining that Sharingan must consume considerable energy, Kisame remarked, grinning. Without warning, he formed hand seals and unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Kyuda's face paled. He hadn't anticipated that even at this stage of combat, Kisame would still possess enough chakra to execute a B-rank technique. He could only hurriedly evade. But in such terrain, dodging a large-scale water release technique proved nearly impossible, and he ultimately succumbed to the attack. Your chakra levels are rather abnormal. Indeed, you possess an extraordinary physique, Orochimaru observed, a glint of intrigue in his eyes as he watched the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the many ninjas from Konoha appeared visibly strained, for with the elimination of this team, Konoha's trio had effectively been annihilated. What remained was merely the final lone ninja, or rather, just one individual, Kabuki Keiya. So, this is the legendary Uchiha Sharingan. Kisame mused as he approached Uchiha Kyuda, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes as he slowly crouched down. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan remained a highly coveted asset. However, just as Kisame intended to seize Uchiha Kyuda's Sharingan, a Konoha Umbu ninja appeared silently. For although the participants of the Chunin exams had signed a life-and-death pact, Konoha could not idly stand by while the Sharingan was taken. As the dry persimmon Zetsu observed the emergence of the Umbu ninja, he realized that his chances of acquiring the Sharingan had vanished. With a soft sigh, he withdrew his outstretched hand aimed at Uchiha Kyuda, rising to his feet anew, and declared, "The hunt is drawing to a close. Let us depart." The 2 Mist ninjas nodded in agreement and followed Zetsu's lead. The Umbu ninja cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Uchiha Kyuda before shifting his gaze towards the departing figures of Zetsu and his companions, his expression tinged with melancholy. Even the lower-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, capable of wielding the Sharingan, had been eliminated. Indeed, the Mist had dispatched formidable adversaries this time. The Nin exam was likely to become a source of ridicule. In the monitoring room, Sarutobi Hizashi observed the footage with a solemn countenance. After a brief pause, he turned to the proctoring ninja beside him and inquired, "Where is Kazuya? Has he passed?" The proctor hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to respond. After a few moments, he finally replied, how shall I put it? He has technically passed. He acquired sufficient scrolls early on and reached the exterior of the tall tower. Yet he has not entered. Saratobi Izashi raised an eyebrow in surprise and gazed at the monitor. He has not entered? Indeed, the proctor confirmed with a nod. At that moment, the chief examiner, Waihaya Kane, approached, gazing at the screen. Perhaps he intends to avoid a direct pass, wishing to gauge the strength of other ninjas. His position allows him to enter at any time. Saratobi Izashi murmured in acknowledgement. It was indeed a move Kazuya might make, but with all other lower-ranked ninjas eliminated. The burden of the third round now rested solely upon him. The thought prompted Izashi to shake his head. He had anticipated that Mist and Cloud would dispatch their elite. But the situation was even more dire than he had envisioned. Fortunately, he had designated Kazuya to participate in this CH9 exam. Given Kazuya's prowess, his performance in the third round would undoubtedly be commendable. Ultimately, the situation would remain manageable. At this moment, Kazuya sat motionless atop a protruding rock face outside the central lookout tower, his form cloaked in a layer of dust, rendering him nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. In the midst of the stillness, he suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards a certain direction, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "At last, someone has arrived." He had been waiting there for quite some time. Not far from the central lookout tower, Zetsu and his companions, having dispatched the last of the Konoha teams, were making their way towards the conclusion of the second round of the CH9 exam, advancing in a triangular formation with Zetsu leading the charge. One of the two trailing behind, while running, chuckled and remarked, "I never expected that the Uchiha clan, whom Teacher Fugu warned us to be wary of, would possess such limited capabilities. They have certainly overestimated the ninjas of Konoha." Tong Xiaoya's expression was one of satisfaction as he mused aloud. There are a total of 12 teams, and we have eliminated 6. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan have taken down 1, bringing the total to 7. If the ninjas from Kumogakure have also dispatched 1 team, then only 3 teams would remain for the third round. If they have eliminated 2, then the final confrontation would be between us and them. This performance should be considered a complete fulfillment of the instructions given by the Fugu demon. However, just as Tong Xiaoyu basked in self-satisfaction, an unfamiliar voice abruptly pierced the air beside him. "Is that so?" The voice sent a jolt through Tong Xiaoya's heart, causing an immediate rush of fear to envelop him. His body breaking out in a cold sweat. He attempted to react, but it was already too late. In an instant, blood splattered. It was as if he had collided with an invisible, razor-sharp thread. Tong Xiaoya's body was cleaved in two at the waist, his upper half and lower half separating neatly. A glimmer of terror and disbelief lingered in his eyes. Swoosh! Swoosh! Kisame Hashigaki and another Mist Ninja sensed the sudden shift behind them, their faces draining of color as they came to an abrupt halt. As they turned to look, all they could see was the lifeless body of Tong Xiaoyu and a calm figure standing nearby, a silver-haired youth wielding a short blade. Kakashi. Kofu. Chapter 29. The shock of the moment standing beside the enigmatic Kakashi, the Mist Ninja's face underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a mixture of horror and disbelief. Unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment, Tonga Sayasu, among the trio, was a sensory-type ninja, reliant on his perceptive abilities to hunt down other teams. Logically, he should have been the first to react to ambushes and surprise attacks. Yet, in this instance, he was swiftly eliminated in an instant. He had no time to employ techniques such as the shadow clone or body flicker jutsu. Cough, cough. Though severed in two, Tonga Sayasu did not perish immediately. He spat a mouthful of blood, gazing towards the direction of Keed, his expression tinged with incredulity. Approaching the final stretch and engaged in conversation with Kakashi and others, he had indeed allowed himself to become somewhat careless, failing to maintain the utmost vigilance required for his perceptive role. However, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. The true issue was the speed. Keed's movements were astonishingly swift, too rapid for him to mount any form of resistance. Such velocity was beyond what a genin could possess. Even an elite jonin would likely struggle to match it. Caught off guard by a jonin's sudden strike, his lack of full awareness rendered his demise an inevitable outcome. "It's you, isn't it?" Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Keed, devoid of any rage or disarray over his comrade's demise, as if the loss of such an insignificant figure held no consequence. A faint smile graced his lips, revealing sharp teeth reminiscent of a shark's, as he remarked, "It seems not all of Konoha's genin are worthless." He cast a glance at the severed Tongu Saiyasu, noting a small pile of scrolls scattered around him. "I see," he mused. The accumulation of scrolls indicated that their intent in this Chunin exam was not merely to pass, but rather to hunt and display prowess. Indeed, it bore the hallmarks of the notorious Blood Mist Village's style. Raising his ninja blade, the White Fang, he gently brushed his hand along its edge, as if polishing the blade. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he vanished into a plume of smoke. Kakashi's expression shifted as he leapt back without hesitation, rapidly forming hand seals in midair, pressing downwards. Water style, water burst wave. A torrential wave surged forth, cascading down like a flood. However, this deluge did not immediately strike Keed, for his target was not Kakashi, but rather another genin from the mist. Water style, spiraling water blade. The other mist genin released his jutsu almost simultaneously with Keed's disappearance. He unleashed a spiraling torrent of water from his mouth, radiating outward in all directions, with each strand of water possessing immense pressure, effortlessly severing nearby protruding rocks in an instant. At the very moment he unleashed this ninjutsu, Fengye's figure had already materialized at his right side. Faced with the swiftly approaching threads, Fengye did not evade. Instead, he displayed an almost uncanny speed, executing a mid-air rotation and slipping through the narrow gap between the spiraling water blades. Panic surged through the face of the Mist Village's genin, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Fengye would dare to charge directly into the path of the spiraling water blades, and yet he had indeed maneuvered through the narrow interstice. Without sufficient speed and acute dynamic vision, such an action was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to his demise. With a swift motion, the Mist Genin drew a kunai, launching it towards Fengye. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Fengye's ninjat, White Fang, sliced through the air with astonishing speed, seemingly releasing 7 or 8 strands of white silk in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing behind the Mist Genin. The Mist Genin stood frozen. A pained effort required to turn his head and gaze upon Fengye, his eyes reflecting horror and incredulity. Suddenly, countless lines of blood surfaced upon his body, and with a spray of crimson, he collapsed to the side. The spiraling water blades had failed to thwart Fengye. Once he closed in, the outcome was all but inevitable. Had a member of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan and possessed sufficient speed, they might have been able to counter Fengye's blade techniques in close quarters. Yet he clearly lacked such capability. In an instant, 2 Mist Ninjas lay lifeless. To act so brazenly within another's village carries its own repercussions. If one cannot eliminate their foes, they risk becoming victims themselves. This, it seems, is the philosophy of your Mist Village. I find no fault in adhering to it. Fengye stood upon the water's surface, gazing at the remaining Kisame Hashigaki, speaking in a calm tone. Kisame regarded Fengye from a distance, his demeanor no longer composed. The corners of his mouth twitched, betraying a hint of tension as he slowly remarked, "It appears you are indeed the strongest genin of Konoha. There seems to have been a slight miscalculation in the intelligence, but it is of little consequence." As his words faded, Kisame abruptly formed hand seals. Water style, water shark bomb technique. With a crash, the water beneath Fengye erupted, several water-congealed sharks lunging towards him with ferocity, intent on tearing him apart. In a swift motion, Fengye leaped from the water's surface, heading directly towards Kisame. Unfazed, Kisame raised his right hand toward Fengye, summoning a torrent of water that morphed into a shark, charging directly at him. Fengye, gripping his ninjat White Fang, thrust it fiercely into the waterborne shark, his form following the current like a fleeting shadow. The blade traced a spiral path, cleaving through the water shark and severing Kisame himself into fragments. With a resounding crash, Kisame's body shattered, yet no blood poured forth. Instead, he transformed into water, surging upward in an instant, enveloping Fengye in its depths. Water prison technique. The figure of Kisame Hashigaki emerged from the depths of the water, one hand pressing against the surface of the water sphere, maintaining the water prison while casting a glance at Fengye within. "Your speed is indeed rather troublesome," he remarked, "but within my water prison technique, it shall be rendered ineffective." Despite being ensnared in the water prison, Feng Yi exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly gazed at Kisame and replied, "The water prison technique, a signature ninjutsu of the Mist Shinobi. However, knowing you possess this technique, how could I so easily fall victim to it?" This statement caused Kisame's expression to shift. In the next instant, his body twisted sharply to the side, yet a blade of white light still grazed past him, accompanied by a spray of blood as one of his arms severed and fell into the water. In the central monitoring room of the Death Rock Cave, Orochimaru observed the scene on the screen, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes as he offered his assessment. Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but exclaim, "I initially thought he relied solely on speed, yet he has managed to apply the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique to such an extent. Even you, at his age, would find it challenging to achieve such prowess." Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were astonished by the talent and strength displayed by Feng Yi during this brief confrontation, let alone the other Chunin and Jonin present. Individuals like Akatsuki and others were nearly left in shock. It is worth noting that the strength of the trio, including Kisame, had been nearly assessed by them through the observations made during their battles. The two Mist Shinobi possessed the capabilities of elite Chunin, while Kisame's remarkable prowess and chakra barely qualified him as a special Jonin. Yet, before Feng Yi, these three Mist Shinobi had been swiftly reduced to 2 dead and 1 wounded. Whether it was the strength Feng Yi exhibited or his judgment and choices during battle, there was scarcely a flaw to critique. He bore little resemblance to a mere 9-year-old genin and appeared more akin to a seasoned elite ninja. Chapter 30. Too reckless? The figure of Kisame Hashigaki appeared several meters away from Feng Yi. His right arm had been severed at the shoulder, and he was pressing his left hand against the wound on his right shoulder, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he endured the pain. No longer possessing the calm demeanor he once had. So young, Feng Yi sighed inwardly at the sight of Kisame. At this stage, although Kisame excelled in chakra, his prowess was not as remarkable without the Samahata. Furthermore, his combat experience paled in comparison to the Kisame who would later kill the Watermelon Mountain's Tobi and join the Akatsuki. The ninjutsu Kisame had previously unleashed, including the water clone that had drawn him in and the subsequent water prison technique, might have ensnared another opponent. Yet, he had anticipated these tactics from the very beginning. The disparity in information was evident. Had both parties possessed equal knowledge, perhaps Kisame could have engaged him in combat. However, in the realm of unequal intelligence, it was merely a one-sided massacre. Just as Feng Yi was about to continue his assault to eliminate Kisame, he suddenly noticed a flicker in his vision and turned his gaze toward a particular direction. There, 3 silhouettes were rapidly approaching. More adversaries. Feng Yi glanced at Kisame, formed a hand seal with one hand, and vanished with a soft puff. The figures rushing towards him were 3 genin from the Cloud Village. Unlike Kisame and his companions, these 3 genin were not deliberately hunting other teams, yet they had still managed to overpower 2 squads. In contrast to teams from other villages that, upon acquiring sufficient scrolls and nearing the finish line, would typically choose to advance first, the ninjas from Cloud Village were known for their volatile nature. Sensing the commotion, the trio unanimously decided to head towards the source of the disturbance. After all, in the 3rd round, they would inevitably engage in battle. Better to eliminate a few opponents in the 2nd round while they had the chance. It's water release ninjutsu. They must be from the Mist Village. Unexpectedly encountering Mist ninjas, it would be fortuitous to eliminate them right here. On Kamui's dark-skinned right arm, a faint arc of lightning flickered. As he spoke, he flexed his fist and grinned slightly. The ninjas from Mist were the least feared by the Cloud Village. On one hand, lightning release counters water release, and on the other, the Cloud Village's style was predominantly aggressive, while the Mist Village favored a more stealthy, assassin-like approach, creating a significant tactical advantage. However, as the 3 approached the battlefield, one of them suddenly changed expression, sensing something amiss, and shouted loudly, "Watch out!" Kamui's expression shifted as a layer of lightning enveloped him, allowing him to swiftly sidestep to the right, narrowly avoiding a blade that sliced up from the earth below. Whoosh! With the attack missing its mark, Feng Yi retreated a couple of steps and observed Kamui. As expected from the ninjas of Cloud Village, their speed and reaction time were indeed impressive. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two ninjas from the hidden clouds swiftly surrounded Fingye, who found himself at their mercy. Kamui, with a cold gaze and a hint of a smirk, remarked, "I thought you were a mist ninja. To my surprise, you belong to Konoha." No sooner had the words left his lips than he formed a hand seal and slammed his palm to the ground, unleashing a bolt of lightning that raced towards Fingye. In a flash, Fingye leapt back to evade the attack. The two cloud ninjas lunged at him from either side, but Fingye exhibited an uncanny speed, deftly maneuvering through the narrow space between their assaults. It was unexpected that a Konoha ninja could possess such swiftness. However, with this alone, escape would be unlikely. Kamui's eyes glinted coldly as he charged toward Fingye, while his two companions, with fierce expressions, coordinated to launch another assault, intent on subduing Fingye. Within the central watchtower, as they observed the unfolding scene on the screen, Akatsuki's crimson gaze furrowed in concern. "This is too reckless," she voiced, unable to restrain herself. Having already defeated two members of the Mist Ninja team and severely injured Kisame, it was more than sufficient for Fingye. There was no need to engage the Cloud Ninjas. Clearly, Fingye's current speed was noticeably diminished compared to his earlier confrontation with the Mist Ninjas, indicating a decline in his condition and a departure from his peak performance. One of the Cloud Ninjas matched Fingye's speed, while the other two managed to keep pace, making it exceedingly difficult for him to either vanquish them or escape. The other Konoha examiners also displayed signs of tension. Although Kisame's arm had been severed, rendering him incapacitated despite not being killed by Fingye. The destruction of the scroll meant his elimination. Should Fingye falter here, the third round of the Chunin exam would become moot, allowing the three Cloud Ninjas to advance unchallenged. Such recklessness was unwarranted. If he could simply progress to the third round, in a one-on-one scenario, he should be capable of besting any Cloud Ninja he faced. Akatsuki's voice was grave as she observed the screen. Beside her, Saratobi Izashi frowned slightly. Previously, he had praised Fingye's situational awareness, which belied his tender age of 9. But now, after dispatching two Mist Ninjas and grievously injuring Kisame, Fingye appeared to have grown overly confident, abandoning the most prudent course of action. Indeed, no matter how maturely one might think, at the end of the day, he was still merely 9 years old, having achieved some victories. He seemed to have let it go to his head. Hizashi shook his head inwardly. At this distance, there should be a chance to reach the finish, Yamashiro Kai contemplated, assessing the events on the screen. If he could reach the end, all would be well. The subsequent third round would consist of one-on-one matches, and in a solitary duel, Fingye would have a significant advantage against any opponent. Hizashi nodded slightly, recognizing that this misstep still left Fingye with an opportunity for redemption. Moreover, Fingye's ability to dismantle the Mist Ninja squad and showcase such remarkable prowess had already fulfilled the mission's requirements. At that moment, a voice of stark disagreement emerged. "No, it cannot be as simple as rushing to the finish line, Sensei Saratobi." Orochimaru, with his arms crossed over his chest, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with intensity, gazed at the scene displayed on the screen and remarked, "I believe you may be underestimating that child." Despite the distance provided by the surveillance screen, and not being present at the scene, Orochimaru still sensed that Fingye would not recklessly provoke the Cloud Shinobi after engaging in battle with the Mist Shinobi, especially considering that even now, amidst the encirclement of 3 Cloud Shinobi, Fingye exhibited not a hint of panic. To him, it appeared more as though he was observing his adversaries. Chapter 31. Annihilation. The reaction speed was indeed remarkable. Kamui's successive attacks were deftly parried or evaded by Fingye. At that moment, he let out a cold snort, swiftly drawing his hand across the blade of his long sword, unleashing arcs of lightning that crackled along the edge. "In that case, let us see how you fare against this ninja technique. Cloud Flow Slash." With his words, Kamui lunged forward, the blade in his hand slicing through the air, creating a lightning arc that descended upon Fingye. The speed of this strike was markedly faster than before, enveloped in the electric aura. Fingye, realizing he had no time to employ the White Fang to defend, faced the imminent threat of being cleaved in two. However, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Fingye's eyes, akin to the hands of an ethereal clock advancing a notch. Clang! His already swift arm recoiled with an uncanny speed. Wielding the White Fang, and with a resounding clash, he deflected Kamui's strike. Kamui's pupils constricted in surprise. having executed the cloud flow slash. His attack should have been nearly one-third faster than in a normal state. Under such velocity, it was expected that Fengye would be unable to react in time to defend himself. Whoosh, whoosh. After parrying Kamoi's blow, Fengye became a shadow, swiftly retreating with 2 consecutive flickers, breaking free from the encirclement of the 3. Now liberated from their grasp, Fengye, gripping the white fang, gazed at the trio from cloud-hidden village, murmuring softly to himself. This is not the lightning technique employed by the 4th Raikage. It appears to be a weaker variant. If only I had the Byakugan or Sharingan, I could fully unravel its secrets. The lightning techniques of Cloud-Hidden Village had always intrigued him. Upon discovering Kamoi's capabilities in this regard, he chose to observe while engaging in combat. Regrettably, without the Byakugan or Sharingan to penetrate the intricacies of chakra manipulation, it proved exceedingly difficult to comprehend fully. After such prolonged observation, he had gleaned only a modicum of insight. Enough of this, Fengye thought, shaking his head. With a soft sigh, he turned his gaze back to Kamoi and the others, a flicker of determination brightening his eyes. Chakra surged within him, coursing through his meridians. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. Open. A hum resonated as the first gate was instantaneously shattered by the influx of chakra. Although no outward change was visible, Fengye felt his body grow significantly lighter, each muscle and bone harnessing 100% of its potential. The activation of the first gate had occurred in an instant. Stunned by Fengye's tripled speed, Kamoi and his companions hesitated only briefly before launching a relentless assault, each employing their most formidable techniques. Whoosh! Fengye's figure flickered. Upon unlocking the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia and unleashing his full speed, Kamoi and his companions could scarcely perceive even an afterimage. In an instant, Fengye vanished, only to reappear, having effortlessly passed by one of them. What? The individual's pupils constricted violently, freezing in place. A flicker of horror flickered in his eyes as he attempted to turn and glimpse Fengye behind him, but was met with a searing pain, a crimson line stretching from his right shoulder to his left waist. Thud, accompanied by a spray of blood. A lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Kamoi, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. Impossible, such speed. What is this? He feared he must elevate his mastery of the lightning release secret technique to the 2nd stage to attain speed comparable to Fengye's. Yet reaching that stage would signify the level of a high-ranking shinobi. Whoosh! Amidst Kamoi's astonishment, Fengye's figure once again darted past. Another cloud ninja, face contorted in terror, frantically wielded his kunai, yet his desperate attempts failed to create a flawless defensive circle, and in an instant, he too was swept aside by Fengye. The only sounds that pierced the air were 2 nearly simultaneous clangs of blades. Thud! With blood splattering, the 2nd cloud ninja fell. As he beheld his last companion fall before Fengye's terrifying speed, Kamoi's eyes reflected a mix of shock and dread. Impossible! This is not the speed and skill of a mere genin. This individual must be a disguised leaf jonin. How could he possibly be a genin? Ninjutsu. Cloud flow slash. Seeing Fengye's gaze fixated upon him, Kamoi gritted his teeth and shouted, the blade of his sword once again enveloped in arcs of lightning. However, facing him, Fengye also formed hand signs with one hand, tracing his fingers along the edge of his white-toothed blade, a thread of lightning intertwining along its length. Lightning release. Lightning slash. Whoosh. In a fleeting moment, their figures crossed. Kamoi stood rigid, the arcs of lightning on his blade dissipating, the sword shattering in the center, half of the blade clattering to the ground with a ringing sound. He struggled to turn his head to Fengye, disbelief still lingering in his eyes, uttering, "You." Kamoi's throat convulsed as if he wished to say more, but ultimately, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the desolate earth with a thud. In the central monitoring room of the Death Rock Cave, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The previously smirking and slightly arrogant Jonin of the Cloud Village found his expression frozen, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? Meanwhile, in the serene dusk of the Hidden Leaf, the high-ranking shinobi Hachi and several Chunin examiners were similarly engulfed in silence, their eyes reflecting shock and incredulity. Due to the nature of the surveillance projection, the specific visuals were utterly indistinguishable. However, it was evident that Fengye had employed some extraordinary means. surpassing his previous speed during the battle with the Mist Ninja and even exceeding that. With this almost terrifying velocity, he swiftly turned the tide, eliminating 2 Cloud Ninjas in rapid succession, and subsequently dispatched the last of the Cloud Ninja with a technique that combined lightning release with the Konoha blade arts. Indeed, Orochimaru gazed intently at the images on the screen, slowly remarking, "Yet such speed cannot be achieved under normal circumstances. I do not recall that White Fang possessing such abilities. Could it be that he has resorted to some forbidden technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, suppressing the tremors within his heart, and replied, "It is unclear, but that child has mentioned that his motor nerves are extraordinary." Extraordinary indeed. Although the screen obscured a precise assessment of Finye's speed, it was likely that even the most adept Jonin would struggle to match it. No wonder Finye could slay an elite scout from the mist. No wonder the remarkably gifted Kakashi has consistently fallen short against his elder brother. Extraordinary. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile, echoing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, pausing momentarily before adding, "Being extraordinary signifies talent. Viewed in this light, that child may indeed possess a talent that surpasses that of the White Fang." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. Finye not only inherited the bloodline of Hatake Tsukumo but also possessed an innate talent for speed. If he continues to develop, he could certainly exceed Hatake Tsukumo. Chapter 32. Orochimaru's Test. After a brief moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, inhaled deeply, and cast a glance at the Jonin from the hidden Cloud Village and the Jonin from the hidden Mist Village, Suigetsu H. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he remarked, "Regardless, the Ch-Nin exams have concluded." Standing beside him, Wai Kurenai reined in her astonishment and cast a sidelong glance at Suigetsu H. stating, "Indeed. Only one remains, thus the third round shall not occur. The ninjas from the Mist Village likely aim to eliminate all other teams in the second round, thereby concluding the Ch-Nin exams before the third round, in an effort to showcase the terror of the Blood Mist Village. This objective was achieved. Yet their entire force was annihilated, a turn of events no one could have anticipated. Kurenai gazed at the screen, where Kamikaze was hastening towards the central observation tower. Having already collected all the scrolls, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Regardless. Well done, son of White Fang, ninja of Konoha." Outside the central observation tower, Kamikaze hurried to the entrance, carrying 2 scrolls as he entered. Awaiting him at the entrance was Kurenai, the proctor for the second round. "Congratulations on passing the second round of the Ch-Nin exams, which should also be the final round," she stated. Kamikaze replied, "It seems the ninjas from the Mist and Cloud have eliminated all other teams. I possess all the scrolls." Kurenai, already aware of this development, displayed no surprise. However, as she watched Kamikaze carelessly discard the remaining scrolls, a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. In the second round of the Ch-Nin exams, only one candidate passed, a first since the establishment of the examination system. Little did anyone expect that Kamikaze, long overshadowed by Kakashi, possessed such prodigious talent, excelling beyond Kakashi in strength, mindset, and resilience. "Yes, your assessment is correct. There will be no third round." After a moment of reflection, Kurenai nodded at Kamikaze and said, "Follow me. The Hokage awaits your presence." Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already arrived. Kamikaze, not surprised, nodded and followed Kurenai, soon arriving at the central hall on the second floor of the observation tower, where Sarutobi stood at the center. To Kamikaze's surprise, he noticed Orochimaru standing beside Hiruzen. Could Orochimaru be the proctor for the subsequent round? No, that seemed unlikely. A fleeting thought crossed Kamikaze's mind. The Jonin assigned to oversee the Ch-Nin exam held a high rank, making it improbable for Orochimaru to serve as the main examiner. Dismissing this notion, Kamikaze approached Hiruzen, bowing respectfully. As he did so, he sensed 2 hostile gazes directed his way. Those cold and menacing stares emanated from Suigetsu H. of the Mist Village and an unknown Jonin from the Cloud Village. After Fongyi lifted his head, he briefly made eye contact with the 2 enemies, Suigetsu and Hoshigaki Kisame, before returning his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhibiting no fear towards the 2 rogue Jonin. It was indeed quite challenging for him to defeat a Jonin, especially one as formidable as Suigetsu. A member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, whose power approached that of a Kage. However, this was Konoha. Not only were there numerous Jonin present, but even Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen were here, causing Suigetsu and his allies to merely cast him a cold glance, too intimidated to exude any murderous intent. As for the future, should they encounter each other on the battlefield, given his rapid growth, he might not be weaker than them, and perhaps by then, he would have surpassed the Jonin level and reached a true Kage stature. Congratulations, you have passed the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, smiling warmly at Feng Yi. You performed admirably. From today onward, you shall be a Chunin of Konoha. Always remember the duties of a ninja. Yes, Feng Yi replied, bowing his head respectfully. Orochimaru, standing nearby, observed Feng Yi with a slight smile playing on his lips. Your father, in his lifetime, granted me some favors. Do you know who I am? Hatake Feng Yi? Noticing that Orochimaru seemed to take an interest in him, Feng Yi quickly thought, and then bowed to Orochimaru, stating, You must be the legendary Sannin. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled softly, extending his arms. If you recognize me, that makes things easier. With your abilities, it would be challenging for an ordinary Jonin to mentor you. How would you like to become my disciple? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback by Orochimaru's proposition, furrowing his brows. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decisive statement. In that case, Feng Yi, you should learn from Orochimaru. Feng Yi. What on earth? I hadn't even spoken yet. His lips twitched involuntarily as he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor, as the fate of his previous disciples, all marked with cursed seals, suggested. However, considering the current circumstances, it didn't seem entirely unfeasible. On one hand, becoming Orochimaru's disciple would allow him to evade the troubles posed by Danzo. On the other, from Orochimaru, he might acquire many jutsu he yearned to learn. It was akin to seeking shelter from a tiger. No, more like seeking shelter from a snake. With a sigh, Feng Yi pondered. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision, there was no room for reconsideration. He could vaguely surmise why Sarutobi Hiruzen chose this path. At present, Hiruzen had not yet fully decided upon the fourth Hokage's successor. Although Orochimaru's character was somewhat perilous, Minato, the Yellow Flash, was still too young and lacked the achievements and qualifications of Orochimaru. While Hiruzen's heart leaned towards Minato, he could not openly express this stance at this time. Should he refuse to entrust Feng Yi to Orochimaru and instead designate Kakashi as Minato's disciple, it would not only stir dissent among some villagers, but Orochimaru would also be exceedingly displeased. The current situation in the ninja world was fraught with tension. The village must maintain sufficient stability. The words of Sarutobi Hiruzen elicited a faint smile from Orochimaru. At this moment, he still harbored ambitions regarding the position of Hokage. By proposing to take Kiryuru as his disciple, he was not only genuinely impressed by Kiryuru's talent, but was also subtly probing Sarutobi Hiruzen's stance. To ascend to the role of Hokage, one must possess successors. It is impossible to manage the myriad responsibilities alone. Ensuring the village's stability necessitates having heirs to assist in governance. By entrusting the prodigious ninja Kakashi to Minato Namikaze for cultivation, Sarutobi Hiruzen implicitly included Minato as a candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage. Upon realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude had shifted, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to conduct a subtle test. Should Hiruzen obstruct his acceptance of Kiryuru as a disciple, it would indicate that Hiruzen had dismissed his potential to succeed as the fourth Hokage. However, the current dialogue suggests that Hiruzen's stance remains ambiguous. It remains uncertain who you will ultimately choose, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru mused quietly as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 33. The Art of Cellular Activation. Having met with Lord Orochimaru, Feng Yi bowed respectfully. The situation had been confirmed. There were no alternative paths, and thus, he could only proceed along this route while contemplating potential countermeasures. MMHMHM. Orochimaru gazed at Feng Yi, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. This matter has reached its conclusion. Follow me. With those words, Orochimaru flickered and vanished from the hall. Feng Yi glanced back at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nodded in acknowledgement. After bowing respectfully to him, Feng Yi also disappeared in a flash, trailing behind Orochimaru. Whoosh, whoosh. The two swiftly departed from the central watchtower. as Fingye followed Orochimaru. Lost in thought about how to handle this mentor, they arrived at a certain location within the Death Rock Cave, where Orochimaru came to a halt. It was. Fingye surveyed his surroundings. This was the very place where he had battled with Kisame Hoshigaki. The water had nearly vanished, leaving the ground damp and muddy. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the area, quickly locating an arm amidst the muck, Kisame's arm, severed by Fingye. Ugh! A faint smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth as he suddenly opened it, expelling a viscous scroll. Grasping it and unfurling it, his tongue shot out, ensnaring the arm and retrieving it, placing it upon the scroll. With a soft pop, a plume of white smoke enveloped the area, and the arm vanished. Sealed within the scroll. After completing this task, Orochimaru turned to Fingye, holding the scroll aloft. This unique physique is a first for me. It constitutes valuable research material. In the future, should you encounter special types of ninjas, do try to bring me some samples. Fingye involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. Nodding in agreement. Understood. Let us proceed. Orochimaru, with a flick of his tongue, swallowed the scroll and continued onward. Must we do this? Fingye couldn't help but think. It's truly quite disgusting. He felt more fatigued than after his battle with Kisame. Yet he could only helplessly follow Orochimaru as they soon exited the Death Rock Cave. Upon nearing the vicinity of Konoha, Orochimaru formed a hand seal, and a passageway to the underground suddenly appeared in the ground. This must be Orochimaru's secret lair, Fingye surmised as he followed Orochimaru inside. Upon entering the base, he indeed found the interior adorned in dark hues. After traversing the silent tunnel, they emerged into a hall filled with a myriad of curious sights, strange insects submerged in peculiar liquids, as well as various organs such as hearts and livers. Fortunately, Fingye's background in medical studies granted him a robust psychological fortitude against such sights. He felt no discomfort, even silently critiquing the crude craftsmanship of some specimens. Truly, the child of White Fang, he mused, seems remarkably well adapted to the peculiarities of my domain. Orochimaru had been keenly observing Fingye's condition. After they had walked for a while, he broke into a sly smile and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite suited to be my disciple. Is this your research facility, Orochimaru-sensei?" Fingye inquired, feigning ignorance as he scanned his surroundings. Orochimaru nodded and approached one of the vacant glass containers. Producing the scroll that had previously sealed the arm of Kakashi's partner, Kisame, he retrieved the arm and cast it into the glass vessel. Once he had completed this task, Orochimaru consumed the scroll again and turned to Fingye, his serpentine eyes glinting with interest. "You must have inherited numerous physical techniques from White Fang. There are some of my methods you need not learn, but given your level, you ought to discern what you require, correct?" Fingye pondered for a moment before posing a crucial question. "My chakra reserves are insufficient. Do you possess any methods to enhance my chakra, Orochimaru-sensei?" Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "In your case, after a few more years of bodily development, your chakra levels will rival that of a Jonin. However, it seems you desire even greater reserves of chakra." "Well, there are indeed ways." Fingye's eyes brightened as he regarded Orochimaru, eagerly awaiting further elaboration. Orochimaru shifted his gaze from Fingye to the various specimens adorning the room, stating, "Chakra is extracted from the 13 billion cells within the human body, amalgamated with spiritual energy. Methods to enhance mental fortitude are scarce, and I possess no particularly effective techniques in that regard. However, I do have a method to boost cellular energy." At this juncture, Orochimaru produced a scroll and, using his tongue, offered it to Fingye. Fingye accepted it, suppressing a quiet disdain. This hand is not to be trusted. Nevertheless, his yearning for the technique outweighed his revulsion towards the scroll. He unfurled it and immediately noted the title inscribed at the top, Cellular Activation. This technique, designed to invigorate the cells throughout the body, not only augments chakra reserves but also boasts remarkable self-healing properties. Orochimaru folded his arms in front of him and remarked, "This technique forms the foundation of many of my arts. However, with your mastery of the flag blade technique from White Fang and your affinity for lightning release ninjutsu, you likely will not require my subsequent techniques, nor do you appear particularly inclined to learn them." Heh. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words and having read a portion of the scroll, Fingye began to grasp the essence of the technique. It is fundamentally designed to enhance cellular vitality and regenerative capabilities. If he was not mistaken, this technique likely underpinned Orochimaru's other arts, such as the shedding skin technique and regeneration technique. Only with robust cellular vitality could one achieve feats bordering on immortality. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, Fingye said as he closed the scroll and bowed respectfully. This technique was indeed perfectly suited for him, beyond ordinary compatibility. The conventional methods of enhancing physical strength can at most mitigate the adverse effects of the Eight Gates technique, yet they cannot completely eliminate them. However, the art of cellular activation should, to a certain extent, counteract the negative consequences of the Eight Gates. Its essence lies not in augmenting cellular strength, but in enhancing cellular vitality, life force, and recuperative ability. Thus, embark on your training. If you wish to observe my experiments, you are welcome to do so from the sidelines. Orochimaru glanced at Fingye with a faint smile, then turned his attention away. Entering the laboratory to begin preparing for the study of the recently acquired arm of Kisame Hashigaki, Fingye harbored a flicker of interest in Orochimaru's experiments. However, this paled in comparison to his fervent desire to cultivate the art of cellular activation. After bowing to Orochimaru once more, Fingye departed from the research facility. Chapter 34. Spirit and Flesh. After departing from Orochimaru's base, Fingye exhaled deeply. Although Orochimaru was unlikely to utilize him as a test subject on the very first day of apprenticeship, approaching such a perilous individual without adequate strength was inherently fraught with danger. However, the trajectory of events appeared to remain on a stable and normal path, and he had acquired the technique of cell activation. As he traversed the forest, Fingye arrived at a stream and meticulously cleansed the newly acquired scroll. After thoroughly examining the scroll's elucidation of the cell activation technique, he found no discrepancies. Indeed, Orochimaru had been forthright, clearly outlining both the advantages and disadvantages within the scroll. Among the annotations was the assertion, the human body exists in a state of equilibrium. The balance between spiritual energy and cellular energy constructs this equilibrium. A certain degree of imbalance may not yield significant repercussions, yet an excessive disparity between the two can precipitate grave consequences. The cell activation technique forcibly enhances cellular vitality without augmenting the spiritual aspect. Thus, if overpracticed, one may lose control over the physical form, leading to a collapse and uncontrollable monstrous growth. Consequently, caution against excessive enhancement during practice is imperative. Several similar annotations were present. These notes did not conflict with Fingye's own understanding, particularly regarding the balance of spirit and flesh. While he had not previously encountered the notion of physical imbalance, he was aware of spiritual imbalance. A simple example would be the transplantation of the Rinnegan in an ordinary individual, which results in spiritual disarray. As the body cannot withstand the immense spiritual energy that the Rinnegan possesses, causing rapid deterioration. Even Nagato, who possessed the physique of the Uzumaki clan and was already quite formidable, could not endure the Rinnegan's power. Only a truly powerful sage body can genuinely bear the might of the Rinnegan, achieving equilibrium between spirit and flesh. Orochimaru's cell activation technique follows a similar principle. Without formidable spiritual strength to maintain balance, an excessive enhancement of cellular energy will result in physical imbalance, likely culminating in an explosive failure. The cell activation technique. It should be regarded as a method for cultivating a pseudo-sage body, though it falls significantly short of that, perhaps merely constituting a fraction of its potential. Fingye pondered deeply. The sage body exemplified by Senja Hashirama transcends mere physical enhancement. It equally cultivates spiritual energy. In contrast, the cell activation technique encompasses only a portion, and its efficacy is considerably inferior to that of a sage body, lacking the integration of natural energy. Should one practice sage mode in conjunction with the cell activation technique, the combination might indeed approximate a pseudo-sage body. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Yakushi Kabuto likely existed in such a state. Only by advancing further can one attain the true sage body. Thus, it appears that both flesh and spirit can be delineated into three tiers: cell activation, pseudo-sage body, and the authentic sage body. On the spiritual front, there exists the Sharingan, the Manjiki Sharingan, and the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Fingye felt assured that his judgment was sound. The Eternal Manjiki, when combined with the sage body, Results in the Rinnegan. Further integration with vast natural energy or becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki would grant one the Sage of Six Paths body, allowing entry into the Six Paths mode. In summary, with the foundation of cellular activation established, the fog that previously clouded his understanding began to dissipate. After traversing the forest, Fengye returned to the village. Following a meal, he made his way home, entering his bedroom where he sat cross-legged, placing a scroll before him. Thus, let us commence. Deep beneath Konoha, in the root base, Danzo leaned on his staff within a chamber, listening to the reports of his subordinates. His expression remained stoic, yet his fingers tightened around the hard wooden cane, leaving subtle imprints. Orochimaru. The sudden decision of Orochimaru to take Fengye as a disciple caught him off guard. In Danzo's perspective, Fengye's future trajectory would either see him designated by Hiruzen Sarutobi to join the Umbu or be incorporated into his route, where he could easily manipulate the circumstances to cultivate Fengye. However, Orochimaru's actions interrupted his plans. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi's ambiguous stance suggested he had not entirely relinquished the idea of allowing Orochimaru to succeed as the fourth Hokage, which further infuriated Danzo regarding the unfolding situation. What are the negotiations? The Hokage has signed a contract with the Mist Village, but discussions with the Cloud Village have not reached a conclusion. Their Jonin should be departing shortly, responded the Root Ninja in a low voice. Upon hearing this report, Danzo tightened his grip on the cane. With Konoha's current strength, engaging multiple villages simultaneously would be feasible. Annihilating one would be no great challenge. Yet, Sarutobi hesitated to initiate war despite the opportune moment for unifying the ninja world. Nonetheless, negotiating peace with the Mist Village might be prudent. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Without a clear incentive, the Mist Village would not recklessly breach the contract to instigate conflict. If he could devise a method to incite a war between the Stone and Cloud villages, it would present an unprecedented opportunity for Konoha. Drawing a deep breath, Danzo gazed upward with profound intensity, murmuring to himself, "Since you are unwilling, Sarutobi, allow me to instigate the war." Compared to warfare and the unification of the ninja world, matters concerning Fengye, and even Orochimaru, paled in significance. Everything could be contemplated post-conflict. In war, all could be manipulated. At home, in his bedroom, Fengye dedicated 4 continuous hours to his training. In a state of triple time acceleration, 12 hours had elapsed. He spent approximately 4 hours familiarizing himself with the practice of cellular activation, followed by 8 hours engaged in the most fundamental training. Is this what cellular activation entails? Fengye opened his eyes. After enduring a substantial day of training, he sensed subtle changes within his body imperceptible to an ordinary person, yet unmistakably felt by him as a ninja. It was as if every cell within him had become slightly more invigorated. The most immediate sensation was that his body felt lighter than before, and the consumption of chakra to energize his cells had diminished. Typically, such an extended period of cultivation, even without engaging in physical techniques, would render the body weary due to the strain of harnessing chakra. However, he found his fatigue considerably less pronounced than usual. The effects were evident, although he seemed to feel hungrier, necessitating a greater intake of sustenance. Fengye rubbed his belly, contemplating that until the completion of the cellular activation technique, he might well transform into a voracious eater, requiring 9 meals a day to satiate his appetite. He mused. Might Orochimaru have consumed several days' worth of food in one sitting during his own training? The thought lingered in his mind, feeling quite plausible. Chapter 35 did not pass. It's rare to eliminate all opponents in the second round. Kakashi sat at the dining table, enjoying his meal, when he glanced at Fengye, who had just walked out. But now you can no longer conceal your strength, can you? That is hard to say. Fengye yawned, retrieved a few rice balls from the refrigerator, heated them briefly, and approached the table. My current strength has been largely exposed, but for the time being, there shouldn't be any tasks requiring my attention. I just need to continue my training. Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at Fengye. No tasks in the short term? I believe you're mistaken. After becoming a Chunin, you will occasionally be assigned missions. With that, Kakashi leaned back in his chair, arms crossed behind his head. Speaking of which, I have a mission to undertake tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Fengye regarded Kakashi with mild curiosity. Free team formation? Have you accepted a commission task? In the village, there are two types of missions. One is the commission tasks received at the assignment office, which are non-mandatory and allow for free team formation, enabling individuals to invite others to participate. Upon completion, one receives a record of the task completion from the village along with the corresponding reward. The other type consists of tasks mandated by superiors, which are compulsory and generally come with various requirements, with personnel designated by superiors or even the Hokage personally. Indeed, Kakashi gazed at Funya, his demeanor contemplative. Recently, I've taken a liking to a particular ninja blade, but my savings are insufficient, so I need to undertake some high-reward commission tasks. Ninja blade. If he hadn't traversed into this world, the White Fang-S blade would have belonged to Kakashi. It seemed he had inadvertently seized what rightfully belonged to him. However, he had found the White Fang's blade quite manageable. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to acquire a Kusanagi sword to compensate Kakashi later. With this thought in mind, Funya addressed Kakashi. If you are purchasing a ninja blade, I still have some funds at home. If you are short by a little, I can offer some assistance. Kakashi appeared to have awaited this very response from Funya. After completing this mission, I will likely still need around 2,000. Not a problem, Funya replied without hesitation. Kakashi nodded, suddenly reminding Funya, expenses will increase significantly after becoming a chunin. Even if the village does not assign tasks, if you refrain from accepting commissions, the money left by your father will eventually run out. Funya contemplated his remaining assets and mused, if I refrain from purchasing consumables such as ninja tools and explosive tags, it should suffice for the coming months. However, to undertake missions, I must train for a while longer and prepare adequately. Funya pondered whether to teach Kakashi the technique of cellular activation. However, after consideration, although Orochimaru likely wouldn't mind, it would be prudent to obtain his permission first to avoid unnecessary complications. Prepare adequately. Upon hearing Funya's words, Kakashi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and retorted, with your strength, accepting some D-rank or C-rank commissions would pose no danger. Funya sighed. You wouldn't understand. As a time traveler, it is imperative that both the physical constitution and the unexpected attributes are at least 99, even when undertaking a D-rank mission. There exists a substantial probability of unforeseen circumstances, which may escalate the situation to a B-rank or even exceed an A-rank task. Therefore, one must contemplate not only the mission itself, but also the potential contingencies. The current strength is far from sufficient. Kakashi found himself on the verge of exclaiming, how can one who has never executed a mission presume to instruct a ninja who has completed dozens of C-rank tasks? Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Recalling that he was no match for Keed, who also happened to be his elder brother, all the retorts he had in mind were swallowed, leaving him with a brooding gaze. I'm going to sleep. After dinner, Keed entered a state of slumber at triple speed. Approximately 2 hours later, he awakened, consumed a piece of bread, and resumed his training in his room. By the time Kakashi departed the following morning after breakfast, Keed had engaged in over 12 hours of actual training, remaining indoors and continuing his regimen. The development of Chidori, the 8 Gates, and the Konoha swordsmanship had been temporarily set aside, as the cell activation technique was currently his most pressing need, an essential foundational ability. Once mastered, it would undoubtedly aid in the development of Chidori and the cultivation of the 8 Gates. Through this repetitive training under the state of triple speed, what transpired in the outside world as merely a day and night translated to an equivalent of 3 days of training for an ordinary individual. During Keed's arduous training, discussions regarding the Chunin exam became the focal point at the Ninja Academy over the past 2 days. Ordinarily, students at the ninja school exhibited little interest in the Chunin exam. However, with Keed, a highly regarded student, graduating early and participating in the exam, interest surged dramatically. A group of girls congregated, with Ino contemplating aloud. If memory serves, the Chunin exam is typically divided into 3 phases, and the third phase is public. Allowing us to observe, Yuhi Kurenai nodded, appearing somewhat preoccupied. Although she believed in Keed's prowess, her father, Yuhi Akatsuki, had specifically mentioned the dangers associated with this Chunin exam, leaving her unable to relax completely. Passing by, Inuzuka Kiba overheard Ino and Kurenai's conversation and scoffed. You seem to be overthinking this. Whether Keed can pass the first 2 rounds remains uncertain. This Chunin exam includes ninjas from other villages. Aburame Shino adjusted his sunglasses and remarked solemnly. My father mentioned that historically, the highest elimination rate occurs in the second round of the Chunin exam. Noera Rin smiled brightly, exuding a charming demeanor. I believe Keed will undoubtedly succeed. That's rather presumptuous, Uchiha Obito muttered, adding, I doubt Keed will make it to the 3rd round. As the words of Obito fell, a voice suddenly emerged from the side, proclaiming, You are correct, Fengye indeed did not advance to the 3rd round. This statement momentarily stunned the gathering crowd, who turned to see that the speaker was Yamashiro Inoka, recently arrived in the classroom, her eyes seemingly shimmering with an enigmatic light. Yukihina Red, taken aback, exclaimed. Fengye did not advance to the 3rd round. Yamashiro Inoka averted her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Yukihina Red and replied, Isn't your father one of the examiners? Are you not aware of the circumstances surrounding the Chunin exams? Yukihina Red furrowed her brow and shook her head. Her father, Yukihina Chihiro, had not returned the previous day, leaving her with no opportunity to inquire about the specifics of the Chunin exams. She only knew that Fengye had passed the 1st round. Inazuka Kiba erupted into laughter, exclaiming, I told you, there was no way he could pass after graduating early and jumping straight into the Chunin exams. That guy was indeed overconfident. Others harboring animosity towards Fengye also displayed expressions of relief. However, at that moment, Yamashiro Inoka shot a glance at Inazuka Kiba and questioned, Who informed you that Fengye did not pass the Chunin exams? Chapter 36. Scorching Heat, isn't that what you said? Inazuka Kiba's smile faltered slightly as he cast a curious glance at Yamanaka Ino, saying, Kaze Yor didn't even make it to the 3rd round of the Chunin exam. Hyuga Hayashi also turned his gaze, calmly inquiring, Could one possibly excel in the 2nd round and be directly promoted to Chunin? With a snap of her fingers, Yamanaka Ino smiled and replied, You are partially correct. However, it is not merely about excelling to be promoted. It is simply that only Kaze Yoru passed the 2nd round, hence the 3rd round of the Chunin exam has been eliminated. This revelation left Hyuga Hayashi and the others momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Yui Kurinai, who had been worried about whether Kaze Yoru had sustained any injuries in the 2nd round and was attempting to ask Ino, was also taken aback. Her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Are you saying only Kaze Yoru passed the 2nd round? Ino, in her astonishment, looked at Yamanaka Ino with disbelief. She had some understanding of the Chunin exam's content, and it seemed implausible that only one individual could succeed in an entire round. Inazuka Kiba, still in shock, couldn't help but exclaim, Hey, do you think we're all fools? It's ridiculous to claim that only Kaze Yoru passed the 2nd round. Others echoed similar expressions of skepticism. Just then, a Chunin instructor entered the classroom, surveyed the group of students, and stated, Well, Ino is correct, indeed. Only Kaze Yoru succeeded in the 2nd round of the Chunin exam, while all others were eliminated. At this point, the instructor felt a tumult of emotions. Although he had learned this news the previous night, it remained difficult for him to maintain composure even now. Graduating early, perfect scores across the board. In just a few days, participating solo in the Chunin exam, Kaze Yoru eliminated all other teams in the 2nd round, resulting in the cancellation of the 3rd round. Such performance could almost be described as miraculous. Kaze Yoru's usual academic performance had never been particularly remarkable, yet achieving perfect scores and eliminating all others in the 2nd round of the Chunin exam could not possibly be a feat accomplished in such a short span of time. This suggests that Kaze Yoru's innate talent might not be inferior to that of Kakashi. In light of this, Kaze Yoru remained remarkably composed, attending classes as usual without displaying any extraordinary behavior, a mindset that was equally astonishing. If he were an adult ninja, it would be one thing. But Kaze Yoru is only 9 years old, a hidden genius, the Chunin instructor mused inwardly, much like the legendary Orochimaru and Kakashi Hatake. Kaze Yoru's displayed talent and temperament undoubtedly marked him as a rare genius, a phenomenon not seen in decades. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. All right, everyone. Return to your seats and prepare for class. With the instructor's words, the previously frozen atmosphere of the classroom was finally broken. Inazuka Kiba, Uchiha Obito, and others, somewhat stiffly, made their way back to their respective positions, their eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief. Could it be true what Yamanaka Ino had said? In the second round, all competitors were eliminated. How could this be possible? Might Guy found himself momentarily dazed. He had always believed that Kakashi's talent and strength far surpassed that of Fingye, yet the situation now appeared to suggest otherwise. Having graduated early and subsequently excelled in the CH9 exams, achieving such remarkable feats, it seemed that Fingye was not significantly inferior to Kakashi. Throughout the entire morning, almost no one could concentrate. The undeniable truth before them left them in a state of shock and disbelief. Once they regained their composure, the emotions of Inuzuka Kiba and others became exceedingly complex. Jealousy and disdain lingered, yet their intensity had waned, replaced by an overwhelming sense of loss. This was not an acceptance of Fingye's existence, but rather a profound distance that had suddenly opened up, rendering feelings of jealousy or resentment somewhat illusory. Graduating early from the Ninja Academy, becoming a genin, and then passing the CH9 exams, this leap from a novice to a CH9 had occurred in the span of merely a few days, creating an almost surreal impression. Only a select few, including Might Guy, managed to retain their spirits. At this moment, Guy had placed Fingye nearly on par with Kakashi, viewing him as a target to surpass. The rivalry had transformed from one opponent into two, igniting a fiercer flame within his youth. Clenching his fists, determination sparkled in his eyes. The news of Fingye's ascent to CH9 swiftly spread throughout the Ninja Academy. Not only were his classmates astonished, but students from other grades were equally taken aback, for Fingye had achieved this rank merely 2 days after his early graduation. Has he truly become a CH9? Murmured Uchiha Shursui, listening to the discussions around him in a corner of the classroom. As he had anticipated, Fingye had surged forward after revealing his talent. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, the title of genius now felt somewhat unworthy of him. He resolved to exert even greater effort to catch up with Fingye and Kakashi. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fingye devoted himself to the practice of cellular activation techniques, finally reaching the current limits of his progress. He could distinctly feel that every cell in his body was brimming with vitality. If a knife were to slice his skin, the wound would heal at a rate several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Although this self-healing ability paled in comparison to the 100-heal technique and sage body, its effects were still evident under accelerated conditions. As one could visibly observe the wound healing at a slow pace, Fingye refrained from further experimentation as he had no affinity for self-harm. He merely needed to be aware that his body possessed healing capabilities far exceeding those of an average individual. Minor wounds required no bandaging, while deeper cuts could be treated simply, healing swiftly without the fear of infection. The 8th gate of Duinjia. The 3rd gate, the life gate. Open. In the woods behind Konoha, Fengyi took a deep breath, and suddenly, his chakra surged within him, breaking through the 3rd gate of the 8 gates located above his chest. Having mastered the technique of cellular activation, he effortlessly surpassed the bottleneck of the 3rd gate and progressed towards the 4th. With the 3rd gate now open, Fengyi was enveloped in a pale green glow. Feeling the explosive power of his chakra igniting within him, the latent energy in his body surging forth. Both his speed and strength had increased tremendously compared to when he had opened the 1st gate. It became clear to him that upon opening the 3rd gate, his chakra entered a berserk state, making it increasingly difficult to control. As he sensed his newfound power, he murmured softly to himself. It appeared that his previous notions had been somewhat naive. He had thought he could still utilize techniques such as the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique while in the state of the 8 gates. However, the reality was that with the eruption of the 8 gates, his chakra ran rampant, becoming exceedingly challenging to manage. 3 times the speed. Taking a deep breath, Fengyi concentrated his thoughts and entered the state of triple speed. In this heightened state, he clenched his fist and suddenly swung it forward, his entire arm transforming into a mere blur, generating a scorching blaze as it brushed against the air. Chapter 37. The Fire Fist and the Moon Flash. With a resounding boom, a punch landed, shattering the wooden post before him into splinters. Sparks ignited from the contact. The impact of this punch stirred something within Fengyi. Prior to unlocking the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, one lacked the ability for ranged attacks. However, Upon reaching the sixth gate, his fist could generate flames through friction with the air, allowing him to unleash air blasts imbued with fire, an advanced technique known as the peacock dance. With a fierce shout, Fengye unleashed a flurry of punches, flames dancing beneath his fists. Yet, he found himself lacking. He could create fire, but could not project it outward. After delivering dozens of strikes, he paused, feeling slightly disappointed. He withdrew from the state of the 8 gates, calming the chakra within him. As he inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkled not with despair, but with exhilaration. The enhancement brought by the 3rd gate exceeded his expectations. The acceleration of time at 3 times the normal speed, combined with the 3rd gate's opening, had propelled his speed to nearly that of the 6th gate, achieving half the effect of the peacock dance. While he still fell short of true ranged attacks, his ability to generate flames with his fists suggested he possessed roughly a third of the technique's power. Fengye took another deep breath. The flames generated by the friction of his fists against the air resembled fiery fists, qualifying as a form of martial art. Yet, naming this technique posed a challenge. An incomplete peacock dance, but what should it be called? There seemed to be no fitting animal name for it. Perhaps it would be simpler to call it the fire fist. Returning to the matter at hand, he noted the remarkable recovery and vitality of his body following cellular activation. The side effects of the 3rd gate were mitigated to the point where he only felt a slight fatigue in his limbs. After stretching, he sensed no pain, only a rapid recovery from his previous exhaustion. This was his first experience with the opening of the life gate. With further training, as his body adapted to this gate, the side effects would diminish even more, potentially being entirely countered by the revitalizing effects of cellular activation. To develop such a technique, Orochimaru was indeed a genius, Fengye mused. Beyond cellular activation, there were also soft tissue transformation and shedding techniques, though he found little interest in them. Transforming his body to resemble that of a serpent did not appeal to him. The fundamental technique of cellular activation was the only one suited for him. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Fengye's mind. He drew his ninja blade, the white fang, and with a single hand formed a seal, infusing chakra into it. In a dazzling display of crackling energy, arcs of lightning flickered along the blade's edge. Lightning style. Lightning slash. After executing the lightning slash, Fengye inhaled deeply and surged forth, breaking through the 3rd gate once more. The 3rd gate of the 8 gates, the life gate, has once again been thrust open, unleashing a tempest of chakra within. The lightning arc maintained upon the blade of the white fang fluctuates erratically, yet it does not shatter in an instant. Indeed, one can first release the lightning slash and then enter the state of the 3rd gate. Fengye's spirit soared. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the life gate and entered a state of triple speed. Gripping the ninja sword White Fang tightly, he swung forward with great force. With the velocity conferred by the life gate, the acceleration of time, and the enhancement of the lightning release technique, as the blade descended, a crescent-shaped arc of light burst forth, slicing through the air. The sound reverberated. This crescent arc, approximately 3 feet in length, cleaved through the earth ahead, carving a chasm that extended 5 meters before it gradually faded into obscurity. Success. Witnessing this spectacle, Fengye could not help but smile. This was the effect achievable only in the 2nd phase of the Kiki sword technique. By harnessing the lightning slash, the state of the life gate, and the tripled time acceleration, he had forcefully penetrated the realm of the 2nd phase of the Kiki sword technique through sheer speed and power. The potency had fully reached the standards of the 2nd phase, and such an explosive attack, unleashed in an instant, would be difficult for even a high-ranking ninja to evade. With the possibility of being struck down in a single blow, Fengye assessed the might of his attack. While it might pose a challenge against seasoned elite ninjas whose speed and techniques approach that of shadows, against ordinary high-ranking ninjas, there exists a substantial likelihood of instant annihilation. Finally, he had acquired a somewhat respectable secret technique. Let us name this technique Moonflash. Fengye exhaled and closed the life gate. The consequences of consecutively opening the life gate twice in a short span were naturally significant, even with every cell in his body in an activated state. He could not fully withstand the strain. He distinctly felt the soreness in his limbs and lower back muscles. However, the discomfort was bearable, and after approximately 10 minutes, he began to recuperate. That said, My current level of strength feels somewhat nebulous. Against an ordinary special high-ranking ninja, he should not last more than a few exchanges. Utilizing Moon Flash would likely result in a one-hit defeat. When confronting a general high-ranking ninja, he was confident of gaining the upper hand, potentially overwhelming and vanquishing them in a very short time. However, facing elite high-ranking ninjas posed a different challenge. If he could not swiftly dispatch them, he risked being overwhelmed in turn. Yet, as long as he avoided chaotic forbidden techniques, escaping would be exceedingly difficult for most. He surmised that he stood somewhere between a high-ranking ninja and an elite high-ranking ninja. Now, with strength surpassing that of a high-ranking ninja, what should he pursue next? The answer was simple: continue to train. The ninja world is perilous. The power of a high-ranking ninja is insufficient for carefree wandering. Next comes the fourth gate. Upon unlocking the fourth gate, should I be able to wield the peacock technique, my prowess would likely rival that of a Kage. There exists a significant disparity between elite Genin and Kage. While a village may boast numerous elite Genin, the Kage are but a handful. In Fengye's perspective, upon reaching the pinnacle of Genin in all aspects and mastering certain unique secret arts, one could be classified as a Kage or at least approach that status. This ambiguous distinction can be tentatively defined as quasi-Kage, situated between elite Genin and Kage, akin to certain members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The strength among the 7 ninja swordsmen varies. Some, already at the elite Genin level, attain quasi-Kage capability upon wielding a ninja sword, such as Suigetsu, who possesses the sword Kubikirib Ch. Furthermore, there are gradations of power among Kage themselves. If one were to categorize them, we could delineate typical weak Kage, moderately strong Kage, and those who stand at the pinnacle of Kage power. For instance, Gaara's father, the 4th Kazekage, could be deemed a weak Kage, while Orochimaru, during his defection from Konohagakure, exhibited strong Kage capabilities. Conversely, the peak state of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, epitomized the apex of Kage prowess, maintaining the ability to vanquish Orochimaru even at that moment. To possess a modicum of self-preservation during the Third Great Ninja War, one must at least attain the level of a Kage, or ideally, the caliber of a strong Kage. To ensure relative safety, though this is merely comparative safety, as even a behemoth like the Third Raikage was ultimately exhausted to death by Inoki leading thousands of IWNing. In the realm of ninja, absolute safety is non-existent unless one surpasses the level of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The road ahead remains arduous. Fengye exhaled softly. Chapter 38. The Nature Transformation of Lightning Release at the Underground Research Base. Fengye was inquiring with Orochimaru about various aspects of ninjutsu and taijutsu. The disadvantage of apprenticing under Orochimaru lies in the inherent danger. One risks being ensnared in perilous circumstances. However, the advantage is that Orochimaru possesses an extensive mastery of numerous ninjutsu, and his frequent experimentation has rendered his understanding of ninjutsu and the human body unparalleled, akin to that of a scholarly professor. During the Ch-Nin exams, Fengye's encounter with the Cloud Ninja sparked some ideas regarding the development of the Chidori. Yet, upon practical attempts, he faced repeated failures, seeming to stray from the correct path. After numerous trials, Fengye resolved to seek Orochimaru's guidance. Is it the nature transformation of lightning chakra? Orochimaru was seated on a damstone chair, taking a moment to reflect upon Fengye's query. He extended a hand, and with a crackle, chakra gathered in his palm, swiftly transforming into lightning nature, electric arcs intertwining and pulsating dangerously. This was not ninjutsu, merely a pure transformation of lightning chakra. Orochimaru, having been taught by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and through his extensive research into ninjutsu and taijutsu, had mastered all elemental chakra types, including yin and yang release. Techniques such as cellular activation fall under yang release, while forbidden arts like Edo Tensei pertain to yin release. The characteristics of lightning chakra lie in concentration and paralysis, distinctly contrasting with the ferocity of fire chakra, the difference being concentration itself. Orochimaru opened his palm, allowing the lightning chakra to intertwine. And with a slightly hoarse voice, he elucidated the vital points of controlling lightning chakra and the essence of its transformation. Each chakra attribute possesses unique traits. For instance, fire embodies ferocity, wind represents sharpness and cutting, while earth is characterized by heaviness. The essence of lightning release, however, is concentration. Broad-scale lightning ninjutsu is considerably rarer than its fire and wind counterparts. And even those large-area lightning techniques are predominantly released in a linear fashion. The lightning release, herein, which leverages weather conditions, represents an alternative scenario. Feng Yi pondered and spoke. So, in the process of utilizing it, one must ensure the concentration of chakra. However, achieving fine control over lightning chakra is exceedingly challenging. Unlike fire or earth releases, the arcs of lightning chakra flicker incessantly after transformation, rather than remaining fixed at a point. In such instances, maintaining concentration becomes remarkably arduous. Even for someone as adept as Feng Yi. Orochimaru chuckled softly, the emotion behind his laughter indiscernible. After a brief moment, he responded, "You have lost your way. Why strive for fine control? Unlike wind release, which adheres to predictable movement, lightning release is inherently chaotic. The crux does not lie in that aspect." At this juncture, Orochimaru slowly lowered his right hand, the chakra of lightning gradually dissipating from his palm. He rose to his feet and cast a downward glance at Feng Yi, uttering a simple phrase. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, yet suddenly felt an enlightening clarity wash over him. The expression "a leaf obstructing the view of Mount Tai" aptly encapsulated this sensation. He had mastered the Rasengan. Yet his method of chakra manipulation had been somewhat reliant on the control techniques suited for the Rasengan itself. However, that methodology was more appropriate for wind release, proving counterproductive in the realm of lightning release. "I understand now. Thank you, Master Orochimaru." He chuckled softly, inquiring about this matter. "Are you seeking to further develop a lightning release technique that aligns with the Konoha swordsmanship?" Orochimaru stepped aside, simultaneously examining the results of the recent experiment while speaking. Feng Yi nodded affirmatively, indeed. Following his training in cellular activation, he resumed his previous approach of synchronizing 3 lines of training, with the development of Chidori still underway. Previously, he had relied solely on his own contemplation and deductions. Now, with Orochimaru as a mentor to consult, it was far more efficient than expending vast amounts of time in ignorance. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned and glanced at Feng Yi. In a silent flash, he vanished from his original position, reappearing at Feng Yi's left side, his hand resting on Feng Yi's shoulder, revealing a slightly astonished expression. "In just over half a month, you have cultivated cellular activation to this extent?" Orochimaru understood the principle that one cannot be greedy in training. Even for a genius, mastering multiple ninjutsu simultaneously is feasible, provided their natures are closely aligned and mutually beneficial. However, cellular activation and the transformation of lightning release are purely 2 distinct types of techniques. In the brief span of half a month, Feng Yi sought knowledge regarding the nature transformation of lightning release, which led Orochimaru to perceive a lack of focus in him. To his surprise, upon a simple inquiry, he discovered that Feng Yi's cellular activation had reached a profound level. At this stage, even training in his soft body modification would suffice. This speed, perhaps a bit faster than my own initial progress, which was at triple speed, this should not yet be Orochimaru's limit. I indeed still have a considerable gap to bridge to reach such a level, even having mastered the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. It seems I still lack the qualification to be complacent. Feng Yi's mind raced with thoughts, yet he maintained his composure and replied, "This technique isn't particularly difficult to master. I recall you mentioned that the key to this technique lies in controlling the pace, correct?" "Indeed." Orochimaru gazed intently at Feng Yi for several moments, responding with a hint of intrigue. It was uncertain whether his indeed referred to Feng Yi's accurate answer or the impressive progress in his cellular activation training. "At this level, you may begin learning some of my techniques. However, my techniques conflict with White Fang's swordsmanship and may not be suitable for you. The Kajimori swordsmanship belongs to the category of formidable techniques, renowned for its swiftness and lethality, rather than being a devious method of assassination. It does not align with his soft body modifications. In fact, Cultivating such modifications may not only prove ineffective for Kajimori swordsmanship, but could potentially yield adverse effects. Fengye is acutely aware of this fact. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru remarked, "There is no issue with your training. Feel free to return if you have any further inquiries." Fengye turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "Teacher Orochimaru, is it possible for my younger brother Kakashi to learn the cellular activation technique?" "Certainly," Orochimaru replied with a slight smile, his gaze penetrating into Fengye's serpent-like eyes, glimmering with a faint light. "Caring for your brother is entirely natural. However, your brother lacks your ambition and may embark on a path that starkly contrasts with your own choices." This statement rendered the atmosphere suddenly peculiar. Chapter 39. Graduation Hihi. There is no need for concealment. Orochimaru observed Fengye bowing his head, seemingly attempting to mask the fluctuations of his emotions. He let out a somewhat hoarse chuckle and remarked, "Whether it is your performance in the Chunin exams or your enduring patience, both reveal an undeniable ambition that you cannot hide. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was convinced of this. I merely ponder the nature of your ambition. So, might you share with me what it is that you desire?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Fengye appeared momentarily flustered, yet within, he remained remarkably composed. He understood well that Orochimaru's controlling tendencies were far less pronounced than Danzo's, and he would not resent his disciples or subordinates for harboring ambition. In fact, to Orochimaru, ambition was a commendable trait, signifying a stronger conviction and greater potential for cultivation. Fengye's body trembled slightly. After a brief hesitation, he took a deep breath, raised his gaze to meet Orochimaru's, his eyes shimmering with fervor, and declared, "What I seek is power." It was impossible to completely mask himself before Orochimaru. Thus, Fengye had contemplated various strategies for navigating this situation, ultimately deciding to be forthright about his ambition. Different individuals necessitate different approaches. Fengye had even considered numerous strategies for dealing with the direst of circumstances, such as when he had been ensnared by Danzo's schemes and forced into the roots. "I believe my father's demise was a consequence of weakness. Had he been sufficiently powerful, he would not have had to choose between saving his comrades and fulfilling his mission. He could have accomplished both." Fengye's voice rose, his fist clenched, barely containing the surging emotions within him. This was not merely a fade. These thoughts genuinely resided in his heart, devoid of deceit, and no one could discern any flaw in his resolve. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond merely surpassing the White Fang of Konoha. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, to stand at the summit of the Six Paths. "Ah, I see," Orochimaru replied, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Fengye. Taking a breath, Fengye seemed to recover from his brief lapse in control, casting a slightly anxious glance towards Orochimaru. "Your thoughts are not misguided," Orochimaru interjected, his serpent-like eyes fixated on Fengye, accompanied by a smile that seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul, captivating and beguiling. Possessing formidable strength indeed enables one to achieve anything and to confront any challenge. Such ambition is not seen as flawed by anyone. Although you are still quite weak at present, as long as you follow my lead and continually strive forward, you will grow stronger. You shall inherit the name of the White Fang and surpass it. In such moments, displaying a touch of emotion is ideal. Yet it also risks revealing vulnerabilities. After all, he had already deceived Orochimaru by exposing his true thoughts. To undo that progress here would lead to significant trouble. Thus, Fengye donned a confident demeanor, inhaling deeply. "Orochimaru-sensei, Mhmhm, you are remarkable and exude confidence. I believe you can indeed surpass your father." Orochimaru displayed a smile that somewhat contradicted his usual demeanor, a faintly sunny expression as he remarked, "Then continue your training. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek my counsel." "Understood," Fengye replied respectfully before turning to depart. As he exited Orochimaru's research facility, he maintained a calm exterior, though internally he exhaled a long breath of relief. By intentionally revealing his aspirations for power in front of Orochimaru, he had likely secured a temporary reprieve from perilous discussions. For the time being, such treacherous topics would likely be off the table. As for the long term, that was a consideration for another day. The imminent Fourth Great Ninja War loomed, and once hostilities commenced, everything would revolve around the conflict. Throughout this prolonged struggle, he would continuously augment his strength. With sufficient power to surpass Orochimaru, or even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would be able to navigate any situation with poise. His next objective was to attain the status of a Kage. Fengye's eyes sparkled as he whispered to himself. Time flew by. Another 2 months slipped away, and the Ninja Academy finally witnessed the graduation and class assignments of its latest batch of students. Among them were Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, all of whom successfully passed their examinations. At that moment, in Fengye's home, Yuhi Kurenai gazed in astonishment at the silver-haired boy seated on the sofa. Did the legendary Orochimaru truly take you as his disciple? She inquired, bewildered. Upon reviewing the graduation class list, she had not seen Fengye's name and had come to inquire, only to discover the news of his apprenticeship under Orochimaru. Indeed, Fengye affirmed with a smile, aware of Kurenai's thoughts. It was evident she was concerned that his mentorship under Orochimaru would prevent him from being placed in the same team. Fengye shared a similar sentiment of regret. His initial expectation had been a conventional graduation, a typical class assignment, leading to a straightforward life as a Leaf Village genin. He had envisioned happily and easily undertaking missions as a genin while fostering a relationship with a certain girl in his team, savoring the vitality and beauty of youth. However, unexpected events had unfolded frequently. The possibility of being assigned to a 3-man cell had vanished. After her initial shock, Kurenai expressed her slight disappointment. That means we won't be able to team up after all. Under different circumstances, she might have attempted to persuade her father to alter the assignments. But when it came to Orochimaru, such changes were out of the question. Ino was also taken under Tsunade's wing, Naoki Rin interjected. Fengye replied leisurely, by that calculation. It seems only Jiraiya remains without a disciple. Rin smiled adorably and remarked, although Jiraiya has taken on a disciple, his only student has indeed taken one, your brother Kakashi. To be precise. Ah, the esteemed Minato-sensei? Fengye mused with a gentle smile. Let me guess. One of the other two is you. And the last one is Uchiha Obito. Noara Rin gazed at Kiji in astonishment and inquired, Kiji, have you seen this issue's class assignment list? No. Kiji replied, shaking his head. Kakashi informed me. I don't recall mentioning it, Kakashi mumbled, seemingly appearing out of nowhere in the living room. He then sighed and remarked, why must it be this way? An underachiever and a troublesome girl, this team feels like it will be even more troublesome than before. Faced with Kakashi's unrelenting criticism, Rin forced a somewhat awkward smile. Upon hearing Kakashi's cynical commentary, Kiji smirked and glanced at Rin, gesturing with his thumb towards Kakashi, saying, did you hear that, Rin? He finds you troublesome, so from now on, you needn't use your medical ninjutsu on him. Let him tend to his own wounds. At Kiji's words, Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing this, Rin burst into laughter and turned to Kakashi, asserting, I will strive to master medical ninjutsu. I won't hold anyone back. Chapter 40. Temporary team formation. Feng chuckled softly for a moment before rising to his feet. All right. I am ready to head out and procure some ingredients. Would you care to join me? Absolutely. I also need to purchase some ninja tools, Lin replied, clapping her hands in agreement. Coming from a civilian family, although the Ninja Academy provided some tools, it was essential to buy more once one became an official genin. On the other hand, Yuhi Kurenai had no need for such purchases. Her father, Yuhi Shinku, was a jonin of Konoha, and their home was well stocked with shuriken and kunai. However, she could not possibly allow Feng Yi and Lin to venture out shopping alone. I have a few items I wish to buy as well, Feng Yi said, noticing Lin and Kurenai's approval. He turned to Kakashi, who was preparing to return to his room. Kakashi, you should come along too. Kakashi lazily replied, I don't need anything. Feng Yi raised his chin slightly. Precisely because you lack items to purchase, I called upon you to help carry our supplies. We must stock up on ingredients in bulk. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy heralded the imminent approach of the Third Shinobi War. It was only prudent to gather provisions before prices soared. Moreover, Feng Yi had relied on time acceleration in his training, necessitating a greater supply of materials than the average person. Kakashi's expression darkened. He looked at Feng Yi, his eyes expressing a silent plea of where is your conscience. Seeing Kakashi's resigned yet begrudging compliance to Feng Yi's elder brotherly authority, Lin stifled a laugh. while Kurenai wore an amusing expression. Although Kakashi was only a year younger than Feng Yi, the latter's accelerated growth through time manipulation made him appear significantly older, resembling a 12 or 13-year-old, towering over Kakashi by more than half a head, much like someone who was frequently subjected to bullying. Enough chatter, let us go, Feng Yi said, playfully patting Kakashi on the head before striding towards the door. Kakashi did not evade the gesture, instead displaying a look of resigned despair, as if he had lost all hope, and followed suit. The quartet soon found themselves on the bustling streets. There was another reason Feng Yi invited Kakashi along. Having two girls accompany him alone would seem rather peculiar. If either Kurenai's or Lin's fathers happened to spot them, it could lead to complications, though he was fairly confident they would be no match for him. With Kakashi present, the four of them appeared entirely normal together. And even if they encountered any scrutiny along the way, it would likely be limited to mere glances. Before long, Feng Yi had procured a substantial amount of supplies, filling 4 pouches, with him and Kakashi each carrying 2. Lin and Kurenai attempted to assist in carrying the items, but Feng Yi kindly declined their help, eliciting a desire for Kakashi to tease them. As they continued along the street, a commotion ahead captured their attention. I'm sorry. I want to make the same mistake again. Please take me on this mission with you. Meidodai stood before a chunin, his expression fraught with anxiety, repeatedly offering apologies. However, the chunin furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is not the first time. Your words have lost their credibility. I cannot take you along anymore. Please, do not say that." Mike Guy, seeing that his pleas were in vain, leaned down on the street and implored, "I will strive harder than ever before. Please trust me once more." The chunin, witnessing Mike Guy kneeling in desperation, displayed a fleeting glance of helplessness, yet after a brief hesitation, he replied, "I'm sorry. Seek assistance elsewhere." With that, he departed hastily. "Please do not do this. Grant me another chance." Mike Guy extended his hand in an attempt to halt him, but the chunin leaped away swiftly, vanishing from sight. Nearby, Kurenai, Yuhi, and others happened to witness this scene. Kurenai looked at Mike Guy and hesitantly whispered, "He seems to be Kai's father, right?" Rin Noara murmured, "It appears he has encountered some trouble." It was evident that Mike Guy had likely been expelled from his team, but Rin, being a newly graduated Jinin, found herself at a loss regarding how to assist him. Kakashi observed Mike Guy, his mind flashing back to the image of Kai, and recalled his own numerous conflicts with various ninja squads. However, his situation differed from that of Mike Guy. What perplexed Kakashi was that Mike Guy was merely a Jinin, albeit a rather clumsy one who often caused chaos. While Kai had entered the academy as a reserve student, yet he relentlessly sought out Mike Guy to challenge him, leading Mike Guy to believe that Kai could surpass him. Kakashi found it difficult to comprehend the source of their confidence. Nevertheless, regarding Kai's talent and physical techniques, it was indeed astonishing. He was the strongest Jinin Kakashi had ever faced. Even though his ninjutsu aptitude was lacking, he still had a chance of advancing to Chunin. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, Hate suddenly approached Mike Guy, drawing the attention of Kurenai and Rin. "Senior Guy, it seems you're in trouble," Hate said as he walked up to Mike Guy's side. Mike Guy, still gazing in the direction where the Chunin had departed, turned to Hate upon hearing his words, quickly recognizing him. "Ah, it's you. You seem to have grown a lot taller since we last met. Even taller than Kai," he remarked with a hint of astonishment, though his expression remained somewhat strained. The rising cost of living made it exceedingly difficult to maintain a livelihood without undertaking missions, and as a genin, securing a task independently was nearly impossible. Being expelled from his ninja team was undoubtedly a significant blow. Reflecting on this, Mike Guy sighed and stated, "I made some mistakes in the past and was expelled from my team by the Chunin. I had intended to plead for forgiveness today, but alas, I was still not forgiven. I apologize for burdening you with my troubles." Hate looked at Mike Guy and pondered, "Senior Guy, are you in need of forming a new ninja team? If so, I might be able to assist." Mike Guy glanced at Feng Yi with mild surprise and remarked, "You must have just graduated. It seems unlikely that a small team led by A. J. Mean would accept someone like me." Feng Yi shook his head with a smile, replying, "No, my situation is rather unique. Currently, I am without a team. If you do not mind, I would be pleased to form a temporary partnership with you." Having previously learned numerous key points about the 8 gates from Might Dai and successfully cultivated them, he could not ignore the troubles faced by Dai. It was clear that joining Kakashi, Rin, or Yugao's teams was out of the question for Dai, leaving him with no choice but to form a new team. Of course, repaying the other's kindness was one motivation. Another was the safety that came from embarking on missions with Might Dai, which might even be more secure than accompanying Orochimaru. Presently, Orochimaru had not yet reached the pinnacle of his strength, and facing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone, escaping would likely be his utmost limit. Eliminating 4 while wounding 3 was simply implausible. Yet, Might Dai could achieve such feats. With all 8 gates unleashed, while his power may not rival Gai's, it would undoubtedly surpass that of any Kage. Thus, teaming up with Might Dai to undertake missions would afford them a fighting chance. Even against the 3rd Raikage or the 3rd Suchikage, the likelihood of such encounters was exceedingly low. Under normal circumstances, even with the 7th gate opened, Might Dai would possess strength at least on par with that of AJ Nin. Coupled with his formidable abilities, he would be more than capable of handling ordinary situations. As Fomi completed his contemplation, nearby ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment. Could it be that someone was willingly seeking to team up with the Eternal Genin, Might Dai? Chapter 41, Task Delegation Office. What? Kakashi's expression soured upon hearing Fengya extend an invitation to join forces with Might Dai. The incredulity was unmistakable. Teaming up with Might Dai was an unusual choice. Even if he wished to assist Guy, this seemed excessive, particularly given Guy's propensity to make critical errors during missions. As evidenced by his previous expulsion from other teams, it would surely be more prudent to undertake the task alone and then offer a portion of the commission to support or lend to Guy, rather than joining him on this venture. Yugao and Rin shared expressions of astonishment. They too had not anticipated Fengya's proposal to team up with Guy. Clearly, this was a genuine effort to assist him, simply because he was a classmate's father. Such a display of benevolence felt almost too bright. Perhaps Fengya had the potential to become Hokage. This thought echoed in the minds of both Yugao and Rin, and they found it increasingly plausible that the future might unfold this way. Guy, taken aback by Fengya's words, hesitated. Rather than questioning the meaning of special circumstances, he responded, "This might not be a good idea. I could cause trouble." If it were an adult making the request, gratitude would flow forth, accompanied by a vow to exert every effort. However, with Fengya, uncertainty loomed. After all, Fengya was a peer of Guy's, well aware of the challenges he faced, and there was concern that teaming up might lead to him becoming a burden on the younger Fengya. "I believe in you, Senpai," Fengya asserted earnestly. If even the formidable Might Guy, capable of opening all 8 gates, could not be trusted, then there were few in Konoha worthy of belief. Presently, Might Guy was a force so powerful that he could overpower the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo simultaneously. Feeling the unwavering trust emanating from Fengya's words, Might Guy's emotions surged, and he was momentarily overwhelmed with gratitude, stepping forward to embrace Fengya. Thank you. My youth will surely continue to blaze." This display elicited a range of bewildered reactions from nearby shinobi. Yugao and Rin wore somewhat stiff expressions, managing only awkward smiles. Kakashi, on the other hand, merely rolled his eyes, gesturing towards Fengya with a look that seemed to say, "I knew this would happen. You brought this upon yourself." Fengya's lips twitched in response. He had initially intended to evade the embrace, but, after a moment's hesitation, found himself ensnared. He had previously endured many curious gazes due to Kakashi's dazzling presence, and had grown somewhat immune to such scrutiny. However, Might Guy's exuberant display of affection and flamboyant words, coupled with the odd looks from the surrounding crowd, proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Subtly retreating from Guy's embrace, Fengya managed to muster a sunny yet slightly awkward smile, saying, "Senpai, let us proceed to accept the mission." Accompanying Might Guy on a mission, especially when safety concerns are minimal, presents a valuable opportunity for him to hone his skills. While he is well aware of his own capabilities, the distinction between theory and practice cannot be overstated. It is akin to the scenario where, despite having mastered the 8 gates, a miscalculated kick aimed at Uchiha Madara could culminate in an untimely demise. A slight deviation may not only fail to resolve the issue at hand, but may also exacerbate the situation. Apologies. Overcome with emotion, Might Guy seemed to realize that he had inadvertently troubled Fingye. He repeatedly expressed his regret while hastily wiping away the tears of gratitude streaming down his face with the sleeve of his attire. Fingye exhaled softly, regaining composure, and turned to face Hinata and the others, saying, "Hinata, Rin, I will be heading off with Guy to look for a mission." "Oh. And could you please take these back, Kakashi?" As he spoke, Fingye set down the 2 large bags he had been carrying in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's expression soured as question marks seemingly floated above his head. "This is what you get for being so gleeful earlier." Fingye shot a glance at Kakashi. Knowing that having a younger brother was a privilege to be utilized, he waved to Might Guy and proceeded toward the mission assignment office in Konoha. For ninjas, missions and assignments are paramount for survival and embody the very essence of their existence. Thus, the significance of handling mission assignments is self-evident. The mission assignment office in Konoha is located on the first floor of the Hokage building. To accept missions rated B and above, ninjas must report to and obtain approval from Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In contrast, C and D-level missions are directly managed by the village's J-Nin, who merely document the results in the ninja's personal records for the Hokage's review. Upon entering the mission assignment office, Might Guy immediately glanced at the bulletin board designated for D-level missions, only to find it utterly bare. D-level missions typically involve tasks such as locating lost pets or assisting with menial agricultural chores, common undertakings during peacetime. However, with the looming threat of war, even the basic struggle for livelihood has become a taxing endeavor, leading to a noticeable decline in such requests. Noticing the emptiness of the D-level bulletin board, Might Guy shifted his attention to the C-level board. "Oh, you're back again," remarked a J-Nin seated beside the bulletin board, somewhat impatiently. "If you're alone, I cannot permit you to take on a C-level mission. That's the village's policy. Wasn't your previous team unwilling to take you back?" These words left Might Guy feeling somewhat embarrassed, and as he contemplated a response, Fingye, standing nearby, calmly interjected, "Excuse me. This individual is now a member of my team." The J-Nin at the mission office appeared slightly taken aback by this revelation. In the words of Feng Yi, he mentioned my team. However, a Genin is unable to form a team and can only join one, while a CH-Nin has the capability to establish a team and serve as its leader. This implies that the Feng Yi before him is indeed a CH-Nin. Yet he could not recall ever seeing Feng Yi undertaking a mission. Wait a moment. Silver white hair. He stared at Feng Yi for several seconds, suddenly recalling the CH-Nin exam from a few months prior, where it was said that the only participant to pass was a boy with silver white hair. "Are you that Kiki Feng Yi?" The ninja at the mission office inquired hesitantly. He had never met Feng Yi, but had reviewed his personal information sheet, which indicated that Feng Yi was around 10 years old. However, the boy before him appeared to be 12 or 13. Indeed, Feng Yi nodded, providing his ninja identification number. The ninja at the mission office muttered, "Please wait a moment," and swiftly searched for the corresponding records. Soon, he confirmed Feng Yi's identity. After verification, he gazed at Feng Yi in surprise, questioning, "According to the registered data, you are only 10 years old, yet you seem to have matured rather quickly." "It's merely a matter of growth," Feng Yi replied casually with a smile. "Am I allowed to take on a mission now?" The ninja at the mission office cast a peculiar glance between Feng Yi and Might Guy, stating, "You may. But are you certain you wish to team up with this ninja? His failure rate for C-rank missions is the highest among Genin, and he has multiple records of mistakes." Chapter 42, The Impossibility of No Surprises. The information relayed by the ninja at the mission office left Might Guy feeling somewhat ashamed. Just as he intended to express to Keed that he would strive with all his might and not hold him back, Keed spoke up first. "It's all right. Senior Dai possesses remarkable strength and can handle many situations." Upon hearing Keed's words, Might Guy was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. He instinctively wanted to embrace Keed once more but restrained himself, considering it might cause discomfort. Remarkable strength. The corner of the mission office ninja's mouth twitched. It was indeed the first time he had heard someone refer to Konoha's perennial Genin as exceptionally strong. And to hear such praise from a prodigious ninja like Keed left him at a loss for words. Perhaps this is the nature of a genius-'s training, finding that executing challenging missions no longer suffices for self-improvement. They must also carry along a laggard to further hone their skills. Well, there are not many C-rank missions left. He'd observed the bulletin board, noting that only a third of it was covered with C-rank mission requests, with the majority of the space remaining vacant. Although there were few requests, the bounty for each was substantial, typically around 100,000 Rio, most of which were escort missions. Escort the merchant convoy from the land of grass back home. Bounty of 150,000 Rio. This one will do. He'd scrutinized the offerings for a moment and selected the one with the highest reward. The primary objective this time was to assist Mike Guy in earning some money while also replenishing his own funds, as he was running low on resources for daily expenses. Given that Mike Guy was lacking in various aspects yet possessed formidable strength, choosing a reconnaissance mission together would be rather foolish. Thus, an escort mission was the most fitting choice. Let us hope there are no unexpected occurrences. He mused silently. Although they could manage any surprises that arose during their joint mission, a smooth journey would certainly be far more reassuring than one fraught with uncertainties. All right then. The mission office ninja accepted the request form, checked the information, and registered it, stating, "The client resides at the Konoha Inn. You may find them there." He nodded and beckoned to Mike Guy. "Senior, let us depart." The two exited the mission office under the watchful eyes of several onlookers. Once outside, some ninjas who were exchanging task details glanced at the Chunin in the mission office and remarked, "Is this really acceptable? Allowing him to take that perennial genin on a mission? Regardless of his talent, it seems this is his first mission. Everything is proceeding according to the regulations." The Chunin replied with a hint of exasperation, raising his hands. "I cannot impose any restrictions here. However, the merchant convoy from the land of grass will likely refuse the assignment and return to reselect." "That makes sense," the ninja nodded thoughtfully. "Not to mention whether the merchant caravan from the land of grass is aware of the name of Mike Guy. Even if they are not, one glance would reveal that Mike Guy appears rather unreliable and weak. As for Fongyi, although he is a nin, his young age does not inspire confidence. It is highly probable that they would reject him and insist on a replacement." After departing from the mission commission office, Fongyi led Mike Guy directly to the Konoha Inn, where they soon encountered the merchant caravan that required escorting. The caravan consisted of only 7 individuals, who were said to have brought a shipment of goods to the land of fire for sale, which had now been completely sold. And they were preparing to return to the land of grass. "You two are here for the escort mission," exclaimed a young boy from the caravan, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Is it really just the two of you?" "Yes," Fongyi nodded affirmatively. The boy's eyes widened further, revealing his discontent. "Hey, what's going on? You're from Konoha. Are you really capable of handling this escort mission?" Mike Guy stepped forward, his voice resolute. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." The boy remained unconvinced and was about to voice his concerns when a middle-aged man with graying facial hair approached, whispering something into the boy's ear. The boy was momentarily taken aback. The man halted the boy's protest and turned to Fongyi and Mike Guy with a friendly smile. "I am Yureichi Daiki, the captain of this merchant caravan. We trust in the abilities of Konoha's ninjas. We will rely on you for our safety." Fongyi raised an eyebrow slightly, contemplating before responding. "Very well, then. Let us proceed together. Please ensure you are prepared, and we shall meet at the village entrance tomorrow." Yureichi Daiki nodded in agreement. Fongyi signaled to Mike Guy, and the two promptly departed from the inn. Not long after their exit, the young boy turned to Yureichi Daiki and questioned, "Why not request a replacement from Konoha? Those two ninjas are clearly third-rate. The less conspicuous, the better." Yureichi Daiki replied sternly, "Currently, our funds are limited. Even if we were to expend all our resources, we could only afford a team of elite ninjas from Konoha, which might attract unwanted attention. It is wiser to proceed discreetly. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safe return to your territory." The boy's expression shifted through various emotions before he ultimately sighed in resignation. Outside the Konoha Inn, Fongyi spoke as they walked. "By the way, Mike Guy, let us split the commission for this mission evenly." "Huh?" Mike Guy was taken aback. Fongyi continued apologetically, "I am currently experiencing some financial constraints. But if you feel that is inappropriate, then you may take 60%. No. That is not what I meant," Mike Guy quickly responded, waving his hands. "Splitting it in half is already quite excessive. You are the nin leader." Upon witnessing this, Fengye smiled and said, let us divide it equally. There is no need for you to worry too much. This commission may present opportunities to acquire even greater remuneration. Mithreya, who was somewhat taken aback by the prospect of receiving half, could not help but express his confusion. More remuneration. Indeed, but it is merely a possibility. Fingya nodded in affirmation. Due to the activation of his cells, his auditory senses were enhanced, allowing him to hear threefold better than the average person. He had caught a faint whisper from Daisuke Yura beside the young lad. The words were brief, yet they conveyed the implication that the youth bore the title of young master, suggesting that this caravan was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. To be prudent, it would be wise to consider an alternative task. However, given his current level of cultivation and with Mithreya accompanying him, one could assert that they were well prepared. Even in the face of unexpected occurrences, they could manage, and should the situation deviate from the mission's description, they could demand appropriate compensation, reflecting a higher-tier commission. Perhaps the remuneration earned from a single task would suffice for his expenses over the next 6 months, and as the war period commenced, provisions would be regularly allocated from higher authorities, ensuring ample resources. Mithreya, on the other hand, had lesser consumption needs. Thus, undertaking such a task could alleviate his livelihood concerns for 2 to 3 years. After weighing the pros and cons, the conclusion was clear. This task was indeed worth undertaking. Chapter 43. Departure from the village. At the task delegation office, Shiranui Hanjian, who had entrusted the mission to Fingya, waited until evening without seeing the merchant caravan from the Land of Grass arrive to request a change of personnel. Nor did he hear from Fingya and Might Dai about reselecting the mission. The prolonged silence suggested that the caravan from the Land of Grass had indeed accepted Fingya and Might Dai for escort duties. To his astonishment, they had not requested a replacement. As time passed, Hanjian began to feel a sense of bewilderment. He found himself wavering in thought. Although Fingya was a talented nin, he had never undertaken a mission before, and as for Might Dai, it was unnecessary to elaborate. The pairing of these two for an escort task felt precarious. Should such an escort mission fail, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Hidden Leaf Village. After a brief hesitation, he concluded that it would be prudent to report the situation. Generally, C-rank missions do not require reporting to Saratobi Hiruzen, but given the current circumstances, it seemed necessary. Soon after, Saratobi Hiruzen, who was reviewing documents in the Hokage's office, received the report. A C-rank escort mission. Hiruzen expressed mild surprise and found it puzzling that Fingya had teamed up with Might Dai. With Fingya's temperament and strength, executing a C-rank mission should pose no issue. However, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, it could become problematic, particularly with Might Dai in the mix. After some contemplation, Hiruzen chose not to intervene. There are no missions immune to unforeseen events, especially considering the increasingly tense situation in the ninja world. This non-combat task was relatively well suited for Fingya's training. Should an accident occur and the mission fail, it would serve as a lesson for Fingya, reminding him not to overestimate his abilities and casually select team members. After parting ways with Might Dai, Fingya returned home to gather his belongings. He packed the standard equipment commonly carried by ninjas, including explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken, ensuring to include his most vital possession, the ninja blade, White Fang. Kakashi appeared at the doorway, leaning against the frame with arms crossed, and addressed Fingya. "Are you truly planning to team up with Kai's father?" "Indeed," Fingya replied calmly. "I learned a technique from Kai's father and owe him a debt of gratitude. In times like these, I must lend my assistance. Speaking of which, you too are a beneficiary, as the technique I acquired is the 8 gates, which I taught to you." After learning the 8 gates from Might Dai, Fingya had imparted the first 2 gates to Kakashi. While the latter stages of this technique may not suit Kakashi, the first 2 gates were indeed beneficial, as evidenced by Kakashi's learning in the original story. That taijutsu was learned from him. Kakashi expressed skepticism, having assumed that Fingya had developed it independently. It seemed improbable that such an advanced technique could be acquired from a mere low-ranking ninja. Noticing Kakashi's demeanor, Fingya offered a faint smile and remarked, "There is no need to deceive you regarding such matters. Moreover, Might Dai's strength far exceeds your assumptions. You have also learned this technique. You should be able to roughly gauge the potential of this technique when cultivated to its utmost limit. I can assure you that Gai Senpai is capable of unlocking the 8th gate." Upon hearing Fingya's words, Kakashi's pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. If he were unfamiliar with the 8 gates, it could be excused. However, he was now barely able to open the first gate and had a certain understanding of the technique. Should one unlock the 8th gate? The power unleashed would likely surpass that of even a Jonin. His immediate reaction was disbelief, yet Fingye had no reason to mislead him in such matters, suggesting that what Fingye spoke must indeed hold truth. How could it be? Wasn't he a mere lowly Genin for ages? Do not underestimate the Genin of Konoha. Fingye gazed deeply at Kakashi. After a brief pause, he placed the items he had been tidying up onto the table, stood, and looked toward Kakashi, inquiring, by the way, "How has your technique training been progressing recently?" Kakashi responded to his elder brother, "I have just begun practicing cellular activation, mastered Lightning Blade, and can open the first gate of the 8 gates." "Not bad," Fingye expressed with a hint of approval. Kakashi's talent in ninjutsu was undeniable. He appeared to have easily grasped the Lightning Blade technique, and cellular activation would likely pose no challenge for him. With the cellular activation technique at his disposal, Kakashi's chakra capacity would not be a limitation in the future. Even without the Sharingan or access to Sage Mode, he could potentially reach the pinnacle of power, comparable to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the very least, he could surpass Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Since that individual possesses such strength, there is little to worry about. Additionally, in a few days, Teacher Minato will take us out on a mission. Kakashi appeared contemplative, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, the Uchiha in our team, Obito, seems to have feelings for Rin." Fingye chuckled lightly. "It is only natural for Rin's charming personality to attract affection. Are you implying that you desire to intervene?" "Just do as you see fit," he added. "What do you mean by that?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. Had the person before him not been his elder brother? Such behavior would have undoubtedly earned his scorn. The girls visiting their home were not limited to just Rin and Yugao. Nevertheless, it seemed this had little to do with Fingye, as he had done nothing to provoke their attention. Rather, he passively attracted those young women. In any case, his brother was somewhat overly popular among them, which Kakashi found rather troublesome, yet Fingye managed to handle the situation with remarkable harmony. By the way, Fingye turned his gaze toward Kakashi. "When accompanying Jonin Minato on missions, if the opportunity arises, you might consider inquiring about the Flying Thunder God technique." Kakashi looked at Fingye quizzically. "The Flying Thunder God technique? How do you know that Jonin Minato is proficient in this technique?" "Ah, just some intelligence," Fingye replied, offering no further explanation. The illustrious Golden Flash, renowned throughout the ninja world, wielded the fearsome Flying Thunder God technique that instilled terror in the hearts of all major ninja villages. It seems somewhat inadequate for a time traveler like myself. Given Minato's character, if Kakashi were to inquire about the Flying Thunder God, he would likely receive guidance on its practice. However, the success of such training would remain uncertain. The complexity of mastering space-time ninjutsu is far beyond the gradual progression of techniques, like the 8 gates. In any case, having the opportunity to engage with it and attempt to learn is certainly worthwhile. The following day, Fingye arrived early at the village entrance. After waiting for a brief moment, Uraha Daijiro and others began to arrive, each carrying only light bundles. After approximately 15 minutes, Might Guy appeared, albeit a bit late. "My apologies for the delay," he said. "You haven't arrived late. We were simply here early," Fingye replied with a warm smile, glancing towards the Ch-Nin guarding the entrance to Konoha. The Ch-Nin nodded, recorded Might Guy's name, and signaled that Fingye and the others were cleared to depart from the village. Chapter 44. An unexpected encounter with Tsunade in the Land of Fire. In a certain town, let us rest here for the day. Fingye, adorned with the headband of the Leaf Village, led the group to a hot spring inn. Addressing the others behind him, Arabe Daika nodded in agreement, and Might Guy had no objections either. It had been nearly a week since they departed from the Leaf Village, and now they were making their way toward the border of the Land of Fire. As they approached the border, the atmosphere in the small towns grew increasingly tense. "Welcome." The receptionist at the hot spring inn greeted Fingye politely, her smile warm as she noticed his ninja headband. The ninjas from the Leaf Village maintained stability in the Land of Fire and possessed powers that far surpassed those of ordinary people, setting them apart in terms of identity and status. After checking in with Arabe Daika and selecting their accommodations, Fingye refrained from immediately resting in their room. Instead, He turned to Might Guy and said, "Senpai, please keep an eye on things here. I will conduct a brief reconnaissance in the town." "All right, leave it to me." Might Guy replied earnestly, taking up a guard position in the corridor. Fengye removed his ninja headband, concealing his blade, the white fang, within his sleeve as he stealthily exited the hot spring inn to scout the town. Despite the strength he and Might Guy possessed, which would enable them to respond effectively to any unforeseen circumstances, conducting a reconnaissance was prudent. They might uncover unexpected developments, such as scouts from the rock-hidden village infiltrating the Land of Fire. Eliminating such threats could yield valuable information. Before long, Fengye had made a complete circuit of the town, initially approaching the reconnaissance with a sense of routine. He was taken aback when he detected a fluctuation of chakra belonging to a ninja. This awareness heightened his vigilance. Though the chakra was faint, it emanated a profound essence that was far from ordinary. At the very least, it belonged to AJ Nin, perhaps even a Kaga-level ninja. Fengye inhaled sharply. This was indeed a significant and unforeseen development. In an instant, he activated his triple speed state, his alertness at its peak. "Fengye?" At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice echoed nearby. A familiar figure appeared at a distance, gazing in his direction. It was none other than Shizen from his class, who looked at him in surprise, lowering the kunai she held, and said with a hint of delight, "This chakra fluctuation, it truly is you." "Shizen?" Fengye was momentarily taken aback. If Shizen was here, then the unusual chakra he sensed must belong to. Just then, a noise resembling something shattering emerged from the nearby gambling den, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. A figure he recognized dashed out, calling to Shizen, "Shizen, quick, we need to make a run for it." "Tsunade-sama." Shizen was momentarily taken aback, only to witness a throng of individuals wielding clubs, ferociously pursuing them while shouting and clamoring. Startled, she hastily began to flee alongside Tsunade. In just a few strides, she had caught up to Tsunade. Glancing back at the multitude of figures in pursuit, she exclaimed, "Tsunade-sama, what is this? Ahaha, I inadvertently lost everything. Even the borrowed usurious loans have gone down the drain. For now, fleeing is the priority." Huh. Shizen was somewhat dazed. She had left with a considerable amount of chips, but there was no time to comprehend the details now, so she could only escape with Tsunade. Not far away, Fengye observed this scene, loosening his grip on the white-toothed ninja sword, shrugging innocently. What a coincidence, it truly is Tsunade. Speaking of which, with the war looming, Tsunade has come here to gamble with her newly acquired disciple, Shizen. It seems Tsunade is entirely unconcerned with the village and the impending war. However, once the war truly erupts, even if she suffers from a fear of blood and cannot enter the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen will likely summon Tsunade back to the village. At the very least, she must take responsibility for the medical corps. Gazing in the direction Tsunade fled, Fengye pondered slightly. He actually had some thoughts regarding Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Or rather, the soothing technique, a self-healing ninjutsu that is nearly comparable to the sage body, or in some respects, akin to it. Since the time of Hashirama Senju, no one from the Senju clan has been able to cultivate the sage body, thus leaving no concrete methods for its cultivation. In the future, to attain the sage body, he has two options. One is to transplant Hashirama's cells, and the other is to devise a method of his own. He would only resort to the transplantation of Hashirama's cells as a last resort, as it poses significant dangers. Moreover, even if successful, it would at best yield an incomplete sage body. As for self-devising a method, mere daydreaming would be futile. A solid foundation is essential. Initially, he needs to activate Orochimaru's cells, a technique he has already acquired. Following that, he must master the three great sage arts from Mount Myaboku, the Dragon Cave, and the Whetbone Forest, along with Tsunade's soothing technique. Mastering these 5 fundamentals, Fengye is confident he can cultivate a true sage body. However, his current training has become somewhat convoluted. After pondering for a while, Fengye ultimately shook his head. It is not yet the time to cultivate the soothing technique. Even if he were to approach Tsunade to acquire this technique, he would be unable to practice it for now. Mastery of this technique necessitates an immense chakra reserve, and he does not yet possess the physique capable of such extraordinary chakra levels. This implies he must still cultivate the Yin seal, which adds to the multitude of things he needs to train in and will not yield an immediate increase in power. The sage body is still too distant for him. At this moment, he must prioritize training that can directly enhance his strength. Once he attains a level of power comparable to that of a Kage, possessing the capability to traverse the ninja world with ease, it will be more appropriate to contemplate the soothing technique and sage mode. Returning to the matter at hand. In pursuit of the cultivation method for the 100 Heroes technique, it seems that seeking assistance from Shizun might be the key. However, this may entail a rather compromising exchange involving the allure of male beauty. Wait a moment. Why would such a thought even cross my mind? Fengya lightly tapped his forehead. Realizing that his thinking appeared to have taken a peculiar turn, and he couldn't help but mentally chastise himself. If he could procure sufficient gambling capital, he could simply wager against Tsunade. After all, her notorious luck in gambling was akin to a passive skill that had been maxed out. At his current age, his physique had yet to fully mature. Thus, he resolutely decided against selling his charms, as one could never predict what excessive actions might ensue. Perhaps it was best to take a step back and not rush. There would be opportunities to discuss this later. Fengya made his way back to the Hot Spring Inn. After enjoying dinner and returning to his room, he closed his eyes, and a familiar dark expanse emerged before him, dominated by a colossal, ethereal clock. The time for the next multiplier enhancement should be approaching, he mused to himself, his gaze fixed upon the magnificent clock, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The golden hour hand was inching ever closer to the 2 o'clock mark, and he could faintly perceive that the gray mist surrounding the coordinates of 2 o'clock was gradually dissipating. Once the hour hand pointed decisively at 2, it would signify the unlocking of the corresponding ability. Although the precise nature of this ability remained shrouded in mystery, the power associated with time was nearly devoid of uselessness. Any power related to time could stand as a formidable trump card in its own right. Chapter 45. Traitors and Ambush in a Certain Inn. A young girl with approximately 16 or 17 years of age opened the door and stepped into the room. She brushed her single ponytail behind her head and then touched her flat chest, before raising her right hand to form a simple hand seal. With a soft puff, a white mist enveloped her. As it dissipated, her ponytail unfurled, cascading down her back, and her previously flat chest suddenly swelled, transforming her from a vibrant young girl into a mature beauty. Phew, I finally managed to evade them, Tsunade remarked, adjusting her hair and exhaling deeply. In that moment, Shizun entered from behind, her gaze fixated on Tsunade's chest for a moment, her eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. She understood that Tsunade had reverted to her youthful appearance to escape creditors, yet she could not fathom how Tsunade, who had been flat-chested in her teenage years, had developed into her current figure. Tsunade approached the table and took a seat, casting a glance at Shizun. "What are you staring at? Hurry and close the door," she instructed. "Yes," Shizun promptly responded, turning to shut the door. Tsunade picked up the teapot from the table and poured herself a cup of cold tea. After sipping, she suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Who was that ninja earlier today?" He's my classmate, Hataki Fuyue," Shizun replied, kneeling before Tsunade as she spoke. Upon hearing Shizun's answer, Tsunade expressed mild surprise. "So he's Hataki Fuyue?" "Indeed, he bears some resemblance to his father, SHM. During the Second Ninja World War, the renowned Hataki SHM had been the commander of the front lines in the Land of Rain. At that time, the 3 ninjas had yet to achieve fame, being younger than SHM." As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Tsunade's eyes. SHM had once looked after her on several occasions, and it was a shock to learn of his suicide due to a mission-related incident. She had even returned to Konoha to pay her respects at his grave. As the son of SHM, Fuyue was somewhat familiar to her, yet her more vivid memories were of SHM's other son, Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a nin at 6, a feat that had astonished her, evoking admiration for the legacy of Konoha's White Fang. "Fuyue is indeed impressive," Shizun remarked, clutching a pillow as she sat before Tsunade, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. During the last nin exams, he single-handedly eliminated all his opponents, and even caught the eye of Lord Orochimaru, who took him as a disciple. "Oh?" Tsunade's eyes sparkled with interest at this revelation, her expression contemplative. If I recall correctly, his talent seemed rather ordinary compared to Kakashi. That's merely because Fuyue prefers not to show off, Shizen replied, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. From what I understand, Kakashi has always strived to catch up to Fuyue, yet he has never succeeded. Tsunade shot a glance at Shizen and suddenly asked, "Do you like him?" "Eh? What?" Shizen's expression shifted to one of unease, her voice flustered. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Is it that obvious?" Katsuyu placed her hands firmly on the table, her fingers interlaced, exuding an air of authority as she declared, "If you like him, then pursue him boldly. What does it matter that he is Orochimaru's disciple? You are my disciple as well." "No, it's not like that." "What do you mean it's not? Your demeanor has already betrayed you. Do you intend to lie in my presence?" A hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. "I wonder what kind of allure that young man possesses, compelling you, even Shizun, to hesitate in your pursuit? Furthermore, he has been taken on as Orochimaru's apprentice." Katsuyu's mind briefly wandered to the fleeting image of Fengye from earlier that day. With her fingers still resting thoughtfully on her chin, she appeared lost in contemplation. Fengye, oblivious to the attention he had garnered from Katsuyu, would surely smile if he knew that his brief appearance had piqued her interest. It would only make future encounters simpler. After a night of chakra training, the group set out once more the following day. They traversed several small towns, ultimately arriving at the boundary between the land of fire and the land of grass. The clear demarcation between the two nations was a flowing river. Beyond that river lay the land of grass. Yura gazed at the visible waters ahead, his expression easing slightly. Reaching this point meant they were already halfway to safety. After observing the river for a few moments, Fengye turned his gaze toward a stone bridge not far to the northeast and said, "We have not yet reached the end point of our mission. Let us continue." "Understood," Yura replied with a nod, following Fengye forward. Upon arriving at the stone bridge, Fengye led the way, while Might Guy brought up the rear. The 9 of them swiftly crossed the bridge without incident. However, once they had crossed, Fengye's expression turned cold as he gazed toward the nearby thicket, remarking slowly, "Have you abandoned all pretense?" Fengye's words caused Yura and the others to pale suddenly. Might Guy, momentarily startled, quickly leaped to Fengye's side. "There's no need for it," came a faint voice from the direction of the thicket. Soon, 10 figures emerged from the underbrush, all adorned with the 4 head protectors of a Wagakure, armed with kunai and shuriken. A Wagakure ninja? How could they? Yura's expression shifted dramatically, his head snapping around as he glared at several members of his own team, rage evident in his eyes. The ambush of a Wagakure ninja at the border of the land of grass seemed too coincidental, and their demeanor suggested they had been lying in wait for some time. There was a traitor among them. Damn it, who is it? Yura brandished a dagger, his anger directed at his companions, who reciprocated his glare with expressions of fury. Fengye paid no heed to the commotion behind him, calmly stating, "In times like this, seeking out traitors is futile. They will not reveal themselves voluntarily. It appears you have concealed some critical information. This predicament cannot be merely explained as a C-rank assignment." Yura Daisuke's complexion darkened considerably as he cast a sidelong glance at the 10 encircling IWA ninjas. His heart sank further, realizing that a traitor had leaked information, leading their adversaries to hire a team of IWA ninjas for an ambush, while they had only enlisted a mere 2-man ninja squad from Konoha. It was utterly impossible to contend with. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the notion that their opponent's objective was not to kill them outright, but rather to capture them alive for imprisonment, thus preserving a chance for survival. Gritting his teeth, Yura Daisuke inquired of the IWA ninjas, "What is your mission? Are you here to kill us? We can offer double the payment for the task." The IWA ninjas' leader, an elite Jainin, regarded him with a flicker of disdain, pointing a finger at the youth behind Yura Daisuke. "As for the others, you may kindly descend into the abyss." Only a third-rate ninja village would alter their mission for the sake of monetary reward. As ninjas from one of the 5 great ninja villages, Iwa's reputation would never permit such disgraceful conduct. With that pronouncement, 3 IWA ninjas lunged toward Fengye, while another 3 advanced on Might Guy, their expressions cold and resolute, devoid of any superfluous words. Yura Daisuke's face turned ashen. Although the young master was not the target of their slaughter, should they all perish here, the young master would undoubtedly be captured and taken away, rendering any hope of a reversal of the situation nearly impossible. The position of the daimyo of Shuangyue town would inevitably fall into the hands of that individual. It was unfathomable that among the most trusted aides of the daimyo in life, there could be a traitor. This misstep could lead to an irrevocable fate. Chapter 46. Accepting your proposal. The flames gazed indifferently at Daisuke Urabe and his companions. This time, they had accepted a B-rank mission with him, a seasoned jonin, leading 3 elite chunin and 6 genin. The intelligence received indicated that the opposing team consisted of merely 2 ninjas, a chunin and a genin from Konoha. In terms of combat capabilities, they were overwhelmingly superior. In terms of intelligence, they held a decisive advantage, rendering ambush unnecessary. They merely needed to wait along the designated route for the adversaries to approach. As he drew forth a kunai and advanced towards Daisuke Urabe, he noted that aside from Konoha's 2 ninjas, the rest were mere civilians, posing no concern. Nevertheless, since the objective required capturing one individual alive, he deemed it prudent to take matters into his own hands to avert any mishaps. However, just as he was about to execute a swift maneuver to eliminate Daisuke Urabe and his entourage, his gaze abruptly froze. He turned sharply to the right and beheld an astonishing sight. The 3 ninjas who had previously attacked Keed had inexplicably become immobilized around him, frozen in their stance with kunai in hand, as if petrified. Meanwhile, a white short blade had mysteriously materialized in Keed's grasp, its edge radiating a ghostly luminescence. "It seems you have not heard my words," Keed spoke coolly, addressing Daisuke Urabe. "You have concealed crucial information, and circumstances exceeding the original parameters of the mission have arisen. Thus, the remuneration must be increased, and the mission rank elevated. Otherwise, this contract shall be rendered void." Thud, thud, thud. As Keed's words echoed, the 3 IWA ninjas, once frozen beside him, toppled to the ground like wooden stakes. A closer inspection revealed a stark bloodline etched into their foreheads, extending ominously to their crowns. Hikaru's pupils dilated in shock. They were dead. All 3 had perished in an instant. How was this possible? Among the assailants targeting Keed were 2 genin and 1 elite chunin. Even he would find it challenging to dispatch 3 individuals in the blink of an eye. Just as Hikaru's expression shifted in disbelief, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the other side. Turning his gaze, he witnessed Might Guy, clad in a form-fitting green suit. Enveloped in a radiant green aura, his chakra surging with fervent intensity. The 3 assailants who had targeted Guy were sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from their mouths, with one even emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds from shattered bones. Daisuke Urabe was taken aback. The 3 ninjas who had attacked Keed were annihilated in an instant, while those who had aimed at Might Guy were swiftly defeated, sent sprawling in utter disarray. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, his mind momentarily blanked. Only when pierced by Keed's somewhat detached gaze did he snap back to reality. After a brief moment of astonishment, he finally registered the situation, his eyes revealing a flicker of delight. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. These 2 seemingly ordinary ninjas from Konoha turned out to be astonishingly formidable. Once he regained his composure, he no longer hesitated and urgently exclaimed to Kaguya, "Alter the mission requirements. Upgrade the mission registration to A rank and increase the reward to 500,000 Ryo. Ensure the safety of us all." Understood. Kaguya slowly averted his gaze, positioning his ninja blade, White Fang, before him, his eyes coldly fixed on the Iwagakure Jounin, Hikari. "I accept your proposal for a temporary modification of the mission." Hikari stared at Kaguya with a frigid demeanor. "Illusion technique? I truly misjudged you. I never expected this Konoha brat to possess such power. However, now that I am aware of your abilities, it is impossible for you to ensnare me." The instantaneous defeat of his 3 comrades, rendered utterly defenseless, was likely due to a small-scale illusion technique meticulously prepared for a lethal strike. Initially, he believed there were merely 2 Konoha ninjas, deeming it unnecessary to take precautions, and had not even set a trap or ambush. After being discovered, he had confronted them directly. The current situation represented a grave miscalculation on his part, with 3 ninjas dead and 3 more severely injured. The blunder would inevitably be attributed to him as the leading jounin. Upon returning to the village, he would face repercussions. To rectify this error, he must eliminate the 2 Konoha genin before him and accomplish the mission flawlessly. Smack. In the next instant, Hikari clasped his hands together. swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Doton, Doton, Doro Shuriken. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as over 10 earthen spikes emerged from the ground. Targeting Kaguya and Mato Dai. Dai-senpai, protect them. Gripping his white fang, Kaguya deftly evaded the onslaught of spikes and charged toward the Iwagakure Jounin, simultaneously addressing Mato Dai. Bathed in a verdant chakra glow, Dai's hair stood on end, veins protruding from his forehead, his tone exuding authority. Leave it to me. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Mato Dai's figure flickered and appeared beside Yureichi Daisuke, seizing the two individuals and tossing them across the riverbank. Evading the assault of the Daro Shuriken. Seeing Kaguya charging directly toward him, Hikari's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. In such circumstances, unable to discern the situation, he dares to rush in alone. Indeed, despite his extraordinary strength, he remains merely a brat. To Hikari, the priority was to deal with Kaguya. For Mato Dai was clearly a master of taijutsu, and he did not wish to contend with Dai's physical prowess while simultaneously enduring Kaguya's illusion assault. Kaguya's advance presented an opportunity. Without hesitation, Hikari let out a low shout, altering his hand seals once more. Doton, Doton, Dori Taiga. As he completed the seals, he unleashed a torrent akin to a mire, surging toward Kaguya, aiming to completely thwart his movements. At this moment, in order to evade the Toulon gun, Fenya found himself suspended in midair, devoid of any leverage to support his descent into the mire below. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, forming a hand seal with his left hand. Shadow clone technique. With a sudden sound, a shadow clone materialized beneath him, its hands catching his feet and propelling him upward, while it itself plummeted into the mud below, dissipating into smoke. Utilizing the aerial relay of the shadow clone, Fenya transformed into a fleeting silhouette, tracing an arc through the air as he descended towards the flickering flames ahead. In his hand, the ninja blade, white fang, cleaved downward with precision, with a sharp sound. The body of the flame was bisected in an instant, yet no blood spilled forth. Instead, it disintegrated into a cascade of brown earth. It was, in fact, an earth clone. I am a high-ranking shinobi of Iwagakure, you little brat. The voice of the flame echoed from behind Fenya as its figure emerged from the ground. Two hidden blades sprang forth from its sleeves, glinting with a chilling brilliance, and suddenly slashed towards Fenya's back. Chapter 47. The Decapitation of the Jounin. On the opposite bank, Might Guy observed as Feng Yi effortlessly shattered an earth clone with a single stroke. When the figure of the rock village Jounin, Huaguang, emerged from the ground behind Feng Yi, a sense of foreboding flooded his heart. Alas, there was no time. He immediately contemplated dashing across the river to assist Feng Yi, yet at that moment, he had only opened the fifth gate. Rushing over would be futile. Opening the sixth and seventh gates could not be achieved instantaneously, and that brief delay rendered him incapable of alleviating the crisis confronting Feng Yi. He overheard Huaguang's words, realizing with dread that his opponent was indeed a Jounin, a true pillar of Iwagakure. Simultaneously, the remaining 3 ninjas from Iwagakure stood warily on the opposite bank, prepared to thwart Might Guy's advance. Huaguang was an exceptionally formidable Jounin, nearly qualifying as an elite Jounin, and he was confident that dealing with a mere child from Konoha would be no challenge, provided they could restrain Might Guy. The mission would not descend into failure. Success. Huaguang was acutely aware of the circumstances behind him. He understood that at this distance, even Might Guy's speed would not suffice to render aid in time. His 2 hidden blades were poised to sever Feng Ye's head. Yet, almost in an instant, Feng Ye's body exhibited an almost otherworldly velocity, transforming into an afterimage barely perceptible to the naked eye, shifting from a position of vulnerability to one of direct confrontation. The kunai, white fang, and his hand struck precisely at the intersection of Huaguang's 2 concealed blades. Huaguang's pupils constricted violently. A flicker of disbelief crossed his gaze, replaced swiftly by a chilling sensation, for the speed displayed by Feng Yi was no ordinary human capability. What kind of speed is this? Before he could ponder further, he witnessed Feng Ye's kunai drawing several arcs through the air, aimed directly at him. In sheer terror, Huaguang could only muster all his strength to swing his 2 hidden blades. Clang! Clang! The air resonated with a series of sharp metallic clashes, and soon after, Huoguang found himself sliding backward several meters. Captain Huoguang. The nearby Iwagakure ninjas watched in disbelief. They clearly saw Huoguang's body marred with wounds and blood, evident of the close-range skirmish where he had been unable to fend off Feng Ye's blade. How could this be possible? Huoguang, renowned for his formidable taijutsu and ninjutsu, could not fathom how he had sustained multiple injuries from a mere close-quarters attack by Feng Yi. Truly, a jonin, even stronger than anticipated. Feng Yi regarded Huoguang, who had retreated over 10 meters, his face a mask of horror, and mused, "If he can still withstand my assault, then—" With those words hanging in the air, with a swift motion of his left hand, Feng Ye formed seals that resembled fleeting shadows, a surge of chakra coursing through him, manifesting as crackling arcs of lightning that intertwined and coalesced upon the blade of the ninja's sword, White Fang, accompanied by a chorus of harmonious bird calls. Lightning release, Chidori. After inquiring about the essential transformations of lightning release chakra with Orochimaru, Feng Ye mastered this technique in less than 10 days. Huoguang's expression shifted dramatically, both in terms of chakra fluctuations and its form. Feng Ye's technique undoubtedly posed a formidable threat. With Feng Ye's almost supernatural speed coupled with the devastating power of the lightning release jutsu, it was undeniably perilous. He must not be allowed to approach. Earth release. Earth style? Huoguang decisively formed hand seals and shouted forcefully. This was one of the highest tier techniques he had mastered, an A-rank ninjutsu within earth release, embodying both destructive power and confinement. Boom. In the next instant, the earth erupted with a thunderous roar, causing Feng Ye to halt abruptly, his legs ensnared by the ground, while the earth on either side buckled up like a lid, forming two massive hemispheres that converged towards him, aiming to squeeze him in the center. Feng Ye, hold on. Upon witnessing this, Might Guy's expression changed once again. He bellowed, and the sixth gate of the 8 gates released, propelling him across the river. 3 IWA Nin had long been prepared, and upon seeing Guy charge, they unleashed a flurry of shuriken and kunai laced with explosive tags to thwart his advance. Yet, with the 6th gate open, Might Guy merely swung a fist, sending a gale that dispersed the barrage of weapons effortlessly. The 3 IWA Nin were taken aback by the sheer terror of his taijutsu. However, upon reaching the riverbank, Might Guy abruptly halted, refraining from advancing towards the area where Feng Ye was encased by the earthen barrier. In that direction, Feng Ye appeared unperturbed, his demeanor tranquil, gripping the White Fang with his right hand and executing a simple yet decisive swing. Swish! A visible arc of white light sliced through the air, resembling a crescent moon. The formidable earthen barrier, poised to enclose him, suddenly stilled, a distinct crack emerging at its center, spreading outward before collapsing in 2 halves. This, Huoguang, still maintaining his hand seal posture, revealed shock in his eyes. Such a technique reminded him of records he had previously encountered, evoking memories of a renowned title from the last Shinobi World War, Konoha's White Fang. Whoosh! Feng Ye surged forth from the shattered earth, his figure appearing before Huoguang, the White Fang glinting like a crescent moon in his hand. After mastering the Thousand Birds technique, his speed had significantly increased. In a state of triple velocity, he could execute the moon flash without resorting to the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The figures of the two intermingled. With a swift motion, Feng Yi appeared to the right of Huoguang, pausing momentarily, his ninja blade, White Fang, poised in a striking arc. Huoguang stood frozen in place, his twin hidden blades still raised in a defensive stance, yet a distinct line of blood traced from his brow to his abdomen. Konoha's White Fang? A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. Feng Yi slowly withdrew his White Fang, turning to Huoguang, and calmly stated, "That was my father." Understanding dawned upon Huoguang as he murmured Feng Ye's words to himself. A mix of regret and frustration flashed across his mind before consciousness ultimately succumbed to darkness, blood spilling forth as he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 48. Annihilation Impossible. This must be a deception. How could Captain Huoguang? Witnessing this scene, the 3 rock ninjas, already gripped by fear, displayed expressions of disbelief that were nearly unbearable, their hearts overwhelmed with incredulity. He was a highly esteemed jonin within the village. How could he perish at the hands of a mere child? It seems my concerns were unwarranted. Might Dai also turned his gaze toward Feng Ye. And upon witnessing the Jonin's demise at Feng Ye's hands, he sighed in relief, simultaneously marveling at Feng Ye's extraordinary talent and prowess. After all, Feng Ye was a student in the same class as his son, Might Dai, and at most, he could only be around 10 years old. Yet he already possessed the strength to defeat a Jonin. Is this what it means to be a genius? Guy, it appears you must strive even harder to catch up to him and Kakashi. After murmuring this to himself, Might Dai turned his attention to the remaining 3 rock ninjas. Upon noticing Dai's gaze, the 3 ninjas froze in unison, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Those treacherous informants. What do you mean by only 2 mediocre leaf ninjas escorting us? They are, in fact, 2 monsters. Flee. Almost simultaneously, the 3 of them bolted along the riverbank, devoid of even a shred of the will to continue fighting. Yet, in the face of Might Dai, who had opened the 6th gate, escape was an impossibility. Before they could make any significant distance, their feet came to an abrupt halt, for Might Dai, like a mere afterimage, had swiftly crossed behind them and landed directly in their path. Then, they heard incomprehensible words about experiencing the flames of youth, followed by an overwhelming impact that sent their bodies hurtling backward. In an instant, darkness enveloped their vision, and consciousness faded away. Phew. Having dispatched the last 3 rock ninjas, Might Dai exited the state of the 6th gate, collapsing onto the riverbank, gasping for breath. Feng Ye searched the corpse of the rock Jonin, Hua Guang, but found nothing of value and approached Might Dai, asking, "Are you all right, senior? Is everything fine?" Phew. I'm all right. However, for the time being, I might not be of much use. Might Dai continued to breathe heavily, still appearing fatigued. Even for someone who could now open the 8th gate, the side effects of the 6th gate remained significant, leaving him in prolonged exhaustion and muscle soreness. Don't worry, senior. You should rest for now. I'll handle the rest. Feng Ye nodded slightly. As long as it wasn't a matter requiring medical attention, all was well. Might Dai, now capable of opening the 8th gate, seemed to have endured merely the 6th gate side effects without reaching the point of injury. Feng Ye then gazed across the river at Urobadeka and the others. At this moment, Urabe Daiki and his companions appeared somewhat dazed, as the battle between Kid and Might Dai against the enemy's Jonin transcended the limits of their comprehension. On one hand, the Jonin from the 5 great shinobi villages were immensely more formidable than those from the Land of Grass, while on the other hand, the seemingly average Kid and Might Dai revealed power that could only be described as astonishing. This is the prowess of a shinobi from a great shinobi village. Urabe Daiki murmured in shock. As Kid's gaze fell upon him, he finally snapped out of his reverie, thoughts racing through his mind. And he promptly turned to look at his comrades behind him. Almost simultaneously, one of his companions stepped forward, pressing a blade directly against the neck of the young lord he was meant to protect. "Don't come any closer," Jirinki exclaimed, his forehead drenched in cold sweat and his eyes still reflecting fear. When relaying information to the Land of Grass, he had never anticipated that a ninja team composed of an eccentric from Konoha and a mere child would possess such terrifying strength. They had even decimated an elite IWA ninja squad. There would undoubtedly be a thorough investigation for traitors. Panic surged within him, knowing he could hardly conceal the truth. And he could only hope to escape by coercing a hostage. "So it was you. Why?" Arabe Daiki glared at Jirinki, his eyes brimming with rage. Jirinki gritted his teeth, replying, "The Lord has long since abandoned this unit. How could you possibly expect to gain the family's approval? Your thinking is too naive. You." Arabe Daiki fixed a fierce stare upon him. At that moment, a hand silently grasped Jirinki's wrist, easily prying the knife from his grip and casting it several meters away, where it clattered to the ground. After this decisive action, Kid turned to Arabe Daiki and spoke in a calm tone, "I do not interfere in your family matters." "Thank you very much." Arabe Daiki knelt on the ground, immediately bowing deeply in gratitude to Kid. He then retrieved the knife that Kid had taken from Jirinki and, with a cold expression, approached him. Kid had little interest in the power struggles and internal conflicts of a small town in the Land of Grass and was disinclined to listen to further dialogue. Instead, reflecting on the battle that had just transpired. That individual must have been an ordinary Jonin from Iwagakure. My strength is on par with my previous assessments. After mastering Chidori, slaying a Jonin is not a daunting task. Merely opening the first gate of the 8 gates and utilizing Chidori once effortlessly cleaved through the A-rank Earth release technique, simultaneously dispatching its user on the spot. Should I exert my full strength, even against an elite Jonin, I should easily gain the upper hand and potentially eliminate them in a brief span of time. This battle further validated my perspective. The strategy of overwhelming numbers holds little significance against me. To slay an elite shinobi in an instant signifies that even a coalition of several such formidable opponents would be rendered powerless if they cannot match his velocity. They would be systematically vanquished, one by one. Should the numbers be greater, he could effortlessly retreat, relying solely on his swiftness. Unless faced with an elite shinobi possessing the rare 3-tomo Sharingan, capable of discerning his movements, others, despite having access to forbidden techniques, would find themselves impotent before him if they fail to execute their arts in time. Having reached this conclusion, Fengye exhaled softly. This implies that with his current prowess and tactics, as long as he does not encounter a shadow-level entity or is not surrounded by an overwhelming number of ninjas, he could navigate through a squad of elite shinobi with ease, thanks to his speed. Such strength grants him a measure of self-preservation in the present shinobi world, as shadow-level figures are not frequently encountered, with few in each village reaching such heights, representing the apex of village leadership. At that moment, the image of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, flashed through Fengye's mind. He recalled the astounding feat of the latter during the impending Shinobi World War, where he instantaneously eliminated 50 elite shinobi, leaving the prominent ninja villages in awe. A faint smile appeared on his face. To eliminate 50 elite shinobi in an instant, perhaps he might attempt the same. Chapter 49, the prelude to the Third War. After a half-day of rest, once Might Guy was able to walk normally again, the group resumed their journey towards their destination, Frostmoon Town in the Land of Grass. They encountered no further mishaps along the way and arrived safely at their destination. Thank you both for your escort. Here is the payment for the commission, Daisuke said, producing a receipt for 500,000 ryo, which he presented with about a Keed. Keed accepted the money, briefly counted it with a flick of his fingers, and nodded. Thus, our commission concludes here. However, just as Keed was about to discuss the division of the payment with Might Guy, his expression suddenly changed. He turned to gaze into the distance, his eyes flickering with intensity. Without further ado, he stuffed the money into his pocket. Guy, let us go. With that, he dashed towards the direction they had come from. Might Guy, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed, asking, "What is it? Have you noticed something? There are ninjas approaching." Keed inhaled deeply, continuing to run forward while casting a penetrating glance back at the town. A large number of ninjas, at least 100. Upon hearing this, Might Guy was visibly shocked. So many? Are they from the Land of Grass? No, Keed shook his head, his gaze deepening. They do not seem to belong to the Land of Grass. And there may be even more of them. Guy, we're maybe about to commence. With that, Keed entered a state of double speed, accelerating as he swiftly exited the town. Observing this, Might Guy opened the first gate of the 8 gates and hurried after him. Once they had distanced themselves from the town, the two leaped into the woods, traversing the treetops. As they jumped, they glanced back and could faintly see a multitude of figures flooding into the town behind them. Although they were too far away to discern the individuals clearly, it was evident that their attire did not belong to the hidden grass village, but rather to the rock ninja village. War. Might Guy could not help but gasp, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. The influx of rock ninjas into the Land of Grass was surely not for any ordinary mission. It was likely an invasion aimed at conquering the Land of Grass and using it as a front to assault the Land of Fire. Though he often lacked awareness of such matters, he understood the implications of war, having witnessed the brutality and bloodshed of the Second Great Ninja War. We must return to the village quickly to report this situation, he urged. Agreed, Keed nodded. The Third Great Ninja War was about to begin. In Frostmoon Town, a multitude of rock ninjas infiltrated the town, swiftly taking control of the entire area. Scattered remnants of the grass ninja were utterly overwhelmed under the might of the rock ninjas. What do you intend to do? Daisuke Arabe's voice trembled as he addressed the imposing figure before him, a robust IWA ninja who raised a finger to his lips and whispered, "Please, quiet down. We merely require your territory as a temporary encampment for our war." War? Upon hearing this term, Daisuke's complexion drained of color. Those who had endured the Second Shinobi World War were acutely aware of the devastation it wrought, particularly for small nations caught between the larger powers. Such lands often became the battlegrounds for major ninja villages, with no means to resist, left to the mercy of the warring factions. Lord Akatsuchi has taken control of the town, announced a nin who had appeared, kneeling on one knee to report to the IWA ninja. Akatsuchi stood with his hands clasped behind his back and remarked calmly, "Do not harm too many civilians. We shall need them as laborers to prepare resting places for the troops that follow." "Understood," the nin replied before swiftly conveying the orders. Akatsuchi cast a cursory glance at the pale-faced Daisuke Urabe and the captured leaders from Shimazuki town, gesturing for them to be imprisoned. Just then, another ninja landed and reported. "Lord Akatsuchi, there is no news regarding the Konoha nin." "How is that possible?" Akatsuchi raised an eyebrow. "The mission they undertook in the Land of Grass should have concluded days ago. Continue searching, once located. Inform them to skip returning to the village and come directly to the forward camp to join the advanced troops." "Yes," the ninja responded before vanishing in haste. Hearing Akatsuchi's words, Daisuke's gaze momentarily stiffened, a realization dawning upon him. He cast a cautious glance at Akatsuchi but hesitated to voice his thoughts. Yet, the subtle shift in his demeanor did not escape the keen eyes of the elite nin, who instantly noticed his unusual expression. "Wait." Akatsuchi called to the ninja escorting Daisuke and others, turning his attention to Daisuke. "It seems you know something." "And no, I know nothing," Daisuke instinctively replied. With a swift motion, a kunai pierced Daisuke's shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining his garments, the searing pain rendering his face ashen. "Ah, I know nothing?" Akatsuchi spun the kunai on his fingertip, his tone devoid of emotion. Clutching his wound, Daisuke's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his body trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Fear evident in his eyes. If it were a team of 10 ninjas, they were defeated by Konoha's ninjas. Akatsuchi's demeanor shifted dramatically. He pressed the kunai against Daisuke's forehead and demanded, "Konoha's ninjas? What exactly happened?" A 10-man squad led by a high-ranking ninja was vanquished by the ninjas of Konoha, a piece of intelligence that bears grave significance, suggesting that Konoha may indeed be taking action within the Land of Grass. It is entirely plausible that this is a direct response to their advance party. Should they falter, they could easily fall into an ambush or encirclement laid by the ninjas of Konoha, leading to dire consequences that would place them at a severe disadvantage at the onset of war. Cough, cough. Specifically, Yura Daisuke's forehead was pierced, blood trickling down his nose as he spoke with trembling voice, recounting the details of the mission and the events that had transpired. As he narrated, Akatsuchi displayed a flicker of astonishment. The surrounding IWA ninjas also revealed expressions of uncertainty. It was astonishing to learn that they had not fallen victim to an ambush by Konoha, but had instead been dispatched by 2 Konoha ninjas who were tasked with escorting them. Such a notion seems utterly preposterous. Hokage's achievements in the village had nearly reached that of an elite nin, and the squad he led was comprised of 10 capable members, including sensory and medical ninjas, all fully equipped to withstand encounters with Konoha's elite Umbu. The mere strength of 2 individuals could not easily obliterate a distinguished 10-man team. They must have been at least 2 elite nin from Konoha, perhaps even akin to the legendary Sannin. Yet, from Yura Daisuke's description, the 2 Konoha ninjas bore no resemblance to such formidable figures. While they may not recall every ordinary nin of Konoha, the number of elite nin is exceedingly limited, and they could almost recognize each one. However, the 2 individuals described by Yura Daisuke were entirely unfamiliar. Chapter 50. The vigilance of the rock ninja Hongtu furrowed his brows and spoke to Yura in a low voice. "You mentioned that the 2 ninjas from Konoha escorting were one with bushy eyebrows in a tight outfit, and the other appeared to be around 12 years old?" "Why, yes," Yura replied, his face pale from excessive blood loss. Hongtu turned to the nearby ninjas, his voice grave. "Who possesses the detailed information regarding the mission executed by the Firelight?" The ninjas exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. They were neither responsible for the mission handover nor part of the Firelight team. It was reasonable for them to recall that Firelight had accepted a commission from the Land of Grass, Yet who could remember the specific details and intelligence? Hongtu's brow slightly furrowed. After a few moments of contemplation, he stated, "It must be an elite J-nin hidden within Konoha. Record the images of those 2 Konoha ninjas and distribute them to all shinobi. Remain vigilant. Ordinary J-nin need not be overly concerned, as their numbers were vast. But elite J-nin were scarce. Notable figures like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, belong to this category. Thus, every elite J-nin from enemy villages warranted our utmost caution." Understood. The nearby ninjas responded in unison. After issuing his orders, Hongtu lifted his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative as he stared towards the land of fire. A silver-haired youth. The description bore a striking resemblance to that individual. Yet that person was already deceased. Could this be his son? However, according to the intelligence, that person's son seemed to be yet in his early teens. Regardless, a child of such age possessing such formidable power constituted a threat that must be eradicated promptly. We cannot allow Konoha to produce a second White Fang. Meanwhile, in Konoha, having distanced themselves from the land of grass, Fingya and Might Dai traveled tirelessly, returning to Konoha without pause. At this juncture, it was evident that Konoha was not oblivious to the frontline intelligence, but had instead entered a state of heightened vigilance typical of wartime. The entire village was enveloped in a massive sensing barrier, and at the front entrance, the defensive forces had been bolstered to 2 squads, with at least 1 team of Umbu covertly monitoring the situation. Fingya and Might Dai underwent a thorough examination at the village entrance, and only after confirming that they were not enemy ninjas in disguise were they allowed to pass. Upon entering the village, the 2 made their way directly to the Hokage building. The atmosphere in the mission assignment office on the 1st floor of the Hokage building was markedly different from before. C-rank missions had entirely vanished, leaving only a few scattered B-rank and A-rank missions posted on the bulletin board, all pertaining to assignments within the borders of the Land of Fire, such as serving as bodyguards to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. "Is it you 2? Nara Shikaku, still stationed on the 1st floor handling mission assignments, looked up upon seeing Fingya and Might Dai enter. Initially startled, he then sighed in relief, saying, "It seems you didn't encounter any rock ninjas in the Land of Grass. What great fortune. The rock ninjas have launched a large-scale operation in the Land of Grass, and the intelligence has been relayed back to the village by Konoha scouts." He recalled that Fingya and Might Dai were tasked with escorting a merchant convoy to the Land of Grass. Under these circumstances, it was undoubtedly perilous. Should they encounter the main forces of the rock ninjas head-on, their fate would be sealed, and returning alive would certainly be a stroke of luck. "No. We have encountered the rock ninjas." Fingya gazed at Noara Hanjian and slowly stated, "An unforeseen incident has arisen. We encountered a 10-man squad of a Wagakure at the border of the Land of Grass." "A 10-man squad?" Noara Hanjian was taken aback. Ninja teams typically consist of 4 members and are led by either a CH-nin or a J-nin. But a 10-man squad would almost certainly be led by a J-nin. The fact that Fingya and Might Dai managed to survive an encounter with a 10-man squad of rock ninjas could not merely be attributed to luck. Surviving is paramount. If unexpected circumstances arise that exceed the scope of the mission, the task will not be recorded as a mission failure according to regulations. Noara Hanjian lowered his head to search through the mission documents previously assigned to Fingya and Might Dai. Fingya approached, observing Noara Hanjian retrieving the mission documents. Just as Noara was about to note the unexpected in the designated section, Fingya interrupted, "Do not record it incorrectly. The mission did not fail." Noara Hanjian paused, slightly bewildered. Fingya tossed a scroll onto the table and walked past him, ascending the stairs to the Hokage's office, saying, "I will report to Lord Hokage, Dai-senpai. Please explain the specifics to him." As Fingya's words faded, he swiftly entered the inner chamber, climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor of the Hokage buildings, his figure disappearing into the stairwell. Might Dai murmured, stepping forward to the table. After a moment's hesitation, he scratched his head and said, "How should I put it? We encountered a 10-man squad of rock ninjas, and then the client temporarily modified the mission, elevating it to an A rank. And we took down the rock ninja squad." Noara Hanjian listened intently, but upon hearing the phrase "took down," he was momentarily stunned, instinctively thinking he had misheard. He interrupted in disbelief. "Wait, You said you took them down? You defeated the 10-man squad of rock ninjas. Indeed, Might Dai nodded. Noara Hanjian furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Might Dai. What on earth are you saying? What do you mean you took down the 10-man squad of rock ninjas? Misrepresenting mission details is a grave offense. Might Dai shook his head. How could I possibly misrepresent the mission details? I am reporting nothing but the truth. By the way, the evidence is all in that scroll. The scroll. Noara Hanjian frowned and looked at the scroll Fengye had tossed onto the table. He opened it and spread it out, forming hand seals as he declared, "Release." With a puff, a cloud of white smoke erupted. In an instant, a multitude of items appeared, accumulating above the scroll, including a significant number of rock ninja headbands, along with a severed head placed atop them. This scene caused the pupils of Noara Hanjian to constrict, and he soon revealed an expression of incredulity as he gazed upon the headbands of the rock ninjas and the somewhat withered cranium. 10 headbands. The headband of a ninja symbolizes their identity. Only those ninjas recognized by their village are granted the headbands issued by it. The presence of 10 rock ninja headbands signifies the demise of 10 individuals. Hideyuru and Might Dai had truly defeated a 10-man team of rock ninjas. Noara Hanjian found himself momentarily frozen in place, his eyes reflecting shock. He slightly parted his lips, rendered speechless for a time, and after several seconds, his throat finally managed to stir twice. Why you wait a moment? Given the sudden alteration of the mission to an A-rank assignment, compounded by the deaths of enemy village ninjas, this matter exceeded his capacity for handling. Noara Hanjian took a deep breath and swiftly departed the counter to report upward. Chapter 51. Report within the confines of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in contemplation, his gaze fixed upon 2 maps laid out on the desk before him. One map depicted the entirety of the ninja world, while the other illustrated the land of grass, encompassing a portion of the border with the land of fire. Hokage-sama. Kaguya entered the office. Upon seeing Kaguya, Sarutobi emerged from his reverie, his brow easing slightly as he remarked, "It seems you have returned safely. Are you here to report on the situation in the land of grass?" Kaguya replied solemnly, "In Shuangyue town of the land of grass, I encountered a significant number of rock ninjas, exceeding 100 in total. Due to their overwhelming presence, I could not conduct a thorough reconnaissance, and their intentions remain unclear." "That is the advance party from the rock ninja village," Sarutobi noted, unfazed by the news. The intelligence regarding this contingent had already been relayed back to Konoha by the scouts stationed in the land of grass. Turning his attention to Kaguya, Sarutobi expressed a hint of relief. "You have performed admirably by refraining from recklessly probing into the rock ninjas' information. Many young ninjas often suffer dire consequences due to their lack of caution, sometimes even losing their lives. With regards to talents like you and Kakashi, my concerns do not lie in your growth and strength, but rather in your judgment of the situation and your self-assessment of capabilities. A ninja force of over 100, including many sensory-type ninjas, makes it exceedingly difficult to gather intelligence discreetly. To recklessly seek information would only plunge one into peril. Should such a formidable contingent encircle you, even the likes of Orochimaru or Jiraiya would find themselves in grave danger." Kaguya surmised that Sarutobi was already aware of the rock ninjas' movements and thus felt no need to elaborate further, especially as the Hokage did not inquire about the mission details, seemingly indifferent to them. After a moment of contemplation over the maps, Sarutobi, recognizing Kaguya's elite status among the Chunin and his exceptional speed, as well as being Orochimaru's disciple, proposed, "Since you have returned from the land of grass and are somewhat familiar with the terrain, I would like you to accompany Orochimaru to confront the advance party of rock ninjas." Sarutobi knew he could not remain passive regarding the rock ninjas' incursion into the land of grass. Although there had been no reports of incursions into the land of fire as yet, it was only a matter of time. A proactive response was essential before worse news could arise. Had Kaguya returned a few days later, he could have integrated into the subsequent support teams. Thus, his timely return made it more fitting for him to join Orochimaru in the land of grass. "Understood," Kaguya replied. "By the way, Hokage-sama, there is one more matter I need to report." He briefly outlined the situation concerning Might Dai. Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of surprise. It was unexpected to find a lower-ranked ninja possessing strength comparable to that of a jonin. There was no need for Kaguya to deceive him. For given his level of strength, he would not misjudge the situation. This indicated that indeed, a hidden talent among the lower-ranked ninjas had gone undiscovered. Although the individual in question may not possess the qualities required to reach the esteemed rank of Jonin in other aspects, and might not be suitable to lead a team, the inherent strength of a Jonin is undeniably valuable. Within a village, the number of ninjas who attain the level of Jonin is quite limited. Each one represents the true elite, forming the backbone of the village's strength. Take Kakashi, for instance. He graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6. Yet at the age of 9, he still does not meet the standards of a Jonin, reflecting a significant gap, as assessed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Although Fengye possesses greater talent than Kakashi, he too falls short of that pinnacle. Very well, I understand. Please have him come here. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded towards Fengye. He intended to meet with Might Guy to evaluate his specific situation before deciding how to position him. Understood, Fengye replied with a nod and exited the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the first floor's mission dispatch center, he found a Jonin, now occupying the position previously held by Narashikaku, inquiring in detail about Might Guy's circumstances. When the Jonin caught sight of Fengye descending the stairs, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. He had learned from Might Guy that Fengye had defeated a Jonin from the Rock Village. That was indeed a Jonin. The distinction between Jonin and Chunin is profound. The number of Chunins within a village is vast, surpassing that of Genins, as most Genins ascend to Chunin status upon reaching a certain age. However, among 10 Chunins, it is rare for even one to achieve the level of Jonin, even when accounting for the exceptional category of Special Jonin. At merely 10 years of age, Fengye had slain a Jonin. It was nearly inconceivable, especially if not for the evidence of the opponent's head. It is noteworthy that the fastest ninja to ascend to Jonin status in the village was 14 years old, a ninja by the name of Orochimaru. Despite the evidence at hand, the Jonin could not help but ask Fengye, "Was the Jonin you encountered in the Land of Grass indeed the one you defeated?" Fengye glanced at Might Guy with a look that seemed to say, "This is not what we agreed upon." Might Guy scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and said, "I apologize. I am not very articulate, and I wouldn't want to overshadow your accomplishments." Seeing this, Fengye sighed and replied, "Yes, it was I who killed him." As expected, Might Guy was too straightforward. The notion of having him take credit for defeating the Jonin was virtually non-existent, regardless of any prior agreements. However, it mattered little. Let the attention fall upon him. With his current strength, even if targeted by an elite of the shinobi world, he could still manage to escape. The threats to his existence in the current ninja realm were becoming increasingly scarce. Having Might Guy take the credit was also an attempt to ensure he garnered sufficient merit to justifiably be promoted to Special Jonin. Nevertheless, even without this accolade, his prowess would likely compel Sarutobi Hiruzen to promote Might Guy to Special Jonin regardless. It merely provoked some controversy. As for the alternative of joining the dark side, it is virtually impossible. The mask of the dark side holds no significance for Might Guy, whose character is ill-suited for the role of a dark ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never make such a decision. Hiss. Upon hearing Kied's admission, the Jonin could not help but inhale sharply, and his gaze towards Kied revealed a hint of resolute seriousness. At that moment, Kied's image appeared to him almost as a reflection of the youthful Konoha White Fang. Chapter 52. The Astonishment of Sarutobi Hizashi. By the way, Senior, the Hokage wishes to see you. Fengye acknowledged this calmly, his demeanor remarkably composed as he regarded Might Guy. The Jonin hesitated momentarily before responding, "I, too, need to report to the Hokage. Let us go together." "Very well," Might Guy replied, casting a grateful glance at Fengye. Fengye smiled and offered a thumbs up before turning to leave the Hokage's office. He chose not to head directly to the rendezvous point, but instead meandered towards home. Within the Hokage's office, Might Guy entered alongside the Jonin from the Mission Assignment Office, Sarutobi Shinjiro. Sarutobi Hizashi sat behind his desk, deep in contemplation with a pipe in his mouth. He was deliberating on the forthcoming troop deployments. It was imprudent to merely dispatch Orochimaru to the front lines in the Land of Grass. The Land of Rain also required a contingent to monitor Sunagakure, and vigilance against Kumogakure and Kirigakure could not be relaxed either. "Hokage-sama." Upon entering, Sarutobi Shinjiro bowed before Sarutobi Hizashi and reported, I have something to convey. The duo of Hitaki Finya and Might Guy encountered an ambush by a Wagakure shinobi while on a C-rank escort mission in the Land of Grass. Finya has slain the enemy Jainin, confirming his identity as the Wagakure Jainin, Hikari. During the initial portion of the report, Sarutobi Hizashi barely paid attention, lost in thought. However, the latter half abruptly shattered his concentration. Hizashi looked at Sarutobi Shinjiro in astonishment. Finya has killed an Wagakure Jainin? Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Shinjiro affirmed, indeed, and not only that, he and Might Guy together annihilated the enemy's 10-man squad. For a moment, Sarutobi Hizashi found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed that Finya's escort mission to the Land of Grass had failed. Given that it was merely a C-rank assignment, he had not given it much thought or inquired further. He never anticipated that not only had an unexpected incident occurred, but that Finya had also adeptly resolved it, thus successfully completing the mission. In contrast, encountering the vanguard of a Wagakure and choosing to return to report rather than recklessly engage was hardly of significance. That child. Sarutobi Hizashi turned to gaze out the window, a tumult of emotions surging within him. At just 10 years old, at 9, he had slain an elite scout from an enemy village, and at 10, he had taken down an Wagakure Jainin. Even the legendary Konoha White Fang and the young Orochimaru had not achieved such feats until they were 12 or 13. Finya's prowess has undeniably surpassed that of the prodigies of his era, Hitaki Tsukumo and Orochimaru. Very well, I understand. After a few moments, Sarutobi Hizashi managed to compose himself. He gestured for Sarutobi Shinjiro to withdraw and turned his attention to Might Guy, inquiring, Guy, how many of the 8 gates can you currently open? Finya had mentioned that Might Guy's combat capabilities surpassed his own and that Guy was adept in the use of the 8 gates. After all, a mere low-ranking ninja suddenly possessing strength that surpasses even that of mid- and high-ranking ninjas must have mastered some arcane technique. When a ninja's physical prowess reaches a certain level, it becomes apparent that there exists within them the 8 gates. He had sensed their presence before, but had never pursued the path of unlocking the 8 gates. However, merely having access to the 8 gates does not guarantee the ability to unlock them and obtain extraordinary power. Exceptional cases like Might Guy are exceedingly rare. To unlock the 8 gates requires a commendable talent in physical arts, which Might Guy undoubtedly possesses. The abrupt inquiry from Sarutobi Hiruzen caused Might Guy to momentarily falter. But he quickly regained his composure and replied earnestly, the 8th gate. Oh, no wonder you can. Sarutobi Hiruzen, still preoccupied with thoughts of Kaguya, suddenly realized mid-sentence, widening his eyes in astonishment as he turned to Might Guy and exclaimed, Wait, did you just say the 8th gate? His disbelief was palpable as he gazed at Might Guy. The 8th gate, known as the 8th gate of death, is undeniably the final and ultimate gate of this physical technique. Each gate, when cultivated to its zenith, is formidable. And Sarutobi Hiruzen had some understanding of the implications of unlocking the 8 gates. Achieving the 8th gate is not something an ordinary individual can accomplish. Yes, Might Guy replied sincerely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He found himself questioning Might Guy's assertion, yet the expression on Might Guy's face bore no trace of deceit. Furthermore, there was little sense in lying about such matters, as the truth would be readily apparent. Have you truly unlocked the 8th gate? Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress his skepticism and inquired further. After a moment of hesitation, Might Guy answered, No, the side effects of this technique are severe. I can sense that unlocking the 8th gate would likely result in death. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen involuntarily inhaled sharply, his lingering doubts gradually dissipating. It was reasonable to conclude that unlocking the 8 gates would come at a significant cost. Every forbidden technique carries its repercussions, and associating the technique's limit with death is entirely plausible. However, the fact that Might Guy could reach the 8th gate, pushing this technique to its utmost limit, was beyond his expectations. It is not a feat achievable by just anyone. It signifies a different kind of innate talent. Although he was uncertain of the magnitude of power unleashed upon unlocking the 8th gate, it was undeniable that the strength garnered by sacrificing one's entire life force would be anything but feeble. Perhaps it could rival that of a Hokage. An equal match. Might Guy, I hereby promote you to Special Jonin, bypassing the usual protocols. I appreciate your previous efforts on the mission, but there is no time for rest now. I need you to head to the front lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to Might Guy with solemnity. Given Might Guy's formidable combat capabilities, he was naturally suited for frontline duties, particularly as part of an advanced team, equipped with the strength to tackle unforeseen circumstances. Even in the direst situations, unlocking the 8 gates would enable him to provide cover for others to retreat safely. Yes, Might Guy responded, his excitement palpable. Indeed. It is as Fongyi previously mentioned, he has been promoted to Special Jonin, soaring from the rank of Jin into that of Jonin within the village. Furthermore, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, one can sense a profound seriousness and regard, a testament to the attention bestowed upon him by the Hokage. It feels as though his very blood is igniting, a sensation of youth ablaze. In this moment, even if he were called to charge into the frontline battlefield, to unleash the 8 gates and exchange his life for the enemy's casualties, he would not hesitate for an instant. Chapter 53, Scale 2. Time Reversal. Fongyi pushed open the door to his home and stepped inside. Kakashi was not present, likely accompanying Minato on a mission. Yet to return, as he made his way to his bedroom, he casually retrieved a stack of mission rewards from his pocket and tossed it onto the table before promptly taking a seat and closing his eyes. He did not rush to the rendezvous point indicated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had returned to drop off the rewards, but more importantly, he had heard a mechanical chime at the mission center. At last, after shutting his eyes, Fongyi calmed the tumult of emotions within him. A colossal, ethereal golden clock materialized before him, its hands clearly indicating the hour of 2, while the Roman numeral 2, representing this hour, was no longer shrouded in mist but gleamed with a dark luster. Taking a deep breath, Fongyi refrained from hastily employing his newfound temporal abilities. Instead, he attempted to trigger the power of time acceleration. Click. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the moving hands, the pointer on the surreal clock shifted, realigning itself to the 1 o'clock position. The dial at the center of the clock began to rotate under Fongyi's will, clicking until it came to a halt at the 4th mark. 4-fold acceleration. This was indeed consistent with my expectations. The range of time acceleration I can control increases by 1 mark each year. Fongyi exhaled softly. At 4-fold acceleration, employing the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of B-Ryoku, even shadow-level adversaries would find it exceedingly difficult to keep pace with him, making the slaying of J-Mean far more manageable. Below the shadow level, he could wreak havoc, and even among shadows, they would struggle against him unless they were as swift as the 4th Reikage. Next came the new ability. After regaining his composure, Fongyi focused his thoughts, and the hour hand moved once more, pointing again to the 2 o'clock position, the black Roman numeral 2 radiating a dark shimmer. Upon confirming the activation of this ability, Fongyi instinctively understood what power corresponded to the 2 o'clock mark. An overwhelming excitement surged within him, difficult to contain. Fongyi inhaled deeply, opened his eyes, unsheathed his trusted ninja blade, White Fang, and with a slight grimace, he drew the blade across his palm. With a sharp hiss, pain surged forth as a stream of blood welled from the wound. Enduring the sting, he focused intently on the injury, his gaze flickering as a golden clock appeared within the depths of his pupils, the hands spinning rapidly in reverse. Silently, the blood flowing from the wound began to reverse, surging back into the gash, and almost instantaneously, the deep cut that had nearly split his palm vanished without a sound. Indeed, a smile crept upon Fongyi's face. This extraordinary phenomenon required no further contemplation to decipher its significance. It represented the curvature of time reversal. Fongyi grasped the ninja blade, White Fang, in his right hand and slashed it across the wooden floor, tearing a fissure approximately a foot long into the surface. He then focused intently on the crack, attempting to activate his ability. However, the fracture remained unchanged. It appeared that, much like time acceleration, his power could only be exerted on his own body. Upon reaching this conclusion, Fongyi exhaled softly, gazing at the crack for several quiet seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Although it was not the time stasis he most desired and could not affect anything beyond himself, the potency of this ability was undeniably formidable. Regardless of the nature of the injury, as long as it was not an instantaneous death, The effects of time reversal allowed for instantaneous recovery. Furthermore, Feng Yi was uncertain what precisely constituted an instantaneous death. The ethereal clock was entwined with his soul. Thus, if his body were to be pulverized, could he still activate the time reversal ability? In terms of restorative power, one could not even begin to compare it to the 100 extravagant techniques or the bodies of the immortal, let alone the Six Paths body. It should be akin to the scenario of the Edo Tensei. Feng Yu ceased his laughter, murmuring to himself. Although he could not experiment by smashing his own head, his intuition suggested that this assessment was accurate. An undying body, unless faced with forbidden techniques targeting the soul or the Tao-seeking orb, which amalgamates wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and yin-yang to simultaneously assault both matter and spirit. No other ninjutsu or taijutsu could bring about his demise. He stroked his chin, speaking aloud. The only threats to be wary of are soul-related forbidden arts and various sealing techniques, as being sealed could prove quite troublesome. The inability to affect anything beyond oneself with time reversal implied that if he were sealed by the Shikifuin technique, he would be unable to break free. While he could not die, being sealed for hundreds or thousands of years would likely unlock all 12 scales of his abilities, one of which would certainly possess the power to unseal him, though he had no desire to experience such a sensation. This realization also resolved the issue of his lifespan. Feng Yi took a deep breath. With the capabilities of time acceleration and time reversal, as long as he remained sufficiently cautious, the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War would pose little threat to him, unless Minato Namikaze suddenly lost his wits, summoned the Shikifuin, and sought mutual destruction with him. However, he had no intention of destroying Konoha, nor had he betrayed Minato, making such a scenario highly improbable. As for others, even if they employed the Shikifuin, they would first need to catch up to him. The same logic applied to soul-related techniques. As long as he maintained sufficient speed, he could remain unfazed by these threats. Moreover, with the advent of time reversal, he could disregard the adverse effects of the 8 gates, even the repercussions of the 8th gate, the Death Gate. He could freely open the Death Gate, venture out to procure groceries, and then return home to employ time reversal, reverting to his state prior to opening the Death Gate, no longer needing to worry about missing the Saturday sales at the supermarket. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Yi rose to his feet, stretching languidly and revealing a radiant smile that seemed to bask in sunlight. Having spent considerable time in this world, circumstances finally began to take an intriguing turn. Inside a certain building, Orochimaru stood at the forefront, clad in a ninja uniform, his demeanor unperturbed. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive, surrounded by a multitude of elite shinobi, both J-nin and CH-nin, numbering in the dozens, all engaged in preparations, meticulously inspecting their belongings. At that moment, a silver-haired youth entered through the doorway. Nearby ninjas cast astonished glances in his direction. Yet Feng Yi paid no heed to their scrutiny, striding directly to Orochimaru, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips as he respectfully bowed before the legendary shinobi. Master Orochimaru, Lord Hokage has summoned me to join the advance party. Chapter 54. The Konoha advance team. It appears that your escort mission for the merchant convoy to the Land of Grass has gone quite smoothly. Orochimaru regarded Feng Yi, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes, accompanied by a somewhat enigmatic smile as he leaned back slightly and addressed him. Sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the front lines of the Land of Grass, he had initially intended to bring Feng Yi along. However, upon failing to locate him, he inquired and learned that Feng Yi had accepted a commission to escort a merchant convoy. He had hoped to encounter Feng Yi in the Land of Grass, but to his surprise, Feng Yi returned today and had been assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, this was not the aspect that piqued Orochimaru's interest. What truly captivated him was the change in Feng Yi's demeanor since their last meeting. Previously, Feng Yi emanated a cautious aura, with only a hint of confidence that remained largely subdued and unexpressed. Now, however, he exuded a vibrant confidence and youthful energy that suggested a complete transformation. Undoubtedly, had Feng Yi's escort mission to the Land of Grass failed, his aura would not have shifted so dramatically. This indicated that he had successfully completed his task, and possibly encountered unforeseen challenges along the way, which he had adeptly resolved. Such a feat could only account for the significant alteration in his demeanor, from caution and restraint to overt vitality and self-assurance. Indeed, Fengye nodded, stating, "There were a few unexpected occurrences, but we managed to complete the mission." Upon hearing Fengye's response, Orochimaru's expression reflected a knowing anticipation, and he chuckled softly. "I am quite curious to hear more." He was intrigued by the incident that had so profoundly altered Fengye's demeanor. Before Fengye could elaborate, another figure burst through the door, moving with an awkward urgency, none other than Might Guy. My apologies. I hope I haven't arrived too late." Might Guy scratched the back of his head. Offering a clumsy grin, and somewhat flustered, he approached Orochimaru, saying, "Lord Orochimaru, I am Might Guy. The Hokage has sent me to join the advance team." Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Fengye to Might Guy, a peculiar expression crossing his features. While Fengye was excusable as his disciple who had performed admirably, this ninja named Might Guy appeared remarkably clumsy in Orochimaru's eyes. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen have dispatched such an inept individual to join the advance team? The unit he led was tasked with intercepting the rock ninja at the border. Every member of this advance team was an elite, comprising 16 jonin, 6 special jonin, and a total of 60 chunin, all the Sea Army de la Sea Army of their ranks. Was this merely a ruse? A facade of clumsiness? A flicker of doubt crossed Orochimaru's mind. Although somewhat advanced in years, Master Guy should not have suddenly lost his senses and dispatched someone without due consideration. This implies that the individual before us, Might Guy, must possess certain talents deemed suitable for the role of a vanguard ninja. Just as Orochimaru found himself perplexed, among the ninjas staring in astonishment at Might Guy, someone could not contain themselves and exclaimed, "Hey, Might Guy, what are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Are you trying to join the vanguard because you couldn't find a ninja squad willing to take you in? Are you foolish enough to think that such antics would not lead to punishment?" Some of the chunin present had previously been deceived by Might Guy and now glared at him with irritation. The vanguard was heading to the land of grass to engage in a war against the rock ninja. Was this a jest? Might Guy also noticed a few former captains among the crowd, and the embarrassment of having deceived them made him scratch his head awkwardly. "Ahem, I came here upon the orders of Lord Hokage," he stammered. "What nonsense." Senju Tobarama frowned, stating, "How could a mere genin be dispatched by Lord Hokage to join the vanguard? If you continue to act recklessly, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." "Genin?" Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, looking increasingly intrigued by Might Guy. Clearing his throat, Might Guy placed his right fist against his chest, straightened his posture, and proclaimed, "I am no longer a genin. I am now a special jounin." "Enough." Senju Tobarama, unable to tolerate any further, stepped forward from the crowd, intending to throw the obstinate Might Guy out for his continued foolishness. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at this scene, neither intervening nor speaking out. His curiosity piqued regarding Might Guy's situation. He too wondered what unique qualities Might Guy possessed, or if he was merely an audacious fool. However, just as Senju Tobarama approached Might Guy, a voice suddenly resonated. "Elder Guy is indeed a special jounin. I can attest to that." This voice momentarily stunned Senju Tobarama, and many present were taken aback. Upon realizing that the speaker was Kid Yoru, standing next to Orochimaru, he furrowed his brow. Not to mention Might Guy, he harbored doubts about Kid Yoru's participation in the vanguard. He had heard of Kid Yoru's early graduation and his success in the chunin exams, being the sole individual to pass. Yet, regardless of his talent, Kid Yoru was still remarkably young. No matter how gifted he might be, he lacked sufficient experience as a young ninja, and allowing someone like him to join the vanguard was beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, since Kid Yoru was at least a chunin, he could somewhat accept that. But what a Might Guy! To allow a perpetually inept and blundering genin, who had botched numerous missions, to join a unit targeting the rock ninja was nothing short of absurd. He could not fathom that Sarutobi Hiruzen would make such a decision. "Hey, kid. Don't speak out of turn if you are unaware of the situation. Do you have any idea of the notorious deeds this fellow has committed? Lord Hokage would never allow such a person to join the advance team." Mori no Ibum spoke sternly to Kid Knight. A faint smile graced Kid Knight's face as he replied, "I did not lie. Senior Dai has indeed been exceptionally promoted to special jounin." "Senior, you must have the order document, right?" "Oh, I almost forgot. Upon hearing Kid Knight's words, Might Dai suddenly recalled, rummaging through his pocket until he produced an order document stamped with an official seal. Mori no Ibim gazed in astonishment at this scene. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, accepting the document from Might Dai and casting a cursory glance. His serpent-like eyes suddenly narrowed with a hint of seriousness as he regarded Might Dai. I see. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision, stowing the document away. Might Dai, you and Kid Knight shall not be assigned to any other teams for the time being. You will accompany me. Might Dai exhaled a sigh of relief, responding, yes. Lord Orochimaru. Mori no Ibim stared in disbelief at this unfolding drama, momentarily dazed. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to Orochimaru, asking, Lord Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? You will come to understand in due time, Orochimaru replied, casting one last penetrating glance at Might Dai. Faced with such a response from Orochimaru, Mori no Ibim and the others exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend how Might Dai had found himself beside Kid Knight. What on earth? That fellow Might Dai has truly become a special Jonin? Those familiar with Might Dai wore expressions of incredulity. Orochimaru did not question the validity of the order document, indicating its authenticity as a command issued by Lord Hokage, yet the nature of this command was indeed perplexing. Just as they had prepared themselves mentally for the front lines, the sudden addition of a 10-year-old child and Might Dai had thrown their carefully adjusted mindset into disarray. One was already a challenge, now there were two. This could potentially lead to significant complications. Chapter 55, Arrival at the Border of the Land of Fire. At the border, Orochimaru led nearly 100 ninjas, including Kid, to a small town. The entire town lay in ruins, with several areas still ablaze, and numerous corpses scattered about. Report to Lord Orochimaru. These are the remnants of a battle from 3 days ago. One ninja swiftly surveyed the desolate town before conveying the information to Orochimaru. A glint of danger flickered in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes as he scanned the vicinity of the town. In a hoarse voice, he remarked, the signs of a battle from 3 days ago indicate that the rock ninjas have surely departed. However, we have now entered their operational territory and shall inevitably encounter them soon. Regroup and set up camp here, Orochimaru commanded. Since they were at the border of the Land of Fire, the potential for conflict loomed large. After a full day's journey, the group maintained a readiness for battle. Yet continuing to probe forward would drain their energy. Should they fall prey to an ambush by the rock ninjas, the consequences could be dire. Understood, replied the Chunin. After exchanging glances, the nearby ninjas entered the town to clear away the corpses, extinguish the flames consuming the buildings, and establish a rudimentary campsite. Once the camp was set up, in the central tent, Orochimaru stood before a stone platform, contemplating a map spread across it. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly inquired, in which direction do you think the rock ninjas are currently headed? Inside the tent were only Kid and Orochimaru, with Kid standing nearby, also studying the map. Upon hearing Orochimaru's question, a thoughtful expression crossed his face as he replied, since the advanced forces of the rock ninjas are here for harassment, they likely would not return to the land of grass so soon. Orochimaru chuckled softly, a good thought. I share your sentiment. Furthermore, I believe they would hesitate to penetrate deeper into the Land of Fire. Their possible directions are limited to these two. As he spoke, Orochimaru placed 2 pieces on the map. After completing this action, he pondered, go summon the 3rd and 4th squads. He nodded and exited the tent, quickly returning with 2 squads, totaling 8 individuals. The leaders of the 2 squads were Jonin, one hailing from the Hyuga clan and the other from the Uchiha clan. Both squads comprising elite Chunins skilled in perception and reconnaissance. Hyuga Shiranui, lead your squad to investigate in this direction. Uchiha Suki, you will probe in this direction. Orochimaru issued his orders, his tone stern. If you encounter a solitary rock ninja, attempt to gather intelligence. Under no circumstances should you act recklessly otherwise. Yes, the squad leaders replied respectfully. Even those from the esteemed Uchiha and Hyuga clans held great reverence for Orochimaru, who had gained fame during the Second Shinobi World War through his remarkable achievements. Upon completing his instructions, Orochimaru gazed at the 2 squads as they departed, turning his head slightly to offer a faint smile to Fingya. Fingya, you may return now. Rest well and prepare yourself. Battles may soon ensue. Fengye acknowledged his words and left the tent. Upon returning to his own small tent, Fengye did not immediately rest. After consuming a modest meal, he commenced his training. Throughout the journey away from Konoha, he had not ceased his exercises, for he was on the verge of unlocking the fourth gate of the 8 gates. Thanks to his relentless training, with his mastery of the ability to reverse time, once he could open the fourth gate, he would be able to wield its powers without restraint. How swift would the fourth gate be at 4 times the speed? Fengye could not predict this. Yet he surmised that at such velocity, he could unleash an attack akin to the morning peacock. This implied that, relying solely on speed, even those of the highest ninja rank would find it exceedingly challenging to keep pace with him. Possessing such speed, combined with the ability to reverse time, left him with few threats on the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War. His capacity to eliminate ninjas would also significantly expand, whether they were Jonin or Elite Jonin. Very few could withstand his strikes at the fourth gate's fourfold speed. Even those nearing the level of a Kage would find it nearly impossible to escape their demise once targeted by him. Taking a deep breath, Fengye began performing the most fundamental push-ups within the tent. In the realm of the 8 gates, opening a gate necessitated such basic exercises as push-ups and squats. There were no shortcuts. It required the accumulation of countless repetitions to fortify the body, gradually loosening the constraints imposed by the 8 gates within him. Fengye was clad in weights, thanks to his time-reversing ability. He felt no concern about becoming overly fatigued to the point of being unable to fight in the event of an unexpected battle. At worst, he could revert his body to its pre-training state, thus merely sacrificing a brief interval of training. Consequently, he carried the heaviest weights throughout his journey, engaging in arduous training during each rest period. This was now his 4th session. 331, 332, 333. Fengye executed his push-ups with remarkable speed, but upon reaching 300, his pace noticeably slowed, his movements stiffening, and his arms beginning to tremble slightly. 486. 487, he silently counted in his mind, the ache in his arms intensifying, yet he persisted, his indomitable will enduring the trial. In truth, after unlocking the ability to reverse time, even without further training in the 8 gates, he could possess formidable strength using only conventional ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, after careful consideration, Fengye chose not to abandon his pursuit of the 8 gates. On one hand, the technique was indeed well suited for him. On the other hand, he realized that his willpower was not particularly robust. The grueling discipline of the 8 gates served to refine both his spirit and resolve, fostering his mental growth concurrently. Furthermore, another crucial factor is that the 8 gates technique can render one immune to the overwhelming majority of illusions. The essence of illusion lies in its ability to disturb the chakra within an opponent, thereby affecting their mental state and ensnaring them in an inescapable phantasm. The 8 gates technique, commencing with the first gate, manifests an explosive release of chakra within the brain, and from the second gate through to the 8th, the chakra remains in a state of rampage. Attempting to cast an illusion on a ninja in the 8 gate state is nearly an impossible endeavor, as even the practitioner of the 8 gate struggles to contain their own rampant chakra, let alone others attempting to do so. However, illusions happen to be a weakness of Fengye. His grasp of illusions has always been rather mediocre. Should a powerhouse of Orochimaru's caliber employ illusions against him, he would likely find himself unable to resist. Conversely, mastering the 8 gates is a different matter entirely. The more adept one becomes at the 8 gates, and the more gates one opens, the more ferocious the chakra in the open state becomes, making it increasingly resistant to illusions. Once the 5th gate is opened, one becomes nearly immune to most illusions. As for the 8th gate, even Uchiha Madara, in his Sage of 6 Paths mode, refrained from using illusions against Guy, who had opened the 8 gates. Given Madara's extensive combat experience, the absence of illusions can only imply one possibility. Illusions are utterly ineffective against Guy in the state of the 8 gates. To disrupt the chakra of Death Gate Guy at its zenith is a feat beyond even the power of the Rinnegan at the 6 Paths level. Chapter 56. The genius with a lack of acumen as for whether Uchiha Shirisue's extraordinary genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, and the ultimate illusion, Infinite Tsukuyami, could affect the state of the 8 gates. It remains a matter of speculation. After all, the original narrative did not provide any clarity on this point, and Fingye could not ascertain a definitive answer. However, he resolved that he would not allow Kodo Amatsukami to take effect on him, nor would he submit to the infinite Tsukuyomi. As long as he could remain immune to the vast majority of illusions, that was sufficient for him. This was the driving force behind his perseverance through hardship while continuing to train in the 8 gates. 775, 776, 777. As the numbers steadily climbed, Fingye's breath grew increasingly labored, sweat cascading down his body. Ultimately, upon reaching 777, his arms gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. After gasping for half a minute, he finally managed to sit up again. Regrettably, there was no means to reverse time and eliminate fatigue. Fingye shook his head. The concept of time reversal would merely revert his body to a previous state. Utilizing it to dispel exhaustion would imply that those several hundred push-ups had never been performed, a rather vexing thought. After resting for a few more minutes, Fingye took a sip of water and glanced at the patch of ground soaked with his sweat. He shook his head and remarked, "Forget it, I should head outside." This would prevent the tent from becoming reeking of sweat, which would necessitate cleaning. Upon stepping outside, Fingye clasped his hands behind his head and commenced his squats. Push-ups, squats, and sit-ups. These 3 exercises formed the foundation of physical training, engaging the arms, legs, and core, and were the most effective means of loosening the 8 gates within his body. 221, 222, 223. Fingye continued to count silently in his mind. His squatting routine outside the tent captured the attention of several ninjas nearby. "Hey, what is that guy doing?" one remarked, noticing Fingye's movements and addressing a companion who was carrying a box. Morino Ibim, holding a box, followed the gaze of the individual and caught sight of Fingye diligently performing squats, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Is that fellow training in physical arts?" "It seems so." Morino Ibim's lips twitched slightly as he could not help but exclaim, "Why does he appear somewhat, not very clever? Could this lad truly be the prodigy taken under Lord Orochimaru's wing?" This was the border. Combat could erupt at any moment. In such a place and at such a time, instead of conserving his energy, he chose to expend it on physical training. He nearly voiced, "Is something wrong with his head?" But the words that escaped his lips were begrudgingly softened too. He seems a bit lacking in common sense. After all, Fingye was a disciple of Orochimaru. Who could fathom the reasoning? The companion beside him shrugged, expressing a sense of resignation. What rationale is there for training at a time like this? Where has he been prior to this? Morino Ibim felt a twinge of frustration. Should a sudden conflict arise, they might find themselves compelled to safeguard the defenseless Fingye. Thus, one must ponder the rationale behind assigning such a young and inexperienced ninja to the vanguard. Were he still within the village, he would likely voice his concerns to Orochimaru. Yet at this juncture, words are futile. He has already ventured to the front lines and cannot be sent back. It is best to dismiss such thoughts. Morino Ibumoku shook his head and entered the tent. After all, Fingye is a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, even if his actions appear somewhat foolish. The responsibility for his training lies with Orochimaru, not them. He is a burden they must accept. As time passed, Fingye progressed from squats to sit-ups, followed by repeated push-ups. He paid no heed to the peculiar gazes of other ninjas, for he could feel the heat surging within him. Sensing that the shackles of the 4th gate, the injury gate, were loosening, despite the muscle soreness that began to creep in, making each movement more painful than before. He gritted his teeth and persevered. The 4th gate was within reach, just a little further, and he could push it open. Fingye's rigorous training did not go unnoticed by the other ninjas, and even Orochimaru, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow in contemplation. At a time like this, he is still honing his physical skills? Compared to Morino Ibumoku and the others, Orochimaru was more familiar with Fingye and found it hard to believe he would engage in such seemingly futile endeavors. Fingye was training with added weight, a fact that had not escaped Orochimaru's attention during their journey from Konoha to the border, yet he chose not to interfere. In Orochimaru's view, maintaining diligence and unwavering dedication to training under any circumstances was commendable. However, the situation had changed. They were now at the border of the Land of Fire, where conflict could erupt at any moment. Fingye, possessing a sound mind, ought to comprehend this reality. Knowing this, if Fingye still opted to train, It could only imply one thing. He was on the verge of a breakthrough in a particular technique. The 8 gates, perhaps. After a moment's reflection, Orochimaru slightly shook his head, deciding against intervening. The likelihood of an abrupt battle was low. Should Fengye indeed be on the cusp of enhancing his abilities, it would be worth the risk to pursue that breakthrough. Fengye's prowess had likely reached the level of a Nin. If he could refine his skills further in the 8 gates, he might achieve a state comparable to an elite Nin. Although the duration of this power would be limited and accompanied by significant side effects, the combat effectiveness of an elite Nin would still hold considerable weight, even on a battlefield teeming with adversaries. Orochimaru chose not to interfere, despite the other ninjas finding Fengye's actions somewhat absurd. Without any directive from Orochimaru, there was no justification to halt his endeavors. At most, they could only express their bewilderment. Initially, I had presumed that Fengye, despite his youth, would at least possess the reliability of a Chunin, yet it appears he is equally untrustworthy. 664. 665. With his hands clasped behind his head, Fengye silently counted the repetitions of his sit-ups. Sweat cascaded down his brow as he exerted himself to rise. Acutely aware that the strength in his core was nearing its limits, nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The chakra within him flowed, continuously converging at the position of the 4th gate of the 8 gates, a sensation of heat radiating from that area, accompanied by a slight sting. At last, with another effort to rise, Fengye sensed a profound alteration at the 4th gate. The previously faint barriers had entirely dissipated, and he realized that should he so desire, he could unlock the 4th gate of the 8 gates. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Fengye. Its emergence signified that the 4th gate had been breached. Chapter 57. Ambush at last, it is done. Sensing the dissolution of the 4th gate's barrier, Fengye exhaled softly, collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily, and refraining from further movement. With the 4th gate of 8 gates released, coupled with a quadrupled state, his combat prowess was on par with Orochimaru's. Furthermore, with the ability to reverse time, he would prove to be an even more formidable opponent than Orochimaru. Considering the acceleration of time, I am essentially 12, nearly 13 years old. Uchiha Itachi awakened his Manjiki Sharingan at 13. Fengye mused to himself. Though appearing 10, in truth, he was 13. Possessing the strength of a shadow-level ninja at this age, he had not tarnished the reputation of a transmigrator. After resting for a moment, Fengye departed the camp alone, making his way to the rear, where he conducted a brief test of the 4th gate's state. As he anticipated, the 4th gate combined with quadrupled speed indeed allowed him to execute the peacock technique, solidifying his shadow-level offensive capabilities. Moments later, Fengye returned to the camp, entered his tent, and began to rest. The following day, within the central tent of the camp, 2 squads dispatched by Orochimaru returned in the morning to report their findings. Among them, the squad led by Hinata Shizuka, which had ventured northwest, discovered abundant traces of ninja activity in the jungle. Northwest, are they attempting to flank us? Upon hearing Hinata Shizuka's report, Orochimaru pondered briefly before stating, "Rest for 15 minutes, and then we shall depart." "Yes," Hinata Shizuka replied, retreating with his squad. After issuing his orders, Orochimaru turned to Fengye, who had just entered, and displayed a slight, enigmatic smile. "How was your rest last night? Your training in the camp should have enhanced your strength." Orochimaru-sensei's assessment was indeed astute. Fengye responded calmly. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice somewhat raspy, and said, "Then I look forward to your performance ahead. Many in the vanguard hold doubts about your abilities." Fengye smiled lightly in return, assuring, "I will not disappoint you, Orochimaru-sensei." 15 minutes later, a squad of 4 ninjas remained behind to guard the camp, while the majority of the ninja forces followed Orochimaru as they advanced northwest, tracing the path of the rock ninjas. 2 days later, the vanguard team led by Orochimaru arrived at a terrain of crimson soil. At 3 o'clock ahead, there are rock ninjas. Hinata Shizuka sprinted at the forefront of the group, activating his Byakugan. Upon spotting the traces of the rock ninjas, he promptly called out to alert all the ninjas. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, noting, "It seems they have already detected us," intending to engage in combat within this advantageous terrain. When the number of ninjas exceeds a certain threshold, laying an ambush becomes an exceedingly arduous, if not impossible, task. After all, both sides will be equipped with a multitude of sensory ninjas, and the sheer number of ninjas renders the concealment of their traces utterly unfeasible. Hyuga Setsuna inquired in a low voice, "Lord Orochimaru, what shall we do?" Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he responded, "Though the terrain is slightly advantageous to them, it is merely marginal. How many do they number?" "Approximately 80, Hyuga Setsuna reported after a careful observation. A glint of cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he remarked, "In terms of numbers, the difference is negligible. Prepare for battle. It is time to show them a taste of their own medicine, hee." With the finality of Orochimaru's words, all the ninjas behind him drew their weapons, brandishing kunai and readying themselves for combat. Meanwhile, on the desolate red terrain, beneath a massive hill, several dozen rock ninjas gathered, led by the elite Jonin, Akatsuchi. "Lord Akatsuchi, the Leaf Ninjas are approaching. What is their number?" "Approximately 80, reported a sensory ninja to Akatsuchi, his voice low. "Their leader's chakra is chilling, consistent with our intelligence. It must be one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru." Upon hearing this report, Akatsuchi did not display any signs of trepidation. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Excellent. Let us ensure that the Leaf suffers a significant setback this time." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and around 70 of his elite rock ninjas prepared themselves for battle. "They're here." 7 o'clock. A sensory ninja, eyes closed, suddenly shouted after sensing something. Almost simultaneously, a figure emanating a chilling aura emerged from the 7 o'clock direction. Orochimaru had flanked them. Without any unnecessary movements, Orochimaru revealed himself the instant he was detected, abruptly opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of snakes. The Serpent's Array. Beware. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. Upon witnessing this, one of the rock ninjas shouted, releasing an Earth-style ninjutsu. With a thunderous roar, massive walls rose up, blocking the myriad snakes unleashed by Orochimaru. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the ninjas from the Leaf appeared head-on, each wielding weapons, throwing shurikens, and unleashing fire-style jutsu upon their foes. Almost simultaneously, all the rock ninjas reacted, releasing various ninjutsu to counter the assault, engaging in chaotic melee with the ninjas from the Leaf. Clang, clang. Kazuki, without employing the 8 gates technique, merely activated a simple twice-speed state, mingling among the crowd as he exchanged blows with an elite rock ninja, his gaze flickering ever so slightly. The military configuration of the rock ninja is evidently inferior to that of Konoha. Moreover, Konoha is bolstered by the presence of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. The leader of the rock ninja appears to be merely a shadow in the making, barely managing to withstand Orochimaru's assaults alongside 2 elite Jonin. Yet it is clear that their defense cannot hold for long. In such circumstances, rather than retreating, the rock ninja chose to confront the challenge head-on. Such peculiar behavior surely suggests a hidden agenda. An ambush, perhaps. Fengya brandished his ninja knife, White Fang, effortlessly parrying the assaults of the Chunin before him, while his gaze flickered, scanning the periphery of the battlefield. Indeed, almost in the blink of an eye, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, splitting apart from the center, and instantly fracturing the battlefield. Nearly 30 rock ninjas sprang forth from the fissured earth, each adorned with the headband of the rock village, collectively representing the elite forces of their clan. An ambush? Curse it, what are the sensory ninjas doing? Did they not sense anything in advance? Witnessing this scene, the faces of Konoha's ninjas paled dramatically. Hinata Shina, previously responsible for reconnaissance, suddenly found his expression darkening. His Byakugan possesses the ability of insight, and he had scanned the vicinity of the battlefield, yet he had not anticipated that the enemy had utilized Earth Jutsu to conceal themselves deep underground, evading his detection. Chapter 58. Leave this to me. I nearly suffocated from the pressure. Evading the scrutiny of those piercing eyes was no simple feat. I burrowed underground like a rodent, hiding for an extended period. Emerging from the depths, a multitude of rock shinobi revealed their menacing smiles. The Red Earth, currently fending off Orochimaru's assault, also exhibited a chilling grin, stating, "Orochimaru of Konoha, your prowess is indeed formidable. However, it appears your forces are rather insufficient. Perhaps today shall be your last." The Rock Village had meticulously orchestrated this ambush. They deliberately leaked intelligence regarding their vanguard to Konoha, launching an offensive into the Land of Grass to provide Konoha with a general understanding of their vanguard's combat capabilities, prompting them to dispatch corresponding troops. Subsequently, the Rock Shinobi quietly deployed approximately 30 elite ninjas under the guise of accepting missions, dispersing in various directions. After completing their tasks, they would converge at the borders of the Land of Fire. Due to the staggered deployments and the cover of missions, even if Konoha's scouts detected their movements, they would not regard the actions of a few ninja squads as significant enough to warrant immediate intelligence reporting. When these squads ultimately converged, they would form a formidable elite force, with more than half being Jonin, including 4 of the Rock Village's elite Jonin. The objective of this mission was to inflict substantial damage upon Konoha's vanguard, thereby securing an early advantage in the war. A glimmer of a peculiar light flickered in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. The elite squad of approximately 30 rock ninjas, half of whom were Jonin, could not possibly operate without a trace. Nonetheless, Konoha had received no intelligence regarding this elite unit. This indicated that the Rock Shinobi had indeed exerted considerable effort to create such a scenario. Suddenly, 3 elite Jonin landed around Orochimaru. Alongside Red Earth and the previously encountered rock ninjas, a total of 5 elite Jonin surrounded him. While this formation did not pose an immediate threat, it was sufficient to restrain his movements. Humph. So it is, Orochimaru remarked, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. His voice, laced with an otherworldly tone, declared, "It remains uncertain who shall perish here." In truth, he had surmised that the Rock Shinobi might lay an ambush, as the entire situation was exceedingly favorable for Konoha. Under normal circumstances, he would not have acted so recklessly. Yet, he chose to attack, and the reason was simple: the presence of Might Guy within his ranks. A ninja beyond the intelligence of the Rock Shinobi, whose combat prowess could handle any unforeseen circumstances. This was also why Orochimaru dared to launch an offensive despite suspecting an ambush. "Regrettably, it shall be you who meet your demise," Red Earth coldly retorted, then suddenly charged at Orochimaru, with the others joining in unison to besiege him. Meanwhile, the situation for the Konoha ninjas had swiftly deteriorated into a dire predicament. Nearly 30 elite rock ninjas, among whom more than half are Jonin, have suddenly joined the fray, enough to completely reverse the balance of power in this conflict. "Lord Orochimaru," someone shouted in an attempt to alert him. In such dire circumstances, continuing the battle would inevitably lead to their defeat. A retreat was imperative, and they could no longer engage the enemy. However, Orochimaru showed no inclination to withdraw. He relentlessly attacked the elite Jonin of the Rock Village, never issuing a command to retreat, appearing determined to fight to the bitter end. Hinata Shizuka, struggling against the attacks of 2 rock Jonin, cast a glance toward Orochimaru, his heart filled with doubt. "Lord Orochimaru? This situation clearly does not warrant further combat." With Orochimaru's keen judgment, it was inconceivable that he would fail to recognize this. Yet, he showed no intention of retreating, a choice that left all the ninjas of Konoha perplexed. At that moment, amidst the chaos, Might Guy suddenly roared, his body radiating a more vibrant green aura of chakra. 8th gate of the Morning Peacock, open. Upon unlocking the 6th gate, Might Guy's speed and strength surged, effortlessly shattering the short sword of an elite Chunin with a single kick, sending the unfortunate ninja flying, blood spewing from his mouth. This spectacle left Senju Ibiki and others astounded. They had never anticipated that this perennial genin possessed such formidable power. Only then did they begin to comprehend why the Hokage had assigned Might Guy to the vanguard. Such strength indeed warranted a place among them, rivaling that of a Jonin. Yet, despite this momentary astonishment, the overwhelming pressure remained. Although Might Guy's prowess was somewhat unexpected, it was still insufficient to alter the battlefield's dynamics. Orochimaru continued to refrain from issuing a retreat order, leaving Senju Ibiki and his comrades no choice but to grit their teeth and persist in the fight. Even with the 6th gate unleashed, they found themselves struggling against the formidable rock ninjas. It seemed he would have to open the 7th gate, perhaps even the 8th. Might Guy, having unleashed the 6th gate, demonstrated the ability to dispatch Chunins with ease and suppress Jonins, yet it remained inadequate to shift the tide of battle. Given the current conditions on the battlefield, Even if he were to unlock the 7th gate and eliminate a few Jonins, it would still prove challenging to change the situation. It appeared he would ultimately need to open the 8th gate. The 8th gate Might Guy inhaled deeply, unafraid of death, to protect what needed to be safeguarded. To dedicate his youth to Konoha was a noble endeavor. Just as he contemplated opening the 7th gate, and subsequently the 8th, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Do not open any more gates, Senior Dai." Feng Yi approached from behind, wielding the ninja knife White Fang. Beside him lay a rock ninja, rigid in death, which he effortlessly split in two, the corpse collapsing to the ground amidst a spray of blood. Time reversal cannot be employed upon others. Might Guy must reach the 8th gate here, and the inevitable outcome will be death. If that is the case, let it be him. Feng Yi? Might Guy looked over in astonishment. Feng Yi approached with a calm demeanor, his left hand forming a singular seal. As he brushed the blade of the ninja sword, White Fang, the cacophony of countless birdsong reverberated across the battlefield. Chidori blade. He continued forward, and with another step, a silvery radiance enveloped him. It was the spectacle of lightning chakra surging forth after breaking through the 3rd gate of opening. The hue was neither as deep as the lightning release chakra of the 4th raikage nor the typical green of the 8 gates, but rather a lighter, silvery shade. Opening gate, lightning. This was the name Feng Yi assigned to this state. The lightning chakra would inflict greater damage upon the body, with more severe side effects, rendering it nearly a suicidal endeavor. However, for him, endowed with the ability of time reversal, such consequences could be disregarded. Furthermore, in this mode, the Chidori blade could be sustained for an extended duration. This technique, developed after acquiring the power of time reversal, was uniquely suited to him, exhibiting a speed slightly superior to that of a typical gate opening. Most importantly, the silvery light, in contrast to the vibrant green, was visually incomparable, making it exceedingly difficult to perceive and discern. "There is no need to employ that in such a place, my senior. Here, allow me to handle it." Bathed in the silvery luminescence, Feng Yi softly spoke to Might Guy, as he swung White Fang from in front of him to the right, conjuring arcs of lightning in the void. Chapter 59. The Power of Feng Yi. What is that? The eerie screech of the 1,000 birds caught the attention of nearby ninjas. Several rock ninjas and leaf ninjas turned their gazes towards Feng Yi, who was bathed in silvery light, as well as the ninjat, White Fang, entwined with arcs of lightning in his hand. The ninjas present were mostly elite, and with a single glance, they could discern that the technique Feng Yi unleashed, attached to the ninjat, was a jutsu that embodied both nature transformation and form transformation, an A-rank ninjutsu. Despite his somewhat lacking experience and demeanor, the fact that he had mastered an A-rank ninjutsu at such a young age was undoubtedly a testament to his remarkable talent. A thought flashed through Sinin Ibumu's mind, yet the weight in his heart remained unrelieved. Feng Yi's strength was likely approaching that of a jonin, and Might Guy was similarly impressive. He had indeed underestimated these two individuals earlier. However, even with the combined might of Feng Yi and Might Guy, the rock ninjas still outnumbered them with more than 10 jonin. With such a multitude of jonin, only an individual of the caliber of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could possibly contend against them single-handedly. The imbalance in combat power was insurmountable. "You say this is all under your control?" One jonin from the rock, positioned nearby, set his gaze upon Feng Yi, a short sword held horizontally before him, a smirk creeping onto his face as he remarked, "Just a kid? An A-rank ninjutsu is nothing extraordinary." As a jonin himself, he was equally proficient in techniques of that rank. Feng Yi's tone suggested he believed he could single-handedly manage the situation within this area. Such arrogance from a mere child was rather presumptuous. "Feng Yi?" Might Guy also appeared taken aback. His astonishment stemmed from both Feng Yi's insistence that he refrain from opening the 8 gates and the silvery radiance enveloping Feng Yi, which seemed reminiscent of the 8 gates technique yet bore a completely different form, as though it was an advanced martial art based on the 8 gates. Indeed, Feng Yi was a prodigy for having developed such a technique, but could such prowess truly alter the current predicament, especially considering the overwhelming presence of over 10 jonin? However, this fleeting thought was swiftly replaced by shock. In an instant, bathed in silvery light, Feng Yi grasped the ninjat White Fang and suddenly vanished, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, slicing through the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Swish! The nearby ninjas could scarcely perceive anything but a fleeting glimmer of silver, which momentarily traced a curve in the void, appearing behind one of the Jonin from the rock. The Jonin first displayed a look of astonishment, followed quickly by a glint of terror and disbelief in his eyes. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something, but only a mouthful of blood escaped. Staggering forward 2 steps, he collapsed to the ground, unable to support himself. A deep wound was clearly visible on his back, severing ribs and spine, tearing through the heart and lungs from behind. A wave of horror swept through the crowd. The Jonin who had previously mocked Fengye now wore a stiff expression, his pupils constricting violently, filled with an expression of shock and disbelief as he gazed at Fengye. What kind of speed was that? As he stood in shock, Fengye turned his gaze towards him. This glance sent a chill down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity, causing even the most battle-hardened warrior to sense the impending threat of death. Danger. That little demon was exceedingly perilous. From where would he strike? Would he circle to the left, the right, or attack from behind? His vigilance heightened to its utmost, his mind was taut with tension. Leaving no room for even the slightest relaxation, his breath nearly stilled, and in the next moment, lightning flashed. Fengye uttered a single word. In an instant, he vanished, a silver radiance flickering across the battlefield, reappearing before the elite Jonin, his ninja blade, White Fang, descending with lethal intent. Head on. The already alert Jonin did not anticipate Fengye's choice to confront him directly rather than using speed to flank. With all his might, he swung his short sword to meet Fengye's White Fang. Clang. Though his sword was infused with chakra, it was severed as if it were mere rotting wood upon contact with Fengye's blade. A crescent arc of lightning descended, cleaving the Jonin in 2, leaving a gaping chasm in the earth behind him that stretched nearly 10 meters. A single fatal strike. The Jonin did not even have the time to employ a substitution technique. Nearby ninjas, whether from Konoha or Iwagakure, were left in a state of shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the scene. Aside from the Uchiha Jonin with the 3 Tomo Sharingan and Hinata Shana, who had activated her Byakugan, the others could scarcely perceive Fengye's movements. Was it the secret technique of Raijin from Kimogakure? It was too swift. Hinata Shana and the Uchiha Jonin gasped, their faces betraying their astonishment, for even their ocular techniques could barely catch a glimpse of Fengye's actions. Whoosh! Fengye's figure vanished once more. All that remained was a fleeting silver light traversing the battlefield, leaving the elite ninjas of Iwagakure unable to withstand even a single blow before being slain on the spot. In mere moments, 3 Jonin and dozens of Chunin from Iwagakure lay dead. The tide of battle had shifted into chaos. Quickly, we must restrain that little demon's movements. Damn it, our ninjutsu can't keep up. The Iwagakure ninjas, who had initially relied on their strength to dominate Konoha's forces, were now engulfed in disarray. Even those ninjas who had not been attacked by Fengye found their focus torn towards him in fear. But this was of little consequence. Even in a state of full concentration, Chunin struggled to withstand a single strike from Fengye. The disparity in speed and reflexes had grown to a crushing degree. Jonin might evade or defend using techniques such as the shadow clone, substitution, or body flicker. But Chunin had no chance to unleash any jutsu unless they had already hidden beforehand. Whoosh! Another flicker from Fengye, and another Chunin fell. Earth release. Binding technique. At that moment, an indignant voice resonated from one side. As the words fell, the ground beneath Fengye's feet abruptly rose, ensnaring his ankle just as he dispatched the nin, thereby restraining his body. Ninjutsu, secret technique barrier, Xidagarba technique. After binding Fengye with earth release, Dong-tu clasped his hands before him, unleashing a furious roar as chakra surged within him, causing the earth to convulse violently. He was an elite Jonin from Iwagakure, having faced off against the shinobi of Kimogakure numerous times, well-versed in countering speed-oriented ninjas. Boom! The ground fractured, erupting with countless debris that surged upward, encircling Fengye at the center, trapping him within the barrier. The barrier's power seized hold of Fengye, momentarily stifling his chakra, causing the silver aura surrounding him to fade, and the lightning arc on his kunai, White Fang, to diminish and dissipate. This was a barrier capable of obstructing chakra flow. Within its confines, One could not wield chakra normally. Did you think your speed would allow you to dance freely? This is where it ends, brat. Dong Tu slowly lowered his hands from the hand seals and spoke coldly to Feng Yi within the barrier. Witnessing this scene, the nearby IWA shinobi released a collective sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lord Dong Tu is here. I never anticipated that Konoha would possess a speed-oriented ninja comparable to those of the Cloud. If he were to attack unrestrained, it would spell trouble. Chapter 60. The Silver Flash. Was it truly not meant to be? Witnessing Feng Yi ensnared within the confines of the Rock Ninja's barrier, the nearby Konoha ninjas, still shaken, felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. They had hoped that with the power displayed by Feng Yi, he could completely turn the tide of battle. Yet, it appeared that such a feat was indeed too formidable, as they were facing the elite of the Rock Ninja, who possessed formidable strength. However, trapped within the barrier, the silver radiance dissipating, Feng Yi exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he merely tilted his head in contemplation. In that fleeting moment when I was to take a life, he employed binding ninjutsu, subsequently reinforcing his barrier to restrict both movement and chakra. Such adeptness in countering speed-type ninjas, along with meticulous preparation, was indeed commendable. It was evident that the first 3 gates of the 8 gates release remained open, yet the flow of chakra within his body had slowed to a crawl, rendering the 3rd gate nearly ineffective. Furthermore, due to this sluggish chakra flow, the 4th gate was also unable to break free. After all, they were the elite forces of the Rock Ninja. It was unreasonable to expect them to crumble beneath the weight of merely 3 gates. Nonetheless, this level of restraint was far from sufficient. In the next instant, under the astonished and incredulous gaze of the frozen earth, the silver light enveloping Feng Yi erupted once more, his ninja blade, White Fang, crackling with intertwining lightning, unleashing the piercing cry of Chidori. This was impossible. The frozen earth revealed an expression bordering on disbelief. His barrier was designed to significantly restrict the flow of chakra. Even a Cloud Ninja utilizing lightning chakra mode should be rendered incapable of unleashing ninjutsu under such confinement. Feng Yi remained composed. This was time reversal. The bonds of the barrier still existed. He could not dispel it directly, yet his physical state reverted to that prior to his entrapment. The sluggish chakra surging back to its ferocious state, and Chidori reemerged. Before the barrier could reassert its grip, the rekindled chakra within Feng Yi surged downward, shattering the 4th gate with a forceful breach. It seemed that only by exerting his full strength would he prevail. The injury gate, lightning, crackle. The 4th gate of the 8 gates release shattered under the onslaught of lightning chakra. His hair began to billow wildly, revealing strands of interlacing lightning amidst his silver locks. In this unleashed state of the 4th gate, Feng Yi obliterated the encroaching rocks. His ninja blade, now imbued with lightning, swung forward with a sudden ferocity. The velocity of this strike was astonishingly swift, so rapid that even the ocular techniques of Ri Yong and Uchihayu struggled to perceive its trajectory. The blade cleaved through the air, igniting flames in its wake. Fire and lightning intertwined, transforming into a strike reminiscent of the sun, cleaving the entire Earth-style barrier asunder from its center. Boom! The fiery, slicing attack soared through the air, crashing into the ground dozens of meters away, detonating the earth and creating a chasm that extended for several meters. The blade's ability to ignite flames through friction with the air transcended mere lightning flashes. Surpassing even the moon flashes, this technique could be aptly named Radiant Flash. Feng Yi murmured softly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Dong Tu's expression shifted drastically. This is disastrous. He could not comprehend how Feng Yi unleashed such formidable power within his barrier to shatter it. But it was unmistakable that Feng Yi was now charging towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, almost as soon as Feng Yi disappeared, he formed a hand seal, and his entire being silently vanished from sight. The Earth Instant Technique. With a swift motion, Feng Yi reappeared where he had just been, his blade crashing down onto the ground, cleaving the earth and revealing flames that danced within the fissure. How many times can you escape, having struck air? Feng Yi's demeanor remained unchanged. He vanished once again, transforming into a silver streak that darted across the battlefield. Nearby, some rock shinobi attempted to unleash ninjutsu to thwart Feng Yi, Yet their efforts were futile against his speed, as all their attacks missed the mark beneath his silver brilliance. Not far away, Dong Tu materialized, and as he did, he was met head-on by Feng Ye's fiery blade. With a swift slice, Dong Tu was cleaved in two. Yet no blood spilled forth. Instead, he transformed into two stones. Dong Tu's figure reemerged several meters away, panic evident in his eyes as he quickly formed hand seals. Attempting to evade once more, but this time, it was too late. A flash of flame-wreathed sharpness streaked past his form. Dong Tu's figure froze in place. The hand seal he was about to complete halting mid-motion. Bathed in silver light, Feng Yi appeared behind Dong Tu, his ninja blade, white fang, poised in a slashing stance. To have evaded his attacks twice while in the Four Gates quadruple speed state, this Dong Tu was the strongest elite shinobi he had encountered on this battlefield. Nearing the level of a quasi-kage. Quite formidable indeed. Dong Tu struggled to turn his head to gaze at Feng Yi. The words of Feng Yi were lost to him, reduced to a cacophony akin to a noise played at double speed. Yet, it mattered little. What troubled him was the inability to fathom how Feng Yi had broken free from his barrier's constraints. No ordinary ninja's chakra could achieve such a feat. Unless Feng Yi was a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Regrettably, he would never receive an answer. After laboriously exhaling a single word, a distinct line of blood appeared from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and his body severed into two halves, collapsing to the ground as his consciousness faded into darkness. From the moment Feng Yi escaped the barrier to the killing of the elite rock shinobi Dong Tu, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the nearby rock and Konoha ninjas momentarily stunned. It was not until they witnessed Dong Tu's body split in two, accompanied by blood pooling on the ground, that the surrounding rock shinobi revealed expressions of shock and disbelief. Dong Tu-sama. How could this happen? Dong Tu's standing in the rock village was second only to the Tsuchikage, serving as an aide to the highest echelons, and he was the commander of the 30-man ambush team. His strength and skills were deemed trustworthy. Yet, such a ninja had met his demise. Pursued and ultimately slain by a ninja from the Hidden Leaf, there was scarcely an opportunity for resistance. The ninjas of Konoha were equally astonished. The minds of Mori no Abiki and his companions were nearly blank. None could have anticipated that Feng Ye's prowess would ascend to such heights. Not only did he effortlessly butcher the Chunin, but even Dong Tu, a renowned ninja with considerable renown in the shinobi world, fell victim to Feng Ye's hand. Previously, the deaths of over a dozen Chunins and 3 Jonins had not caused the rock ninjas to crumble, yet Dong Tu's demise profoundly affected the battlefield, plunging all rock ninjas into chaos. Even the assault on Orochimaru by the likes of Hongtu was impacted. One among them fell prey to Orochimaru's cunning, losing an arm to a swift strike. "Ah, it seems you are already in disarray," Orochimaru remarked, extending his tongue to lick his chin, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Yet, internally, he too was beset by turmoil. Feng Ye's displayed strength exceeded his expectations, and such speed was nearly elusive even to him. Facing it would prove exceedingly challenging. That state is not merely the 8 gates. It is peculiar, transcending a mere enhancement of speed, resembling more A-frequency elevation. A strange light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. The peculiarities observed in certain details led him to surmise that Feng Ye's abilities extended beyond simple lightning release and the 8 gates. There must be some more enigmatic power at play. Nevertheless, the shocking strength exhibited by Feng Ye and its consequential impact had decisively altered the dynamics of the battlefield. With sheer individual might, that silver flash resembled the legendary Konoha White Fang of yore. Chapter 61. The defeat of the rock ninjas. Even Lord Frozen Earth could not possibly triumph against such a foe. The rock ninjas gazed at Feng Yi, their eyes betraying a tinge of fear. One of the higher-ranked ninjas, sensing the dire situation, gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not panic. Such a state cannot be sustained for long. We still hold the advantage. Continue the assault." Indeed, the young boy's chakra could not last indefinitely. A rock ninja noticed the silver glow surrounding Feng Yi had dimmed slightly, which brought a modicum of reassurance, easing their panic. Gritting their teeth, they pressed forward to attack the numerous ninjas from Konoha. The ninjas from Konoha, having witnessed Feng Ye's swift elimination of 4 elite ninjas, and several middle-ranked ones in a mere blink, found the tide of battle shifting. No longer did they face the struggle that had once seemed insurmountable. Now, they boldly met the ongoing assaults from the rock ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed across the battlefield. They had pinned their hopes on my weakness and endurance, but alas, I am no longer the person I once was. Feng Ye's gaze swept over the battlefield as he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Then, with a flicker of movement, he dashed towards the nearest rock ninja. In terms of total chakra capacity, his reserves were indeed limited. Under normal circumstances, he could only compare to a high-ranking ninja. And even in the fourth gate state, he merely approached the level of a shadow, falling short of true shadows like Orochimaru, who possessed vast amounts of chakra. However, the crux of the matter was that, endowed with the ability to reverse time, he could continually revert his physical state, extracting chakra ceaselessly from his cells. It is worth noting that while his chakra reserves did not reach the level of a shadow, he could unleash techniques such as the Chidori nearly without limit. Even though he could not perform high-demand jutsu like the Rasengan or Tailed Beast Bomb, only those resurrected through the impure world reincarnation had the qualifications to compete with him in terms of endurance and consumption. Even the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki paled in comparison. Whoosh, whoosh. Silver flashes darted across the battlefield. Under Feng Ye's ninja blade, few could withstand more than 2 or 3 strikes. Even the most formidable elite ninjas could only rely on body flicker and substitution techniques to barely evade, unable to mount any effective counterattack against him. 16, 17, 18. The number of ninjas falling to Feng Ye's hand grew ever larger. He was akin to a machine of slaughter. The ninjas from Konoha, including figures like Mori no Ibi Moku, were engulfed in overwhelming shock, as nearly 10 elite ninjas perished at Feng Ye's hand, and Orochimaru dispatched 2 more assailants. The rock ninjas finally succumbed to despair. Retreat. Abandon the mission. Red Earth barely evaded Orochimaru's onslaught, gritting his teeth as he spoke, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At this stage of battle, the ninjas from Konoha had entirely reversed the situation. Even if Feng Ye were to exhaust his chakra and lose his combat capability, it would bear no significance. The balance of power had shifted, and those who could restrain Orochimaru's might had scattered. Continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Upon receiving the retreat order, the Red Earth ninja executed a body flicker technique and vanished underground, his heart brimming with resentment. In their endeavor to ambush the Leaf Village's ninjas, the Rock Ninjas had expended tremendous effort, skillfully laying a trap for Konoha. Even anticipating that the leader of the advanced team might be either Orochimaru or Danzo, they had displayed the combat prowess of 5 elite jonin to restrain their foes. However, despite their meticulous planning, they had not foreseen the emergence of Feng Ye. Upon arriving in the Land of Grass and learning of the demise of the elite jonin Huaguang and his team of elite ninjas, he had indeed been wary of Feng Ye, yet regarded him merely as a genius ninja that needed to be eliminated beforehand, rather than a renowned ninja like Orochimaru, who warranted extreme caution and meticulous preparation. Furthermore, even Orochimaru would not easily slay a jonin in such a brief span of time. The combat forces they had arranged for this war were sufficient to maintain control of the situation. Even if another Orochimaru were to join the fray, at the very least, they should not suffer such a devastating defeat. To counter a ninja adept in speed, one requires ninjas skilled in large-scale ninjutsu, complemented by sensory and barrier-type ninjas. Although their rock ninja contingent could muster such elite members to confront Feng Ye, the lack of foresight meant that when Feng Ye revealed his terrifying speed, the chaos had already erupted, leaving them unable to respond in time. They had presumed that the frozen earth would restrain Feng Ye, yet that too had failed. That little brat. Is he a Jinchuriki from Konoha? But the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails should be a woman from the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, his swordsmanship, could it truly be a descendant of the White Fang? Gritting his teeth, the Red Earth ninja continued his escape. However, before he could distance himself too far, an acute sense of danger surged within him, prompting an instinctive shift to the right. Swoosh! A blazing flash of fire cleaved the earth in two. Despite his efforts to evade, he could not entirely avoid the strike. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound charred and smoldering. Ah! Ignoring his severed arm, he leaped from the fractured ground and hastened away, activating the body flicker technique once more. Bathed in silvery light, Fengye pursued from behind. The rock ninjas were strangers to him, none of whom had appeared in his memories. Yet, from the command structure, it was evident that the elite Jonin he had slain earlier, along with the ninja who had first issued the retreat order while besieging Orochimaru, held the highest rank within this rock ninja team. Thus, Fengye immediately set his sights on the Red Earth Ninja. Observing Fengye chase after the Red Earth Ninja, Orochimaru cast a deep, contemplative glance before diverting his attention towards another Jonin of the Rock Village, pursuing him with intent. As the Red Earth Ninja fled, the Rock Ninjas finally faced utter defeat, scattering in all directions, while the ninjas of Konoha surged forth in relentless pursuit. The pursuit continued relentlessly from morning until afternoon, finally coming to a conclusive end. The Leaf Ninjas, having completed their chase, returned to the original battlefield to regroup and clear the area. With a thud, Fengye cast the head of Hongtu into the blood-stained pit, noticing Orochimaru approaching from a distance, who shrugged and remarked, "He almost escaped." A haunting chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips, as he observed Fengye with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, akin to gazing upon a rare treasure. Fengye nodded slightly and replied, "The chakra fluctuations were too faint while I was underground. My sensory abilities were somewhat impaired, nearly undetectable. Had I not severed one of his arms beforehand, he would likely have eluded me." Upon hearing Fengye's words, Orochimaru wore an enigmatic smile, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "With your speed, if you were to possess formidable sensory abilities, once you set your sights on someone, it would be akin to having 1 foot in the realm of the dead." He had initially thought that this troublesome matter would require Might Guy to resolve, but he was astonished by Fengye's profound mastery of the 8 Gates technique and the transformation of chakra. "I had presumed it would take you at least a few more years to reach your current level." Fengye's rate of growth surpassed all of Orochimaru's expectations, reaching an almost abnormal extent. Even during the Second Ninja World War, when he faced the once-renowned demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, who earned the title of the legendary 3 Ninjas in battle, Fengye seemed to outshine him. At that time, Orochimaru was already 23 years old, whereas Fengye was merely 10. Chapter 62. Temporal Bloodline. At this moment, even I lack the confidence to contend with you. Orochimaru gazed intently at Fengye, his eyes gleaming with a brilliance that bespoke his surprise. The notion of being surpassed by a disciple was unprecedented for him, yet it now seemed tantalizingly close. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Fengye offered a modest smile and replied, "Such praise is somewhat excessive. I have merely relied on your esteemed guidance to develop a few ninjutsu, which come with significant side effects. I am still far from your level, Orochimaru-sensei." Orochimaru's mention of lacking confidence was not about winning, but rather about capturing him. After all, the concepts of victory and death are distinct with Fengye's swiftness. His singular desire to flee makes it evident that Orochimaru currently possesses no effective means to restrain him, unless he were to set up a barrier in advance. Fengye's humble response belied the complexity of their potential confrontation. Orochimaru's chakra reserves and perception abilities reveal no weaknesses, and his survival capabilities are formidable. To eliminate Orochimaru in an instant is unrealistic. It would devolve into a battle of attrition. Ultimately, Fengye would either exhaust Orochimaru's chakra or find himself ensnared by his barriers or sealing techniques. It is unlikely that the battle would last less than several days and nights. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that he has now ascended to the ranks of true shadow-level power, an even more formidable shadow than Orochimaru himself. With his exceptional speed and the extraordinary ability to reverse time, he possesses a certain degree of confidence even in facing a being like Orochimaru. As for ordinary J-Nin and elite J-Nin, they would scarcely withstand a few exchanges against him. Orochimaru, having listened to Fengye, scrutinized him for several moments before tilting his head and inquiring, "That ability to enhance action frequency, surely it is not merely a ninjutsu?" Fengye displayed no surprise at the observation. Given Orochimaru's caliber, it was hardly surprising that he could discern the anomalous state of accelerated time exhibited during their battle. The 8 Gates technique may enhance speed, yet it cannot manifest a frame drop effect. Such a frequency disruption cannot be explained by sheer velocity alone. Indeed, the teacher has perceived it. It is not merely ninjutsu. It is a bloodline limit that enhances my speed across various dimensions, propelling me into a state of elevated frequency, Fengye acknowledged candidly. For him, admitting to possessing a certain bloodline limit was no trivial matter. Every shadow-level powerhouse possesses unique secret techniques to some extent. Orochimaru's surprise was palpable, and a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his gaze as he remarked, a first-generation bloodline user? Aside from the well-known bloodline limits like Byakugan and Sharingan, techniques such as wind release or lava release typically do not circulate within families, but rather awaken uniquely in specific individuals. Such ninjas are referred to as first-generation bloodline users. The bloodline limits of these first-generation users are not necessarily inherited by the next generation. In fact, the probability of inheritance is minimal, rendering it almost non-existent. Currently, the most stable bloodline in the ninja world is undoubtedly the Byakugan. Every member of the Hyuga clan possesses this ocular ability, whereas not all Uchiha clan members can awaken the Sharingan. Other clans, such as the Mizuki clan's Ice Release and the Kagaya clan's Bone Pulse, exhibit even lower awakening rates. Fengye nodded in acknowledgement. Orochimaru, deep in thought, remarked, the bloodline limit that fuses basic attributes lacks the ability to enhance frequency. Thus, it can be inferred that the bloodline elimination does not belong to this category. Given your situation and the mental techniques associated with Yin release, it likely pertains to a mutated bloodline limit of Yang release. No, that's not quite right. Orochimaru's gaze suddenly flickered with insight. The nature change of Yang release enhances physical speed and reaction time, which is grounded in physique. Your ability does not stem from a change in physique, but rather an increase in frequency, though it does not conform to the standards of Yin release. Upon this realization, Orochimaru inhaled sharply, his eyes betraying a hint of exhilarating intrigue as he turned to Fengye, a bloodline limit that alters the flow of time. In the vast expanse of the ninja world, the mastery of space-time ninjutsu is considered the most challenging endeavor. Most techniques defined as space-time ninjutsu pertain solely to spatial manipulation, with little regard for temporal alterations. Orochimaru had previously scoured extensive materials in this domain. The only vague historical records of time-related ninjutsu surfaced several centuries ago, attributed to the Uchiha clan's Meijiki Sharingan. The specifics of its capabilities have since grown hazy. A figure from that era attempted to unify the ninja world utilizing this formidable power, but ultimately failed, thwarted by a member of the Senju clan. This event transpired in the early Warring States period, predating the well-known Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama by centuries, resulting in a muddle of information that casts doubt on whether it was a genuine historical account or a fabrication by later generations. Had this encounter occurred months prior, Fengye might have felt a surge of anxiety under Orochimaru's penetrating gaze. However, he now faced it with remarkable composure. Truly, Orochimaru's capacity for observation and deduction allowed him to nearly ascertain that Fengye's abilities did not stem from the elemental transformations of wind, lightning, water, fire, or earth, nor from the yin-yang release transformations. This left only the possibility of temporal manipulation. It is no wonder that Orochimaru, with merely a cursory observation during battle, could arrive at such an accurate conclusion, with no other factors to obfuscate the truth. Fengye spoke candidly. I have conducted some tests and confirmed that this ability does not belong to the 5 elemental jutsu, nor to yin-yang techniques, and is unrelated to spatial jutsu. It should be classified as the 9th type of ninjutsu, given his current strength. Revealing the existence of his time-related abilities would not bear significant consequences. Furthermore, while spatial ninjutsu is already exceedingly difficult to counter, time-based ninjutsu transcends spatial techniques, rendering the notion of countering virtually non-existent unless one employs a similar temporal ability to interfere or negate it. Surpassing all ninjutsu, an unfathomable absolute power. This is the might of time manipulation. It is truly astonishing. Despite having nearly confirmed it, upon hearing Fengye's words, Orochimaru could not help but exclaim in awe, his gaze fixed upon Fengye as if beholding a precious gem. What he yearned for most was eternal life. And the greatest adversary of life is time itself. Even beings as formidable as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara cannot transcend time. Yet now, based on Fengye's bloodline limit, he might have the opportunity to grasp the power that transcends the fabric of time, a chance to conquer time itself and attain immortality. In this moment, Orochimaru's heart regarded Fengye as something far superior to all his experimental subjects and data. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to issue a command to eliminate Fengye, he would defiantly disregard it, even considering the possibility of fleeing Konoha with Fengye. Chapter 63. White Fang and the Grass-Cutting Sword. Do not gaze at me in such a manner, teacher Orochimaru. It is rather unsettling. Fengye, under the scrutiny of Orochimaru's piercing gaze, shrugged helplessly and remarked, I trust you are not regarding me as a mere experimental subject. Orochimaru's gaze softened slightly as he chuckled. How could that be? You are my most esteemed disciple. However, I must admit that I am indeed quite intrigued by your Kekkei Genkai. Regrettably, I currently lack the time for a thorough investigation. Fengye pondered for a moment and replied, Once the war concludes, I shall assist you with your research. Such matters could easily be postponed amidst the chaos of war. By the time peace was restored, his strength would likely have surpassed that of the Kage level, rendering any necessary responses inconsequential. If there were no significant issues, he would not mind aiding Orochimaru in his pursuits related to life extension, for Orochimaru had treated him rather well. The principles of cellular activation and the transformation of lightning chakra were both lessons learned from him. It is worth noting that thus far, his two temporal abilities could only be applied to himself, a conundrum Fengye had long sought to unravel. The ability of time reversal, due to its self-referential nature, exhibited a peculiar characteristic. If he were to make a small incision on his hand and let blood drip onto a wall, utilizing time reversal on the wound would cause the blood on the wall to vanish into thin air. This ability transcended spatial distances. Fengye had conducted various tests. Even if he were to pluck a hair and place it far away, invoking time reversal would cause it to inexplicably return to his head. Possessing such a capability implied that as long as he willed it, no one could take even a single drop from him. The only lamentation was that while time reversal could retrieve a drop of blood lost miles away, it could not cause his physical form to vanish and be reborn at the location of the blood. This meant he could not exploit this ability for spatial movement. The position of his soul's vessel determined where his body would revert to its previous state upon invoking time reversal, which was fundamentally akin to the reanimation technique. As for the more astute notion of splitting the soul or body to test the effects of time reversal, Fengye had no intention of attempting such experiments. If he desired spatial movement, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would suffice. Even if that were too challenging, lacking talent to master it, he could acquire the spatial abilities of the Sharingan or Rinnegan, which were not in short supply. These could be seized through sheer strength. I am honored. Upon hearing Fengye's response, Orochimaru's smile deepened. The abilities Fengye possessed now were formidable even to him. He preferred to avoid employing coercive methods unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Fengye was his disciple. Otherwise, accessing the power of time would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, the duration of the war remained uncertain, and until it concluded, he would indeed find it challenging to engage in his research. At that moment, a ninja approached and reported to Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, the battlefield has been cleared. Our side has eliminated 77 rock ninjas, including a total of 13 jonin. I understand. Orochimaru nodded slowly. The vanguard of the rock ninjas has suffered heavy losses, and their plans have been disrupted. We must either retreat for the time being or advance with our forces. First, report the situation of the battlefield back to the village. Understood, the ninja replied. As he departed, his gaze fell upon Kiyoru, revealing a hint of discomfort and a flicker of respect deep within his eyes. Although Kiyoru was considerably younger, his achievements in this battle were remarkable enough to be described as glorious. Nearly half of the fallen rock ninjas had perished at his hands, marking him as a hero of this conflict. Respect earned through strength. Kiyoru noticed the ninja's gaze but paid it little heed. Once the ninja had left, he turned back to Orochimaru and said, Lord Orochimaru, I wonder if you have an extra Kusanagi sword? I feel a bit ashamed to say this, but my white fang is damaged. It's not entirely broken yet, but it is compromised by a third. The quadruple speed state of the 8 gates, combined with Chidori, has proven to be a bit overwhelming for this ninja blade. The nature of ninja tools varies. And White Fang is not of a solid type, but rather a special material more suited to the flow of chakra. In terms of hardness, it is somewhat inferior to regular steel. This is also why, under normal circumstances, this blade could be broken by Kakashi, as it lacks resilience. In terms of attack power, my full-force strike likely pales in comparison to that of Hatake Tsukumo wielding White Fang, but the disparity in attack methods is significant. Hatake Tsukumo employs the second phase of the Hatake sword technique, utilizing pure chakra transformation that has reached a solidified state, which not only prevents the blade from incurring damage but even fortifies White Fang, making it more challenging to break. However, my approach differs. I utilize the first phase of the Hatake sword technique, paired with the lightning-based Chidori, forcibly creating effects akin to the second phase. I didn't notice anything amiss during the battle, but after defeating the Red Earth, I became aware of a slight crack appearing on the edge of White Fang. If I were to engage in another fight of this nature, it might shatter completely. Unless I can master the second phase of the Hatake sword technique and attain a higher understanding of chakra flow before then, such progress is not easily achieved. Moreover, under the 8-gate state of the lightning release, employing the second phase of the Hatake sword technique would likely prove exceedingly difficult. As for resilience, only the divine Kusanagi sword could withstand my ferocious strength. Although the Kusanagi sword is not a short blade and does not physically align with the Hatake sword technique, it seems to possess the ability to morph, allowing it to extend and contract at will. Even if it cannot shorten, I could always adapt the Hatake sword technique. After all, I am not lacking in time for training at present. Orochimaru, upon hearing Fingye's words, contemplated for a moment before discerning the situation. I do not possess an excess of the Kusanagi sword at present, yet I am aware of its whereabouts. Fingye remained silent, anticipating Orochimaru's elaboration. Subsequently, he observed Orochimaru expelling a scroll. Orochimaru handed the scroll to Fingye, stating, "It contains approximate coordinates. The ninjas in that village are of mediocre strength, and with your capabilities, Fingye, you should be able to handle them with ease." This information had been acquired earlier, intended for retrieval. However, the sudden outbreak of war compelled him to the front lines, forcing this matter to be set aside temporarily. Fingye accepted the scroll. He found himself somewhat amused, pondering how Orochimaru managed to distinguish between the multitude of scrolls he possessed. Did he perhaps categorize them like refuse? Nevertheless, Fingye refrained from voicing his thoughts, nodding respectfully at Orochimaru and expressing, "Thank you, master." No need for gratitude," came the reply. Chapter 64. Post-war report within the village of Konoha. At the pinnacle of the Hokage building, a meeting was convened. The atmosphere was markedly oppressive, with Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at the center, flanked by Danzo. The Sunagakure village remained unconvinced by our explanations, firmly believing that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was directly linked to us. Consequently, the newly appointed fourth Kazekage has mobilized a substantial force to launch an incursion into the borders of the Land of Fire, necessitating an immediate response. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered with intensity as he spoke in a solemn tone. The third Kazekage has vanished. This incident occurred approximately a month ago. Sunagakure has been attempting to conceal this information while searching for the Kazekage, yet their efforts have been in vain. Ultimately, they have concluded that Konoha secretly abducted the Kazekage and have declared war upon us. The declaration of war from Sunagakure has drastically exacerbated the situation. Initially, the Iwagakure had only deployed a vanguard force into the Land of Grass, engaging in mere harassment and tentative attacks, executing strategic maneuvers without igniting an all-out conflict. In stark contrast, Sunagakure has initiated a full-scale assault from the outset. The fourth Kazekage has mobilized. I believe, Hokage-sama, that you should personally attend the front lines. An elite jonin seated nearby interjected gravely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious. He too yearned to venture to the front lines. Yet the news of Sunagakure's comprehensive offensive rendered it challenging to ascertain that the Kirigakure and Kumogakure would not take advantage of the situation. The nations housing the Mist and Cloud villages do not share borders with the Wind Country, making an opportunistic invasion unlikely. They would instead capitalize on Sunagakure's aggression to harass the Land of Fire. "I shall go," Jiraiya declared, rising and fixing his serious gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Sensei, you should remain in the village to maintain order and deter the other villages." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Jiraiya, well aware of his capabilities. He felt reassured by the prospect of Jiraiya heading to the front lines of Sunagakure. However, given the scale of the invasion, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiraiya to manage alone. "Danzo, you should accompany Jiraiya," Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, turning his attention to Danzo. Danzo, leaning on his cane, wore a composed expression. Just as he was about to respond, Jiraiya interjected, "Danzo should focus on monitoring the Kirigakure side. The attacks from Sunagakure can be countered as long as Minato and I are present." Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, before ultimately nodding in agreement. Danzo and Jiraiya had never been particularly harmonious and were indeed ill-suited to share the same battleground. It would be more appropriate for Minato to accompany Jiraiya. The next matter at hand was personnel arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the conference room, which housed not only elite jonin from Konoha but also the heads of prominent clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga. The true purpose of this meeting was to inform these clans of the dire circumstances and exert pressure upon them to contribute personnel for the impending conflict. "Since we are entering a full-scale war, we shall heed Hokage-sama's directives and commands." The head of the Uchiha clan spoke slowly. The leader of the Hyuga clan, seated nearby, conveyed a similar sentiment. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the heads of various clans for a meeting, and their purpose was abundantly clear in the face of impending war. Remaining detached was simply untenable. As each clan expressed their stance, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, distributing documents and lists pertaining to several ninjas, preparing to form a frontline force to counter the Sunagakure's advance. While he organized the personnel roster, a member of the Umbu suddenly materialized. Kneeling on one knee before Sarutobi Hiruzen, presenting a scroll with his right hand, and declared, "Hokage-sama, urgent report from the front. Is it regarding the battle?" Sarutobi Hiruzen halted his movements, glancing down at the Umbu, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. The Umbu nodded affirmatively. "Ah, it must be good news then." With a murmured acknowledgement, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the scroll. With Orochimaru leading the charge alongside Might Guy, a unique ninja capable of extraordinary feats in unexpected circumstances, any strategies devised by the Iwagakure would likely prove futile. Upon unfurling the scroll, he briefly scanned the initial lines, and a sense of relief washed over him as his prior judgment was validated. He began to read aloud, "Report from the front line. The Konoha vanguard has reached the border, tracking the Iwagakure forces. An engagement occurred in the Barren Lands, resulting in the successful repulsion of the Iwagakure troops, with over half of their ninja eliminated and the vanguard heavily damaged." As the contents of the first line resonated within the meeting room, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and the brows of the clan leaders unfurled slightly. In light of the full-scale offensive launched by the Sunagakure, the news of a significant victory against the Iwagakure was undoubtedly uplifting. This development stabilized the situation at the borders of the Land of Grass, allowing them to monitor the Iwagakure's movements without the urgent need to dispatch reinforcements, thereby reserving the majority of their combat strength for the Sunagakure. Consequently, these clans could mitigate their losses. Orochimaru had performed admirably. Danzo cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarking in a calm tone, "The success against the Iwagakure at the borders is also favorable news in my view. We can now concentrate our forces to first subdue the Sunagakure, before addressing the Iwagakure." Unperturbed by the prospect of a two-front war, Orochimaru, it seemed, was still a figure worthy of trust in times like these. Jiraiya, seated nearby, exhibited a hint of a smile and confidence, asserting, "Then I shall take charge of the Sunagakure. They shan't be allowed to run amok." Having engaged in a persistent rivalry with Orochimaru over the years, he could not afford to lag behind now that Orochimaru had achieved such a resounding success. Holding the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to peruse the subsequent details and reports of the battle, keen to ascertain the losses sustained by Konoha. "In this engagement, our vanguard suffered 11 fatalities, for serious injuries and 21 minor injuries. Upon reaching this point, the initial joy of victory ebbed slightly from Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance. The toll of war was an unavoidable reality. The report details the loss of 11 lives and 4 severe injuries, yet this outcome, resulting in the demise of over half of the IWA Shinobi's advance unit, remains undeniably a significant victory. What transpired during the battle? Sarutobi turned to Danzo and inquired. Sarutobi Hizashi, while observing, continued to recite. Orochimaru led our forces in pursuit of the IWA Shinobi, pinpointing the enemy's location in the desolate terrain and launching an assault. Our numbers were approximately 80 against 70, giving us an advantage. The IWA Shinobi had nearly 30 elite troops lying in ambush, half of whom were Jonin, who suddenly emerged from underground during the combat. At this point, Sarutobi Izashi's tone momentarily faltered. The eyes of Danzo and the clan leaders present in the conference room subtly shifted, revealing a hint of gravity as they awaited the continuation of the account. Although they were already aware of the victory, the emergence of nearly 30 elite IWA Shinobi from ambush certainly posed a perilous situation. How, amidst such adversity, did Orochimaru manage to turn the tide? Chapter 65. The shock of the Konoha High Command even in the absence of direct observation. The palpable danger of the situation could be felt. An elite force of nearly 30 individuals is a formidable concept, well understood by all present, especially by Danzo. His root division has managed to cultivate no more than 60 true elites, with the majority still in training, not yet qualifying as elite. This means that Danzo can only muster 2 such teams. Among the prominent clans, only the Uchiha and Hyuga possess comparable strength. Other lesser clans cannot withstand such an elite force. In fact, it is not merely these clans. Even most small ninja villages in the shinobi world, when pooling their entire combat power, would struggle to assemble a force of this caliber. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. In this precarious situation, it seems that only Might Guy's capabilities could have turned the tide. The 8 gates technique, once employed, guarantees the user's demise, sacrificing such a unique ninja, along with the loss of over a dozen others, to achieve merely half the casualties of the rock ninjas, though it is still a victory. It cannot be deemed a resounding success. The ambush by the rock ninjas had ensnared our forces in dire straits, with casualties escalating rapidly. In this critical moment, Kakashi Hitaki utilized a self-created lightning release forbidden technique, inflicting severe damage and slaying over 30 rock ninja, thereby thwarting their ambush entirely. As this was recounted, the room fell into a profound silence. Even the usually restless Jiraiya displayed a moment of astonishment. Danzo, who had maintained a composed demeanor, now gazed into Hiruzen's eyes, revealing a flicker of uncertainty, as if questioning, "What are you saying?" Hiruzen, too, appeared unexpectedly taken aback. Holding the intelligence scroll, he was momentarily rendered speechless, staring in disbelief until he reached the conclusion of the scroll, which detailed the battle statistics. 33. This was the number of rock ninjas slain by Kakashi. Among them were 9 J-nin, including the renowned elite Sakatsuchi and F-Ton from the rock village. In the ensuing silence, Hiruzen gradually lowered the scroll and turned to the Umbu ninja who had delivered it, inquiring, "This intelligence is from the front lines?" Indeed, the Umbu ninja replied solemnly. "The scroll was delivered by Orochimaru's summoning beast. Then it must be authentic." Hiruzen inhaled deeply. Orochimaru's summoning beast originates from the Dragon Cave, making deception exceedingly difficult. Moreover, expending considerable effort to deliver a false report would serve no purpose. It was not Might Guy's forbidden technique that altered the outcome, but rather the 10-year-old Kakashi Hitaki who employed a certain forbidden technique to reverse the fate of this conflict. Shock. Incredulity. Is that not the son of the White Fang? Uchiha Fugaka sat to one side, his arms folded before him. He took a deep breath and slowly broke the silence that enveloped the room. He had some recollection of the name Kazuya. After all, he was a young ninja recently heralded as a genius. However, that was merely a fleeting impression. The Uchiha clan had never been short of prodigies. A boy who had not yet matured, even if branded with the title of genius, was not deserving of the attention of the clan's leader. Yet, circumstances had changed. if the intelligence was accurate. This would mean that Kazuya was no longer an unrefined talent, but a ninja poised to inherit the title of Konoha's White Fang. A ninja of such caliber could not be overlooked or dismissed, even by the Uchiha clan. Incredulous, he mused, was he not merely in his teens? Hyuga Hizashi, seated beside Uchiha Fugaku, couldn't help but exhale sharply, his voice tinged with astonishment. A self-created forbidden technique, slaying 33 IWA ninjas, 9 of whom were Jonin, even if there were embellishments in this record, suggesting that other Konoha ninjas had provided support and that it was not a solitary confrontation against 33 foes. The feat was still profoundly astonishing. For any ninja, such accomplishments could lead to instant renown. It was not unlike the legendary Konoha White Fang, who gained fame through a similar battle. And how old was Kazuya? Nearly 10. Yet not yet 11. Danzo withdrew his gaze from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. Who could have foreseen that Kazuya would possess such prowess at an age so tender? Had he known, he would have adopted a more assertive stance to bring Kazuya under his wing, even resorting to stronger measures. Such a ninja, if nurtured with care, would become an immensely powerful and invaluable asset, a trump card capable of accomplishing a multitude of tasks. Regrettably, Danzo felt a tinge of remorse. His previous lack of appreciation for Kazuya had allowed the boy to slip through his fingers, ultimately becoming a disciple of Orochimaru. Had he been more resolute, extracting Kazuya from Sarutobi would not have been insurmountable, but now it was too late. Perhaps there could still be an opportunity to leverage the war's dynamics. Yet Orochimaru posed a significant challenge. However, Sarutobi could be utilized to address that, but only after the conflict. Danzo closed his eyes, concealing the shifts in his gaze as his thoughts raced. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. He lifted his head and addressed the ANBU ninja, instructing, "Convey my orders. Promote Kazuya to Special Jonin, directly under Orochimaru, allowing him to operate independently." Kazuya's accomplishments and strength warranted such a rank, yet typically, a Jonin was also expected to demonstrate leadership, command abilities, and situational awareness. In these aspects, Kazuya remained an enigma. Before reaching any further conclusions regarding Finya, promoting him to Special Jonin, directly under Orochimaru and without leading a team, is the most prudent choice. The Umbu ninja acknowledged with a nod and vanished from the conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya and the heads of various clans present, noticing that many were still reeling from the shock of the earlier intelligence. After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, let us proceed to discuss the personnel issues concerning the frontline forces." Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the clan leaders and elite Jonin, including Jiraiya, exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and collectively suppressed their earlier astonishment, returning to the deliberation of the ninja personnel required to confront the impending full-scale assault from the Sand Shinobi. Chapter 66. The stunned Team Minato. In a certain clearing of Konohagakure, Kakashi stood atop a stone stump with his arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the hurriedly approaching figure of Uchiha Obito, who was donning protective goggles. "Obito, you're late again," Kakashi remarked, observing the mature ninja who, despite his rushed arrival, showed no signs of breathlessness. "I ran into an old lady on the way," Obito replied. "Every time it's the same excuse," Kakashi sighed, fixing Obito with a look that conveyed disbelief. "Could you perhaps come up with a reason that is a tad more convincing next time?" "What do you mean by a convincing reason?" Obito shot back, his frustration evident. Just as a quarrel seemed imminent between Obito and Kakashi, Rin, standing beside them, interjected, all right, let's not argue. I believe Obito, and besides, isn't it true that Minato-sensei is also late? He must have encountered some issues." Kakashi, intrigued by Rin's words, surveyed the surroundings. He had never witnessed Minato Namikaze arriving late. Almost as if on cue, a figure materialized silently behind him. Adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector and possessing a mane of golden hair, none other than Minato. "Apologies for my tardiness. I encountered a few matters," he stated. "No worries. I just arrived as well." Obito scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly, while Kakashi shot him a glare that seemed to say, "How do you speak?" Rin turned to Minato and inquired, So what is the mission for today? There is no mission today, Minato replied, his tone turning serious as he addressed both Kakashi and Obito. The Sand Village has officially declared war on us, so the planned operations have been suspended. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the border to confront the ninjas from the Sand Village. The gravity of Minato's words momentarily stunned Obito, but soon a spark of excitement flared within him. Are we really going to the battlefield? This is fantastic. My moment to shine has finally arrived. With your penchant for tardiness, by the time you reach the battlefield, the fighting will likely be over, Kakashi retorted, casting a sideways glance at Obito. Obito's expression stiffened, and he glared at Kakashi in indignation. Kakashi, you bastard. You two brothers are equally insufferable. Since joining this team, Obito had been subjected to Kakashi's relentless sarcasm and disdain. In comparison, he found Konoha's Knight to be relatively tolerable, though what irked him was the overwhelming popularity that Kakashi commanded among their peers, with girls flocking around him. Obito, Minato interjected, unperturbed by Kakashi's jibes. He looked intently at Obito and solemnly declared, when we reach the front lines, no matter the circumstances, you must obey orders without fail. There can be absolutely no unauthorized actions. Kakashi's efficiency in executing orders need not be a concern, nor should Rin overly fret. The sole individual to be wary of is Uchiha Obito, who is prone to causing disturbances. It is essential to provide prior notice, for this is not merely an ordinary mission, but an engagement in war. I understand, Teacher Minato. The gravity of the admonition from the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, caused Obito to lower his head. Rin, having taken a deep breath, regained her composure from the news brought by Minato, stating, we are heading to the battlefield as well. I wonder how things are faring for Kaguya. Kaguya. Upon hearing Rin's words, Minato displayed a contemplative expression and replied, how should I put it? Observing Minato's demeanor, Kakashi's expression turned serious, and he could not suppress his curiosity, asking, Teacher Minato, what has happened to my brother? Obito also lifted his gaze, his expression heavy. Although he harbored a dislike for Kaguya, he did not wish to hear any ill tidings regarding him, for he aspired to surpass Kaguya in strength and performance, ultimately becoming the Hokage of Konoha, rather than witnessing Kaguya suffer misfortunes on the battlefield. How to say this? Minato, under the scrutiny of Kakashi and the others, pondered briefly before responding. Kaguya is likely now listed as a high-alert individual by the higher-ups of Awagakure. Rin exhibited a trace of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend this statement. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, began to harbor some suspicions but found it hard to believe as he queried, what has he done on that battlefield? I am not entirely certain. Minato shook his head and continued. But what is clear is that he recently engaged in a battle where he eliminated over 30 elite ninjas from Awagakure, including a significant number of Jonin. Upon uttering this statement, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Even Kakashi, who had begun to suspect, could not help but display a sense of shock. He had not anticipated that Kaguya had achieved such astounding feats on the battlefield. Rin appeared momentarily dazed. The notion of Kaguya having slain over 30 elite ninjas, including numerous Jonin, echoed incessantly in her mind, rendering it nearly unbelievable. Konoha's current roster of ninjas totals over 20,000, comprising approximately 10,000 Genin and over 6,000 to 7,000 Chunin, yet the number of Jonin does not exceed 300. Each Jonin is an exceptional figure within their village, capable of leading a ninja squad. They represent the true backbone of their community. Yet, such remarkable beings have been vanquished by Kaguya in a single battle. Incredible. To what extent has Kaguya's power reached? No, it cannot be true. Teacher Minato, surely you must have misheard. Obito's countenance reflected a similar daze, struggling to accept the gravity of such news, which seemed utterly fantastical. Wolfing Watergate shook his head and remarked, this intelligence is indeed confirmed. That child has remarkably inherited the talents of our esteemed predecessor, White Fang. No, it transcends mere talent. He must have exerted an extraordinary amount of effort beyond what the average person can fathom. Kakashi inhaled deeply. As the younger brother of Fengye, he was acutely aware of the extreme lengths Fengye had gone to in his training, often practicing until midnight, with his sleep being fragmented. The intensity of such training was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. Kakashi had once attempted to emulate it, but after merely 2 days, his energy waned drastically, rendering him incapable of maintaining such a regimen. He recalled Fingye once uttering a profound statement: to attain strength that far surpasses others, one must invest effort that far exceeds theirs. Every ounce of power is earned through relentless toil and incremental accumulation. What still unsettles him is that, unbeknownst to him, Fingye has reached such an extraordinary level, capable of slaying even Jonin. He has yet to master Chidori and has only recently activated his cells. Currently, his strength still lingers just a hair's breadth away from that of a Jonin. The distance between them has widened to an almost surreal extent. Kakashi sighed in resignation, pondering how he might ever catch up. Upon receiving confirmation from Buffing Watergate, Uchiha Obito appeared somewhat dazed. At this moment, he was still a Genin, while Fingye had already amassed a record of defeating multiple Jonin. The disparity felt overwhelmingly unreal. Just a few months prior, they had been mere students in the same academy. How could such a transformation occur? Surely, it must be some form of cheating. However, being Uchiha Obito, he quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and revealed a confident glimmer in his eyes as he clenched his fist. I will surpass that guy. I am a member of the Uchiha clan, and once I awaken my Sharingan, my power will surge dramatically. Let him bask in his arrogance for now. Sooner or later, I will catch up and become Hokage. Chapter 67. Promotion to Special Jonin. In the border camp of the Land of Fire, within the heart of the central tent, Orochimaru, Kiryuru, and several Jonin from the advanced team congregated. After a brief wait, a small serpent slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve. With a soft thud, the serpent opened its mouth and released a scroll. Here it comes. Orochimaru picked up the scroll and unfurled it, revealing instructions from Sarutobi, Hiruzen of Konoha. He glanced over it briefly before reciting its contents. The directive requested Orochimaru to dispatch a detachment to escort the severely and lightly injured shinobi back to the village, while the remainder would stay at the borders of the Land of Grass to monitor the movements of the rock shinobi. The final note pertained to Kiryuru's appointment. Although designated as a special Jonin, he was still recognized as one of the Jonin, a remarkable achievement at the tender age of 10, unprecedented in Konoha's history. After completing the reading, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Kiryuru. The other Jonin in the tent exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by the notion of Kiryuru ascending to Jonin status at such a young age, yet they harbored no feelings of discontent or doubt. Given the prowess Kiryuru had displayed in their previous battle and the accolades he had earned, there was unanimous acceptance of his promotion within the advanced team. With a subtle smile, Kiryuru remarked, "It is merely an exceptional elevation during wartime." Orochimaru withdrew his gaze, contemplating. "Then the responsibility of escorting the injured shall fall to your team, Shi." There were only 4 severely injured, while the lightly wounded retained their capacity for movement and combat. Thus, a small team would suffice for the escort. Understood. She, the oil girl, responded quietly before promptly exiting. The other shinobi then engaged in discussions regarding the subsequent arrangements of the camp and whether to conduct a sweep of the Land of Grass before each departed. Upon returning to his tent, Kiryuru sat cross-legged and retrieved the ninja blade, White Fang. A distinct crack was visible along the blade's edge, extending from the center to the hilt, a severe damage for any sword. Holding White Fang, Kiryuru closed his eyes and envisioned an ethereal golden clock in the darkness. After several attempts, he pressed his hand against the crack. Seconds passed. No abnormalities occurred, and the fissure remained unchanged. Indeed, it was futile. Kiryuru opened his eyes and sighed. After acquiring information about the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru, he had not immediately sought it out but had instead focused on understanding his abilities, attempting to utilize time reversal to mend White Fang. Regrettably, despite his efforts, he could not apply the power of time to any object beyond himself. Neither time acceleration nor reversal yielded results. He had always believed that White Fang was far better in his possession than in Kakashi's, as his own swordsmanship surpassed Kakashi's and aligned seamlessly with his techniques, ensuring it would not be easily damaged. As a result, the damage to the White Fang has occurred sooner than anticipated. I shall seek an opportunity to find a craftsman capable of repairing it. If restored, I shall bestow it upon Kakashi as it no longer aligns with my current needs. Fengye contemplated for a moment before sheathing the ninja blade White Fang. It appears that the Sand Ninja Village has launched a full-scale assault. While the situation in the Rock Ninja Village remains uncertain, should there be no subsequent actions, he could first procure the Kusanagi sword. For him at present, the availability of a suitable weapon is no longer of paramount significance, for the Chidori technique can be executed without reliance on weaponry. Close-range attacks remain relatively unaffected, though his ranged capabilities would diminish considerably. The Konoha swordsmanship serves to concentrate power, enabling long-range slashes that possess greater lethality than the Morning Peacock technique, which involves striking with one's fist to unleash fireballs. Typically, my chakra reserves are equivalent to that of an elite jonin. However, this level falls short of the requirements for mastering Sage Mode and Sage techniques. Fengye pondered his future training path. Under normal circumstances, his 13-year-old physique would yield a chakra level at most equal to that of a jonin, yet due to the existence of the cellular activation technique, his chakra has ascended to a higher tier. This degree of chakra seemingly surpasses 90% of the ninjas in the Naruto world, yet he remains incapable of unleashing even a single Rasengan. The Rasengan holds little necessity for training for him. However, utilizing this chakra to enhance Chidori into Raikiri presents a more intricate challenge. Chidori is classified as an A-rank technique, while Raikiri, as its evolved form, is an S-rank lightning technique, demanding a higher chakra capacity and precision. Undoubtedly, Raikiri's power eclipses that of Chidori. For Fengye, evolving Chidori into Raikiri represents a training objective, albeit one that remains difficult to achieve at present. If only his chakra could ascend to the next level, he mused. Should his chakra reach the level of a Kage, he would not only be able to practice Raikiri, but also commence training in Sage techniques, ushering in a leap in power comparable to the 8 gates opening. Regrettably, this advancement is not easily attained. Across the entire ninja realm, those capable of elevating their chakra to Kage level are exceedingly rare, with only a handful in each village. If he were to train methodically, it would likely require him to reach an age of 16 or older to possess Kage-level chakra. Should he desire a faster route, he would need to resort to alternative methods, such as becoming a Jinchuriki or absorbing the Dragon Vein energy of Lulan. However, becoming a tailed beast Jinchuriki is currently unsuitable. Given his constitution, he cannot yet accommodate the chakra of the 9 tails, at most bearing 1/4 of it. As for the 1 tail to 8 tails, while he could manage their chakra, his psyche would be perpetually affected, necessitating the establishment of a harmonious relationship with the tailed beast and indoctrinating it with socialist ideology. Such an endeavor cannot be accomplished in haste. It is far too cumbersome. It would be more prudent to cultivate his chakra to Kage level through conventional means. The Dragon Vein of Lulan is rather unsuitable, although it possesses the ability to reverse time. And even if the body cannot withstand the energy, it can infinitely regenerate. However, the energy density is excessively high, capable of distorting time and space. If one were inadvertently transported thousands of years into the past or future, and were unable to return, it would indeed be quite troublesome. As for other options, such as Orochimaru's cursed seals, or the miscellaneous powers like the star from the Star Ninja Village that purportedly enhance chakra, they are frankly unimpressive. Investing energy in such pursuits seems less worthwhile than simply dedicating oneself to training at quadruple speed. It appears that focusing on the next stage of the 8 gates might be the most prudent choice. Chapter 68. The path ahead in Fengye's perspective. Given his current level of strength, mastering the 8 gates of Duanjia to the 5th gate would likely grant him the pinnacle of shadow-level power. Advancing to the 6th gate, coupled with time acceleration, would allow him to surpass even the shadow level. Having perused several novels in the past, Fengye noted that above the shadow level, there exists a further classification into super shadow and 6-path levels, which he finds largely acceptable. The prowess exhibited by Pain in his 6-path form, in terms of destructive capability and other aspects, evidently transcends the shadow level. Whether it be the Tsuchikage, Anoki, or the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, these peak shadow-level beings would inevitably face defeat against Pain. The likes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are even more formidable. A coalition of the five Kage would scarcely stand a chance against a single hand of Madara. Such strength clearly defies categorization as mere shadow-level power. It is apt to define it as super shadow level, considering the current amplification of his abilities through the 8 gates, reaching the 6th gate. In conjunction with time acceleration and time reversal, would presumably enable him to overpower shadow-level foes. Of course, the super shadow level also exhibits disparities in strength. Even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, who commands the mightiest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, still finds himself outmatched by Senju Hashirama. Thus, beyond the 6th gate, the hierarchy of strength becomes increasingly nebulous. Fangya surmised that relying solely on the 6th gate of the 8 gates and time acceleration would not suffice to triumph over Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. He would need to incorporate Sage Mode or Sage Body as well. As for the 7th gate, its corresponding strength is difficult to ascertain, and he may not even be capable of unlocking it. After all, the training of the 8 gates requires both talent and physique. Not everyone can attain the 8th gate. Otherwise, the existence of all other ninjutsu and physical techniques would be rendered meaningless. In truth, achieving the 6th gate is already quite impressive. Fangya exhaled softly. For a transmigrator, possessing super shadow level strength before the onset of Naruto's narrative signifies the end of the game. Destroying Uchiha Madara would be a trivial task, and there would be no need to worry about the problematic Edo Tensei technique. He could simply gather tailed beasts and Rinnegan to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. In light of this, the 8 gates remain paramount. The forthcoming challenge of mastering the 5th gate would require considerable effort. Fangya suddenly displayed a sense of exasperation. Having reached the 4th gate of the 8 gates had already begun to wear on him, although time acceleration hastened his training. The passage of time he personally experienced was tangible. Moreover, his innate talent for the 8 gates was not particularly high. While Rock Lee managed to unlock the 5th gate in less than a year, Fangya estimated that he had spent about a year and a half to reach the 4th gate. The time required to unlock the 5th gate would likely extend another year. This predicament is precisely why he sought breakthroughs in his chakra abilities. To cultivate an immortal body and subsequently become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, attaining a tailed beast chakra mode, under the condition of such a dual enhancement, would surpass the potency of the 8th gate of the Lotus, even at its 6th and 7th openings. Deciding to primarily focus on the training of the 5th gate, Fangya's thoughts drifted to the power of the illusory clock. He closed his eyes, and once again the illusory clock materialized before him. He could perceive the 3rd position of the clock scale, now shrouded in a thick gray mist. The nature of the 3rd temporal ability remained unknown. Fangya murmured to himself. The powers of time acceleration and time reversal had already bestowed upon him formidable strength. Should he unlock yet another time-related ability, he might transcend the reliance on conventional ninja skills and rise above the entire shinobi world. In the Rock Village, within the Earth Shadow Building, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, stood before his desk, his expression dark as he fixed an intense gaze upon the ninja before him. Failure? Such a plan has failed? You mean to tell me that it was thwarted by a mere child? Lord Tsuchikage, the kneeling IWA ninja, drenched in cold sweat, stammered. Neither Lord Akatsuchi nor Lord Fudd anticipated this. We truly did not foresee such an anomaly among the ninjas of Konoha. A flicker of rage flashed in Inoki's eyes. He had expended considerable effort on this scheme, intending to catch Konoha off guard in the early stages of the war to gain an advantage. Yet, they had instead suffered a devastating blow, finding themselves in a passive position. Blaming the advance party at this juncture bore no fruit. Both Akatsuchi and Fudd had perished on the battlefield, while the remaining forces were nearly all wounded. Do we have any information on that young ninja? Yes. The kneeling ninja inhaled deeply, preparing to relay intelligence to Inoki. Upon hearing the report, a strange glimmer appeared in Inoki's gaze. Kiki Fangya. So he is the son of Konoha's White Fang. How infuriating. During the Second Shinobi World War, they had suffered greatly at the hands of Kiki Tsukumo, and the very defeat in that conflict bore a decisive link to him. Years ago, upon learning of Tsukumo's demise, Inoki had relished the news, believing Konoha had lost a powerful ninja. Yet now, with the outbreak of the Third War, although the White Fang was gone, his son had emerged. Because of Kiki Fengyi, the advanced party had suffered catastrophic losses. Was fate determined to entangle them with the Kiki clan? A ninja seated on the nearby couch rose and addressed Inoki solemnly. The advanced party has sustained severe losses. Inoki, what are your plans going forward? He was Tun, the Earth Shadow's aide, a ninja of the Rock Village second only to Inoki in rank. And this ambush had been a collaborative effort between him and Inoki. On the wings of the wind, Inoki ascended, his countenance reflecting a deep contemplation. After a few moments of fluctuating in the air, he lowered his gaze and spoke gravely. The vanguard has suffered significant losses. If we continue to engage in combat with Konoha, the situation will turn against us. Furthermore, there is a possibility that Kumogakure may seize this opportunity for a surprise attack. Furrowed his brow in thought. However, due to the affairs concerning the Kazekage, Sunagakure has already declared an all-out war against Konoha, presenting us with a potential opportunity to strike. Patience is key, Noki remarked, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Even if we remain inactive, Konoha will remain vigilant, unwilling to concentrate all their forces in the land of wind. Thus, whether we act or not, we are inherently applying pressure on Konoha. He continued, should Sunagakure emerge victorious, we can then launch a coordinated assault. Conversely, if they falter, we need not engage Konoha under unfavorable circumstances. Chapter 69. Exploration. Tun listened intently to Naka's words, his expression contemplative. Indeed, launching a full-scale assault on Konoha would compel them to deploy their reserve forces in response. Even if they chose not to attack, Konoha would hesitate to send those troops to the land of wind. Given the recent failure of the vanguard, the prospects of engaging in battle with Konoha appeared grim, particularly with the looming threat of a potential ambush from Kumogakure. Thus, adopting a wait-and-see approach was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Moreover, the situation regarding the vanguard's conflict should remain under wraps, and the intelligence concerning the ninja known as Kakashi K should not be disclosed publicly. Let the Sand Ninja engage Konoha with a sense of security. Noki issued his directives, stressing the importance of preventing news of the vanguard's disastrous defeat from impacting the battlefield dynamics for the Sand Ninja. Should they perceive the circumstances as unfavorable, a sudden withdrawal would likely occur, and Konoha would probably refrain from pursuing them, resulting in a lost opportunity. Tun spoke solemnly, yet that son of White Fang, at merely 10 years of age, possesses such formidable strength. He may pose a significant challenge in the future. Merely an over-reliance on forbidden techniques, Noki replied, his arms crossed and body levitating. There is no need for excessive concern. Forbidden techniques are not employed casually. Had you not been so fixated on those very techniques in your youth, perhaps you would not find yourself in your current predicament. According to the assessments of numerous ninjas from the vanguard, the power utilized by Keiyo on the battlefield was markedly different from that of his father, White Fang. It was evident that his state was far from normal and likely involved the use of some forbidden technique. The use of such techniques invariably incurs a cost. Tun himself had suffered damage to his vitality due to his early dependence on forbidden techniques, leaving his chakra barely sufficient to maintain his present state. With no hope for further advancement, ninjas who excessively rely on forbidden techniques often find it challenging to attain a higher level of growth, a fact supported by numerous examples throughout the ninja world. While Keiyo's audacity to employ forbidden techniques at such a tender age might seem impressive, Noki deemed it a foolish act. Typically, it is more prudent for ninjas to engage with forbidden techniques only when their growth has plateaued. Thus, despite the apparent threat, it was likely superficial. Even in the absence of side effects, weaknesses would invariably exist. Identifying these vulnerabilities could lead to their unraveling. A forbidden technique devoid of weaknesses or side effects is utterly non-existent. Tun shook his head, saying, though true, it remains a nuisance. The weaknesses of forbidden techniques are not easily discerned. Noki, hands clasped behind his back, replied, if we refrain from action, Konoha may very well deploy him to the battlefield in the land of wind, allowing the Sand Ninja to uncover his weaknesses for us, perhaps even resolving the matter entirely. Tun stroked his chin, pondering. It remains uncertain whether the situation will develop in such a manner. At the Konoha frontline camp, within the central tent, Nearly half a month had elapsed since the previous battle, yet no significant movements had been reported from Awagakure. It appeared that Awagakure would remain inactive for the foreseeable future. Orochimaru listened intently to the intelligence provided from the village of Konoha, alongside the recent in-depth explorations concerning the land of grass. He uttered a sound of contemplation and remarked, "The third Tsuchikage seems to be biding his time, waiting to observe the outcome of our decisive battle with the Sand Village before determining his course of action." Kazuya gazed at the map, thoughtfully responding, "Should the IWA and Kumo villages form an alliance to launch a joint assault against us, it is likely that the Mist Village would also tear up their previous agreements, thereby rendering the situation perilous indeed." Orochimaru nodded, a hint of sardonic amusement in his voice. Regrettably, that old fox, the Tsuchikage, would not act so rashly. He is primarily concerned with preserving his own strength and would not dare to initiate a comprehensive offensive lightly. Even if he could ally with the Cloud Village, trust would remain an elusive commodity. It is precisely because the great villages are unable to trust one another that a coalition is unlikely to form easily, thus affording Konoha the opportunity to command the most substantial resources. Upon hearing Orochimaru's elaboration, Kazuya slightly inclined his head in agreement. Indeed, while Konoha's strength is formidable, if the four great ninja villages were to unite in an assault, even with his presence as a wild card, it would be challenging to contend with. However, the inherent distrust among the four great villages ensures that even in a concerted effort against Konoha, they would need to retain some forces to guard against one another, allowing Konoha to withstand the onslaught. This is fundamentally why Konoha is likely to secure victory in the Third Great Ninja War. Given that IWA has shown no signs of movement in the short term, I intend to venture out of the camp to retrieve the Kusanagi sword. Even if IWA does stir, I should have ample time to return. Kazuya directed his gaze toward Orochimaru. With IWA remaining inactive, now presents the optimal moment to procure the Kusanagi sword. Otherwise, amidst the chaos of war, the sword may fall into the hands of rival factions. Go forth. With your capabilities, I trust you will exercise caution. Orochimaru's signature smile adorned his face. The information regarding the Kusanagi sword was indeed shared by him with Kazuya, and now proved to be a fitting time for such an endeavor, especially since IWA was unlikely to mobilize in the immediate future. Moreover, the location of the Kusanagi sword was not far from the land of grass. Most critically, he anticipated that in a matter of days, Hiruzen Sarutobi would likely assign Kazuya to the battlefield in the land of wind. With IWA's inactivity and the presence of himself and Might Guy, they could sufficiently address the majority of potential emergencies, making Kazuya's continued presence unnecessary. Dispatching Kazuya to confront the Sand Ninja in the Land of Wind would be the most prudent decision, a course of action that Hiruzen Sarutobi was likely to pursue. Kazuya nodded, his form vanishing without a sound. The intelligence Orochimaru provided concerning the Kusanagi sword indicated its location at the border of the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, where a faction comprised of rogue ninjas and independent shinobi masqueraded as an ordinary small village, surviving through various dark tasks of the underworld. This faction operates discreetly, nestled along the border, and due to its modest size, it has managed to evade the attention of both the Hidden Rain Village and the Hidden Grass Village. It was during Orochimaru's quest for intelligence regarding the Kusanagi sword that he inadvertently discovered the leader of this faction possessed such a weapon, prompting him to meticulously document this information. Several days later, Fengyi arrived at the village, which appeared rather desolate. The streets were largely devoid of pedestrians, with each household seemingly shuttered, resembling an ordinary village trembling in the throes of conflict. At that moment, Fengyi, clad in a raincoat and donning a wide-brimmed hat, entered the village from the outskirts and quickly sensed that he was being watched from the shadows. The presence observing him did not feel like that of an ordinary individual. Indeed, something was amiss. Chapter 70. I, Uchiha Madara, would call you the most cautious. Fengyi narrowed his eyes slightly, making his way discreetly towards the only shop open in the village, a quaint tea house that appeared rather desolate. The proprietor, taken aback by the arrival of a guest, quickly served tea and snacks upon seeing Fengyi produce a substantial amount of money. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes observed Fengyi's entrance into the tea house. one individual. His expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve, swiftly vanished into the rain, arriving at a small dwelling on the village's northern edge. He leapt up to the second floor and entered through a window. Chief, a ninja has arrived. A ninja? A scarred man, seated cross-legged in the room, opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice. What kind of ninja? Relatively young, perhaps only 12 or 13 years of age, without a headband. He might be from the Rain village, or potentially another village. He does not appear to be a rogue ninja. The scarred ninja squinted. Just one individual? The sudden appearance of a young ninja in the village, especially without a headband, was undoubtedly a cause for concern. The subordinate nodded, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Yes, it's uncertain whether he has noticed us, Chief. Should we act preemptively and eliminate him? No. The scarred ninja shook his head, speaking with gravitas. Inform everyone to evacuate immediately. The subordinate was taken aback. Merely a young ninja of unknown origins, whose intentions were unclear, warranted such a drastic measure? Was the chief being overly cautious? The scarred ninja rose, his gaze intense. Hurry. Uncertain whether the young ninja was merely passing through or had ulterior motives. He understood the necessity for vigilance in times of war. Leaving the village for half a month before returning was the most prudent course of action. As a deserter from IWA Ninja Village during the Second War, his survival hinged upon absolute caution and meticulousness. Any confrontation with a ninja must be avoided at all costs, especially one of unknown origins. A single misstep could leave a trace that would attract the attention of the ninja village behind him, leading to significant trouble. They could not afford to provoke even the smaller villages like the Rain or Grass ninja villages. Yes, after a brief moment of shock, the ninja complied and swiftly departed. The scarred ninja retrieved a package from the cabinet, placing stacks of cash and a long wooden box inside. Moments later, nearly a dozen ninjas donned in straw hats gathered in the small courtyard, all cloaked in rain gear. Chief, he-s just a kid. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yes, that child may not even be targeting us. He could simply be passing by. We could just ignore him. Among the gathered ninjas, many frowned and voiced their dissenting opinions. The decision to evacuate the village solely based on an unknown young ninja appears excessively cautious, given the current state of war. Leaving the village does not guarantee safety. Encountering a large-scale ninja battalion could prove exceedingly perilous. Those who wish to remain may do so. The scarred ninja emerged with a burden on his back, indifferent to the opinions of others, and coldly declared, "Those willing to follow me, come along." After uttering this, the scarred ninja departed the courtyard, heading towards the village outskirts. The ninjas within the courtyard exchanged glances. Several hesitated briefly before swiftly following suit, while around 3 or 4 remained, their expressions fluctuating. Their leader was far too cautious. He-s merely a child. If there is concern about exposure, it would be far simpler to eliminate him. Indeed, during such tumultuous times, even a great ninja village would scarcely care if one of their own perished. It is improbable that they would instigate a significant pursuit for a single ninja. After sharing a mutual glance, they reached a consensus. Eliminate the boy quietly. Perhaps they could reap unexpected rewards. A moment later, by a river on the eastern edge of the village, the scarred ninja, accompanied by 7 subordinates, arrived at this location. Poised to cross the small river, but abruptly halted. On the opposite bank, a figure had appeared, seemingly no older than a teenager, lacking a conical hat, with silvery hair dampened by the drizzling rain. It was Feng Yi. Feng Yi's expression was peculiar. Standing on the opposite bank, he fixed his gaze on the leading scarred ninja and remarked, "Surviving in such a perilous world to this point is not without its reasons." This individual had decisively fled upon hearing of his entry into the village. Had it not been for the relatively normal behavior of this ninja's subordinates, who chose to ambush him in a tea house, resulting in several fatalities before one was captured for questioning, he might have slipped away unnoticed. What was most striking was that this person did not recognize him. He was unaware of Feng Ye's identity as a Konoha ninja. Nor did he know of his exploits on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, simply concluding that he was a ninja and retreating. "I, Uchiha Madara, shall refer to you as the most cowardly." Feng Yi asked bluntly, "Do you possess a Kusanagi sword?" The ninjas across the river regarded Feng Yi with cold gazes, and one could not contain his disdain, retorting, You seem rather arrogant, boy. However, as his words fell, the scarred ninja abruptly produced a wooden box from his pack and hurled it towards Feng Yi. The box burst open mid-air, revealing a Kusanagi sword encased in its sheath, which descended before Feng Yi. This spectacle left not only the ninjas in a stupor but also momentarily stunned Feng Yi. "This is for you," the scarred ninja whispered before swiftly fleeing into the distance. A silence enveloped the scene, rendering the atmosphere awkward. The stationary ninja gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Momentarily rendered speechless, the young boy charged towards the Kusanagi sword, and to his surprise, their leader had simply tossed it to him before fleeing. What manner of child was this to inspire such fear? How intriguing. Feng Yi caught the Kusanagi sword, pausing for a heartbeat before letting out a soft click of his tongue, accompanied by a faint smile. He had never encountered a ninja quite like this before. He had prepared himself for a lethal confrontation to seize the sword, yet the adversary had shown such cowardice, surrendering the Kusanagi without a fight. This was not the narrative he had anticipated. Among the subordinates of the scarred ninja, one, after recovering from the initial shock, fixated on the Kusanagi sword in Feng Yi's grasp, gradually awakening to a glint of greed in his eyes. The Kusanagi sword, the legendary artifact. If one could secure it and sell it, they could live a life of affluence, free from the need to undertake perilous missions in the underworld for mere bounties. Previously, the sword had remained firmly in their leader's possession, and understanding the scarred ninja's formidable prowess, he had not dared to entertain such thoughts. Yet now, their leader had cast the sword to a mere child. This boy was likely a ninja from the great ninja village, someone their leader was unwilling to provoke. Indeed, the 5 great ninja villages instilled trepidation. However, fortune favors the bold. Should one eliminate this child here, seize the Kusanagi sword, and then retreat into the civilian world, perhaps the great ninja village would be unable to trace their steps. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes, he made his decision. As his kunai began to shift in his grip and chakra surged within him. Chapter 71. Encounter with the Sand Ninja. However, before the ninja could launch the kunai in his hand, the figure of Kid-Yoru, standing across the river, abruptly vanished from sight. With a swift motion, he traversed the riverbank and reappeared behind the ninja, his Kusanagi sword drawn, piercing through the ninja's chest with a lethal precision. "Your leader may be clever, but you, it seems, lack the same wit," Kid-Yoru remarked, shaking his head as he withdrew the Kusanagi, droplets of blood cascading down its blade without leaving a trace. It appeared to be the authentic Kusanagi sword, remarkably similar to the one Orochimaru had bestowed upon Sasuke in the original storyline. The ninja, now impaled, wore an expression of disbelief, his hand instinctively reaching for his chest. Upon seeing his palm drenched in crimson, a look of terror and shock filled his eyes. But the strength within him waned, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining ninjas, witnessing this scene, were equally taken aback, their gazes towards Kid-Yoru laden with incredulity. Is this some kind of joke? Could he possibly be a Jonin? The speed and chakra he exhibited far surpassed even their leader, indicating a level of prowess unattainable by Chunin or Genin. Without a doubt, he was of Jonin caliber, possibly one of the elite from the 5 great shinobi villages. With this realization, their greed was doused like a flame extinguished by cold water, and in their fear, they fled without hesitation. A Jonin from the 5 great shinobi villages. This was a threat beyond their comprehension. Yet, by this time, it was too late to escape. Kid-Yoru had no intention of sparing those who harbored murderous intent towards him. Gripping the Kusanagi, he darted through the throng of ninjas in an instant. A fleeting shadow passed over them. Fear and horror froze on their faces as they tumbled to the ground, blood mingling with the rain, staining the wet earth and flowing into the nearby stream. "What a bunch of fools," muttered the scarred ninja, who had managed to distance himself. He caught sight of the unfolding events and couldn't help but curse under his breath. "I knew it would come to this." Such an uncanny ability to pursue from the village, coupled with that demeanor, clearly indicates he seeks the Kusanagi. Either he has a multitude of ninjas lying in ambush or possesses terrifying strength himself. Despite his reluctance to part with the precious Kusanagi, he cast it aside without hesitation. After all, his life held greater value than any artifact. With renewed vigor, the scarred ninja activated his chakra, accelerating his escape as he fled into the distance. Meanwhile, Hidyoru, standing at the riverbank with the Kusanagi in hand, gazed into the distance, contemplating whether to pursue and eliminate this overly cautious ninja as well. Releasing the opponent could potentially lead to the leak of information regarding the Kusanagi sword falling into his possession. However, given his current strength, possessing a Kusanagi sword renders him indifferent to any threats of covetousness, and it will undoubtedly be useful in subsequent battles. Orochimaru has never concealed the Kusanagi sword during warfare. Just as Fengya was deep in contemplation, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a sight. The scarred ninja, who had fled to a considerable distance, abruptly halted before an expansive forest. Almost immediately, Fengya watched as the ninja turned to escape in another direction, seemingly having perceived something terrifying within the woods. Yet, in the next moment, a chaotic array of projectiles erupted from the forest, blazing flames and water jets as sharp as blades. The concentrated onslaught rained down, and the scarred ninja exerted every effort to evade the attack, desperately darting to the side, yet ultimately succumbed to a barrage of ninjutsu. That was Fengya squinted. It appeared that this overly cautious ninja had rather unfortunate luck, first encountering him, and then stumbling into an unwelcome scenario. In the next instant, a multitude of figures emerged from the forest, sprinting forth. Upon cursory inspection, there seemed to be nearly 100 individuals, unmistakably a ninja force. Despite the considerable distance, it was still discernible that their attire did not belong to the ninjas of Konoha, nor did they hail from Iwa or AIM. They were from Suna. What business does a Suna force have here? As he observed the numerous Suna ninjas rushing from the forest, Fengya's thoughts raced. This was the northeastern border of the Land of Rain, far from the Land of Wind, yet closer to the Land of Earth. A Suna force appearing here likely indicated a long detour. Though he felt no fear towards the nearly 100 Suna ninjas, he found no reason to engage in battle. Simply detecting their presence and relaying the information to Konoha would suffice. However, before Fengya could retreat, a throng of Suna ninjas charged toward his location, within his perception range. A ninja was detected at 3 o'clock. A sensory-type ninja within the Suna ranks called out. The elite jonin leading the Suna contingent, Yakura, spoke in a low voice. Understood. Teams 6 and 7, flank from both sides. Do not let him escape. Understood, came the replies from the crowd. And immediately several ninjas split to encircle Fengya from both sides. Yakura's gaze remained coldly fixed on Fengya's direction. She was unaware of which village he belonged to. But since he had discovered their presence, there was no way they would allow him to flee. Their objective was a surprise attack on the Konoha camp, targeting the logistics, medical units, and the injured. This was the plan devised by Elder Hyozo, for which they had not hesitated to expend nearly 10 days journeying deep into the Land of Rain, taking the most obscure route available. Should this raid prove successful, it would catch Konoha completely off guard, potentially determining the outcome of this war. Thus, there must be no possibility of even the slightest intelligence leak. Swish, swish. A multitude of sand shinobi swiftly encircled the direction of Kaguya. Kaguya sheathed the Kusanagi sword and retreated into the distance, glancing back at the pursuing sand shinobi, beginning to grasp the situation. The appearance of this battalion here was likely to execute a surprise attack on the Konoha encampment, which is why they relentlessly pursued him, a mere bystander, even after eliminating the scarred shinobi. As Kaguya retreated, the sand shinobi showed no intention of relenting, continuing their chase for several miles in a matter of moments. If they persisted in their pursuit, I would have no choice but to respond. Kaguya glanced back at the sand shinobi trailing him. A mere 100-strong sand shinobi force was insufficient to compel him to employ the 8 gates for escape, while 100 shinobi could pose a threat. If they continued to chase him without coordination, their varying strengths and speeds would lead to a disarrayed formation, rendering them incapable of effective encirclement. For him, their numbers would hold no significance. As long as he did not fall into a situation of being surrounded, not only would 100 shinobi pose no threat, but even 1,000 would be ineffectual against him. Chapter 72. The Blaze of the Leaf Warehouse. The speed of ninjas is remarkable, particularly when they are all elite warriors. In a matter of moments, the sand ninjas had pursued Maple Knight for several miles. Except for the leader, Leaf Warehouse, and a few other upper ninjas who had managed to close the distance slightly, The majority of the ninja forces had been left far behind. These are no ordinary ninjas. Leaf Warehouse furrowed his brow. This speed is not something an average ninja possesses. It is likely that the opponent is an upper ninja. The fact that an unknown upper ninja has detected their presence complicates matters. Even if this ninja hails from the Rain Village, there remains the possibility that they could relay information to the Leaf Village, jeopardizing their plan to ambush the Leaf Camp from a concealed route. Rear forces, halt and regroup. Yuji, Myun, you all accompany me in pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, Leaf Warehouse issued a command in a low voice. Since Maple Knight is an upper ninja, continuing to pursue with the entire force would be unwise. On one hand, they would not be able to catch up, rendering their efforts futile. On the other hand, such a large group would be exceedingly easy to detect. Should they be spotted by others, or if Maple Knight were to enter a village, the likelihood of information leakage would dramatically increase. Therefore, the optimal strategy is for her to pursue with a few upper ninjas from the team, significantly reducing the chance of exposure. Understood, responded a ninja, promptly relaying the order. And the rear ninjas came to a stop. Leaf Warehouse, along with Yuji and the others, continued their pursuit of Maple Knight. Whoosh, whoosh, as the chase continued. The distance between Leaf Warehouse and Maple Knight gradually diminished. Once they were sufficiently close, one of the upper ninjas beside him glimmered with a cold light in his eyes. Distance is adequate. Earth release. Earth surge technique. With a decisive shout, he swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his hands against the ground. While earth release techniques are weakened in the humid climate of the Land of Rain, certain specialized ninjutsu, such as the Earth Flow Great River and the Earthquake technique, actually enhance their power and range. With the release of this earth release technique, the ground ahead suddenly surged, resembling a carpet that rendered it difficult for Maple Knight to maintain footing, significantly hindering his forward momentum. Die. Without hesitation, another sand ninja, wielding a short sword, leapt forward, striking down towards Maple Knight from behind. Swoosh. Limited by the upheaving ground, Maple Knight seemed unable to evade the strike in time, though he managed a hasty dodge mid-air. He was still slashed from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, his form cleaved in two. Yet, rather than spilling blood, the bisected Maple Knight dissipated with a puff of white smoke. Shadow clone technique. To your right. A comrade's warning echoed from behind. The sand ninja, undeterred, swung his short sword in a decisive arc towards the right, clashing with Maple Knight's Kusanagi sword that had appeared in that very moment. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal resonated as Maple Knight's form retreated. Accustomed to wielding a short blade, the transition to the Kusanagi sword indeed felt somewhat disconcerting, particularly as this Kusanagi seemed incapable of extending or retracting. A fleeting glance at the sword in his grasp, Finesse swiftly formed a seal with his left hand, summoning the piercing cry of 1,000 birds, as arcs of lightning danced along the blade's edge. In an instant, three figures launched a surprise assault from three directions, eschewing ninjutsu to avoid collateral damage, opting instead to rely on their numerical advantage and physical prowess to subdue Finesse. Death. A glint of cold malice flickered in the eyes of the trio, just as the encirclement tightened, making evasion seemingly impossible and the threat of being torn apart imminent. A fleeting flash of golden clockwork glimmered deep within Finesse's gaze. In a sudden and bewildering display of speed, he maneuvered through the onslaught, the blade weaving deftly between his assailants. Then, a surge of silver light erupted, accompanied by flickering arcs of lightning, as a powerful and tempestuous chakra emanated from Finesse, causing the expressions of Yetsong and her companions to shift dramatically. This chakra. Who are you? Yetsong's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she regarded Finesse. Such a chakra fluctuation was far beyond that of a mere Nin, even surpassing her own prowess, indicating that he was no ordinary individual in the ninja world. Yet, she did not recognize him, and his youthful visage added to her confusion. I am Finesse, a Nin from Konoha, he replied casually, his voice barely discernible as he transformed into a streak of silver light, vanishing in an instant towards one of the Nin who had attacked him. The Nin's complexion paled, every hair on his body standing on end, utterly unprepared for the terrifying speed Finesse now exhibited, a stark contrast to his previous sluggishness. There is no time. With the distance and speed at play, there was no opportunity to employ the substitution or body flicker techniques. He could only channel chakra into his kunai and strike at the incoming silver flash. As A.J. Nin from Suna, his reflexes remained swift even in haste. However, to Fingye, observing everything at quadruple speed, the movements appeared painfully slow, akin to a slow-motion film, allowing him to clearly discern the trajectory of the kunai. This ability to accelerate time transcended mere physical enhancement. Everything within his vicinity existed in a state of haste, from consciousness to perception. A fourfold increase in temporal flow meant that to Fingye, the world around him had effectively slowed down to a quarter of its usual pace. What does this imply? Even among J. Nin and Ch. Nin, such a vast disparity is hard to conceive. Why is it that any J. Nin daring to engage in close combat with Fingye struggles to endure even a single round? Relying solely on substitution and body flicker techniques to feebly evade? It is because, within the realm of accelerated time, the two combatants experience entirely divergent temporal flows, as though they inhabit two distinctly separate worlds. Swoosh! The silver flash zipped past. The J. Nin's expression froze, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Utterly unprepared for the unfolding reality. He is indeed a Jonin of the Sand Village, yet he could not withstand even a single move against the opponent's speed. Yuki! Several nearby sand shinobi gasped in astonishment. In their line of sight, they witnessed Fingye transform into a fleeting silver light, while Yuki's body became rigid and motionless. Before splitting apart, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it! This guy is doing it on purpose. Yekong observed this scene, his pupils constricting and his expression shifting dramatically. With such speed, it was impossible for them to catch up. The only reason they might succeed would be if the opponent intentionally allowed it. Scorch release. Overheating killing technique. Without hesitation, she decisively unleashed her signature ninjutsu, the Scorch release Kekiai Genkai, born from the fusion of wind and fire chakra to create a transformation of nature. Bathed in silver light, Fingye tilted her head slightly and remarked, "No wonder this feels somewhat familiar. It turns out to be the renowned ninja." Yekong of the Sand Village, master of Scorch Release? Chapter 73, Inevitable Doom, the Blaze Release of Yetsong. The sound at quadruple speed was akin to a garbled playback, rendering it difficult to comprehend, yet Yetsong managed to discern her name as the final utterance. With a cold demeanor, she remarked, "It appears you are acquainted with my title. Ninja of Konoha." Although she had failed to catch the entirety of Fingye's earlier words and lacked the Konoha ninja headband, it became apparent that Fingye was indeed a Konoha ninja. Other village ninjas had no incentive to engage in combat after encountering them. Rather, they would swiftly retreat. Yet Fingye deliberately enticed them into battle. Buzz! 5 crimson fireballs materialized, radiating a luminous glow. These spheres were not mere flames, but rather a fusion of wind and fire, encapsulating an incredibly terrifying heat. Instead of launching outward, the fireballs orbited Yetsong, safeguarding her flanks and rear. Intriguing. Fingye narrowed his eyes slightly, yet refrained from confronting Yetsong directly. Instead, he darted towards another Jonin. The Jonin's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he employed the body flicker technique to evade Fingye's assault. However, after forcing his technique to manifest, Fingye redirected his attack towards another individual. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Yetsong gritted her teeth. Observing her comrades in peril, she rushed to their aid, yet her speed paled in comparison to Fingye's. The potency of Blaze Release was formidable. Yet under such circumstances, she found it challenging to harness its power, as Fingye's velocity posed a risk of inadvertently harming her allies. In the brief skirmish, a silver flash darted by. Fingye's Kusanagi sword, imbued with lightning, pierced through a Jonin's heart, causing him to spew blood. Yetsong had led a group of 6 in pursuit of Fingye. Apart from herself, the remaining 5 were all Jonin from Sunagakure. Yet, in the fleeting moments since their engagement, 2 had already perished. The Yayue clan? Observing this unfolding horror, the remaining 3 Jonin were struck with trepidation, one of them gazing at Fingye in disbelief, unable to suppress a trembling voice. Bathed in silvery light and wielding lightning release techniques, these signs were unmistakably reminiscent of the Yayue clan from Kumogakure. Yet the youthful figure before them bore no resemblance to the third Raikage or his son as described in the intelligence reports. No, he is a ninja of Konoha. Use the barrier. Yetsong commanded her subordinates with urgency. Against such a speedster, a barrier was the only means to contain him. The remaining 3 experienced jonin, seasoned by countless battles, without needing Yetsong's reminder, had already reached a consensus amidst their astonishment at Fengye's speed, and promptly began forming hand seals. Buzz. In an instant, a yellow light curtain erupted from their triangular formation, coalescing into a pyramid-like barrier. The damp earth beneath them was enveloped by the dry yellow light, causing the soil to desiccate. A torrent of sand surged, spiraling upwards along the yellow curtain, obscuring the interior from the external view. In the midst of an arcane barrier, Fengye unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, gazing at the withered yellow confinement enveloping him and Yekon. With a sudden flicker, he darted towards the nearest corner, unleashing a strike imbued with lightning. The blade met the surface of the barrier with a resounding hum, igniting a flash of thunder and fire. Yet, it was as if the sword had struck a quagmire, causing the barrier to warp and contort, but failing to shatter it. Ah, a stability-maintaining barrier. Reminiscent of the 4 purple flames formation, Fengye mused internally. This barrier, conjured by 3 elite shinobi, possessed a smaller radius than its counterpart but appeared more resilient. His solitary assault was insufficient to dismantle it. The advantages and disadvantages of such a barrier were conspicuously evident. It could be formed instantaneously and covered a vast area, making it exceedingly difficult for even the swiftest of ninjas to escape its grasp before its manifestation. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. Within the confines, one could not strike outward, nor could external forces penetrate within. Moreover, it required the maintenance of 3 elite shinobi, thus, ensnaring 1 or 2 foes bore little fruit. Should relentless attacks be sustained from within, the barrier would soon exceed its limits and collapse. Such barriers were typically not employed to ensnare adversaries, but rather to restrict their movements, creating a battleground more favorable to the wielder. Yekon was acutely aware of this. Thus, instead of retreating to seek reinforcements, she advanced towards the barrier's edge. The 3 sand shinobi, understanding her intent, opened a breach at the perimeter, allowing her entry into the barrier. Yekon conjured a fireball before her, releasing a searing blaze as she thrust through the gap, ensuring Fengye could not seize the opportunity to escape before stepping fully into the barrier herself. With a swift motion, the 3 elite shinobi sealed the breach. Now, your speed is of no consequence, Yekon remarked coldly, her right hand cradling a fireball. Carelessly, you have eliminated 2 of our elite shinobi. Now, within this barrier, prepare to experience the full force of my scorch release. As her words echoed, she suddenly gestured. The fireball surged forward, bursting forth with a heart-stopping radiance. In an instant, Fengye vanished from his position, a silver flash revealing him at Yekon's right side, the Kusanagi sword crackling with lightning as it descended. With a deft flick of her finger, Yekon caused the fireball on her right to swell dramatically, engulfing Fengye in its fiery embrace. He deftly evaded the expanding inferno, the silver light flashing once more as he reappeared at her right side, the sword poised to strike again. Undeterred, Yekon manipulated the fireball on her left to expand once more, launching it towards Fengye. The air crackled with the clash of thunder and flame. The oppressive heat, though not directly touching him, threatened to ignite the fabric of Fengye's attire, enveloping his face in a palpable warmth. Within this barrier, your movements are constrained. And with your strength, you cannot triumph over my scorch release. This is where it ends, Leaf Ninja. After Yitsong deftly thwarted Fengye's 2 assaults, fireballs once again materialized around her, resembling miniature suns imbued with a heart-stopping force, advancing menacingly towards Fengye. Witnessing this spectacle, the 3 high-ranking shinobi maintaining the barrier exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Yitsong was present. Had she not been there, even if they managed to temporarily confine Fengye within the barrier, it would not hold for long. It was destined to collapse, and no one would be able to restrain Fengye's velocity when that time came. The sheer speed exhibited by this Konoha ninja was astonishing. Were it not for the fact that the Cloud Ninja had no reason to engage with them, One might almost suspect that he belonged to the Yue clan of Kumogakure. Even now, doubts lingered. However, it mattered little. Whether he was a cloud ninja or a Konoha shinobi, he was soon to become a lifeless corpse. Trapped within such a barrier, facing Yi Tsong's scorching release, even the fourth Kazekage would likely struggle to cope, let alone anyone else. A close combat ninja, inherently at a disadvantage, found their expertise and speed severely hampered. There was no escape from death. Chapter 74. Victory and defeat. The blazing escape technique indeed presents a considerable challenge. Fingye gazed at Yetsong from a distance, recalling that Yetsong was hailed as the hero of the sand-hidden village, holding a status comparable to that of Konoha's White Fang. His fate mirrored that of White Fang, as his extraordinary achievements threatened the position of the Wind Shadow, Rasha, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the village's higher-ups following the war. It is likely that his ascension to heroism stemmed from the successful execution of an assault that inflicted significant losses upon Konoha. And now he found himself facing Yetsong. Without a doubt, Yetsong possessed the strength of a shadow-level ninja, yet from the fluctuations in chakra, it seemed that at this point in time, Yetsong had merely reached the threshold of shadow level, falling short of the prowess exhibited by White Fang. This marked Fingye's first encounter with a shadow-level ninja. He had initially anticipated that the sand ninja he had lured would be easily dealt with, but unexpectedly, he encountered a more troublesome opponent. Nevertheless, in Fingye's eyes, it was merely a minor inconvenience. For him, the blazing escape technique was utterly ineffective against his ability to reverse time. Let us use you to acclimatize to the transformation from short sword to long sword, Fingye murmured to himself, gripping the hilt of the Kusanagi. This time, rather than charging at Yetsong, he swung his sword from a distance. With a swish, the blade, enveloped in lightning, created flames as it sliced through the air, producing a crescent-shaped strike. The two tips of the crescent intertwined with flames, resembling a full moon. Yetsong was momentarily taken aback by Fingye's ability to unleash a ranged attack. Yet he remained unfazed. With a slight hum, he waved his right hand, and a white orb of light wrapped in flames surged forth to meet the crescent moon. Boom! The crescent moon collided with the white orb, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The ground was instantly shattered, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter, while the ensuing shockwave swept through the barrier, causing the damp earth to churn violently. "Are you hesitant to engage me in close combat?" Yetsong remarked coolly, his expression unchanging. "But long-range attacks are also my forte." As his words fell, he elegantly gestured forward, sending a white orb of light hurtling towards Fingye, followed by another swift motion that dispatched another orb. Observing the incoming orbs, Fingye wielded the Kusanagi, executing a deft motion with one hand, then reversing it to release two flaming crescents that soared into the air to collide with the orbs. Boom, boom. Two more violent explosions erupted. Fingye, undeterred by the chaos in the sky, closed his eyes against the shockwaves while his Kusanagi continued its relentless assault towards Yetsong. Swish, swish, swish. A continuous barrage of dazzling strikes erupted, resembling a series of silver crescents that spiraled through the earth, cleaving the air as they advanced toward Yetsong. Witnessing this spectacle, Yetsong's expression shifted. Such an attack could be unleashed in rapid succession. It was unreasonable. She discerned that Fingye's strikes were likely employing lightning-based chakra, executed with astonishing speed to deliver ranged assaults. However, this method should have consumed far more chakra than her blazing escape technique could sustain. Blazing escape. Oversteam burst. Despite the uncertainty surrounding Fingye's audacity to engage in a battle of attrition, Yitsong let out a low exclamation, thrusting her hands forward. A series of white fireballs erupted from her palms, hurtling towards Fingye, colliding with the incessant bursts of light. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions reverberated continuously. Although each blast detonated almost at the center of the barrier, the resulting shockwaves still caused the entire barrier to tremble, prompting the three elite ninjas maintaining it to alter their expressions, exerting their utmost effort to stabilize the structure. Observing the chaos within the barrier, their expressions reflected a mix of astonishment and dread. They were well aware of Yitsong's prowess and techniques. Yet this young ninja astonishingly managed to engage her in a long-range confrontation with such a formidable fire release. This level of strength surpassed their previous expectations. Had they encountered her on the battlefield rather than here, she would undoubtedly pose an exceedingly difficult challenge. Such an adversary must not be allowed to escape. Yitsong, please. The trio inhaled deeply, gazing into the barrier. Fengye's displayed abilities were indeed terrifying. Had this transpired outside the barrier, the situation would have been exceedingly perilous. However, within the confines of the barrier, Yitsong, harnessing her unique fire release, held an absolute advantage. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions continued unabated. Within the confined space of the barrier, the shockwaves compounded relentlessly. The interior was already shrouded in chaos. No one could discern the scene within. Only the incessant sounds of explosions echoing, accompanied by a faint tremor in the earth. As the battle raged on, the once composed Yitsong found her calm beginning to waver. This individual, she could scarcely believe it, for over half of her chakra had been depleted. Yet Fengye continued to launch a relentless barrage of attacks, showing no signs of diminishing intensity, even more ferocious than at the outset. Was the opponent's chakra boundless? No, this cannot persist. Yitsong gritted her teeth, not out of fear of losing in attrition, but rather the continuous explosions compounded within the barrier had transformed their confrontation from long-range skirmishes into a desperate reliance on her fire release to withstand the ceaseless shockwaves. It was becoming increasingly arduous to fend off the aftermath, and if this continued, the shockwaves alone could cause the barrier to collapse. Desperation surged. A glint of resolution flickered in Yitsong's eyes. At this moment, she recognized the terrifying nature of a ninja like Fengye. Should Fengye escape, the devastation on the battlefield would be unimaginable, compounded by her incredible speed, making containment nearly impossible. Thus, she must eliminate Fengye here. Fire release. Oversteaming explosion kill. She inhaled deeply, her chakra surging within her, while simultaneously mobilizing the two spheres of light stationed at her sides, prepared to counter any sudden incursions from Fengye amidst the chaos. A multitude of luminous orbs spiraled and converged within her palm, transforming into a colossal sphere of light entwined with crimson flames, which was then thrust forward with tremendous force. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, shattering the dust-laden ochre barrier that could no longer withstand the blast. The three elite shinobi maintaining the barrier were propelled away, their chakra in disarray as they suffered severe impacts, blood spilling from their mouths. Lord Yakura, with swift resolve, the trio disregarded their injuries and immediately sprang into action upon landing, racing towards Yakura's direction. They beheld Yakura, who, after unleashing his final strike, was also unable to withstand the ensuing shockwave, sending him hurtling backward. His garments lay in tatters, revealing a body marred by charred and scorched wounds. Cough. With the aid of one of the elite shinobi, Yakura struggled to his feet, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "I did not anticipate such difficulty. The upcoming ambush may be adversely affected." Having expended every ounce of his strength, compounded by the residual shock waves, it was unlikely that Fengye would be recoverable, and Yakura pondered whether he could heal his grievous injuries before launching the surprise attack. That ninja was likely a secret weapon of Konoha, and eliminating him would significantly impact the front lines of the war. One of the elite shinobi consoled him. To have forced Lord Yakura into such a predicament, that ninja's strength is indeed formidable, seeing that Yakura was no longer in mortal danger. Another elite shinobi approached the remnants of the shattered barrier, intent on discovering any remnants of Fengye, such as a broken body or a headband. Chapter 75. Humanity dust swirled in the air, obscuring vision. Yet, one thing was certain, Yitsong, who had endured the aftermath, was gravely injured. And it was beyond doubt that Fengye, who had faced the explosion head-on, must have perished. Surely, not a single fragment would remain. The elite ninja Mune approached through the haze, his gaze sweeping across the devastation in the center of the battlefield, where a deep pit had been blasted open, and he made his way toward its depths. Ninjas typically carried their village's forehead protector and a nameplate at all times, ensuring that even in the event of death on the battlefield, their identities could be confirmed through the nameplate and the ninja number inscribed upon it. Both items, being metallic, were generally resistant to complete destruction. Finding the forehead protector would reveal the origins of this formidable young ninja. If the nameplate were also discovered, the individual's identity could be definitively established. Indeed, a leaf ninja. Myun soon spotted some fragments at the bottom of the pit and approached, uncovering a forehead protector emblazoned with the emblem of the Leaf Village. However, the protector alone could only ascertain Feng Ye's origins, not his identity. Myun continued to search the surroundings, seeking the nameplate that might have been carried by Feng Ye. But, almost at that very moment, his body froze in place. A sword's edge abruptly emerged, piercing through his chest from behind, blood gushing forth and staining the charred earth. Myun's pupils constricted violently in disbelief as he struggled to turn his head, barely catching sight of the figure behind him, none other than Feng Ye. How could this be? He managed to utter a faint sound. In that moment, Feng Ye's garments were tattered, yet beneath the damaged fabric, his skin remained unblemished, devoid of any scorch or explosion marks. Not a single hair was harmed. After enduring such an explosion within the barrier, he emerged utterly unscathed. Though his clothing was another matter. Feng Ye did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he drew the Kusanagi sword and glanced at his shredded attire, shaking his head. This was likely the distinction between him and the reincarnated ninjas. While he could not restore his clothing or belongings after suffering damage, those who were reincarnated could regenerate. With a swift motion, Feng Ye leapt atop the pit. The two elite ninjas assisting Yi Tsang had already sensed the disturbance, and their expressions shifted in shock. Upon seeing Feng Ye's appearance, both displayed a flicker of horror. Yet, their astonishment was of no consequence. A flash of silver light. The two, already wounded and their chakra in disarray, could not react in time as their bodies were cleaved by the edge of the Kusanagi sword, collapsing into the rain-soaked ground amidst a spray of blood. How could this be possible? Yi Tsang's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flooding her gaze as she looked at Feng Ye. She attempted to channel her chakra, but in her severely injured state, she could not summon it. She barely managed to stir it, only to cough up a mouthful of blood and half kneel upon the ground, gazing upon the delicate, unblemished form of Feng Ye beneath her tattered garments. She was enveloped in disbelief. She was acutely aware of the devastating power of the fire release within that barrier. Her utmost strike, coupled with the ensuing shockwave, could scarcely be withstood even by the formidable fourth Kazekage, renowned for his defensive prowess. Yet, Feng Ye remained completely unscathed. How could this be possible? Feng Ye approached the kneeling figure of Yi Tsang, the silver luminescence enveloping him dissipating as he displayed no concern for his exposed physique. Yi Tsang, with hands forming seals, strained to summon the remnants of chakra within her, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Feng Ye. However, in the next instant, Feng Ye thrust his Kusanagi sword forward, its blade entwined with lightning, cleaving through the inferno. Coughing, Yi Tsang spat forth a mouthful of blood. Struggling, she lifted her gaze to Feng Ye's countenance, yearning to comprehend his extraordinary feat. Alas, her consciousness began to fade, rendering her unable to grasp the truth. As her vision succumbed to darkness, she slowly closed her eyes, her body swaying before collapsing backward. Had she lost consciousness? Feng Ye observed this scene, refraining from immediate approach. Instead, he continued to sense and scrutinize, and upon detecting her essence waning, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Cautiously, he drew near to inspect. Yet met with no response. It appeared her chakra had been entirely depleted due to her grievous injuries, and her life had ebbed away. He had initially intended to capture her alive. Feng Ye shook his head in resignation. A ninja of Yi Tsang's caliber was indeed worth attempting to seize. Yet it seemed he had exerted his force a tad excessively. No, it must have been the terror she experienced that led her to exhaust all her chakra through that final fire release. If only he could reverse time to aid others. He might attempt a revival. Regrettably, he was incapable of such feats, nor did he possess the technique of Edo Tensei. Very well. Perhaps another opportunity would present itself in the future. Feng Ye sheathed the Kusanagi sword, contemplating briefly before ultimately deciding against any manipulation of Yi Tsang's lifeless body. Once resurrected through Edo Tensei, she would no longer be an adversary, and they could engage in conversation. Strange thoughts flickered in his mind. Perhaps it was due to his physical age reaching 13 or 14, an age when instinctively one begins to feel the allure of the flesh. Ah, humanity. Feng Ye lifted his gaze to the heavens, his thoughts swirling. The Third Great Ninja War was a time of tumultuous upheaval, a period brimming with prodigious talents. From the Sand Village Song to Konoha's Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shursui, the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee from the Cloud Village, and the distinguished members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village, as well as the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. The list was too extensive to recount in full. Now, amidst the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, he would inevitably encounter these formidable figures and engage in combat with them. Except for the troublesome Flying Thunder God technique of Minato and the Reaper Death Seal, the abilities of the others posed no threat to him. Well, the Raikage was uncertain. He must enhance his strength further. With a soft murmur in his heart, he resolved to improve. Fengye leaned down and began to search through Yutsong's belongings, discovering a small metallic plate inscribed with Yutsong's ninja identification number from the Sand Ninja Village. Such metal plates were also possessed by him. They were typically utilized by a ninja's village to ascertain identity posthumously. Should they unfortunately fall into the hands of enemy ninjas, they would serve as trophies, evidencing one's combat achievements. Generally, these plates were of little use, coming into play primarily during wartime. The chaos of war often led to situations where corpses were obliterated, rendering the identification of the deceased impossible. With a swift motion, Fengye collected the identification plates of several other elite ninjas. He then cast his gaze towards the direction from which Yutsong and the others were approaching, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yutsong and these elite ninjas were likely the leaders of that contingent. The Sand Ninja Village had yet to reach the point where it could deploy a 100-strong ninja force led by 2 Kage-level ninjas. The remainder of the group consisted of mere pawns, posing no significant threat to him. Given this situation, it would be prudent to eliminate them all. After mending his attire with the fabric from Yutsong and the others, Fengye proceeded to sever the heads of several elite ninjas and seal them away. Subsequently, he employed a transformation technique to assume the appearance of one of them and set off towards the Sand Ninja contingent. Chapter 76. Suicide? The Land of Rain. Beneath a colossal boulder, a multitude of sand shinobi congregated. Why has Lord Yakura not returned yet? A Nin inquired, casting a glance toward the direction where Yakura and the others had pursued Keed. Another nearby furrowed his brow and remarked, pursuing a lone ninja should have concluded swiftly. If they had engaged, they would have returned by now. If they were unable to catch up, they wouldn't waste time on such a pursuit. The delay, could it be an ambush? That is a possibility. A Nin who remained with the group spoke gravely. He fixed his gaze toward Yakura's direction and continued. That young ninja may pose a threat. Perhaps he is a decoy. However, given the prowess of Lord Yakura and the others, even if they fell into a trap, they should be able to return. At the very least, one of them should come back to inform us of the situation. Another Nin frowned and added, our operation should not have been detectable by Konoha. How could it be so fortuitous for a decoy ninja to appear in such a location? Hard to say. The initial speaker responded somberly. For now, we can only await developments. Let us give it another quarter of an hour. If there is still no news, we will go in search of them. The assembled Nin and Nin nodded slowly, their expressions grave. This ambush was of utmost significance. It could very well determine the outcome of this war. The unexpected situation, the appearance of an unidentified ninja, and the prolonged absence of Yakura and his team were all ominous signs. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time slipped away quietly. Rain continued to cascade down the rocky cliffs. Whether it was the sand shinobi taking refuge from the rain beneath the boulder or those stationed atop the rock surveying their surroundings, a hush enveloped the scene as they waited in silence. Suddenly, a ninja atop the rock directed his gaze toward a specific point. His eyes flickered, and after a careful observation, he leapt down, exclaiming, "Ninja spotted at 7 o'clock. It's Yuki." Upon hearing his words, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly. All the sand shinobi turned their attention toward him, and several immediately dashed out to look in the 7 o'clock direction. The foremost Nin, observing the rapidly approaching Yuki, felt an unsettling premonition stir within him. If Yakura and the others had dealt with that ninja, they would have returned together. Yet, only Yuki was present. Could it be that the previous assumptions were correct, and that ninja truly was a decoy, luring Lord Yakura and his team into an ambush, now returning for reinforcements? The other sand shinobi shared this realization, and a wave of tension swept over their faces. This was a dire situation. Countless gazes converged on the approaching Yuki. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters, Yuki drew nearer with every stride. Among the ranks of the sand shinobi, a sensory ninja fixated on Yuki suddenly paused, as if sensing something amiss. As Yuki closed to within 500 meters, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Watch out! That individual is not merely Yuki." The sound reverberated in an instant, causing all the sand shinobi to change their expressions. It was at this moment that the Jainin Yuki, charging toward this direction, abruptly transformed amidst the white smoke into a young ninja clad in tattered garments, with silver hair. Immediately following, the speed of this young ninja surged, nearly tripling in an instant as he dashed forward. So swift. Be cautious. 8th, 9th, and 10th squads, prepare your ninjutsu. Observing this scene, a senior sand shinobi shouted, directing the actions of a dozen ninjas behind him, who swiftly moved forward and began forming hand seals. As they performed their seals, the chakra within Fengye surged, breaking through the third gate of life, enveloped in a silvery glow, then shattering the fourth gate of wounding, with arcs of lightning intertwining amidst his silver hair. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, his speed multiplied several times over. Under the astonished gazes of the sand shinobi, they could only catch a glimpse of a silver flash, akin to lightning, traversing the battlefield, covering the final couple of 100 meters. Wind style, wind blade technique. More than a dozen sand shinobi shouted in unison. The combined wind blade techniques coalesced into an expansive web of wind blades, rushing toward Fengye. The commanding Jainin observed this scene with a grim expression. He was not particularly concerned about this ninja, as they had over 100 elite forces present, no matter how fast he was. It was unlikely he could breach their combined extensive wind-style ninjutsu blockade. The real issue was the dire situation at hand. An enemy had disguised himself as Yuki to launch a surprise attack, and those who had pursued, such as Yukura, had gone missing without a trace, likely ensnared in an extremely perilous predicament. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his commands did not waver. As the 3rd and 4th squads unleashed their wind-style techniques to directly impede Fengye, he continued to issue orders. 4th squad, 5th squad, secure the right flank. 6th squad, 7th squad, secure the left flank, and eliminate him. The Sand Village, proficient in wind-style ninjutsu, feared not speed-oriented ninjas. Wind overcomes lightning. The slicing power of wind can tear through lightning's defenses, and the expansive range of wind-style ninjutsu can confine speed-type ninjas, encircling them and creating a situation of annihilation. Fengye gazed at the approaching network of wind blades from the front, along with similar wind blades closing in from both sides, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. Indeed, wind-style ninjutsu counters typical speed-type ninjas, but the key term is typical for someone with the extraordinary defense of the third raikage, or for himself, who possessed the ability for infinite self-healing. Wind-style holds no particular advantage. At this moment, looking from above, one could see a silver glow charging directly toward the nearly 100-strong dispersed sand shinobi formation. Before the radiant silver light lay an intricate web of wind blades, while ninjas from the sand swiftly formed seals on either side, poised to unleash the same technique, intending to ensnare the silver luminescence within their trap. To presume that speed alone could grant one unbridled freedom before the sand ninjas is an egregious overconfidence. Your velocity is your vulnerability. A glint of coldness flickered in the eyes of the sand's upper ninja. Swift movement signifies the difficulty of altering one's trajectory, considering Fengye's speed. If he could execute an immediate 180-degree turn, he might escape the confines of the wind blade web. However, such a maneuver would be exceedingly challenging. Should he merely attempt a feeble curve, tracing a 90-degree arc, he would inevitably collide with the wind blade web unleashed from the flanks, rendering escape an impossibility. Some may still draw breath, yet he has already perished. The remaining sand ninjas observed the rapidly evolving situation, arriving at similar conclusions, their thoughts drifting towards the unknown circumstances surrounding Yeko. But, almost at that very moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded before all. Bathed in silver radiance, Fengye faced the advancing wind blade web, making no attempt to alter his direction, but instead charged directly forward. What? This scene left all the sand ninjas in astonishment. Then, in an instant, Fengye, enveloped in silver light, surged through the wind blade web, seemingly disintegrating into a network of fragmented pieces, a torrent of blood gushing forth, leaving a crimson trail in the air. A moment of shock ensued. Was this suicide? Chapter 77. Annihilation. Even the commanding Jonin was taken aback. Could it be that at such incredible speed, there was no possibility of altering direction? Indeed, excessive speed proved to be a double-edged sword, revealing a vulnerability. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In an instant, the blood-like trail left by the figure, ensnared by the wind blades due to its rapid velocity, suddenly surged towards the silvery radiance. Not a single drop of blood fell to the ground. All the blood that had been severed by the wind blades flew back into the essence of that silver light, which continued its trajectory unimpeded, slicing through the air with flawless precision and darting into the nearest throng of people, like a streak of silver lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen sand ninjas stood frozen in place, only to have their bodies erupt into a shower of crimson. Impossible. What was happening? The nearby sand ninjas were engulfed in horror, unable to react in time. Some clutched their kunai, attempting to fend off Feng Yi, yet they could barely discern his path. The commanding Jonin's expression shifted dramatically, his face a mask of shock. This scene was entirely unforeseen. To recover after being sliced by the wind blades was beyond his comprehension. The opponent was not merely too swift to change direction. Quick! Teams 4 and 5. Block his route. Team 2, provide support. As his complexion paled, he barked orders, drawing his own katana and gazing at the silver light weaving through the battlefield, striving to assist. Under his command, several startled sand ninjas managed to regroup and unleashed a wide-ranging wind-style ninjutsu to obstruct Feng Ye's path. Yet, Feng Yi showed no inclination to evade. Once more, he charged headlong into the wind blades, disregarding all harm, his Kusanagi sword crackling with lightning arcs as it sliced through the air, reducing more than 10 sand ninjas to lifeless husks. Stay composed. Form a barrier. Barrier. As the sand ninja ranks descended into utter chaos, the commanding Jonin's face darkened with despair, his shouts echoing. Immediately, some sand ninjas attempted to employ a barrier to confine Feng Ye's movements. However, having previously encountered a barrier, Feng Yi was well prepared and deftly maneuvered beyond its reach. Though the barrier posed little threat, merely delaying him momentarily, his intent was annihilation, not entrapment. Whoosh, whoosh. The barrier's attempt once again failed, and the number of ninjas perishing beneath Feng Ye's Kusanagi sword surged by another 10. The sand ninja ranks were now thoroughly disordered. Countless sand ninjas exhibited expressions of dread and terror. They were the elite of the sand village, unafraid of battle, willing to charge against overwhelming odds. Yet, confronted with an adversary like Feng Yi, whose very movements were imperceptible and whose lethal strikes were utterly unfathomable, fear began to seep into their hearts. It was a relentless slaughter, a massacre without end. From the moment Feng Yi surged into the crowd, the death toll among the ninjas has surpassed half, with all elite Nin unable to withstand even a mere moment against him. A fleeting silver radiance heralded their demise, as they were mercilessly torn asunder without a semblance of resistance. Such a battle was utterly insurmountable. Damn, he cannot be contained. The commanding Nin, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth in frustration, his gaze towards Feng Yi filled with a mix of fury and panic, fully aware that this operation had met with total failure. Continuing the fight would only exacerbate the losses. Retreat. The order to withdraw weighed heavily upon him, for this was a critical mission entrusted with great hopes by the village, aimed at decisively determining the outcome of the conflict. The difficulty of issuing this command was compounded by Feng Ye's relentless slaughter. In mere seconds, nearly 10 more ninjas had perished. Finally, they began to flee. Feng Yi squinted at the sand ninjas who had received the retreat order. Having previously burst through the wind blade network, he found himself without garments, his attire in tatters. Though cloaked in silver light and propelled by his swiftness, rendering his state indistinguishable to the naked eye, he remained resolute in his intent to spare no one. The previous carnage had merely been a prelude. The true test lay ahead. Once the sand ninjas scattered in all directions, even with his speed, annihilating them all would prove difficult. However, due to the inherent inertia of ninja thought, The disoriented sand ninjas did not immediately opt for the optimal escape strategy, instead forming a large contingent retreating in a singular direction. This tableau was precisely what Feng Yi yearned to witness. Without hesitation, he plunged back into the throng, his sword rising and falling. Within a mere 10 seconds of slaughter, another dozen sand ninjas fell beneath his kusanagi. Split and disperse. Do not retreat in one direction. Only then did the sand ninjas fully comprehend their predicament, scattering towards various paths. Yet by that juncture, the fallen had exceeded 80, leaving fewer than 20 remaining. A sharp reduction that significantly eased Feng Yi's pursuit. Swoosh, swoosh. Bathed in silver light, Feng Yi maintained a state of quadruple speed, rendering both Ch Nin and J Nin incapable of lasting even a single exchange against him. After methodically dispatching several more ninjas in a circular dance of death, the last 4 or 5 sand ninjas had managed to escape several hundred meters away, yet that distance was still insufficient to elude Feng Yi. The terrain was far too open. Apart from the solitary rock where the sand ninjas initially sought refuge from the rain, there existed no other intricate geographical formations nearby, presenting an expanse of open land. Were they in a dense forest, where Feng Yi's lack of sensory prowess could be exploited? Escaping a few hundred meters might afford them a chance to evade his pursuit. However, in this open terrain, such possibilities were non-existent. They needed to flee at least 1,000 meters to utilize basic concealment techniques, rendering Feng Yi's line of sight ineffective, allowing them to escape in other directions. Swish, swish. The silver light danced through the rain-soaked veil. The number of sand shinobi continues to dwindle. 5, 4, 3. Ultimately, at a distance of approximately 2,000 meters from the initial battlefield, Feng Yi caught up with the last sand shinobi, ruthlessly piercing his chest with the kusanagi sword. You demon! The sand shinobi gazed at Feng Yi, his eyes reflecting terror, and as he trembled out a single word, his consciousness began to fade. Feng Yi withdrew the kusanagi sword, watching as the body fell into the rain-soaked ground, and shook his head. Demon? No. I am merely a human striving to survive until the very end. After uttering these words, Feng Yi turned to glance back at the battlefield. Even from 1,000 meters away, he could barely perceive that the land had been stained crimson with blood. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Blood flowed like rivers. It was akin to a realm of hell. Chapter 78, Wind Shadow Raza, Land of Wind. Frontline Battlefield. The Sand Ninja Village opted for a full-scale offensive. Thus, nearly all of its ninja were deployed to the front line, leaving only a handful to guard the village and mentor the younger generation. This bold strategy was underpinned by sound reasoning. The desert environment of the Land of Wind rendered it resource scarce, and those ninjas ill-suited to its terrain would suffer significantly. Furthermore, from a geographical standpoint, the only village capable of launching a surprise attack deep into the Land of Wind was the Rock Ninja Village. However, should the Rock Village expend substantial forces attempting such an incursion, the Cloud Ninja Village, ever watchful, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. These multifaceted advantages enabled them to pursue an all-out offensive. In the heart of the encampment, within the central tent, Lord Wind Shadow. Here is today's casualty report. We have lost 21 men, with 43 severely injured and 109 lightly wounded. A high-ranking ninja from the Sand Village presented a meticulously compiled report to the 4th Wind Shadow, Raza. After briefly glancing at the document, Raza set it upon the table and stated gravely, "There is no need to alter our operational plans. We shall proceed as originally scheduled tomorrow." Understood. The high-ranking ninja acknowledged before departing the tent. Within the tent, aside from Raza, were the chief strategist, HC, and several other senior members of the Sand Village. Indeed, prior to the onset of the attack on Yakura, it would have been prudent to remain inactive to minimize losses, yet such a stance might provoke suspicion from Konoha. HZ remarked, his gaze fixed upon a map laid out on the table. Raza nodded in agreement. Precisely. To avoid arousing Konoha's alertness, we must sustain our frontline operations, even at the cost of some casualties. Once Yakura's actions yield success, we can swiftly turn the tide of the battlefield. Chiyo's penetrating gaze bore into Raza. Let us hope it proceeds so smoothly. Raza noticed the subtle disquiet in Chiyo's eyes, but chose to remain silent, instead urging, It is getting late. Elder Chio, you should retire for the night. It would be best if you led the next round of attacks tomorrow. Chio said little more and made her way out of the tent. Raza watched her retreating figure, a fleeting glimmer of emotion flickering in his eyes. Among all the past leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, Raza was considered one of the weakest, had the third wind shadow in his prime. Not met his untimely demise, it would have been unlikely for Raza to ascend to the position of fourth wind shadow. Yet, in the face of such abrupt succession, both his direct subordinates and his control over the village paled in comparison to that of the third wind shadow. Nevertheless, he had managed to secure his position. His reliance lay in strategy. Initiating a total war against Konoha, igniting the Third Great Ninja War, was one of his calculated maneuvers. The claims of avenging the Third Wind Shadow and demanding accountability from Konoha were mere fabrications. Even the plundering of Konoha's resources was but a secondary objective. His primary aim was to solidify his status as Wind Shadow through the chaos of war, taking advantage of the ongoing conflict to undermine rival clans and other high-ranking officials, while simultaneously cultivating an elite cadre loyal solely to him, is the true essence of his pursuits. Hence, he remains indifferent to the so-called casualties and even the outcome of this war. Fengye's assessment of the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, aligns him with figures like Danzo. Albeit with a far weaker strategic vision, after all, Danzo at least harbored the ambition of unifying the ninja world. What has Rasha accomplished? Mindlessly initiating a full-scale war against Konoha, thereby depleting his own village's military strength to elevate his own power and secure his position as Kazekage. Subsequently, upon witnessing Yekon's remarkable achievements during the war, which threatened his status, he swiftly conspired with the Mist Village to eliminate Yekon. He then ousted the esteemed Chio and Eao Zhang from the decision-making echelon, forcing both into retirement. Eventually, he met his demise at the hands of Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. Throughout history, this Kazekage has never undertaken a single action that genuinely benefited the Suna village. All his deeds served solely to fortify his own authority and standing. In a certain sense, one must concede that Rasha's tactics are indeed formidable. He managed to ascend from a hasty appointment to a position of unassailable power, dictating terms in Suna village. However, Fengye holds such political maneuvering in utter disdain. The reasoning is straightforward. He possesses a narrow worldview. This realm is not governed by cunning strategies, but rather by the supremacy of strength. In the presence of titans like Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, engaging in such so-called political games appears utterly ludicrous. Chio and Eao Zhang are well aware of Rasha's ambitions, yet they find themselves powerless to intervene, as Rasha commands the prevailing momentum. Employing overt strategies that exploit the third Kazekage's disappearance as a pretext for waging war against Konoha. It is an argument that cannot be refuted, especially given the deep-seated animosity between Suna and Konoha, which has garnered the support of the entire village. Elder Eao Zhang, you two should take your rest, Rasha remarked, turning toward the elder who was examining the map. Eao Zhang, tracing his fingers over the map, lifted his gaze, a hint of worry etched upon his face. I fear I may not find sleep. For some reason, I sense an ominous premonition. An ominous premonition? Rasha was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps it is merely a sign of your fatigue, elder. You should retire early. The subsequent battlefield arrangements require your guidance. Perhaps, Eao Zhang sighed, rising to depart. However, at that moment, a figure burst into the tent, kneeling before Rasha with urgency. Report, Kazekage-sama. We have lost contact with the ambush unit. The previously tranquil atmosphere shifted abruptly. Eao Zhang's heart sank, exchanging a glance with Rasha. Though the ambush unit was not directly under his command, the suddenness of such news warranted a reaction. When did we lose contact? Earlier today at noon. The liaison ninja urgently reported. According to the original plan, the surprise attack team was supposed to contact us at noon. Yet no news had come through. In the afternoon, the liaison unit actively attempted to reach out, but by evening, there was still no response. The latest message received from the summoning beast revealed that the liaison ninja was dead. The expression on Ki's face darkened. The ominous premonition had come to fruition. The liaison ninja held a position of considerable importance within the surprise attack team, being safeguarded at the heart of the unit. The death of the liaison ninja signified grave troubles for the surprise attack team. Arsa's demeanor also turned grim. Though much of it was an FAAD. The surprise attack plan was Kai's decision. Should anything go awry, he would bear the brunt of the blame, significantly undermining his standing, which paradoxically could serve his interests. Lord Wind Shadow, esteemed elders, what should we do next? The liaison ninja anxiously inquired of our SA and Kai's. Kai's inhaled deeply, his voice steady yet grave. Do not panic. The surprise attack team has Ukura. Even if they encounter difficulties, they will manage. Their current situation is likely one of scattered disconnection. Dispatch a reconnaissance unit to investigate the circumstances and establish contact with them. Proceed with this plan. Our SA nodded in agreement, his voice resolute. The liaison ninja acknowledged the command and swiftly departed the tent to relay the orders. Chapter 79. Return to the camp at the frontline camp of the Land of Grass, after successfully eliminating the Sand Ninjas raiding party. Feng Yi had no intention of further exploring the Land of Rain. While he was indeed intrigued by Nagato's Rinnegan, it was not something he could afford to focus on at this moment. After all, Uchiha Madara was still alive, watching over the ninja world, and Nagato was equally under surveillance. Premature engagement with the hidden secrets of this world was not prudent. Feng Yi, it seems you have indeed succeeded, Orochimaru remarked, engrossed in his research within the tent. Upon noticing the Kusanagi sword hanging from Feng Yi's waist, a faint smile graced his lips. Feng Yi nodded and replied, your intelligence was entirely accurate, teacher. Orochimaru studied the Kusanagi sword at Feng Yi's waist for several moments before asking, may I see that Kusanagi sword? Feng Yi unsheathed the Kusanagi and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru examined the sword with keen interest for a moment, then infused it with a strand of chakra, attempting to swing it a few times. There is no doubt, this is indeed the Tambari sword. Pensively, Feng Yi inquired, how many Kusanagi swords are there in total? The term Kusanagi does not refer to a singular sword, but rather encompasses a multitude of blades. He had heard of the Tambari sword, which he believed to be the one wielded by Sasuke, as their appearances matched. Orochimaru's words corroborated his prior assumptions. Orochimaru, with a light chuckle, responded, legend has it that there are 11 Kusanagi swords in total, but 8 have been lost to time, leaving only 3. However, the veracity of this tale remains uncertain. What we can confirm is that only 3 exist today, the Taka no Kirin, the Tambari sword, and the Shichishit. Feng Yi was not particularly surprised by Orochimaru's answer, as he was already aware of this information. The only astonishment lay in the fact that the 3 confirmed swords were indeed the very ones mentioned in the original narrative, with no others remaining. Orochimaru continued with a smile, the Taka no Kirin is in my possession. You have witnessed its power. Possessing the ability to freely transform and extend its length, manipulable at the will of its master. Your sword, the Tambari, is characterized by its exceptional resilience and sharpness, highly suitable for channeling chakra flow, making it adaptable to virtually all ninjutsu. The final sword, the Shichishit, also known as the Sakagari Daiko, is reputed to possess sealing capabilities. Capable of sealing anything it pierces, Feng Yi was well acquainted with this information. His fingers lightly traced the blade's edge. Among the 3 Kusanagi swords, the sealing techniques of the Shichishit posed a certain threat to him, while the Taka no Kirin seemed somewhat ostentatious. Yet, the sword he held, the Tambari, was the one most befitting him. From the battle against Yakura, he had sensed that the Tambari's capacity to bear lightning chakra surpassed that of the ninja blade. White Fang, by an entire echelon. The term capacity refers to the degree of degradation when infusing a regular kunai with lightning chakra, due to the kunai's inferior material. The lightning chakra could only exert a mere 2 to 3/10 of its full potential. When the blade of the White Fang is infused with lightning chakra, it can unleash nearly 70 to 80% of its potential. Such efficiency in chakra utilization is akin to directly casting a ninjutsu. The Heaven's Flow sword is even more formidable, achieving over 90% efficiency with minimal expenditure. This explains why, despite the influence on his Konoha sword techniques after acquiring this sword, Feng Yi was still able to execute the Radiant Flash technique. Although his swordsmanship was affected, the efficiency of his chakra improved, resulting in little overall change to his strength. I see. Although Feng Yi was already aware of what Orochimaru had said, he still responded with a look of realization. A slight smile curved Orochimaru's lips as he remarked that Kusunagi's sword is indeed well-suited to your abilities. However, you may need to make some adjustments to your Konoha sword techniques. Fingye nodded and replied, indeed, transitioning from a short blade to a long sword does require some adaptation. But they are of the same weapon category, so making certain modifications shouldn't be too difficult. The change from a short blade to a long sword is merely a matter of length. It does not transform into an entirely different weapon like a hidden blade or a hammer. Therefore, adapting the Konoha sword techniques into Konoha swordsmanship only necessitates minor refinements rather than a complete abandonment of prior experience. Men are generally adept at manipulating variations in length. I have faith that with your talent, Fengye, you will master the modifications swiftly. Orochimaru chuckled and inquired, did you encounter any issues in the Land of Rain? It was a casual question, as Fengye's prompt return suggested a smooth journey without any unforeseen incidents. However, upon posing this question, Orochimaru noticed Fengye deep in thought, seemingly organizing his words, and after a moment, he began, well, after a brief pause, Orochimaru's gaze fell upon a pile of metal plates on the table, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Fengye tossed the metal plates onto the table and gestured to Orochimaru, saying, that is the general situation. A silence enveloped the tent. The two Konoha Jonin standing nearby were left in a state of shock. Upon cursory inspection, the metal plates numbered nearly 100. If they were not forgeries, it would mean Fengye single-handedly eliminated close to 100 Sand Ninja. Even if they were all lower ranked, this figure was rather daunting. If your assessment is accurate, then your achievements in this endeavor surpass even those of your previous battle, Orochimaru remarked after several seconds of contemplation. To single-handedly defeat a squad of Sand Ninja attempting to circumvent the Land of Rain and launch a surprise attack on the rear of the Konoha frontline camp. This feat alone would qualify one as a hero. Fengye displayed no sense of pride or boastfulness, replying it was merely a coincidence. To him, the accolades gained on the battlefield were insignificant. The enhancement of his strength remained the most crucial and imperative aspect. By the way, there is also this. At this juncture, Fengye tossed a scroll towards Orochimaru, stating, I have gathered a sample of blood from that scorch-release ninja. I believe you would be interested. Typically, Orochimaru exhibited a keen interest in samples of bloodline limits. However, since learning of Fengye's abilities, his enthusiasm for researching other bloodline limits had significantly waned. Nevertheless, he possessed a fascination for collecting. The blood sample from the scorch-release ninja was precisely one he lacked. Well done. I shall convey this information to the village, Orochimaru remarked, accepting the scroll with a faint smile. By the way, a day ago, the third Hokage issued orders for your deployment to the front lines in the Land of Wind. You may depart at once. Fengye shrugged in resignation, saying, before I could catch my breath, I must once again be on the move. He was not surprised by this command. Unless Minato Namikaze suddenly unleashed his power, decimating Sunagakure, it was likely that he would be dispatched as long as the situation remained somewhat stagnant. In truth, he yearned for a temporary respite from the battlefield, seeking a tranquil place to cultivate for a while. However, during wartime, such an action would equate to desertion, and he was not yet inclined to leave Konoha. On one hand, there were reasons tied to Kakashi, Kurenai, and others. On the other, the threats he faced in the shinobi world were considerable. Aside from the nearly incapacitated Uchiha Madara, the only other significant threat was Minato from Konoha, whose Reaper Death Seal paired with Flying Thunder God was a particularly vexing ability. Moreover, by remaining in Konoha, he had his own plans to consider. You have eliminated a surprise unit from Sunagakure. Take a moment to rest and await further instructions from the village. That is reasonable, Orochimaru said with a smile as he stored the scroll. Fengye exhaled, stating, then I shall take my leave to rest. He had not managed to sleep soundly during his journey, and he felt somewhat fatigued, in need of replenishing his slumber. Chapter 80, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The intelligence regarding Fengye's annihilation of an elite Sand Ninja squad of nearly 100 men in the Land of Rain sent shockwaves through the higher echelons of Konoha, including Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The root of their astonishment was not merely the destruction of a 100-man unit, but the alarming fact that this Sand Ninja team had stealthily circumvented and infiltrated the rear of the Land of Rain. Had they not encountered Fengye, their sudden assault on the rear encampment could have wreaked havoc, drastically altering the dynamics of the war. While it appeared that only a 100-man unit had been defeated, the implications could very well dictate the outcome of the entire conflict. Following the initial shock came a sense of trepidation. Leaders of various clans, along with Sarutobi and Danzo, found themselves consumed by this sentiment. Although other ninjas might achieve similar feats, Fengye's youth was profoundly unsettling. In the conference room on the highest floor of the Hokage building, Danzo spoke to Sarutobi in a grave tone. This transcends mere talent, Hiruzen. That child is possessed by a demon. At merely 10 years old, not yet 11, he exhibited extraordinary prowess on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, showcasing a talent that is rarely seen in decades. Yet this instance is different. Consider the coincidence of encountering that elite sand unit which had stealthily infiltrated. The mere act of single-handedly annihilating a 100-man squad borders on the fantastical. Even you, Hiruzen, might struggle to accomplish such a feat. How utterly astonishing. Demon. A hint of gravity flickered in Sarutobi's eyes. The term demon serves merely as a metaphor. He understood Danzo's implication that Fengye was abnormal, perhaps undergoing unforeseen transformations. Such changes could sway the tide of war and potentially lead to catastrophic losses for Konoha, marking him as a significant threat. After all, he is the child of White Fang. Surely he cannot be that dangerous. Seated beside them, Tsunade slightly opened her narrowed eyes and spoke slowly. Mito Gate-in also voiced his concern. White Fang was a remarkably steadfast ninja. Danzo, is it not premature to classify his child as a threat? No. Danzo shook his head, his gaze heavy with restraint. I do not label him as a threat. Rather, it is the extraordinary circumstances surrounding him that warrant vigilance. A ninja under 11 cannot achieve such feats without some form of transformation. Whatever that may be, it merits caution. Sarutobi remained silent, his expression grave. The ninja world is rife with forces akin to demons. Tailed beasts are one such example. The 9 tails that Konoha possesses serves as a formidable deterrent, yet should it spiral out of control, it could inflict severe damage upon the village. This world is not devoid of other entities that pose threats comparable to tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen held little concern for Kazuhaya, believing that although he possessed the maturity of an adult at a tender age, he harbored no hatred and thus posed no threat to Konoha. However, if a monster resided within him, the situation would be drastically different. What do you plan to do? Hiruzen fell silent for a few moments before slowly addressing Danzo. Danzo narrowed his eyes and suggested, I recommend we impose control to ensure no threats arise. Should there indeed be a malevolent entity within him, we must swiftly employ sealing techniques to contain it. Swift control? Hiruzen pondered deeply. If there was a genuine risk to Konoha, early intervention would be necessary. Yet he was reluctant to entrust this matter to Danzo, for it would only augment Danzo's power. It was then that he found it peculiar that Orochimaru, who should have been the most capable of making such judgments, had not mentioned these abnormalities in his report. Kazuhaya is Orochimaru's disciple. Do you truly believe he is oblivious to this? Hiruzen suddenly inquired. Danzo squinted, replying, perhaps he is aware, undertaking actions in secrecy without intending to inform you. Upon hearing Danzo's suspicions regarding Orochimaru, Hiruzen scoffed. You have never fully disclosed your own clandestine activities to me. He resolved to continue engaging with Orochimaru, seeking further insights about Kazuhaya without hastily deciding on measures against him, for he still held trust in Orochimaru as a mentor. Moreover, Kazuhaya's accomplishments thus far were forged on the battlefield. To consider control based solely on unverified suspicions would inevitably stir unrest. In times of war, such turmoil must be avoided. Upon hearing Hiruzen's decision, Danzo spoke slowly. It seems you still place great trust in your disciple. I have no further recommendations. As he spoke, he rose to leave, his silhouette gradually fading into the darkness. In the ensuing 3 days, Hiruzen engaged in multiple discussions with Orochimaru, ultimately receiving astonishing news. Kazuhaya had awakened a certain Kekkei Genkai. This bloodline limit, capable of enhancing speed, was the source of Kazuhaya's formidable prowess, enabling him to perform astonishing feats on the battlefield. All previous doubts dissipated. As one of the foremost figures in the shinobi world, Hiruzen understood the significance of speed for a ninja. A Kekkei Genkai that heightened speed could indeed have a monumental impact, allowing one to confront numerous foes single-handedly. The enhancement of speed could render mass combat tactics ineffective, granting unparalleled mobility even in dire situations. It was no wonder Kazuhaya accomplished feats that even Hiruzen found challenging. "Is this the power you bestowed upon your child, Tobirama?" Hiruzen murmured, gazing out the window while holding the latest intelligence scroll delivered by Orochimaru. The will of the deceased can indeed exert influence after their passing, leaving behind certain abilities to protect their children, such as sand that instinctively guards the body without conscious manipulation. Such phenomena have been documented and are not mere figments of imagination. It is also conceivable that Finya's spirit and body underwent some form of mutation, giving rise to a bloodline limit. Regardless of the circumstances, this development is fortuitous, for Finya is a ninja of Konoha. Possessing such formidable combat prowess can significantly impact the course of a war. Notify Orochimaru to uphold the previous directives and deploy Finya to the frontline camp in the Land of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly reached a decision, reaffirming the earlier choice to send Finya to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. However, while the previous mission was one of support, this time the objective is to inflict casualties. Seizing the opportunity while the Sand Village's surprise attack forces have been obliterated and are reeling from the onslaught, Finya will be redeployed to launch a grand offensive, delivering a crushing blow to the strength of the Sand Village and utterly defeating them. Chapter 81. Feng Yi and Orochimaru. Moments later, within the frontline camp of the Land of Grass, Orochimaru received instructions from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He turned to Feng Yi with a sly smile and remarked, "It seems that Master Sarutobi has come to believe." Feng Yi shrugged his shoulders and replied, "To possess such strength before the age of 11 indeed raises suspicions regarding the source of one's power. I must thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, for your assistance in providing explanations and cover." The information Orochimaru relayed to Sarutobi was a certain bloodline limit that enhanced speed, without specifying the power of time. In truth, Feng Yi was not overly concerned about the exposure of his ability to accelerate time. The only aspect he needed to conceal was his power to reverse it. For with that ability, he could nearly handle any unforeseen circumstance. Orochimaru's deliberate obfuscation stemmed from his own subjective judgment. Feng Yi could surmise why Orochimaru chose to shield him. Perhaps Orochimaru did not mind being forthright with Sarutobi, but he certainly wished to keep his abilities hidden from Danzo. Given Orochimaru's long-standing clandestine collaboration with Danzo, he probably understood well the consequences of revealing his powers to him, hence his cautious approach. Unless one has conducted extensive research on the body, it would indeed be difficult to directly associate your performance with the manipulation of time. It can be masked as a speed-related bloodline limit. In truth, even if your ability were to be exposed, the enemy would still struggle to find a countermeasure. It is merely that some individuals might become aware, potentially leading to unnecessary troubles. Orochimaru chuckled. Having spent considerable time with Feng Yi, he recognized that Feng Yi's mindset was far beyond that of a boy under 11. He was a prudent, mature, and rational ninja. Thus, Orochimaru subtly pointed out certain truths, unconcerned that Feng Yi would fail to comprehend. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Feng Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. If Orochimaru were merely a protective mentor without ulterior motives regarding his bloodline limit, it would indeed be quite moving. These statements were already unmistakably clear. The distinction between time acceleration and a bloodline limit that enhances speed is negligible in practical application. Both involve variations in speed. This implies that if an enemy possesses methods to counter speed-type ninjas, they would similarly be able to counter Feng Yi. Thus, the impact of exposing this ability is minimal. The crux lies in the unnecessary troubles that may arise from revealing it, which evidently refers to Danzo. Lord Danzo has always shown great interest in me. Feng Yi remarked with a light chuckle, candidly stating, "When I first exhibited a semblance of talent, Lord Danzo attempted to recruit me in Naruto. With his current strength and status, he felt no need to conceal anything excessively in front of Orochimaru, as he possessed sufficient capability to access the village's highest echelons of power, especially since Orochimaru now stood on the same side as him." Orochimaru let out a soft sigh and remarked, "Danzo has always held a keen interest in the young, talented ninjas of the village. However, his primary concern lies in self-interest, disregarding any rules. If you were to reveal your talents early on, it is possible that either you or Kakashi might fall into his grasp. I share the same sentiment. Hidyoru replied with a shrug. He is likely still contemplating his schemes regarding me, yet during these times of war, he is unlikely to act rashly. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said, there is no need to be overly concerned. Sensei Sarutobi would not allow him to act freely, especially not against you at this juncture. However, the current structure of the village has become somewhat decayed and requires reform should I ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage. With this incident, Orochimaru realized that Hidyoru stood firmly by his side, at least until the power dynamics within Konoha were reshuffled. Therefore, he did not hesitate to share his opinions regarding the village. I shall support you, Sensei. Hidyoru nodded gently. The relationship between Minato Namikaze and himself was non-existent. In the future, as they vied for the position of fourth Hokage, he would undoubtedly align himself with Orochimaru. From any perspective, Orochimaru possessed the capability to assume the role of fourth Hokage. Even during the Chunin exams in the future, he still held a certain fondness for Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have felt a twinge of emotion while gazing at the village during the assault on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru's indiscriminate capture of Konoha ninjas for his human experiments came only after Sarutobi chose Minato as the fourth Hokage, leading him to a complete disillusionment with the village. Moreover, Minato's methods were excessively gentle. In the original narrative, Minato's rise to the position of fourth Hokage was largely unrelated to his military achievements, as Orochimaru's contributions during the Second and Third Shinobi Wars were not inferior to Minato's. In terms of experience and qualifications, Orochimaru far surpassed Minato. The rationale behind Minato's ascension was simple. He was easier to control than Orochimaru and posed no threat to the status of the Elder Council in Konoha. Had Orochimaru been the fourth Hokage, he would undoubtedly have been reluctant to relinquish significant power to Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito. This very reason prompted the higher-ups of Konoha to collectively support Minato. Ultimately, the system within Konoha had become deeply flawed, as evidenced by the handling of subsequent events, such as the Uchiha massacre. Hidyoru was not particularly keen on leaving Konoha, for the village housed many familiar faces. Since he wished to remain, his presence would inevitably pose a threat to the position of Konoha's elite. Either he would be ostracized or he would rise to the position of Hokage, initiating a thorough cleansing of the village. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was an unexpected turn of events. Hidyoru had originally intended to become Hokage, cleanse the village, and then pass the position on to Kakashi before retiring to a life of leisure. He pondered the potential scenario if Orochimaru were to become the fourth Hokage, a faint smile gracing his lips. On one hand, he must contend with the decaying Elder Council led by Tsunade, while on the other, he is burdened with the overwhelming affairs of the Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, he is tasked with mediating the intricate relationships among the various noble clans. With such a multitude of responsibilities, it is conceivable that even Orochimaru would scarcely have time to delve into the intricacies of forbidden jutsu like Edo Tensei and impure world reincarnation, instead remaining in the position of the fourth Hokage until retirement. With your support, I feel increasingly confident, Orochimaru mused, the corners of his mouth curling upward. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead in his ambition to become Hokage. The upper echelons of Konoha would likely unite in opposition. The only silver lining was that neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade harbored any aspirations for the Hokage title. However, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, was being groomed as the successor. Lacking sufficient influence and power, Orochimaru's prospects for succeeding the fourth Hokage hinged solely on the opinion of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he would require the latter's unequivocal support to have any hope of ascending to the position. Even a neutral stance would be inadequate. Yet, with the backing of Kidia, he had acquired a formidable ally, instilling a genuine sense of hope. After all, Kidia, both in terms of strength and achievements, had become a figure of considerable influence and status within Konoha. Chapter 82. The Crisis of the Crimson Sunset. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Fongi departed alone from the camp, making his way to the front lines of the Land of Wind. However, he did not rush to the battlefield at full speed. Instead, he advanced while practicing his skills, not overly concerned with the swiftness of his arrival. by traveling at 4 times the normal pace. He could save several days for training. During the 3 days he remained at the camp, he dedicated himself to his practice, aiming to adapt to the transition from short blade to long sword, acclimating to the characteristics of the Tenbu flow swordsmanship, and transforming the Kiki blade technique into a style uniquely his own. The distinction between the short blade and the katana lies solely in their dimensions, rather than in a change of weapon form. The crux of this dimensional difference is the point of force application, which varies between the two weapons. Wielding a katana as one would a short blade feels awkward, resulting in strikes that lack sufficient power, thus necessitating certain adjustments. In a secluded grove, the differences may appear minimal, yet they are significant. However, improvement proved less challenging than anticipated. Feng Yi gripped the Kusanagi sword, practicing the most fundamental sword swings. Over the 3 days of training at the camp, he completed approximately 80% of the modifications to the Kiki blade technique. As he continued his journey post-camp, he dedicated 2 additional days to refining his skills, bringing the completion to around 90%. The remaining work was primarily a matter of pure proficiency, requiring him to execute the most basic sword swings to enhance his ability to perform powerful slashes, gradually elevating his skill to its pinnacle. This mechanized practice was, paradoxically, the simplest for Feng Yi. With the benefit of time acceleration, he was able to train at a speed exceeding that of an average individual by 4-fold. Thus, 2 days of his effort equated to 8 days of typical training. Previously, when he was learning the Kiki blade technique from scratch, he had executed approximately 1 million sword swings over the course of nearly a month to reach a certain level of proficiency. At that time, he could only achieve a time acceleration of 1.5 times, and his physical strength and chakra were quite limited, merely at the level of a genin. Now, however, he was a different being altogether. 1 million sword swings, conducted under 4-fold acceleration, would likely require no more than a week to complete. Furthermore, this figure was merely an approximation, as Feng Yi calculated it based on his average swings per minute, suggesting that the actual duration would be even shorter, especially since he had already begun his training while at the camp. 3,281, 3,282, 7,776, 7,777, 20,000. How many was that again? Forget it. Feng Yi quickly abandoned the notion of counting. He was aware that he had been tirelessly practicing the most fundamental slashes in the grove for a full 3 days, during which he consumed 2 deer and 3 sheep. Eventually, he reached a level of proficiency where his sword strikes felt entirely fluid, capable of producing effects equivalent to those of the Kiki blade technique. With a swift flick of his wrist, Feng Yi unleashed a powerful slash towards the distance, all while in his 4-fold accelerated state. A glimmer of white light flashed across the sword's edge, severing a tree from its center some 10 meters away, causing several others behind it to topple with a resounding crash. The power exhibited had increased by at least 20% compared to when he wielded the white fang. Should he encounter Yu Tsong once more, this newfound strength might very well breach her blazing defense without resorting to a war of attrition or relying on time reversal. Feng Yi exhaled softly, a hint of satisfaction creeping onto his face as he beheld the fruits of his training. Although he was still unable to open the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia for the time being, any enhancement in his capabilities was a cause for celebration, particularly as it pertained to his offensive strength. For someone as swift as he, endowed with the ability to reverse time, concerns regarding defense and evasion were rendered moot. Thus, the potency of his attacks stood as his paramount attribute. It was time to embark on his journey. Feng Yi sheathed the Kusanagi sword, casting his gaze toward the land of wind, and swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting through the forest toward the frontline encampment. In the land of fire, amidst a certain thicket, 2 groups of ninjas clashed in combat, one comprised of Konoha ninjas, the other hailing from Sunagakure. Why Kurenai's countenance bore a shade of anxiety. She had ventured into this area for reconnaissance, only to unexpectedly encounter a hidden Sunagakure ninja. While she faced no immediate peril, she found herself entangled with an enemy Jainin. Meanwhile, 3 of her students, alongside a special Jainin who accompanied her on this mission, were engaged with another Jainin from Sunagakure. Despite being a 4-to-1 scenario, the special Jainin from Konoha specialized in reconnaissance and lacked formidable combat prowess, while Kurenai and her team were merely genin, barely approaching the level of Nin. Thus, even when combining their efforts, they remained at a disadvantage, struggling to endure the onslaught. This situation is troublesome. Kurenai furrowed her brow. She faced two choices: to continue the battle, hoping to eliminate the opposing Nin swiftly enough to assist her daughter, or to employ a wide-ranging genjutsu to momentarily restrain the two Sunagakure Nin, ensuring her team's safe retreat. Retreat it shall be. Kurenai ultimately resolved. On one hand, her daughter's safety influenced her performance, and the escalating danger of continuing the fight weighed heavily on her. On the other hand, the mission had been one of reconnaissance, not confrontation. This skirmish was premature and perilous for her team. With a swift motion, Kurenai deflected an attack from her opponent, leaping toward her student's formation. She spoke in a firm tone. "Kurenai, Akamatsu, retreat." Yes. Upon hearing Kurenai's command, her students promptly began their withdrawal, while she remained in place, forming hand seals to cast a genjutsu that would affect the two Nin from Sunagakure. At this moment, despite being a commendable chunin, Hinata faced immense pressure against a jonin, even with comrades by her side. The fabric of her right shoulder had been torn, leaving a trail of crimson, and had her allies not intervened promptly, the injury could have been far more severe. She pondered the reality of facing a jonin, much like her father. Taking a deep breath, she felt her spine dampened by cold sweat. Her psyche had been stretched to its limits in the presence of that formidable opponent. Her companions mirrored her tension, with the strongest among them drenched in perspiration, clearly on edge. A peculiar thought crossed her mind. She recalled Keed. Although they were peers, she mused that had Keed been present, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. Just as this fleeting distraction crossed her mind, an urgent voice rang out from behind her. It was the voice of Hinata. "Hinata." The sound jolted her back to awareness. Startled, she sensed a chilling presence approaching from her right. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a shadow drawing near. A figure brandishing a kunai aimed directly at her, one of the two Suna Jonin. Panic surged through her. The chilling realization struck that at this distance, evasion was impossible. That brief moment of distraction had proven to be a fatal error. Chapter 83. At a critical juncture, the Jonin who had attacked her suddenly froze in place, allowing her to narrowly evade the kunai aimed at her neck. This was an illusion technique hastily unleashed by Yui Shinku. However, the casting of this illusion came at a cost. He was unable to guard against the sand ninja behind him, and though he barely dodged a fatal blow, his shoulder was still grazed by a hidden weapon. "Run!" Yui Shinku gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain radiating from his shoulder as he shouted to Yuhi Akane and the others. Having escaped from the brink of death, Yuhi Akane quickly regained her composure, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. Her face paled as she realized that her momentary lapse had resulted in Yuhi Shinku being injured. No, it wasn't entirely her fault. The Sand Shinobi had initially deployed a clay clone, deceiving Yui Shinku and avoiding the effects of his area illusion. The original body had launched a sudden attack, just as she was momentarily distracted. Had it not been for that instant of vulnerability, it would have been she who suffered a minor injury while barely evading the attack, instead of Yui Shinku taking the hit for her. The situation had grown exceedingly dire. "Such similar eyes, you must be father and daughter. Now, neither of you shall escape," sneered the Sand Jonin who had wounded Yui Shinku. Had Yui Shinku remained unscathed, it would have been challenging for them to eliminate each other. Yuhi Akane and her companions were merely burdens, their injuries or deaths inconsequential. But now that Yui Shinku was injured, the wound on his right shoulder would surely impede his hand seals, providing an opportunity to take down this formidable Leaf Jonin. Eliminating a few lower-ranking shinobi was meaningless. It was the death of a Leaf Jonin that would lend significance to their mission. Even if they returned empty-handed of intelligence, it would still be a considerable achievement. "Go." Yui Shinku pressed a hand against his shoulder wound, his gaze steely as he looked at the two Sand Shinobi and continued to urge Yuhi Akane and the others to flee. Seeing this, Yuhi Akane bit her lip. Despite her overwhelming concern, she understood that remaining would only hinder Yui Shinku further, prompting her to flee with her companions. However, the Sand Shinobi had no intention of letting them escape. Although their primary objective was to eliminate Yui Shinku, the presence of these young shinobi was a liability. Attacking them would likely expose Yui Shinku to greater vulnerabilities. Whoosh! One of the Jonin charged towards Yuhi Akane once more. He had discerned the blood relation between Yuhi Akane and Yuhi Shinku. Even if they were not father and daughter, they were undoubtedly close. Targeting Yuhi Akane was the most effective strategy. Ninja stepping onto the battlefield must always be prepared for death, little girl. The Sand Jonin's voice dripped with malice as he seized the opportunity to instill fear through his words. He was acutely aware that the mental resilience of these lower-ranked shinobi was not particularly strong, making them prone to showing signs of weakness. Indeed, as his menacing voice echoed, Yuhi Akane's gaze faltered, a flicker of fear crossing her features. After all, she was merely a 10-year-old lower-ranked shinobi. The nearby companions, sensing the dire situation, rushed to support Yuhi Kurenai, hurling an array of shurikens and kunai at the sand village Jainin. Strangely, the opponent did not evade. The weapon struck true, and the sand Jainin froze in place, disintegrating into earth and rock. A clay clone. Upon witnessing this, Kurenai's body stiffened, a chill creeping up her spine. She managed to turn her head just in time to see the sand Jainin had somehow appeared behind her. Injured, Yui Jinhong had observed the unfolding events, but his wounds left him incapable of offering assistance against the oncoming Jainin's assault. At that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Kurenai could see the kunai in the sand Jainin's hand inching closer to her back, yet she could not evade. In the face of life and death, her mind surged with clarity. Though her awareness quickened, her body lagged behind, rendering her helpless as the kunai approached ever nearer. Am I to die? The thought flickered through Kurenai's mind. Red. Yui Jinhong's anguished cry echoed. The nearby onlookers gritted their teeth, eyes fixed on the scene, only to be struck dumb with disbelief the next moment. A flash of silver light, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged onto the battlefield, and Kurenai's figure vanished without a sound. The sand Jainin's pupils constricted violently. He turned abruptly to see, perched upon a distant treetop, a silhouette bathed in silver light, cradling the vanished Kurenai in his arms. Kurenai stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the silver-haired figure before her, vaguely recognizing it as Keed. For a moment, she was unable to comprehend the situation. Have I already died? Almost. Keed smiled gently and said, but I want to let you die. Passing nearby, and sensing the battle, he had come to investigate, not expecting to find Kurenai in such peril. Logically, Kurenai should not have encountered such a deadly crisis here. Had Keed not intervened, she would have surely become a corpse in the next moment. Has my presence begun to alter the timeline? Keed mused silently, his figure shifting as he descended to the ground, gently setting the still-dazed Kurenai down before turning his gaze towards the two sand shinobi. As they felt the weight of Keed's stare, both sand ninjas were gripped by a sudden chill, sensing an overwhelming threat, as if death loomed just a breath away. Run. One of them decisively declared without hesitation. The speed at which Keed had saved Kurenai was nearly incomprehensible, and the chakra emanating from him was terrifying, far beyond what they could contend with. Would they truly escape? In a hushed whisper, Feng Yi formed seals with his left hand while extending his right, as lightning and radiance intertwined within his grasp, erupting with the piercing cries of 1,000 birds. Subsequently, he surged forward, a fleeting silver flash darting across the battlefield. The two elite shinobi, brushed by that silvery gleam, froze in place, their left chests and hearts obliterated as if erased by an unseen force. Bewilderment and disbelief washed over their eyes as they strained to glimpse the figure enveloped in the silver light, yet darkness swiftly closed in, and their consciousness faded into oblivion. Thud, thud. The sound resonated as their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. Feng Yi, now standing a short distance away, felt the silvery glow that had enveloped him, along with the arcs of thunder from the 1,000 birds entwining his right hand, gradually dim and dissipate. Turning around, he beheld a scene that left Yuhi Kurenai and Inazuka Kiba, among others, engulfed in a profound silence, their gazes fixated on Feng Yi in stunned astonishment. What had just transpired? Chapter 84. The growth of Kakashi as the sun set, and Yuhi Kurenai and her companions found themselves in a state of shock. A fleeting silhouette suddenly emerged in the midst of the scene. With his short, golden hair glinting in the light, he landed gracefully and immediately unleashed 6 or 7 shuriken. Only then realizing the gravity of the situation. It appears you are all unharmed, sighed Minato Namikaze, his breath a relief as he noted the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Standing upright, he inquired, are they scouts from Sunagakure? Not only was Yuhi Kurenai's team on patrol, but Minato's team was also in the vicinity, as such tasks were commonly assigned to hone the skills of the lower-ranked ninjas. After all, these lower-ranked ninjas were not yet suited for direct combat on the battlefield. Undertaking such missions served as appropriate training, typically led by a CH Nin, with guidance from a J Nin when they were not otherwise occupied. No, Yuhi Kurenai responded, visibly relieved at Minato's arrival. These are two J Nin from Sunagakure. It seems their intent is more than mere reconnaissance. Pausing momentarily, he turned to the approaching figure of Kamizuki Kane. You must be Kakashi Hatake, correct? I am grateful for your timely assistance, but how did you find yourself here? I was dispatched by Lord Hokage to the front lines and happened to pass nearby. Upon sensing the battle, I rushed over. The situation was indeed perilous, Kane replied, glancing at the wound on Yuhi Kurenai's shoulder. How's your injury? It's manageable. Yuhi Kurenai assessed, concluding that it was not particularly grave as he still retained feeling in his right arm. At that moment, Kurenai and her companions began to regain their composure, rushing towards them. Kurenai first approached Yuhi Kurenai, anxiously examining his injury. After a brief moment of reassurance, she turned her attention to Kane. Do you have any orders from Lord Hokage? Minato asked, gripping a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. His demeanor calm, yet vigilant, as he had not witnessed Kane's swift defeat of the two Sunagakure J Nin who had saved Yuhi Kurenai. Kane, unfazed, produced a small scroll and tossed it to Minato. Without glancing at its contents, Minato performed a hand seal with one hand, causing the scroll to emit a faint glow. My apologies. Minato finally relaxed, offering a sheepish smile to Kane. Kane nodded in understanding. No offense taken. This is a battlefield, after all. I would have done the same to verify your identity. But Minato, how is it you find yourself alone here? After verifying the special communication scroll and code, Minato confirmed Kane's identity, though Kane had already recognized Minato's from the outset, noting his signature body flicker technique and the shuriken thrown upon landing, which were hallmarks of Minato's prowess. Kane also observed that Minato's shuriken were not limited to those he had just thrown. Several were embedded in the treetops nearby, their presence a mystery as to when they had fallen. No wonder even the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, believes that Minato's Flying Thunder God surpasses his own and is executed with greater swiftness. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, addressed Kaguya, stating, No. I was patrolling nearby with Kakashi and the others. Kakashi is somewhat slower, but they should be arriving soon. I see, Kaguya nodded in understanding. At that moment, Yugao finally found an opportunity to interject, yet she was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at Kaguya with wide eyes. Since Kaguya's graduation, their interactions had diminished, particularly with the onset of war and the demands of their respective missions, leading to a fading of memories. Nevertheless, this encounter was indelibly imprinted deep within her heart. Impossible to erase. Her mind replayed the moment Kaguya had rescued her, as well as the breathtaking scene of him bathing in silver light, effortlessly dispatching two Sand Village Jonin in an instant. It was utterly astonishing. She had been momentarily dazed, contemplating how Kaguya might have fared in such a scenario, possibly with more composure. Yet, he had materialized in an almost dreamlike manner, eliminating the two adversaries as easily as if they were mere ordinary foes, one of whom had posed a significant challenge to their group. It had been an extremely perilous moment. Noticing the intensity of Yugao's gaze, Kaguya smiled and initiated conversation, sensing her silence. Although he was not entirely clear on the preceding events, the arrival of Minato instilled a sense of bewilderment in him. Even without Minato's intervention, Yugao would have likely survived had she avoided a critical strike to her heart. Even if a major artery were pierced, Minato could have swiftly neutralized the two Jonin. With medical ninjas in their squad, immediate aid would have prevented fatality. Of course, the current outcome was undoubtedly more favorable. After all, Minato's timing had been slightly delayed. Even if Yugao had survived, she would have sustained severe injuries, placing her in a precarious situation. Thank you so much. Yugao looked at Kaguya, her mind racing with a plethora of sentiments to express, yet in her tangled hesitation, she could only utter a word of gratitude. Yugao's father, Asuma, cast a sidelong glance at Kaguya. Observing his daughter's demeanor, he could easily surmise the nature of their relationship and bore no objections. In fact, he was somewhat astonished by Kaguya's earlier display of speed. The swift elimination of the two sand jonin signified that he too would be hard-pressed to withstand Kaguya's velocity. Despite his youth, Kaguya had already become a formidable ninja. Not at all. I am just relieved you are unharmed, Kaguya replied with a gentle smile, observing Yugao's expression. At present, she appeared to be merely 10 years old, a stark contrast to the mature and alluring woman she would become in a decade or so. There was a unique pleasure in witnessing familiar figures grow and evolve over time. Reflecting on this, Kaguya turned his gaze towards a direction where sounds emerged from the forest. And soon 3 figures traversed through the trees and landed on the ground. Where are the enemies? Uchiha Obito grasped a kunai and prepared for battle as soon as he landed. Kakashi rolled his eyes, noting that the sounds of conflict had already faded away. And with Minato Namikaze having arrived ahead of schedule, it was evident that the skirmish had concluded. To his astonishment, the arena was not only occupied by Minato and several familiar leaf ninjas, but also by a long-lost figure, his elder brother, Hatake Kazuya. Staring in surprise at Kazuya, Kakashi never expected to encounter him here. Kazuya, what brings you here? The question, however, came not from Kakashi, but from a pleasantly surprised Rin Noara. Kazuya greeted Rin with a smile, saying, I happen to be passing by. Whoosh. As his words trailed off, Kazuya vanished without a sound, only to reappear behind Kakashi, gently resting a hand on Kakashi's head. The instant Kazuya disappeared, Kakashi instinctively reacted, lowering his head and swiftly pivoting to throw a punch. Smack. His fist was effortlessly caught by Kazuya. It seems you have grown quite a bit, Kakashi. Chapter 85. Arrival at the Konoha camp. Fongi grasped Kakashi's fist and revealed a faint smile, commenting, You've grown taller in just a few months. Is it the result of the cellular activation technique? Although he had only employed 4 times the speed and had not activated the 8 gates, Kakashi's ability to barely react indicated that he was gradually surpassing the level of a CH Nin. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would have become AJ Nin at the age of 12. However, with Feng Yi as his elder brother guiding him, coupled with his training in the cellular activation technique and the Chidori he learned from Feng Yi, it could be said that he was already nearing the strength of AJ Nin, albeit lacking in combat experience and other areas to fully meet the J-Nin standard. Perhaps, Kakashi tilted his head, revealing a lackluster gaze, but the gap between us is growing wider. It appeared as though he had evaded Feng Yi's attack, yet in reality, it was Feng Yi's assault executed from a distance, allowing Kakashi a reaction time. The most critical factor was Feng Yi's previous accomplishments on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, where he had slain numerous J-Nin, establishing a qualitative difference in strength compared to his current self. You are growing, and I am training. Achieving parity with me is not an easy feat. Feng Yi released Kakashi's fist with a smile. Not far away, Minato Namikaze glanced at Feng Yi with mild astonishment. Although Feng Yi had not utilized the 8 gates, his displayed speed was indeed impressive, explaining how he could achieve such feats on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Obito was somewhat displeased. Originally, he had intended to showcase his prowess during this mission, only to encounter Feng Yi, drawing the attention of everyone present towards him. He approached the bodies of 2 sand shinobi, inspecting them briefly before expressing surprise. Based on the chakra traces, these should be J-Nin from Sunigakure. Did you eliminate them both in an instant, sensei? From the moment he sensed the battle until Minato arrived using the body flicker technique, and then until they reached the scene, no more than a few seconds had elapsed. To resolve 2 J-Nin in such a brief span. Despite being somewhat familiar with Minato's strength as his disciple, Obito still felt a sense of awe. No, Minato shook his head, it wasn't my doing. He then turned to look at Feng Yi. In the presence of several CH Nin, it should have been quite challenging for the Sunset Crimson to eliminate 2 Sanjay Nin, especially considering the brief interval from when he heard the commotion to when he arrived. Furthermore, Feng Yi had likely arrived even earlier, indicating that it was indeed his handiwork. The capability to dispatch 2 Sanjay Nin confirmed Feng Yi's exceptional prowess, and if the battle concluded as swiftly as he suspected, then Feng Yi's strength had undoubtedly ascended to another level. Such prowess was insufficient to stir his emotions, for he too was capable of similar feats. What truly unsettled him was the realization that Feng Yi was significantly younger, an age at which a ninja had yet to reach their zenith. The earlier display had indeed been somewhat astonishing. "Feng Yi, what was that technique of yours?" Yui Kurenai inquired, her heart gradually regaining composure. Feng Yi smiled and replied, "Are you referring to that state? It can be considered a secret technique that combines lightning release and physical combat. I call it 8 Gates Lightning Release." At this point, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Namikaze Minato. The name 8 Gates Lightning Release was a spur-of-the-moment decision, lest Minato later bestow upon it some extravagant title like Silver Flash Super Will Dance Roar Technique. At that moment, Obito felt somewhat stiff. He had not anticipated that the 2 Jonin from Sunagakure had been eliminated by Feng Yi. Minato had arrived a tad too late. He had intended to divert everyone's attention. The group did not linger in idle chatter. After dealing with the bodies and sealing the severed heads into scrolls, they promptly began their return to the Konoha camp. As they walked, Yui Kurenai turned to Feng Yi and asked, "Does Lord Hokage's dispatch of you here imply that you will be joining us for upcoming missions?" "Uncertain." Feng Yi shook his head and replied, "It depends on Lord Hokage's orders and Jiraiya-sensei's guidance. However, it is more likely that I will operate independently." As he spoke, Feng Yi glanced in the direction of Namikaze Minato, who met his gaze for a brief moment before they both averted their eyes. Minato offered a slight smile. From Konoha's perspective, Feng Yi's presence on the battlefield was advantageous for the overall war effort, especially considering the remarkable feats he had accomplished in the Land of Grass. Regarding Feng Yi as Orochimaru's disciple and his arrival on this battlefield fostering a sense of competition, Minato remained largely indifferent. He believed that, had he been on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he could have performed even better. Moreover, his aspiration was to become Hokage. The true rivals he sought to surpass were those with the qualifications to attain the title, such as Orochimaru and Tsunade. Feng Yi, in contrast, would merely be a competitor of the next generation, warranting little concern. 2 hours later, Feng Yi and Minato returned to the front lines of Konoha, entering the largest tent in the central camp to report to the commander, Jiraiya. "I understand. The task of gathering intelligence will be assigned to Jonin Haichi." Jiraiya nodded after listening to their accounts, accepting the scroll containing the sealed head of the Sunagakure Jonin from Yui Kurenai. He then turned his attention to Feng Yi. As a disciple of Orochimaru, Feng Yi was considered his nephew. However, the relationship between him and Orochimaru was one of both camaraderie and rivalry. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched Feng Yi to this battlefield, Jiraiya felt a tinge of reluctance. Originally, Orochimaru and Feng Yi had resolved the conflict in the Land of Grass. While he was engaged in battle with Minato Namikaze on this front, which seemed perfectly timed. However, with Feng Yi now dispatched to this battlefield, it created an unsettling impression that he and Minato were somehow inadequate, necessitating Orochimaru to send a disciple for assistance. It felt rather peculiar. Yet, it was no longer possible to object, for Feng Yi had already intervened in this theater of war. The news of Feng Yi's annihilation of a nearly 100-strong elite Sand Ninja unit, which had circumvented the Land of Rain, reached him and left him drenched in cold sweat. If the enemy executed their plan and launched a surprise attack on the rear camp while mounting a full frontal assault, even if Konoha did not face utter defeat, it would surely suffer significant losses. What astonished him the most was that Feng Yi single-handedly dispatched nearly 100 elite Sand Ninjas. This disciple of Orochimaru was nothing short of a marvel. Chapter 86. Shock and Seriousness. Feng Yi, I am well aware of your situation. You are now a direct special Jonin of the frontline troops. You should return and rest. When the time is right for your involvement, tasks will be assigned to you. Jiraiya addressed Feng Yi. Although he was somewhat reluctant to rely on Feng Yi's strength, he possessed a broader perspective and could not afford to leave such a formidable force idle, thus diminishing the combat capabilities of Konoha. Therefore, he would draft a comprehensive battle plan, initiating a decisive conflict against the Sand Village. With Feng Yi's presence and the enemy's ambush plan thwarted, the odds of victory would be significantly enhanced. Understood, Feng Yi nodded. He was equally eager to rest. Having sprinted from the camp in the Land of Grass and rescuing Kurenai along the way, although he could restore his physical state through time reversal. The fatigue of his spirit could not be alleviated in the same manner, necessitating a period of rest to adjust his condition. As Fengye departed the tent, Jiraiya turned to Minato and suddenly shook his head, saying, "In the upcoming battle, do not let him surpass you, Minato." Fengye was a disciple of Orochimaru and younger than Minato. Should he perform better than Minato in the forthcoming events, it would indeed pose a challenge for Minato when facing Orochimaru thereafter. Jiraiya's thoughts were quite simple. He did not wish to become Hokage and was aware that both Orochimaru and Minato aspired to the position. One was his disciple and the other was his comrade. He did not particularly care who ultimately became Hokage, but he did care about whose disciple proved to be more exceptional. Minato smiled slightly and replied, "He is an excellent ninja, but he will not surpass me. Perhaps in the future, but for now, he is still too young." "No," Jiraiya countered, looking at Minato. "Do not underestimate him due to his youth. You may not be aware, but not long ago, he single-handedly eliminated a detachment from the Sand Village that was attempting to ambush our elite forces from behind while circumventing the Land of Rain." This intelligence was something Jiraiya had received recently, and Minato, hearing this, could not help but show a hint of astonishment. A detachment circumventing the Land of Rain to ambush our elite forces? The number of such a unit should not be too large, as excessive numbers could lead to exposure. Yet it should not be too few either, for a small force might struggle to breach their defensive lines. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, who had yet to leave, looked at Jiraiya in shock, having no prior knowledge of this intelligence. "What was the size of that detachment?" Minato asked, his expression becoming grave. Jiraiya's gaze deepened as he replied, "Nearly 100 men, at least 10 jonin." How could this be? Minato struggled to maintain his composure, his heart tumultuous. To single-handedly annihilate a nearly 100-strong elite unit, including 10 jonin, he would have confidence in achieving such a feat using the Flying Thunder God technique, but without practical experience. He found it hard to ascertain. The crucial question remained, how did Fengye accomplish this? To annihilate such a multitude of ninjas single-handedly, one must adhere to a fundamental principle, the ability to render all adversarial attacks and constraints ineffective. Relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, he is capable of achieving this. But how does Kidya accomplish it? Kidya does not appear to possess exceptionally high defensive capabilities, while his speed is remarkable. It does not seem sufficient to nullify all ninjutsu and constraints. Could it be that Kidya also employs the Flying Thunder God? I am uncertain how he achieves this. Yet the outcome is undeniably real. Jiraiya turned to gaze in the direction Kidya vanished, his eyes reflecting profound insight as he remarked, "Even I cannot perform such feats." Thus, although Orochimaru's disciple is relatively young, he is undoubtedly a prodigy. Do not underestimate him as a mere ordinary ninja. His words served as a caution to Minato, urging him not to belittle Kidya regarding one's limitations, while he could not accomplish it alone. Summoning the two great sages of Myaboka Mountain and entering Sage Mode would indeed alter the scenario, enabling him to eliminate hundreds of elite foes. However, even considering this as his own prowess holds little significance, for he is of the same generation as Orochimaru, defeating Kidya would be expected. The crucial point lies in the fact that if Minato were to falter before Kidya, it would be rather embarrassing for him. "I will take this seriously, Master Jiraiya." Minato nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in his calm gaze. He had become earnest. Previously, while he had merely noted Kidya's achievements on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, this latest account compelled him to truly engage and recognize the misjudgment he had held regarding Kidya. Kidya was not an immature ninja still in need of growth. Rather, he was an individual who had already caught up to Minato at such a tender age. At this moment, Kakashi, Obito, and others nearby were rendered momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a single word. Jiraiya's statements seemed like an ancient tome, incomprehensible and bewildering. What was this about encountering a formidable unit of sand ninjas, or a single individual vanquishing nearly 100 elites, including 10 Genin? What did it all mean? Even Kakashi, who still had some distance to cover before ascending to Genin status, was taken aback. Obito and Rin were merely genin at this stage. Even Kakashi, who held the closest ties to Kidya, was momentarily stunned before managing to regain his composure, a wry smile crossing his face. He no longer feared confrontations with Janine. He had nearly bested one previously, yet the current Kidia was on an entirely different level. Kidia is extraordinarily powerful. Rin's eyes brimmed with astonishment. And after a long while, she could not help but murmur, feeling as if she were trapped in a dream. Meanwhile, at the forefront camp of Sunagakure, within the central tent, after days of reconnaissance, the scouts dispatched by the Sand Ninja discovered traces of the battles involving Yakura and others in the Land of Rain. However, these traces yielded scarcely any actionable information. The only certainty was that Yakura and his companions had most likely been completely annihilated. To this day, not a single survivor has been encountered. Even if one person were still alive, they should have made contact by now. Regrettably, no news has returned. The entire camp has descended into a state of oppressive gloom. How could this be possible? A hint of disbelief flickered in Hai Lao Zhang's eyes. He was well aware of Yitsong's formidable prowess. Leading an elite force of nearly 100, his combat capabilities were extraordinarily potent. Even if Konoha were to dispatch an equal number of ninjas, they might not be able to annihilate Yitsong's troops entirely. To utterly eradicate them without allowing a single individual to escape would likely require 3 times the number of elite ninjas. Yet Konoha could not possibly mobilize nearly 300 elite ninjas right under their noses without detection. If that were the case, the war would have been unnecessary long ago. Chapter 87. Who is it? Chiyo's expression darkened as she remarked, could it be a support unit dispatched by Konoha from their village? Yet we too have received no intelligence. It is inconceivable. A ninja force exceeding 300 cannot possibly conceal their movements. Arriving silently in the Land of Rain and heading directly towards Yakura's unit, Ebizi's expression was grave as he shook his head. Although the infiltration of Konoha's scouts into Sunagakure is limited and the transmission of intelligence is exceedingly challenging, the mobilization of over 300 ninjas is impossible to execute undetected. Even if Konoha's scouts were oblivious and failed to relay information, there are numerous locations along the route where their scouts would be present, just as they, when dispatching a 100-man unit, must circumvent the Land of Rain and take a considerable detour to ensure Konoha remains unaware. One cannot imagine the logistics of 3 times that number. Could it be that the Rain ninjas have allied with Konoha? Fourth Kazekage Raza spoke in a somber tone. The incident occurred within the borders of the Land of Rain. If the Rain ninja village were to collaborate with Konoha, it indeed becomes plausible. No. Ebizi shook his head, stating, the Rain ninja village possesses the capability to annihilate Yakura's unit, but it would require nearly their entire force to achieve that, which cannot be done without drawing attention. Moreover, that cautious individual, Hanzo of the Salamander, would never easily mobilize all his troops. With several hypotheses dismissed, the possibilities dwindle. Firstly, Konoha did not deploy a significant number of ninjas. Secondly, the incident transpired within the borders of the Land of Rain. Could it be an ambush? Chiyo slowly articulated. This is the only rationale that holds. Yakura and his companions fell into a trap, being overwhelmed by a smaller force, and their escape routes were sealed. Ebizi had already reached this conclusion but hesitated to voice it, for falling into an ambush and being defeated by overwhelming numbers are starkly different scenarios. Being ambushed and outnumbered is a matter of responsibility. Yakura, as the commanding jonin, would bear significant accountability. And it was he who had been explicitly directed to lead this unit. It seems this is the only possibility left. Raza spoke in a grave tone, his gaze piercing as he regarded Ebizi, stating, with such a loss of elite forces, you must take responsibility for this assault, Elder Ebizi. The atmosphere within the tent grew oppressive. Many elite jonin from Sunagakure wore troubled expressions, just as Raza had begun to devise a plan to shift blame. Stripping Ebizi of his authority and undermining Chiyo's influence, a Sand Ninja abruptly entered the tent. Report to Lord Kazekage. We have uncovered new leads from the Land of Rain. Raza furrowed his brow. The Sand Ninja, bowing his head, swiftly conveyed. We have discovered additional traces on the battlefield, as well as intelligence regarding Jonin Yakura's movements. He promptly recounted the gathered intelligence. There are 2 primary pieces of intelligence. Firstly, the incident did not occur along the route taken by Yakura and his companions. Instead, it veered slightly off course. Not far from the detour lies a small town, which they thoroughly searched. they discovered that this town had previously housed ninjas, and intriguingly, on the very day of the incident involving Yukura and his group, unfamiliar ninjas had arrived in the town. The second piece of intelligence derives from the severely compromised crime scene. Through meticulous deconstruction and analysis of the remaining clues, it was concluded that the causes of death for all individuals were closely linked to lightning-based ninjutsu. Furthermore, a ninja had left behind a faint trace of information, using a summoning beast before their demise, a person, Kusanagi sword, lightning, speed. Based on this scant information and the data obtained after thoroughly overturning the town, they arrived at a somewhat incredulous conclusion. A certain ninja had visited that small town and had stolen a Kusanagi sword from another concealed ninja within the town, subsequently encountering Yukura and his forces. However, what transpired after this encounter remains elusive. The ultimate outcome was the complete annihilation of Yukura's elite unit. This is inconceivable. Chio immediately refuted this conclusion. If Yukura and his group had fallen into an ambush, it would be understandable. Yet, the notion that a single ninja could obliterate Yukura's entire team is utterly preposterous. Even if that ninja possessed terrifying strength, capable of overpowering Yukura and his elite forces, it is unfathomable that not a single individual managed to escape. All perished. This analysis is based on all available intelligence. Cold sweat trickled down the forehead of one ninja. He too recognized that this conclusion was somewhat absurd. Yet it undeniably aligned with all the evidence and clues, and other hypotheses proved difficult to substantiate. Impossible. Rasha also shook his head. The idea of one person annihilating Yukura's unit is sheer fantasy, unless that individual were the legendary god of the ninja world, Shinja Hashirama, who ended the Warring States era. However, that figure has long since passed away. If he were alive, Konoha would not keep him hidden. And no one in the ninja world would dare to provoke Konoha or instigate war. Nonetheless, the issue remains. Even if the complete destruction of Yukura's forces was not solely attributable to that ninja, he undoubtedly played a critical role. And it is quite possible that he was the one who defeated Yukura. Yukura's strength is acknowledged by many within Sunagakure. He is a formidable ninja endowed with a bloodline limit, which is precisely why he became the captain of the surprise attack unit. Thus, the question arises, who is that ninja? Who could single-handedly dismantle Yukura's entire elite team and very well may have vanquished Yukura himself? Is he, in fact, a ninja from Konoha? At present, the only certain information regarding that ninja is that he utilizes lightning-based ninjutsu and wields a Kusanagi sword. Beyond that, there is no further intelligence. Regardless of the circumstances, that ninja is undoubtedly our adversary, irrespective of which village he hails from. Kabzi inhaled deeply, his gaze darkening as he spoke. The complete annihilation of the surprise attack unit is indeed a catastrophic event, and now, with an unknown ninja standing in opposition, the battlefield situation has grown exceedingly grim. However, retreat is not an option. Should they withdraw, Konoha would undoubtedly pursue them. Having expended such significant military resources against Konoha, surrender and the passive acceptance of an unequal treaty is inconceivable. In this current state of war, the circumstances are undeniably dire. Elder Kais, your accountability shall be addressed post-conflict. Do you possess any operational strategies at this juncture? Raza squinted as he regarded Kais. This incident is deplorable for the entirety of the Sand Ninja village. Yet for him personally, it presents a fortuitous opportunity, severely undermining Kai's reputation and alleviating his concerns regarding the potential undermining of his position as Kazekage. The sole entity to be wary of is that enigmatic ninja wielding the Kusanagi sword. All information regarding this individual remains unfamiliar, and their appearance on the battlefield could prove troublesome. Proficient in lightning techniques. Could they possibly be a ninja from Kumogakure? Should Kumogakure and Konoha ally? The situation would indeed be exceedingly precarious. Yet it seems implausible that the Cloud Ninja would bypass the Land of Earth to collaborate with Konoha in an assault against their forces in the Land of Rain. Though I remain unaware of your true identity, you have inadvertently rendered me a tremendous service. A glimmer of light flickered in Raza's eyes. Subsequently, a token confrontation should ensue, resulting in the demise of several ninjas opposed to his ascension. Even if he were to surrender to Konoha thereafter, it would matter little. As long as he can secure his position as Kazekage, this war would be regarded as a triumph for him. The only inquiry that lingers is the identity of the ninja who single-handedly obliterated the surprise attack unit. Chapter 88. A visit to Tsunade. The tent assigned to Kazuki was situated in the rear section of the camp. That boy is Kazuki Kazahaya, ISNT. Has he already attained the rank of Jonin? A ninja remarked, somewhat astonished, upon noticing that Kazahaya was residing in a solitary tent. This is the frontline battlefield of the Wind Country, teeming with ninjas, starkly contrasting with the encampments in the Grass Country. Even Chunin are not entitled to their own tents. Many still remembered Kazahaya, a well-known prodigy from Konoha, but it seemed he had only recently passed the Chunin exams. How could he have ascended to Jonin so swiftly? It seemed implausible. Another ninja nearby expressed his surprise, suggesting, perhaps he is a special Jonin. This explanation was somewhat acceptable. While both Jonin and special Jonin enjoy nearly identical privileges, they are fundamentally different. Jonin are distinguished by their comprehensive skill sets and leadership qualities, capable of leading and commanding numerous ninjas. In contrast, special Jonin typically comprise Chunin with specialized skills, such as sensory perception or interrogation. Kazahaya, being a genius, might possess unique abilities in deciphering codes or intelligence gathering, making a rapid promotion to special Jonin during wartime quite plausible. The first ninja nodded in agreement. He was merely a Chunin. If Kazahaya were indeed a Jonin, it would imply he was his superior, possibly even the leader of their next mission, requiring him to obey Kazahaya's commands. Such a notion was difficult for him to accept, given the youth of this Jonin leader. It is challenging to place trust in someone so young, leading to significant doubts about their judgment. However, as a special Jonin, it would not concern him. Even in joint operations, they would likely belong to different divisions, merely cooperating without interference. Inside the tent, Kazahaya had organized his belongings and settled in for some rest. He remained in repose until just before dusk, awakening to rub his eyes before stepping outside to fetch water. The camp featured temporary wells scattered across several areas, and Kazahaya had reviewed a rough layout of the encampment, enabling him to discern the nearest water source. "Hey, Kazahaya?" A voice, laced with surprise, called out as he was drawing water. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see, "Is that you, Shizune? What brings you here?" Shizune was supposed to be training alongside Tsunade, so her presence in this camp suggested that Tsunade was also nearby, which surprised Kazahaya. "I came with Lady Tsunade. I'm here to practice medical ninjutsu," Shizune replied, sprinting over with a water jug in hand. Kazahaya filled his own container and then poured some into Shizune's, tilting his head to ask, "Is Lady Tsunade here as well?" Her condition is not. Although she cannot engage in battle, she can still offer guidance on medical ninjutsu to a certain extent, albeit without direct contact with blood, relying solely on symptoms for her counsel. Tsunade paused momentarily, her surprise evident as she inquired, "How do you know about Lady Tsunade's condition?" The fact that Tsunade suffers from hemophobia is not a closely guarded secret, yet few are aware, limited to her closest disciple and a handful of elite Jonin. It would be assumed that Fengye was unaware of this matter. Fengye replied, "My father once mentioned Lady Tsunade." Tsunade's affliction dates back to the end of the Second Great Ninja War, and it is certain that Kakashi's father, White Fang, was privy to this information. As was Orochimaru, attributing blame could fall on anyone, but implicating White Fang seemed most fitting. Due to Fengye, Tsunade had heard some tales about White Fang, and upon hearing Fengye's response, she exhibited a look of realization, sighing, "Lady Tsunade's state is indeed concerning. She cannot treat severely injured patients directly, otherwise, with her medical prowess, she could have expedited their recovery." Fengye handed the filled water bottle to Tsunade, pondering briefly before asking, "Where is Lady Tsunade now? I wish to pay her a visit." Hemophobia, at its core, is a psychological ailment. In his previous life, he specialized in psychological treatment and had studied hypnotherapy, which essentially serves as a form of psychological guidance entirely distinct from the illusions of this world. He had previously treated Kakashi with notable results, thus, he believed it worth attempting with Tsunade as well. Tsunade looked at Fengye with surprise, then nodded. "Lady Tsunade is resting in the tent over there. I am fetching water for her. Just follow me." Please wait a moment. Fengye, with the water bottle in hand, vanished in a blur, reappearing beside Tsunade mere seconds later. Having returned the bottle to his own tent, following Tsunade through a vast expanse of tents, they soon arrived at a larger tent. Tsunade entered, cradling the water bottle, and announced, "Lady Tsunade, the water has arrived." "Place it over there," Tsunade replied wearily. Due to her hemophobia, her ability to treat patients was significantly hampered. Ailments that she could normally resolve effortlessly now required considerable exertion. Her presence on the battlefield was twofold: to respond to repeated summons from Hiruzen Sarutobi and to instruct Tsunade in her medical techniques. Mastery of medical ninjutsu necessitates practice alongside study. The battlefield provides ample opportunity for honing such skills, as injured individuals are in constant supply, facilitating rapid growth in Tsunade's medical abilities. "By the way, Lady Tsunade, Fengye wishes to visit you." "Fengye? That little brat? Isn't he with Orochimaru?" Tsunade tilted her head, uncertain of Fengye's intentions for visiting her. However, she was curious to meet this young prodigy, so she casually donned her attire, stating, "Come in." Having met Lady Tsunade, Fengye entered the tent and offered her a polite smile, saying, "I had the pleasure of meeting you once before, but did not have the opportunity to greet you. Upon hearing that you were here, I felt compelled to come. Teacher Orochimaru often speaks highly of your medical skills." Tsunade scrutinized Fengye from head to toe. Your demeanor is commendable. There is no need for excessive formality. You are a disciple of that rascal Orochimaru and the son of Tsukumo. I bear some responsibility for Tsukumo's fate, had I been in the village at that time." Her tone carried a hint of remorse. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, was older than the three legendary ninjas and had achieved fame before them. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade had once undertaken missions alongside Tsukumo and had received his guidance. When the incident concerning Tsukumo transpired, she was engaged in reckless gambling in a small town within the Land of Fire, and by the time she learned of the events, it was too late to intervene. It is my father's steadfast nature that led to his demise. Even if you had been in the village, Lady Tsunade, perhaps little could have been salvaged, Fengye remarked, shaking his head. "By the way, Lady Tsunade, I have heard that your condition seems to be less than optimal. When my father passed, Kakashi was in a dire state as well. In comforting him, I devised a few methods of solace." Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. "You wish to treat me?" Had it been anyone else, she would likely have dismissed them, for she was reluctant to delve into that subject. However, given Fengye's youth and her slight sense of guilt towards him, she felt a certain leniency, especially since he had broached the topic of White Fang.